Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 201, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 201. The full moon hung high in the night sky. Inside a tavern in Konoha, there were both ninjas from prominent clans and ordinary ninjas, gathered in groups of 2 or 3 with their companions. Perhaps they were here to gather useful intelligence, or maybe just to vent the frustrations in their hearts. After all, no one understood the horrors of war better than ninja. At every table, 2 or 3 ninjas were drinking together. At one corner table, a figure suddenly sat down. Sarutobi Asuma didn't even raise his head and immediately spoke in a hoarse voice to refuse. This seat is taken. Is that so? But there are no other seats available tonight. Shirou and I can only sit here. A familiar voice rang out. Sarutobi Asuma lifted his head, and what greeted his eyes was the masked face of Hatake Kakashi. Next to him stood Uchiha Shirou, whose face was filled with apology. Asuma-senpai, we've been ordered to be here. Sorry for the intrusion. Faced with Shirou's apology, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes lingered only on Kakashi. At that moment, seeing Kakashi's calm demeanor, Asuma felt only shame in his heart. Kakashi, you're not allowed to drink. In the end, Asuma's hoarse voice revealed a sense of concern between classmates. Thus, Hatake Kakashi sat across from him, while Shirou, surrounded by the strong smell of alcohol and smoke, was left speechless. Asuma seemed about the same age as Kakashi, only 8 years old. Of course, in 2 months, he'd be 9. Too noisy. Drinking his wine sullenly, Asuma couldn't help but frown. The usually peaceful tavern was noticeably chaotic tonight, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. However, Kakashi, seated across from him, calmly observed the program on the tavern stage and shook his head. You should pay attention to what's happening on stage. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sarutobi Asuma raised his head and glanced at the stage. 2 ninja were arguing heatedly, their faces red with anger. He sneered disdainfully. Listening to these idiots whitewash certain people. Claiming that the war wasn't started by us. Or hearing them boast about the contributions of a bunch of old folks to Konoha. Under Asuma's mocking gaze, Shirou also raised his head and noticed the argument on the stage. One of the participants was a scarred, ordinary Konoha Chunin. His face was flushed, and he excitedly waved his arms as he spoke. Have you all forgotten the contributions of the 3rd Hokage to the village? 20 whole years of peace, we've all enjoyed those peaceful years, and our generation has grown up because of it. On the other side, a middle-aged ninja with a red nose and a limp slammed the table in anger, shouting. Unoi Ruby, you don't know anything. The first half of the 20-year-long First Shinobi World War was won under the leadership of the 2nd Hokage. When the 3rd took over, what was he busy with every day? He was building his organization. His Umbu. Consolidating his power. The wars we fought were won by the blood of the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, along with us common ninja. Unoi Ruby, this man, the uncle of the future Irika, had eyes filled with anger. He was a fanatical devotee of the 3rd Hokage. Pointing at the other men, he angrily retorted. All I know is that I've lived under the governance of the 3rd Hokage. The things you're saying are just the same old nonsense. Shut up, you ignorant fool. The so-called 3rd Hokage you praise is nothing but a megalomaniac. An ambitious coward who starts wars but cannot end them. The red-nosed, limping ninja's eyes glistened with angry tears as he fiercely argued. Who caused this war? The Sunagakure collapse plan enraged the Sand Ninja, who are now launching an assault on the Land of Fire. The Kumogakure collapse plan enraged the entire ninja world. Now, the 4 great villages have declared war on Konoha. And this strongest Hokage you speak of, the 3rd, why is he hiding in the village? Why isn't he on the front lines to repel the enemy? On the 2nd floor, in an elegant private room that overlooked the stage, Shirou couldn't help but show a curious expression. Mikoto, sitting beside him, understood his thoughts without him saying anything. She softly explained before he could even ask. That limping Chunin is named Mimura. His son was an excellent special jonin, but he was decapitated by the 3rd Raikage during the Kumogakure collapse plan. His head was all that was brought back. Hearing this explanation, Shirou suddenly understood. No wonder the man's gaze was filled with anger and hatred. The families of fallen ninjas could accept the sacrifices that came with being a ninja. However, they couldn't accept that their sons, parents, or loved ones had died as tools for an ambitious leader who started wars but stayed safely in the village. This made them believe that their loved ones had been sacrificed for the selfish ambitions of others. It wasn't just this tavern. With the outbreak of war and the rapid decline of the third Hokage's reputation, more and more people were speaking out in public places about the third's supposed contributions to the village, clearly in an attempt to salvage his reputation. It was obvious that this was a whitewashing campaign orchestrated by the Hokage's upper echelon. Tonight, Uno Irubi had simply run into a particularly difficult opponent, a man who had lost his son. Just as Irubi's face turned red with frustration, his eyes suddenly locked onto a figure standing high above on the second floor. His expression instantly turned to anger. The Uchiha. Konoha's greatest scourge. Uchiha Shirou, the famous genius jonin of Konoha. You even severed the third Raikage's arm during the Kimogakure collapse plan. Why didn't you risk your life to kill him back then for the sake of the village? If the third Hokage made a mistake in this war, then you carry the greatest responsibility. Grasping at straws, the enraged Irubi had found a new target to shift the narrative. He knew the Uchiha all too well. This arrogant clan, always looking down on everyone, only relied on brute strength. Even if he got locked up for a few days, it wouldn't matter. But in the tavern, countless ninjas were shocked when they saw Irubi loudly accusing Uchiha Shirou. On the high platform of the second floor, Uchiha Shirou revealed a contemptuous smile. To be provoked by an ant, was this ignorance or arrogance? Beside him, Mikoto showed an expression of disgust and coldly spoke. Uno Irubi, recently promoted to Chunin only 2 months ago. His abilities are barely adequate. He frequently appears in public places and incites conflict. He harbors a strong dislike for the Uchiha and has repeatedly shifted blame and stirred trouble for the police force. Mikoto's words carried no hesitation. Her cold voice echoed throughout the tavern, causing many ninjas to frown. Information was a ninja's priority. Anyone could verify this information with a little effort. Yet, upon hearing his background revealed, Irubi wasn't angry. Instead, he became even more furious. Why should the Uchiha enjoy the most prosperous districts? Why should we commoners have to bleed for your great clans? You had the power to kill the Raikage. Irubi's demeanor caused many ninjas in the tavern to frown. Recently, an increasing number of fanatical Chunin and Genin had been attempting to whitewash the third Hokage. At first, people didn't think much of it. But as it became more frequent and blatant, it only made them resent the third Hokage's actions even more. However, faced with this end's clamor, a sudden flash of white light appeared, a short blade was already pressed against Irubi's neck. The atmosphere in the tavern immediately turned tense. A conflict like this breaking out in the village was no small matter. Go ahead, kill me. Do you dare? Despite the blade at his neck, Irubi only grew more excited, shouting. Who would dare act in front of so many people? Kakashi. Shirou, who had initially ignored the ant's antics, suddenly exuded an imposing aura as he noticed Kakashi holding the short blade. Below, Kakashi's cold eyes were locked on Irubi. Filled with disgust, Kakashi coldly said. You people who spread baseless rumors should be taken away by the root. Seeing people like this reminded Kakashi of his father, driven to his death by the same type of mob. Irubi, however, didn't back down. Instead, he touched his neck and pointed at the Uchiha in front of everyone. It's you, high and mighty clans, that, to preserve your strength and out of cowardice, let the Raikage escape. That's why we're in this war now. Just as his ridiculous accusations grew more outrageous, a series of crisp claps interrupted him. The sound caught everyone's attention, and they turned to look. Standing on the second floor, Shirou slowly descended the stairs, clapping his hands with a mocking smile on his face. What a spectacular performance by a clown. Shirou slowly approached the stage. His black eyes swept over everyone present. Tonight, the tavern was unusually packed with shinobi. Then, his calm and steady voice resounded. I don't know when it started, but there has been a certain rumor in the village, claiming that the great clans are squeezing out the ordinary shinobi, taking away their space to survive, and enjoying the fruits of the victory won with the blood and sacrifices of civilian shinobi. I believe everyone here has heard of it. People often say that a person's voice is their second face. And Shirou's voice was nothing short of a gift from the heavens. Combined with a touch of training and technique, it was magnetic and carried a unique distinctiveness that was impossible to ignore. Even on the second floor, Mikoto, though having heard this voice many times before, couldn't help but close her eyes and reveal an expression of enjoyment, as if she were basking in a piece of exquisite art. At this moment, Shirou slowly turned around, extending his hand to point toward Irubi, who had been stirring the pot. With a calm and clear tone, he teased. Take, for example, this Chunin Irubi. With that hostile gaze of his. And I believe there are others seated here who have entertained similar thoughts. Well, what I want to say is. At this point, Shirou's voice paused, immediately drawing everyone's attention toward him. He cast his gaze over the crowd and revealed a mocking smile. The most basic intelligence for a shinobi. If any of you took even a moment to seriously investigate the shinobi of our clans, you would discover something. The Senju, the Uchiha, and the Aburame, families that some people with grievances accuse of being unfair. Their children, upon becoming genin, regularly take on missions of the highest danger. And during times of war, do you know how many of them went to the battlefield? I can tell you responsibly, every single Uchiha genin has been sent to the battlefield to hone themselves. His voice grew firmer as he reached the final sentence, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. The Senju clan. Once the largest shinobi clan in the world, with over 100 jonin. After the wars, they were reduced to fewer than 10. And yet, this Chunin Irika here, along with countless others who have no idea where their rumors come from, dare to slander their fellow shinobi of the same village. But not one of them is willing to take even a small action, such as gathering basic intelligence, about the past decades. Who built Konoha? It was the Uchiha and the Senju, together with the other great clans. The resources that make some people green with envy. They are the fruits of our family's efforts. At this point, his voice grew louder and more impassioned, his anger boiling over as he pointed furiously at Irubi. The resources of Konoha were won by all of us. And before that, they were resources that we, the great clans, gave up for the sake of the village. Yet now some ungrateful traitors dare to question us, question our comrades. You. And you. He pointed at several shinobi in the tavern, raising his voice to a thunderous level. Tell me, during the wars, your parents, your children, and you yourselves, who among you has not been to the battlefield? Now go and ask the clan shinobi bearing their family crest, how many of them have stayed off the battlefield? The family crests are not symbols of privilege, as some claim, but symbols of the honor we have earned through bloodshed to protect this village. Just like Konoha's forehead protectors. As Shirou's impassioned and stirring words echoed throughout the tavern, countless shinobi were visibly moved. Some of the shinobi from the clans wore somber expressions. Their families had given them many privileges, but the first thing they had been taught was always to protect the village. And now, there are even those shameless enough to question why we didn't take down the third Raikage. Well, I want to ask you this, how did you even graduate from the academy? Shirou's sharp accusation was directed at Irubi, but his gaze swept over the room, addressing everyone. We, hundreds of shinobi, fought with all our might to hold back the Raikage and over 2,000 Kumo shinobi. And now, someone here dares to question us. Then tell me, how would you, with 700 shinobi, half of whom were already exhausted, turn the tide of battle? How would you defeat an enemy who single-handedly defeated our third Hokage and the head of Root? His furious voice reverberated through the tavern. Though his finger pointed directly at Irubi, everyone could see the anger burning in Shirou's eyes. He wasn't just accusing Irubi, he was accusing those with ulterior motives and those who distorted the truth. Under his relentless questioning, Irubi's face turned pale, his gaze filled with panic. Especially under the weight of countless eyes in the tavern, he couldn't help but feel fear creeping over him. Irubi stammered, his mind blank. In the past, when facing the Uchiha police force, he could simply yell at them and either drive them away in frustration or provoke them into taking action. Either way, he would emerge feeling triumphant, as though he'd scored a victory. But now, faced with this situation, he was utterly lost, unable to come up with a single retort. Yumano Irubi. Then why don't you tell us, since your graduation, have you ever set foot on the battlefield? Shirou's thunderous voice shook the tavern, leaving Irubi's face ashen, devoid of any color. His eyes were filled with confusion and panic. For a moment, countless shinobi in the tavern wore expressions of doubt and anger. Chapter 202, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 202. Inside the tavern. Faced with a barrage of questions, Uno Irubi was at a loss for words. However, Shirou did not press him further. Instead, he raised a finger and pointed directly into the crowd. Uchiha Shirou graduated and became a genin at the age of 6. He is now part of Kakashi's squad. And Hatake Kakashi, who became a genin at 5, a chunin at 6, is now 8 years old, performing missions related entirely to war. As Shirou pointed to the two young boys, one 6 years old and the other 8, the entire tavern was moved. Their gazes began to shift. Yes, they had considered many things, but never had they thought about what the genin of these prominent clans were doing. Uchiha Shirou, a genius of the Uchiha clan, the most prestigious family in Konoha, was already carrying out brutal missions at the age of 6. And Hatake Kakashi? There was no need to elaborate. Graduated at 5, became a chunin at 6, and now, at 8, his missions were no less demanding than those of seasoned veterans. Both of them, weren't they born into privilege? Didn't they lack for nothing? So, why were they fighting? Shirou-sensei. At this moment, Shirou and Kakashi, under countless stares, were visibly moved but said nothing. From an early age, they were taught to fight for honor. To fight to protect the village. At this time, a middle-aged ninja with a limp and a red nose had tears welling in his eyes. he roared passionately. That Irubi graduated, became a genin, and spent 2 years performing mere C-rank missions. He hasn't even left the land of fire. Yet, because of the so-called will of fire, he has now been promoted to Chunin and appointed as a school teacher. I may not be strong, but I fought in the first great ninja war. Under the protection of the second Hokage's clansmen, I survived but lost a leg. In the second war, it was my son who fought. And you, how dare you, sitting safely in the village, criticize me so brazenly? In his panic, Irubi fell from the stage, making a complete fool of himself. Yet, this pathetic display only invited ridicule from the crowd. But they weren't mocking Irubi alone. They were mocking the ignorance of this group of people, as well as the despicable manipulators behind them. At this moment, Shirou stood solemnly in front of the tavern stage and calmly said, Konoha today, compared to the Konoha of the past. I only remember that when the first Hokage founded Konoha, no one in the ninja world dared provoke us. During the outbreak of war, the second Hokage personally led us to defeat our enemies. But what about our third Hokage? In the second war, we did not see the so-called strongest Hokage on the battlefield. During the third war, an intelligence error was used to cover up a massive strategic blunder. As Shirou spoke of the past, his tone was calm, as though he were merely recounting history. Yet, this tone stirred memories in everyone, of the once peaceful and glorious village they called home. And now, Konoha. Our morale is crumbling. But our problem is not that we face enemies 10 times our number, nor that the 4 great ninja villages have allied against us. Our problem is indifference. The usual noise of the tavern was eerily absent today. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the figure standing on the stage. As Shirou pointed out, the sudden alliance of the 4 great ninja villages, combined with the fact that all the triggers of this war seemed to stem from their Hokage's actions, had caused unrest within the village. Faced with this sudden war, most ninjas were lost and in chaos. Yesterday, they were still the ninja world's strongest village. Overnight, they had fallen from their pedestal. Their Hokage. Shirou spoke calmly, as though describing the changes in the village caused by the outbreak of war. All of you. And the entirety of Konoha. You are lost. You are not about how to win this war nor about defeating our enemies. What concerns you is the conflict between these so-called noble clans and the common ninjas within the village. What concerns you is that we started this war. And these have nothing to do with us. His voice, initially calm, evoked the memories of the crowd. Gradually, his tone rose, his emotions intensifying, until it carried an unmistakable tone of anger. Especially in the final sentence, Shirou's voice erupted with rage. Glaring furiously at everyone, he roared. Does no one care? Are we going to stand by and watch Konoha fall from its pinnacle in the ninja world? Our enemies are already at our borders. This is a war. A war that has already begun. They will invade our homes, plunder our resources, kill our families, and ravage our lands. In the first great ninja war, we joined forces to trample one village after another beneath our feet. Are we now going to allow those defeated beneath us to return and trample on Konoha? As Shirou's furious words echoed, the entire tavern fell silent. No one responded for a long time. Deep down, ninjas are born with a violent and combative nature. But this time, the suddenness of the situation had thrown them into disarray. As Shirou described the brutality of war, many ninjas' eyes began to clear. Memories of past battlefields resurfaced. Scenes of small nations displaced, their homes devastated, it all came flooding back. A cold sweat broke out on many ninjas as they realized the consequences of losing this war. Losing didn't just mean falling from their position as the strongest of the 5 great villages. It meant something far worse. The horrors they had inflicted on smaller nations during past wars would now befall them. No. At this moment, an older Chunin, recalling the disastrous state of the Land of Rain during the Second Great Ninja War, was filled with dread. Fight. We cannot let our home fall. Damn it. The devastation we brought upon small nations will become our reality if we lose. We are Konoha's strongest ninjas. How can we let that happen? In an instant, Shirou's speech ignited the fear and anger in countless ninjas. Their visions of a defeated Konoha filled them with both terror and fury. The oppressive atmosphere in the tavern suddenly erupted into chaos. Those 4 great ninja villages are nothing but trash. Damn it. On my last mission, I killed 2 Kyumo ninjas. How could they possibly defeat us? Fight. The suppressed emotions in the tavern exploded. One by one, the furious shouts of the ninjas filled the air. Seeing the madness in the crowd's eyes, Ebisu's face turned pale with panic. Asuma. Shut up. But this time, Sarutobi Asuma, his face filled with excitement, stared intently at the men on stage. On the stage, Shirou continued his impassioned speech. As the emotions of the tavern reached a fever pitch, he waved his arms fervently. Our enemies have reached our doorstep. Raise your kunai. Your ninja blades. Show them that the land of fire does not welcome them. Even if the 4 great ninja villages have allied. Even if they outnumber us many times over. We have defeated them before. We have vanquished them before. The current weakness and chaos in our village are temporary. It only allowed these thieves to strike. Now. Let us wager everything we have. Our honor. Our lives. As Shirou's voice reached its crescendo, his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, filled with the unyielding spirit of fire. He roared. With our ninja blades and kunai, let us show every enemy who dares oppose us that we are invincible. Let these invaders become sacrifices. Victory will belong to Konoha. 10,000 victories. As he shouted the final words with fervor, he waved his arms passionately. The tavern erupted in response. The ninjas, long suppressed, were now inflamed by alcohol and Yo's rousing speech. Their emotions boiled over. Victory. 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 In an instant, the entire tavern was ablaze with terrifying fighting spirit. Countless Konoha ninjas roared furiously, venting their pent-up frustrations. Tell the entire ninja world that we of Konoha are still the undefeated leader among the 5 great shinobi nations. We shall once again make the entire ninja world tremble. Yeah. Charge. Ninjas are complex. They are intelligent, but their upbringing as shinobi has largely shaped their thinking. Killing and deploying tactics, they excel in those areas, but when it comes to politics, they are utterly clueless. Even if they know it's just a speech to boost morale, they are still at a loss. But when a leader appears, someone who can unite them, someone who can make them act as one, then even the elite jonin will shout with excitement. A strong, charismatic leader, especially one who leads from the front, is enough to inspire them like nothing else. Beneath the stage, the ninjas under Shirou's command all looked at him with fiery, fervent eyes. They shouted with excitement, for this was the strong leader they wanted to follow. This was their Mangekyo Sharingan. Especially the Uchiha clan members. Their eyes burned with passion as their Sharingan activated in their excitement. In the corner of a tavern, Sarutobi Asuma's face was flushed red, his emotions surging uncontrollably. In his eyes, there was only the voice of the man on the stage who was shouting passionately for Konoha. This was the true will of fire. This was the kind of strong leader worth following. This was the future of Konoha. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma seemed to realize something deep in his heart. His father had long since lost his faith. What Konoha needed now wasn't kunai or resources, it was faith. Faith that could unite all of Konoha as one. A leader who would unhesitatingly charge at the front lines with countless Konoha ninjas, igniting their fighting spirit. This was what Konoha truly needed. But now. Father. You were wrong. Realizing this, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but shout in anger within his heart. If only his father had raised his arm and led the charge, even if it led to failure, so what? Let the entire Konoha see how their Hokage protects their home. Only then could Konoha's fighting spirit be ignited. Why, father? Where is your fighting spirit? Where has your shinobi pride gone? Right now, the village doesn't need schemes or political plotting, it needs the will to fight back against outsiders. Even Sarutobi Asuma, who often acted rebelliously, understood this truth. Yet, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained silent, as if he couldn't see it. It wasn't that he didn't understand, it was just that his considerations were far more complex. Kakashi, it's Shiro-sensei. At the same time, the youngest Uchiha in the tavern, Uchiha Shirou, flushed with excitement and shouted passionately. His eyes burned with fervor as he found his life's goal and the person he would follow to the death. Beside him, Ataki Kakashi also nodded firmly. Shirou, we must believe in Shiro-sensei. He will lead us to defeat the enemy. Only those who have endured pain can truly understand. When Kakashi was at his most lost after his father's death, it was his teacher who showed him the way. His teacher had told everyone that Kakashi's father was a hero who had sacrificed himself bravely for the village. That night, the tavern was filled with fervor. The passionate shouts even startled nearby restaurants and shops. Those who didn't know better might have thought the tavern was under attack. Amid the chaos of war, Konoha had birthed a new voice and a new will. Hokage office. Hokage-sama, about last night in the tavern. Hearing the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting at his Hokage desk, showed no expression of joy or anger. Only after hearing the full report did he slightly lower his Hokage hat. I understand. You're dismissed. Yes. As the Umbu left, the eyes beneath the Hokage hat grew cold and sharp. Uchiha. The village has only just begun to stabilize, and you're already unable to hide your ambitions. As Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, the door to his office opened. His expression returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Hokage-sama, Team 7 has come to receive their mission. A jonin bowed respectfully, followed by 3 young genin. Among them, Ebisu wore a flattering smile, while Asuma yawned, the smell of alcohol and smoke lingering around him. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and spoke in a stern tone. Asuma, it seems you've been lacking discipline lately. Why can't you learn from your elder brother? Faced with the third Hokage's reprimand, the elite Jonin lowered his head as if he hadn't heard anything, his eyes focused solely on the mission scroll. The two genin beside him bowed respectfully, not daring to make a sound. Only Sarutobi Asuma raised his head, glanced at the old man who stayed lofty in the Hokage office, and revealed a mocking smile as he replied nonchalantly. Yes, yes. I'll learn from my brother in the future. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma, looking at his father, who only sat in the Hokage office acting authoritatively but doing nothing, felt a deep sense of disappointment. He no longer had the energy even to argue. He was tired. Let it all crumble. Humph. Learn from Ebisu, your teammate. Look at yourself, what a disgrace. Seeing that Asuma didn't retort as usual, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. He quickly shifted his focus, casually reprimanding him before assigning the mission. This mission is within the Land of Fire, eliminate bandits. It's suspected that a Chunin is among them. Mission rank, C. Understood, Hokage-sama. Watching the lead Jonin respectfully accept the mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm demeanor suggested he was used to this routine. This made Asuma's expression grow distant as he thought back to the tavern last night. The Uchiha, despite their family responsibilities, had sent even 6-year-old Shirou to the battlefield. But the Sarutobi clan's so-called family mission was to protect the village as its last line of defense. They were told to train diligently for the sake of the village. Now, in hindsight, Sarutobi Asuma let out a self-deprecating laugh. Father, the so-called last line of defense was just a selfish excuse. Even the Uchiha face the battlefield head-on, but we Sarutobi hide in the shadows to preserve our strength. Now I finally understand. What the village needs is a brave, strong Hokage, someone who doesn't even hide their ambition. Not you, these decaying old men. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, preoccupied with the ongoing war, failed to notice the change in Asuma's expression. Let's go, Asuma. Ebisu called out, confused by Asuma's silence. The once rebellious Sarutobi Asuma, as if he had grown overnight, raised his head with a calm expression and nodded lightly. I'm coming. There was no argument or rebellion this time. After Asuma left the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to realize something and revealed a rare, satisfied smile. War truly is the best catalyst. Even Asuma has begun to grow. From start to finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi had never noticed the changes in his second son, whom he rarely paid much attention to. Walking out of the Hokage's office, looking at Asuma, who was heading out for this mission, his gaze was filled only with determination. Even the Uchiha Genin are taking on war-related missions to reduce the burden on the village, yet we of the Sarutobi clan are still carrying out tasks near our homes. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma lifted his head and squinted as he gazed at the Hokage rock, illuminated by the rising sun. For the first time, seeing his father's face carved into the stone, he felt it was unbearably glaring. The decaying Sarutobi clan, leeching off Konoha, perhaps one day, they would inevitably face retribution. A strange thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, startling Sarutobi Asuma himself. But then, catching sight of the clan emblem on his sleeve, he smirked bitterly. What an ugly symbol it truly is. Under the sunlight, as Sarutobi Asuma and his group stepped out of Konoha's gates, a torn armband fluttered in the wind and slowly fell into the river. The armband, bearing the emblem of the Sarutobi clan, gradually became soaked and sank into the water, leaving no trace. Chapter 203, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 203. Land of Whirlpools. Once a nation named after a powerful clan, the Land of Whirlpools is now in ruins. Today, it has become the battlefield of two great ninja villages, Konoha and Kirigakure. The Land of Whirlpools is an island nation suspended between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. For the Kirigakure to invade the Land of Fire, they must use this territory as a stepping stone. Thus, the Land of Whirlpools has become a key contested area between Konoha and the Kiri. Amid the crashing waves, dozens of figures could be seen sprinting across the water, their feet skimming the surface. Lord Shirou, according to intelligence, the Kiri ninja have dispatched their most elite forces. Their goal appears to be cutting off our retreat route by bypassing the Land of Whirlpools. A group of ninjas was rushing across the water, moving swiftly. At the forefront, Uchiha Shirou listened intently to the tactical analysis provided by his subordinates, his expression grave. This was the first time his 100-strong elite reserve unit was participating in battle. Half of the team consisted of ninjas from prominent clans, a force that would be considered elite in any village. Under normal circumstances, only a few members of a great clan would be found in any large unit. After all, Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques represent immense power. Since their rallying speech at the tavern, this unit had slowly grown united, as if their hearts were bound together by a single thread. Damn it. Back then, who knows what the higher-ups were thinking, leaving the land of whirlpools to fend for itself. And now look at us. During the first Shinobi War, we at least had the Uzumaki clan to help share the burden of the Kirigakuru's attacks. Now, it's all on us. A middle-aged Uchiha Jonin furrowed his brows and scoffed angrily, bringing up this piece of history. While others might shy away from voicing such opinions, the Uchiha had no such reservations. The land of whirlpools geography is perfect for blocking the land of water from invading the land of fire. After the first Shinobi War, we had already recovered. Using the excuse of avoiding another world war was ridiculous. As discussions began to brew, Ataki Kakashi, who was among the group, spoke in a cold, matter-of-fact tone. During the early stages of the Second Shinobi War, the major ninja villages were already restless. The village leaders were concerned about reigniting conflict. Combined with the mobilization of enemy forces, this led to the destruction of the land of whirlpools. His detached voice sounded like a historical recount, presenting the facts as they were. Many ninjas in the unit nodded in agreement as they listened. Someone even remarked, as expected of Kakashi the genius, he knows so much about this kind of intelligence. TCH, you think everyone's like us? The group broke into small clusters of conversation, and the atmosphere, which had been tense after the fervor of the previous night, began to lighten. True to his personality, Kakashi responded to the teasing and praise with a calm glance at the group before delivering a line that perfectly suited his character. This information is all readily available in the Konoha library. You just never bothered to read it. That one sentence left many feeling awkward. Even some of the Uchiha's expressions showed a hint of embarrassment. Laughter erupted across the group. Well, what can we do? We spend all our time training in combat and tactics. Most of the intelligence we study is about analyzing enemy techniques. This kind of history isn't something we've looked into. As expected of White Fang's son. Kakashi's personality at this time was serious and somewhat rigid. While he acknowledged his comrades, he had yet to develop the laid-back demeanor he would exhibit as an adult. Lord Shirou, reports from the land of whirlpools indicate that the Kiri ninja began their assault at dawn. Their attacks have been relentless, and there are signs that their elite unit is already on the move. Censor ninjas and Hyuga clan members remain on high alert. Yes, sir. Shirou maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed ahead, leading the unit forward. He had a nagging feeling that the ease with which they had uncovered the Kiri ninjas' movements was suspicious. After all, Kirigakure was one of the 5 great nations. While others might not know, Shirou was well aware that during the Third Shinobi War, the Kirigakure was secretly being controlled by Madara. How else could such elaborate schemes be carried out? From orchestrating grand deceptions to sealing the 3 tails within Konoha ninjas, it was clear that only someone manipulating the Kirigakure's leadership could plan such things. With Madara pulling the strings, would such critical information about the Kiri ninjas' plans leak so easily to Konoha? He couldn't shake his suspicions, yet he couldn't decipher the larger scheme at play. As the 100 Konoha ninjas dashed across the water, they were like a drop in the vast ocean. While they pressed forward, Kakashi suddenly pulled out a scroll, his expression serious. Shirou's brow furrowed slightly. Everyone, be cautious. According to the map, the rocky area ahead is the most likely spot for an ambush. Chakra detected. Over 100 signatures. Not good. The Kiri ninja are already here. Barely had Kakashi finished speaking when the enemy was detected, drawing strange looks from many in the group. Kakashi's face grew a bit awkward, though his mask concealed it well. Kakashi, as expected of a genius. The comment came from Might Dewey, the green-clad middle-aged man running beside him. Dewey-sensei. Kakashi responded awkwardly. Although he was often teamed up with Guy and Shursui, this mission was different. The 2 genin had been assigned to temporary squads back in the village for other tasks. Might Dewey, despite being his teammate and the father of his close friend Guy, showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, his eyes radiated determination. He was eager to prove himself. Though some in the group exchanged odd looks upon seeing Might Dewey, the typically haughty Uchiha Jonin surprisingly treated him with respect, refraining from making dismissive remarks. After all, respect wasn't freely given in a team, it had to be earned. Among the Uchiha, Might Dewey was respected because of a single comment from Uchiha Shirou. Dewey has a forbidden-level taijutsu technique. In a life-or-death situation, he can take down any Jonin. The Uchiha's pride meant they would never doubt the words of a Mangekyo Sharingan user, and so they held genuine respect for Dewey. Prepare for battle. At the same time, with the alert raised, Shirou's expression grew serious. He had already sensed more than 150 chakra signatures near the rocky area ahead. Everyone, stay sharp. There are 153 chakra signatures detected ahead. A member of the Hyuga clan called out a warning, prompting the group to tense up. Kunai and swords were drawn. In the distance, as the waves churned, the outlines of jagged rocks became visible. Perched atop these rocks were figures wearing Kirigakure ninja headbands. Humph. In large-scale battles like this, it's impossible to hide from sensor ninjas. Among the Kiri ninja, the speaker was a massive, bear-like shinobi with spiky orange hair and sharp teeth. Standing at nearly 2.5 meters tall, he dwarfed most ninjas. On his back was a massive bandaged sword. This was none other than the squad leader for this operation, Fuguki Suikezen. Keh, I can't wait to hear the screams of the Konoha ninjas when they're skewered. A cruel laugh came from Jinin Akabino, a tall, lanky mist ninja who stood at 2.13 meters. Besides Suikezen, he looked almost childlike. Enough chatter. Get ready to fight. Ha ha ha. The other Kiri ninjas, though focused on the battle, occasionally glanced at their leaders with unease. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were here. TCH. Disgusting people. Zabuza Momochi, wielding the executioner's blade, scoffed disdainfully. His tone was filled with contempt. The Kirigakure's infamous blood mist policies had created countless powerful ninjas, but they had also given rise to many sadistic and twisted individuals. Some succumbed to the brutality, becoming emotionless tools of war, while others embraced cruelty and lost all humanity. A few, however, managed to preserve a shred of their inner peace. The bloody mist policy had long been implemented by Kirigakure. During the Third Shinobi War, the Umbu of Kirigakure had once declared that they were ninjas of the bloody mist. This policy only became more notorious after being further developed under Obito's control. Jia, blood. Enjoy the thrill of slaughter and savor the taste of blood. Ahahaha. Faced with the battlefield, the Kiri ninja showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, many of them revealed bloodthirsty expressions. Leading the charge, Kurosuke Raiga snorted coldly. He slowly took the massive sword, same hata, off his back and grinned ferociously. On the sea, we of the Kirigakure are the true kings. The Kiri ninja erupted in an excited roar. In the next moment, the sound of a towering tsunami echoed, sweeping across the battlefield. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Standing on the ocean, hundreds of Kiri ninjas enthusiastically formed hand seals. Jonin unleashed the terrifying great waterfall technique, causing massive tidal waves to rise on the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, the Chunin formed seals and unleashed water dragon bullets. On the 100-meter-high tsunami waves, countless ferocious water dragons roared and surged forth. Taking advantage of the ocean's environment, they expended minimal chakra to unleash such a terrifying combination of water release techniques. Before the two sides even met, the Kiri ninja had already used the terrain to unleash large-scale jutsu akin to natural disasters. The tidal wave swept forward, and even the Jonin on the opposing side couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. This was humanity's instinctive dread of nature's overwhelming power. Charge! Shirou shouted. Since they were fighting the Kiri ninja, it was impossible that they hadn't prepared tactical strategies, especially for a battle at sea. After all, intelligence analysis was the foundation of a ninja's combat preparations. Water release and wind release ninjas, move forward. At Shirou's command, the Konoha ninjas who specialized in wind and water release techniques rushed to the front and began forming seals. Wind release, tornado hurricane. Water release, water dragon bullet. A few rare wind release ninjas used the B-rank tornado hurricane technique, sending spinning cyclones toward the tsunami, aiming to tear a hole through it. Simultaneously, over 20 water release ninjas unleashed water dragon bullets, with roaring water dragons crashing forward. Instead of wasting chakra attempting to entirely suppress or block the Kiri ninjas' large-scale water release techniques, the best strategy was to open a gap and break through. However, realizing that their ninjutsu was insufficient, Shirou turned and shouted to the Uchiha clan members behind him. Attack! Instantly, 17 Uchiha Jonin roared in unison and charged to the front. With the spinning of Crimson Sharingan, the blue glow of chakra illuminated everyone's faces. Seeing this, Shirou's lips curled into a faint smile. Raiznan is the most suitable ninjutsu for the Uchiha. Chidori required lightning release chakra, and most Uchiha specialized in fire release. In contrast, the Raiznan, a non-elemental and instant cast technique, was perfect for them, with vast potential for development. 17 Uchiha Jonin simultaneously formed Raiznan in their palms. One by one, the glowing blue chakra orbs appeared. Impossible. Not only were the Kiri ninjas shocked, but even the Konoha ninjas were stunned. Shirou had shared his self-created, ultimate-level ninjutsu with his clan. After all, humans were inherently selfish. Ordinary techniques could be taught, but ultimate-level jutsu like this were typically reserved for one's descendants or direct disciples. Shirou, however, remained indifferent. To him, the Raiznan was a mere technique. What he sought was to inspire the Uchiha not only to revere the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan but also to feel gratitude for the ninjutsu passed down. Attack! With a loud shout, the Raiznan were thrown forward. Once detached from their palms, the Rasengan's power no longer condensed into a single point, but in this case, that was precisely the desired effect. As the tornado and water release techniques clashed with the tsunami, the Rasengan's immense rotational power followed closely behind, slamming into the waves. The unleashed Rasengan created terrifying spinning whirlpools, tearing through the tsunami. Not only did the Rasengan carve a massive gap in the wall of water, but the resulting water tornadoes also turned and surged toward the Kiri ninja. Seeing this, Shirou smiled. Directly resisting such large-scale water release techniques would have been a waste of chakra. With the gap opened by the water tornadoes, Shirou, surrounded by crackling lightning, gripped the Kusanagi sword in one hand and shouted, "Kill!" At his command, the Konoha ninjas roared and charged through the opening without hesitation. In battles against the Kiri ninja at sea, they couldn't allow the enemy to form large-scale water release techniques. Only in close combat could such large-scale jutsu lose their effectiveness. Water release, hidden mist technique. However, as the gap was torn through, dense mist instantly rose over the sea's surface. When it came to real combat experience, the Kiri ninja were considered the best in the Shinobi World. Both sides deployed wave after wave of tactics. While Konoha had counter-strategies in place, the Kiri ninja were equally prepared. Jia, Konoha, close combat is our specialty. Amid the thick mist, bloodthirsty Kiri ninja grinned savagely, drawing their swords one after another. The Kiri ninja excelled not only in water release but also in swordsmanship and assassination techniques. Since water release relied heavily on terrain, the Kirigakuru's training ensured that nearly every Kiri ninja was highly skilled in brutal swordsmanship. Byakugan. The Hyuga clan's ninjas activated their Byakugan and began reporting positions within the mist. Meanwhile, the Uchiha, faced with the approaching Kiri ninja, revealed bloodthirsty smiles of their own. Before these eyes, all you can do is fall. With the spinning of countless crimson Sharingan, the Uchiha Jonin shouted coldly. The Sharingan's powerful observational abilities and ability to see chakra flow rendered the mist ineffective in concealing the enemy. The mist, it's thinning. The Kiri ninja quickly noticed something was wrong. The mist they had conjured was visibly dissipating, and their expressions changed drastically. Damn it. It's the sea breeze caused by the water tornadoes. The strong sea winds, already present, were further intensified by the water tornadoes, rapidly dispersing the mist. You think we'd waste chakra so recklessly? An Uchiha Jonin yelled as he unleashed a barrage of kunai and shuriken. With the Sharingan spinning rapidly, his movements carried a commanding presence. Tactic A. At that moment, Shirou shouted again. Surrounded by crackling lightning, his figure charged forward violently, while the other Konoha ninjas quickly executed their tactical plans. As lightning streaked across the sky and struck the center of the Kiri ninjas' formation, Kurosuke Raiga roared in fury. Don't underestimate us. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed as sparks flew. 3 figures emerged from the mist. Kurosuke Raiga, wielding the massive same hata, glared furiously at the figure before him. His monstrous strength, combined with the power of his sword, had never been met with such ease in combat. It's Konoha's Uchiha Shirou, the one who cleaves through lightning. Beside him, Hozuki Mangetsu, his face marked with blood-like patterns, narrowed his eyes. He too had locked onto his target. Despite a combined heavy strike from him and Kurosuke Raiga, their opponent had effortlessly blocked it. Under the flickering light of the Kusanagi sword, Shirou looked at the 2 people in front of him and revealed a mysterious smile. The next moment, one-handed hand seals. Hozuki Suigetsu and Biwa Juzo were stunned as they watched Shirou wield a sword in one hand, while the other hand moved quickly, forming hand signs with just a single hand. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique. In the horrified eyes of the 2, Shirou spat out a terrifying cloud of glowing, high-temperature ash from his mouth. As the ash rapidly spread in all directions, it caused intense heat damage. Although this jutsu is classified as B rank, due to its massive chakra consumption, even most jonin of the Uchiha clan rarely use it. Arg. Damn it. It's Uchiha's fire style. Amidst the billowing smoke and ash, Konoha's ninjas surged onto the battlefield. Among them, the Uchiha ninjas were especially arrogant and aggressive. Kill them. Due to the misinformation about this technique, many Kiri ninjas were directly burned by the intense heat. Those who reacted slower hurriedly dove into the water beneath them, but their skin had already suffered burns. The quicker ones either dove into the water ahead of time or used water-style techniques to defend themselves. Kill them. In an instant, Shirou's unexpected move caught the Kiri ninjas off guard, giving the Konoha ninjas an opening to charge in, leading to a chaotic melee between both sides. Everyone, be careful. There are traps set by the Kiri ninjas on the rocks underwater. Don't jump into the water so carelessly. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan truly lived up to its name as the greatest reconnaissance tool. Beneath the stormy waves, it was nearly impossible to set traps on the water's surface, so the traps had been placed underwater instead. However, once discovered by the Hyuga clan, this left many Kiri ninjas feeling frustrated and furious. P.S. Hey guys, it's new month. Subscribe to our Patreon. This book currently has at least 85 advanced chapters. Chapter 204, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 204. Is this the extent of your strength? Staring at the water walls that had appeared on both sides to block his ninjutsu, Shirou's face was full of sarcasm. Holding the Kusanagi sword, which crackled with lightning, he directly stabbed at one of the water walls. With a splash, as the water wall dispersed into streams of water, a massive figure appeared behind it, wielding the giant Samehada sword to block the Kusanagi sword. The enormous Fugoki Suikezen, enraged by the provocation, roared directly. Uchiha Shirou. Don't underestimate us. From behind came the sound of something slicing through the air. With perfect coordination, Biwa Juzo, holding the Kubikurabocho, joined the attack, flanking Shirou from both sides. Shirou performed a brilliant spin to dodge the Kubikurabocho, and the fight between the three began in earnest. As the clash of blades echoed, Fugoki Suikezen's strikes were heavy and powerful, while Biwa Juzo's Kubikurabocho was as fast as a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Shirou's Kusanagi sword moved like flashes of lightning. The three legendary blades of the ninja world clashed repeatedly as the three formidable warriors fought fiercely. Fugoki Suikezen shouted to Biwa Juzo, "Let's team up and take this Uchiha down first." After a brief exchange, Fugoki Suikezen and Biwa Juzo's expressions grew serious, their eyes filled with unease and wariness. So this is the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. With lightning flickering around him and holding the Kusanagi sword, Shirou deftly handled the pair's attacks and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Damn it, Uchiha's lightning style counters us. Keh, let me put this Konoha genius to rest. Laughing, Kurosuke Raiga charged forward with his twin lightning swords. Despite the sneak attack failing, Raiga showed no disappointment. Even as Shirou faced 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his mastery of taijutsu and ninjutsu left the mist ninjas full of dread. So fast. My hands are going numb. Biwa Juzo's pupils reflected his unease. His hands, gripping the Kubikurabocho's blade, were trembling slightly, not just from Shirou's strength, but also due to the paralyzing effects of his lightning style. Samehada, huh? As the bandages on the ominous Samehada unraveled, revealing its grotesque form, the blade lunged toward the lightning-clad Shirou. However, Shirou quickly dodged. Damn it, the information about Samehada has been leaked. Realizing their tactics had failed, Fugoki Suikezen's expression changed instantly. He had feigned weakness to lure Shirou in, planning to use Samehada to absorb his chakra. But Shirou's swift dodge clearly showed he already knew about Samehada's abilities. Let my blade be the one to bury you. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked by as Kurosuke Raiga, wielding the twin lightning swords, shouted excitedly. Though his attack failed, he showed no sign of frustration. Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with a sinister brilliance. He didn't bother hiding his power, and the 3 opponents dared not meet his gaze, their eyes instinctively avoiding his. Come on. Faster. Your blades are too slow. Hurry up. As Shirou launched a relentless assault with the Kusanagi sword, his arrogant taunts further frustrated the trio. Inwardly, however, Shirou was deep in thought. In the original story, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist seemed like minor characters, but in reality, each of them was an elite jonin with a fearsome reputation. You couldn't underestimate any of them. In terms of swordsmanship, they were top tier among jonin. If not for his lightning-style speed being as fast as lightning, fighting the 3 of them together would have been disastrous. 1,000 needles of death. At that moment, Fugoki Suikezen's figure transformed into a mass of water. As his water clone dispersed, a dense array of needle-like attacks launched toward Shirou. This jutsu was similar to Jiraiya's hair-based techniques. Faced with the sudden attack, Shirou had already completed a single-handed hand seal before the other 2 even reacted. Gathering chakra in his throat, he unleashed it in a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Damn it, single-handed seals. Biwa Juzo shouted a warning in urgency, but the massive fireball engulfed the incoming needles. Even though the needles were enhanced with chakra, they vaporized instantly under the intense heat. Not only did Shirou's fire style block the attack, but its residual force continued toward his opponents. Enraged, Fugoki Suikezen didn't even resort to water-style techniques. Instead, he swung the massive Samehada on the water's surface. Instantly, the water surged like a waterfall, blocking the advancing fireball. Amid the sizzling sounds of evaporating water, Fugoki Suikezen was already preparing his next move. Water style, water shark bullet jutsu. Shirou, facing off against 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was holding his own in an evenly matched battle. Both sides unleashed their full arsenal of techniques. Although the ninjutsu seemed simple, the combatants' vast experience turned every move into a lethal attack. With the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, Shirou couldn't help but admire the Mist Ninja's combat experience. They never wasted a single opportunity. Fuguki Suikezen, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from the land of water, wielder of the great sword Same Hada. His towering physique sets him apart, and he specializes in hair-based ninjutsu, water style, and swordsmanship. The great sword Same Hada absorbs the opponent's chakra and transfers it to its wielder. This sword is primarily used for shredding its targets. Its deep blue blade is covered in barbs. On the battlefield, with lightning flickering around him, Shirou casually recited detailed information about the 3 swords of the Mist Ninjas, leaving his opponents visibly upset. As Shirou continued his battle against 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the larger war between Konoha and Kiri raged on. Although the Mist Ninjas had the advantage in numbers and terrain, Konoha's secret techniques, Kekkei Genkai users, and especially the Uchiha clan evened the odds. Among the Konoha forces, there was an unprecedented 17 Jonin-level Uchiha Shinobi with fully activated 3 Tomo Sharingans. This elite force completely negated the Mist Ninja's numerical advantage. Damn it! Where did all these Sharingans come from? One Mist Ninja stared in shock. Apart from the 17 Uchiha Jonins, this force also included 7 or 8 Uchiha Chunin with 1 Tomo or 2 Tomo Sharingans. Damn Uchiha! I'll make sure to torture you later. Kuriere Kushimaru, the wielder of the longsword, Needle, roared with cruelty as he faced Uchiha Shirou, an elite Jonin with a 3 Tomo Sharingan. What's wrong? Did you realize your usual ninja sword tricks don't work this time? Unlike the others, Uchiha Shirou maintained a calm demeanor. Known for his expertise in intelligence gathering, he wielded a sharp chakra blade and wore a mocking smile. The longsword, Needle, is indeed an impressive ninja sword. But it's unfortunate for you, this time, you're up against the Uchiha. These eyes can see your future. With an intimidating aura, the 3 Tomo Sharingan seemed godlike, though Kuriere Kushimaru, a seasoned Jonin, was not so easily shaken by psychological warfare. Still, he couldn't contain his frustration this time. Your chakra threads are indeed subtle. Ordinary ninjas would easily fall for them. But under these eyes, nothing is hidden. Feigning arrogance, Uchiha Shirou taunted him with a cold and derisive tone. These eyes can see the flow of chakra. All your tricks are laid bare before me. Although Kuriere Kushimaru knew this, he couldn't help but feel stifled by the situation. Later, I'm going to string up your eyeballs. The Sharingan on the battlefield is practically a cheat code. At this moment, the ninja from both sides finally understood its terrifying potential. Especially when it came to the coordinated efforts of the elite Uchiha on the battlefield. More than a dozen powerful 3 Tomo Sharingan users could easily see the flow of chakra. Combined with their exceptional perceptive abilities, no hidden weapon could escape their sight. In close combat, even when their taijutsu skills were inferior, the dynamic vision of the 3 Tomo Sharingan allowed them to repeatedly strike at the opponent's weak points, making the fight as difficult as it could be. And no one dared to meet their eyes, fearing they might accidentally fall into a genjutsu. While most ninjas have their areas of expertise and weaknesses, this didn't apply to the Uchiha. The elite Uchiha were proficient in genjutsu and ninjutsu, and wielded ninja tools with unparalleled mastery. Even when facing taijutsu specialists, unless the difference in strength was overwhelmingly vast, enabling attacks faster than the Sharingan could track, it was almost impossible to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, they could see through everything. Damn it, where did so many Uchiha Jonin come from? Did we accidentally hit the Uchiha clan's nest this time? The Mist Ninjas were stunned. Despite their advantage in numbers and the terrain, in the chaos of battle, they had not only failed to gain the upper hand but were also being suppressed. The elite forces on both sides were comparable in the number of Jonin, but the Uchiha's abundance of 3 Tomo Sharingan users was overwhelming. Konoha Whirlwind. Ha ha ha. This is youth. On the battlefield, Might Dewey, clad in his signature green bodysuit, let out a shout brimming with youthful passion. With the 8 gates released up to the 4th gate, his explosive speed made him a dazzling presence among the crowd. Perhaps Might Dewey wasn't as strong as his future son, but after years of rigorous training, his achievements in taijutsu were already on par with most Chunin. With the 4th gate of the 8 gates formation open, his taijutsu prowess was formidable even among Jonin. This Konoha squad has way too many Kekkei Genkai users. There's also the Senju's monstrous strength and the Aburame clan's insects. Amid the chaotic cluster of reefs, Konoha and the Mist Ninja clashed fiercely. Among Konoha's ranks were numerous ninjas from renowned clans like the Senju, Uchiha, Aburame, and Hyuga, not to mention other smaller families. What are you all standing around for? At this moment, Fuguki Suikezen had already merged with the Same Hada blade, transforming into a 3-meter-tall humanoid shark. Same Hada fusion form. Despite the combined efforts of Juzo Biwa, Fuguki Suikezen, and Raiga Kurosuke, they were being pushed back. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa's strength was evident, as he later joined the Akatsuki after defecting, proving his abilities. While he didn't wield any unique or overwhelming jutsu, he was still a gatekeeper-level combatant in the Kage tier. And Fuguki Suikezen, who was even stronger than him, needed no further introduction. Today, I'm going to roast this shark. With a calm and cold sneer, Shirou stood surrounded by flickering lightning. Though the sea limited his ability to use lightning techniques without restraint, the same environment also gave him an advantage over Fuguki Suikezen's water-based jutsu. While same hata could absorb chakra, it could only devour pure chakra. When facing chakra transformed into a ninjutsu attack, it wasn't that same hata couldn't absorb it, but that it first had to endure the full force of the jutsu's power. Damn it. Fuguki Suikezen darted through the water like a giant shark, launching sneak attacks from below. However, Shirou's lightning-fast combination of ninja techniques and taijutsu gave him no opportunity to gain the upper hand. Juzo. Use your Kubikurabocho to pin him down. Raiga Kurosuke shouted, only for Juzo Biwa to angrily retort, if you're so capable, why don't you pin him down? Swinging his Kubikurabocho wildly, Juzo was barely able to protect himself. He wasn't pinning anyone down, it was taking all his effort just to stay alive. The opponent was simply too fast. At that moment, a series of sharp hawk cries suddenly echoed across the battlefield's skies. Konoha's ninja, upon hearing the sound, collectively paled. This was the signal used by Konoha's swift hawks, a method reserved only for emergencies. Haha, it looks like it worked. The Mist 7 ninja swordsman, who had been gradually losing ground, suddenly grinned viciously. Fuguki Suikezen, in particular, let out a wild laugh. Konoha. You should take a good look at the major events happening in the Land of Fire. We'll take our leave for now. Although the rest of the Mist Ninja didn't know the specifics of the plan, seeing their leader's elated laughter and hearing the order to retreat, they all smiled as well. Retreat. Before disappearing into the deep sea, Fuguki Suikezen cast a lingering gaze at the lightning-clad figure standing on the water's surface. Damn Uchiha. The Manjikyu. Kekkei Genkai users. At that moment, Fuguki Suikezen gained a profound understanding of the strength and unfairness of Kekkei Genkai users. You think you can escape? Shirou sneered coldly. In an instant, his Manjikyu Sharingan spun, and Fuguki Suikezen, hidden in the water, suddenly froze, his expression twisting in pain. Genjutsu, Scorching Fire. A visual genjutsu cast through the Sharingan caused the target to experience the sensation of being burned alive. Itachi once used this technique on Kakashi. But in the next moment, a muffled groan came from the water, and blood began to dye the sea. Fuguki Suikezen snapped out of the genjutsu, only to find same hata biting down savagely on his back. Uchiha. Retreat. Terror flashed in Fuguki Suikezen's eyes. He didn't dare meet Shirou's gaze again. While he might have had confidence in resisting ninjutsu and taijutsu, the Sharingan's genjutsu was utterly inescapable. Damn it. Konoha ninja, you should start worrying about how to deal with the war ahead. Unlike others who retreated indifferently, leaving their subordinates behind, Juzo Biwa, wielding the Kubikurabocho, unleashed a large-scale water-release jutsu to cover the retreat of his comrades. Lord Shirou. Captain Shirou. The Konoha ninja on the battlefield remained in their combat stances. The battle had not lasted long, and thanks to the small Katsuyu slugs on their shoulders before combat, their casualties were minimal. Something's happened. Shirou glanced at the swift hawk perched on his shoulder. After extracting the intel, his expression immediately darkened. Everyone, abandon the support mission for the Land of Whirlpool. Full speed retreat to the border. With a stern shout, Shirou wasted no time and directly commanded his troops to withdraw from the Land of Whirlpool battlefield. Something major had happened. The Land of Fire's border had been breached. Across the Land of Fire, swift hawks raced in all directions, delivering the latest orders to countless Konoha ninjas. Chapter 205, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 205. Spring of the 46th year of the Konoha. The Iwagakure and Sunagakure secretly formed an allied ninja army. Anoki personally led 5,000 Iwagakure shinobi, while Ebizo led 3,000 Sunagakure shinobi. This alliance of 8,000 ninjas launched a surprise attack, invading the Land of Fire from the border of the Land of Rain. Their sudden assault crushed the Konoha's border defenses, leaving Jiraiya severely injured. If it hadn't been for Danzo causing trouble in the Land of Rain and taking the brunt of the initial attack, combined with Orochimaru's timely support, Jiraiya might not have survived. At the same time, no one expected this. Despite the third Raikage still recovering from his injuries, Kumogakure secretly deployed 3,000 ninja troops as well, invading the Land of Fire from the Land of Frost. In an instant, the Land of Fire's borders were engulfed in chaos. Orochimaru's forces, left vulnerable on both flanks without support, now faced the possibility of being caught in a pincer attack by the combined forces of the Sand, Rock, and Cloud ninjas. Ultimately, Orochimaru made a decisive move, abandoning the forward positions and retreating to defend Kikyo Mountain, where he reorganized the defensive line. Kikyo Mountain, Konoha encampment. The entire front line has collapsed. If we hadn't retreated in time, our losses would have been catastrophic. The Rock, Sand, and Cloud Ninja Alliance has formed an offensive-defensive pact. Although we've lost our forward positions, we've concentrated all our forces at Kikyo Mountain. In the command tent of the Konoha, a large map was unfurled, marking the deployment of the Rock, Sand, and Cloud armies. The faces of the Konoha ninja in the tent were grim. Tsunade, who had rushed over from the land of fields to provide reinforcements, slammed the table in frustration. From the strategic map, we could theoretically cut off the Kumo ninjas' retreat and isolate Ebizo's Sand ninja forces. But in reality, our lack of manpower makes such a task impossible. They were already stretched thin. The Mist ninjas were attacking the land of whirlpools, and although the Konoha was known as the strongest ninja village in the world, facing the combined forces of 4 major villages simultaneously was pushing their limits. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes showed no sign of defeat despite their setbacks. Calm and hoarse, he pointed at the map and explained the situation. Kikyo Mountain is our last line of defense. If it falls, the Land of Fire will have no natural barriers left. The battlefield will spread across the entire country. In the original timeline, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was initiated by the combined forces of the Sand and Cloud villages, with the Rock ninjas notably absent. From the geography, it could be deduced that the Rock ninjas had withdrawn from the war after the Battle of Canopy Bridge, which is why they didn't participate in the Kikyo Mountain battle. But this time, due to changes in the timeline, the battle erupted earlier, and now the Rock ninjas were involved as well. How do we fight this? The Cloud ninja has 2 forces, one is already at our doorstep, and the other is tying down our troops in the land of fields. Even if we cut them off here, the Cloud ninja can retreat to their village via the sea from the land of frost. The Sand ninja, led by the elderly Chiyo commanding 5,000 troops, have joined forces with Ebizo's 3,000. Tsunade frowned deeply. The Rock, Sand, and Cloud villages had combined their forces, 3,000 Cloud ninjas, 3,000 Sand ninjas, and 5,000 Rock ninjas, over 10,000 ninjas total. This represented nearly half the military strength of any single major ninja village. And that didn't even account for the forces tying them down in the land of fields and the land of rivers. Our defensive forces in the land of fields and the land of rivers are stuck. Here at Kikyo Mountain, we have only 5,000 or 6,000 ninjas. Even with reinforcements trickling in from the rear, we'll barely have 7,000 or 8,000 at most. Tsunade's expression was heavy as she turned to Orochimaru, describing the dire situation. The Konoha was critically short on manpower. With 2 fronts to defend, they had already committed 8,000 troops, leaving them unable to maneuver. On top of that, they had to contend with the Mist's offensive and maintain defenses throughout the Land of Fire. It was clear that the 4 great ninja villages had deployed less than half of their total forces, yet their combined effort was already forcing the Konoha to fight with everything they had. We cannot retreat. A hoarse voice rang out. Danzo, his face full of frustration and covered in bandages, stood firm. He had only narrowly escaped from the Land of Rain earlier. Jiraiya, heavily bandaged but stabilized, glanced at the blonde figure nearby and sighed. Tsunade, it's thanks to you. Without you, we'd have been done for this time. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, exchanging an awkward look with Danzo. If Danzo hadn't taken the brunt of the attack earlier, Jiraiya might not have made it back alive. No wonder the 4 great ninja villages made such a big show at first, only to hold back like they were all talk. It turns out they had this strategy planned all along. Jiraiya's frustration was palpable. Initially, the Cloud ninja seemed to be holding back, while the Rock ninja's advance was slow and cautious, tricking the Konoha into thinking the villages were still acting independently. But it was all a ruse. The Sand ninja fought desperately from the beginning, while the Mist ninja's assault on the land of whirlpools distracted the Konoha's attention. Everyone thought the Rock and Cloud villages were waiting for the Konoha to exhaust its strength. No one expected them to execute a hidden pincer attack. Damn Inoki. Danzo coughed, his frustration evident. He had nearly been surrounded and killed. Report. Lord Uchiha Shirou has arrived with reinforcements. Nara clan reinforcements have arrived. Sarutobi and Uchiha squads have arrived. One by one, reinforcements from within the Land of Fire continue to pour into Kikyo Mountain. Larger forces like Uchiha Shirou's unit of over 100 elite ninjas joined, as well as smaller 3-man squads returning from missions. The Konoha ninja at Kikyo Mountain finally began to breathe easier as the reinforcements trickled in. Kikyo Mountain, a natural barrier spanning the Land of Fire's borders, became the focal point of the battle. In the command tent, as more reinforcements arrived, the atmosphere lightened slightly. Several jonins gathered, including Uchiha Shirou, who sat alongside the Sannin, a position that reflected his strength and status. Shirou, the situation is. Seeing Shirou's arrival, the heavily armored Tsunade nodded solemnly and immediately began explaining the situation, pointing to the map. This scene surprised many Konoha ninjas, hinting at a closer relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans than rumors suggested. Shirou, calm and composed, surveyed the battlefield situation. Though it seemed bleak, his sharp eyes quickly identified the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. The situation hasn't reached its worst yet. Hearing this, the Jonin present were puzzled, though Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, seemingly in agreement. Pointing at the map, Shirou explained. Our disadvantage lies in the losses at the front line and our smaller numbers. However, the Sand and Cloud ninjas are divided, and their supply lines are stretched thin. Even the Rock ninja, despite their strength, are spread across the land of grass. By tightening our defenses and fighting on home territory, we still hold some advantages. If this turns into a prolonged conflict, the internal divisions among the three allied villages will inevitably surface. Though he didn't elaborate further, Orochimaru smirked and added. In a stalemate, the cracks and distrust among the three villages will only grow. And with our mastery of space-time ninjutsu, the advantage in a prolonged war lies with us. The discussion in the command tent wasn't groundbreaking but served to stabilize morale. At this stage, the war had devolved into a pure battle of attrition, who could outlast the other in terms of manpower and supplies. In such a contest, the Konoha, with its unmatched economy and population, held the upper hand. They just needed to survive the first wave of assaults. At this time, in the camp of the three great ninja villages alliance, the Iwagakure and Sunagakure forces launched a surprise attack from the direction of the Land of Rain, and with the addition of Kimogakure, this allied battle achieved a brilliant victory, completely breaking Konoha's front lines. For the first time, they even pushed into the territory of the Land of Fire. Now is not the time to celebrate. Although we have the advantage in numbers, when it comes to Konoha's high-level combat power, we may not have a guaranteed victory. In the command center of the three great ninja villages alliance, compared to the excitement of the allied ninjas, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, wore a grave expression. The more crucial the moment, the more cautious one must be. Ebizo of Sunagakure nodded lightly in agreement and said in a serious tone. That's right. As of now, we have not inflicted any major damage on Konoha's forces. Our so-called brilliant victory is more the result of misleading them with information. And Orochimaru's decisiveness, he immediately abandoned the border once he sensed danger, shows their resilience. More than half of Konoha's elite jonin come from the great ninja clans. That's not something we can easily compete with. Although the number of jonin in the five great nations may appear similar on paper, the quality is an entirely different matter. Konoha's jonin could easily crush any single village, and even two combined wouldn't make them back down. Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, jonin from these three great Kekkai Genkai are extraordinary, especially the Sharingan. It can hold down at least two opponents of equal strength. Then there are the Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Aburame clans with their secret techniques. As Ebizo solemnly went over the intelligence of Konoha, it became clear that even knowing their strengths didn't solve the problem. Amid the chaos of battle, Konoha could always adjust its manpower seamlessly. In short, their strength was overwhelming. Inoki had personally come to the front lines this time. Alongside him was Ebizo from Sunagakure and the young candidate for the fourth Raikage, A, from Kimogakure. Though young and brash, A was unafraid of his seniors. He let out a cold snort and declared. What is there to fear? No matter how strong Konoha is, do you think they can dominate all three of our villages at once? And don't forget, Kirigakure is still at their back. Konoha is caught in a precarious position now. The alliance hadn't expected their plan to succeed so spectacularly, pushing the war to this stage in one fell swoop. Initially, they had intended to hold back some of their strength, but now even Inoki frowned slightly, realizing that things might have gone too smoothly. This wasn't necessarily a good thing. Konoha would undoubtedly dig in and defend fiercely. Moreover, at this point, Inoki couldn't even leverage the other villages in the alliance. The situation had reached a delicate balance. All three villages knew the alliance would collapse instantly if anyone started playing dirty tricks in secret. This was precisely what Konoha wanted, and what they feared most. Enough. I'll be frank this time. Inoki blew out his mustache in frustration and glared at the arrogant young ninja from Kimogakure. None of us want to miss this opportunity. Keep your subordinates in line, and we'll launch a joint attack on Konoha. If we give Konoha even a moment to catch their breath, do you think they'll leave us another chance? Inoki's words carried a warning tone as he glanced meaningfully at the Kimogakure forces. The three villages had teamed up despite their mutual animosity and grudges, and now that they had pushed into the Land of Fire, the prize was within sight. If they could take Kikyo Pass, the riches of the Land of Fire would be theirs for the taking. The temptation of greed drove the leaders of the three villages to suppress any other thoughts. Nothing was more enticing than sinking their teeth into the Land of Fire. Kikyo Pass has already been stabilized by Konoha. We'll have to fight them head-on now. Head-on, huh? Konoha may have more Kaga-level fighters and jonin, but with the combined might of our three villages, we're not at a disadvantage. Inoki let out a cold laugh. Iwagakure is no pushover either. As the three villages secretly prepared their strategies, news of the situation sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Konoha had delivered impressive victories in the past, but now doubts began to arise. After all, intelligence errors and strategic missteps were always possibilities. But this time, against four major villages, Konoha had been pushed into the land of fire in such a short time. The ninja world was shaken. Konoha seemed on the verge of collapse. Perhaps the so-called leader of the five great nations wasn't as strong as everyone believed. Kikyo Pass. Inside Orochimaru's tent, dim lighting shone on mysterious jars and containers, casting eerie shadows. Orochimaru's sickly, raspy laugh echoed as he stared at the rare research materials collected from the battlefield. Shirokuin, these are all precious research materials obtained from the battlefield. The ninja world holds so many secrets, chakra, the origin of sage techniques, and even the chakra of the tailed beasts I acquired earlier. Shirokuin, take a look at this document. With his unhealthy smile, Orochimaru slowly pushed a scroll toward Shirou. When Shirou lowered his head to examine it, he froze. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation and excitement. Shirokuin, what do you think of my research? Or rather, what do you have to say about it? At that moment, Shirou lifted his head, genuine shock evident on his face, not the slightest hint of pretense. He was truly astonished by Orochimaru's research. I have to admit, this is the idea of a genius madman. Shirou's answer caused Orochimaru's sickly smile to contort with excitement. As expected, Shirokuin was a kindred spirit. He, a madman and a genius. Shirokuin, I like you more and more. Orochimaru's research direction was so radical and unconventional that he knew it would never be accepted by the world. Yet even he, who seemed so detached, detested loneliness. Both of them glanced briefly at the tent's entrance, aware that someone was standing outside. But Orochimaru, caught up in his excitement, paid no attention. Shirokuin. What do you see in my research? For once, Orochimaru's sickly face showed a rare look of eager anticipation. This was not the Orochimaru of the future who would sever all ties and disregard public opinion. Deep down, he still feared rejection and disapproval. Shirou took a deep breath and raised his head. Under Orochimaru's intense gaze, he slowly uttered two words. Upon hearing them, Orochimaru froze. Eternal life. What I see in this research is the path and hope for eternal life. At that moment, it was as if Orochimaru's very soul trembled. His expression was frozen in shock, and a single crystal-clear tear slipped from the corner of his eye, a tear born of being understood. Hee, ha ha ha. The next moment, Orochimaru burst into maniacal laughter, his serpentine eyes filled with a predatory gleam as he stared at Shirou. A madman's genius, he truly understood. In this moment of recognition, it felt as though his soul had found a like-minded companion. Orochimaru couldn't hold back his hoarse laughter. He, Shirokuin. You're truly remarkable. You saw eternal life in my research. This idea, once it took root, could not be suppressed. Orochimaru pointed excitedly at the scroll, explaining his reasoning. I've studied the origins of chakra extensively and found that it emerged during the era of the Sage of Six Paths, no more than 1,000 years ago. But sage techniques are even older. And the tailed beasts. They seem to have appeared suddenly in the sage's era. Yet the legendary sage has vanished, while the tailed beasts remain. Why? Through my research, I discovered that their energy bodies are composed purely of chakra and soul. Watching Orochimaru's excitement, Shirou suddenly understood, it was the immortality of the tailed beasts that had inspired Orochimaru. Chapter 206, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 206. Inside the dimly lit tent, Orochimaru's face carried a terrifyingly sickly smile, while his snake-like pupils were brimming with endless ambition for the future. The tailed beasts are constantly sealed within the Jinchuriki. This kind of life-form research seems to suggest that only the human soul can come close to this energy. So, does this imply that aging, sickness, and death are purely physical? And that the soul might be immortal? What if our souls, like the tailed beasts, could perpetually inhabit vibrant, young bodies? Wouldn't that mean we could achieve eternal life? Even though it was already well known that Orochimaru would walk this path, only by truly witnessing his genius and mad ideas could one grasp the shocking depth of his thoughts. Orochimaru, you are truly a genius. After a long silence, Shirou gazed at Orochimaru with an expression he couldn't completely mask, filled with shock and admiration, as he uttered these words. Shirokuin, we are both insatiable seekers, always exploring and never satisfied. That's why we are kindred spirits. Beneath Orochimaru's sickly smile, a rare hint of joy flickered. There was no recognition he valued more than this. Little did Shirou expect that Orochimaru's inspiration for his living corpse reincarnation technique had originated in the study of the tailed beasts. Reflecting on the Third Great Ninja War, when Orochimaru infiltrated the Hidden Cloud Village, triggering the rampage of the Eight Tails, and then secretly collecting its cells at great risk, it became clear that this must have been when Orochimaru began researching the power of the tailed beasts. He then started delving into the secret of how these creatures had lived for millennia. After all, in the village, the Nine Tails was not something easily accessible for such experiments. No wonder. Even in the entire ninja world, where even the Sage of Six Paths has faded into legend, only the tailed beasts have survived for over 1,000 years. Shirou nodded silently. After all, immortality was too elusive, requiring research to start from scratch. Within the entire ninja world, only the tailed beasts could provide a clue to immortality. How could Orochimaru not be tempted? This was the first step in turning the impossible into the possible, a precious and foundational material. Even the sages of the three great summoning realms merely had long lifespans, nothing more. Orochimaru had already embarked on this endless road of scientific exploration. Indeed, if we analyze the research data, the power of the tailed beasts is largely a combination of spiritual energy and chakra. Simply put, they are entities with chakra-given physical form. When Shirou began analyzing Orochimaru's data, the latter wasn't the least bit bothered that his research had been exposed. On the contrary, he grew even more excited and immersed himself in the discussion. Shirou-kun, I already have a direction. The Kato clan's secret spirit transformation technique, this is the perfect ninjutsu for a soul to leave its physical body. Although it's just a preliminary idea right now, I believe that one day, I can overcome the limit of a soul leaving its body to find a new one. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to have found the ultimate purpose of life, his excitement causing him to momentarily lose himself. However, Shirou frowned and shook his head in response. This preliminary idea is theoretically feasible, but the study of the soul. I've seen some records in the Senju clan's sealing scrolls left by the second Hokage. After the soul leaves the body, how can it completely break free from its original body's constraints? Ordinary souls will quickly die after leaving the body. Of course, some jutsu can delay this process. Moreover, when a soul occupies another's body, there will be intense rejection. Shirou wasn't making things up. He had indeed read such records in Tsunade's research room. These were invaluable materials from the second Hokage's studies. After all, with the creation of the Edo Tensei forbidden technique, it would be hard to believe that Tobirama Senju hadn't delved into the taboos of souls and resurrection. However, upon hearing this, Orochimaru didn't feel discouraged. Instead, his raspy voice became even more excited. Every jutsu begins from nothing. Now that we have a direction and even some leads, we've already taken the most critical step. All that's left is continuous experimentation. Success is inevitable. This idea had been suppressed in his heart for far too long. Orochimaru stared at Shirou with a sickly, excited expression. Shirou-kun, what do you think of the direction of my research into this forbidden jutsu? Orochimaru was already impatient to hear Shirou's thoughts, his pale gold snake-like pupils gleaming with a hint of madness. Shirou gently set the research materials aside, then raised his head to look at Orochimaru, revealing a similarly ambitious smile. Human life is far too brief. Even the most brilliant and dazzling life passes in the blink of an eye. No one, not even a powerful figure like the first Hokage, can escape aging and death. But our ambitions require long-lasting lifespans. In the dim tent, Shirou openly expressed his ambitions, his raspy voice revealing the depths of his desire. Hehe, Shirou-kun, your ambition is to create a unified, peaceful ninja world. But history has already given us the answer. After the first Hokage passed away, the peaceful world he built collapsed in an instant. The two shared a glance, their faces both breaking into smiles filled with ambition. Only a long-lasting life could support their boundless ambitions. Both were greedy visionaries. Shirou desired to control everything, while Orochimaru sought eternal life to endlessly pursue the truths of the world. Although their ambitions were different, the path ahead required the same thing, immortality. However, this research will likely require an immense amount of resources and time, Shirou suddenly remarked, his tone shifting as his gaze took on a more meaningful look. He didn't believe for a second that Orochimaru was purely discussing the secret of immortality out of selflessness. Sure enough, Orochimaru licked his lips and revealed a greedy smile. Shirou-kun, don't be impatient. Every experiment walks the path of countless failures. Shirou-kun's ambition to become Hokage is the first step, while I require stable, massive funding for my research. This is why we are truly kindred spirits. When Orochimaru mentioned the Hokage, Shirou narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru, are you so certain I can become Hokage? This time, Orochimaru shook his head, his sickly smile returning as he rasped, Shirou-kun, it's not that I'm certain of you, I'm certain of Tsunade's support for you. What a move. Who could say Orochimaru didn't understand politics? He saw through it all too clearly. For a Uchiha to become Hokage. Difficult. Extremely difficult. But with Senju Tsunade supporting him. When Shirou heard Orochimaru's words, he slowly raised his head and smiled, openly revealing his unbridled ambition. Time is the best answer. In the chaotic warring states period, families filled with hatred toward each other gradually saw that hatred fade under the rule of great power over time. Shirou's ambitious voice echoed within the tent. What he spoke of was the very history of Konoha and the transition from the warring states to the ninja village era. If the ninja world had only one village, one voice, then wouldn't the brutal wars come to an end? Wouldn't that make us the saviors of the ninja world? As Shirou slowly turned back, he looked at Orochimaru with a mysterious smile. Like the first Hokage in the past, a powerful force brought peace to the ninja world. Hatred dared not fester. Though his hands were stained with blood, if such a person also possessed an eternal lifespan, then what do you think would happen? At this point, Shirou's eyes gleamed with the excitement of someone envisioning himself as the savior of the world. Peace. Even the deepest hatred would eventually be worn away by the river of time. Just like the hatred between the Uchiha and Senju during the Warring States period, today, that hatred has all but vanished. Shirou backed his words with undeniable facts, not just lofty, unrealistic ambitions. The most obvious example was the deep hatred between the Uchiha and Senju. It had been immense, yet over time, as the older generation passed on, so too did the hatred. Upon hearing Shirou's equally unrestrained and mad ambitions, Orochimaru, instead of being shocked, revealed a sickly smile filled with excitement. Heh, we are both mad geniuses. Shirou's ambition to unify the ninja world was no less insane than Orochimaru's quest for immortality. But when two madmen collided, they sparked a blazing fire. When the time comes, perhaps the ninja world will witness the rise of a legendary sage of 6 paths. No, the sages have already disappeared. Instead, it will welcome the rise of a true god of the ninja world. However, hearing Orochimaru's laugh, Shirou simply smiled and replied, no. It will be us, together, who usher in a new era. Upon hearing such a wild and audacious ambition, Orochimaru's smile grew even more twisted and obsessive. Not bad. We will no longer be outcasts or mere dreamers, we will become gods ushering in a new era for the shinobi world. At that moment, as the two exchanged smiles filled with mutual recognition, a golden-haired figure standing at the entrance of the tent under the moonlight overheard their insane conversation. With an annoyed expression, she muttered to herself. 2 lunatics. The figure under the moonlight was none other than the golden-haired Senju Tsunade. Although she muttered in irritation, the shock on her face was undeniable. She had thought her own discoveries were outrageous enough, but compared to the plans of Orochimaru and Shirou, they paled in comparison. One was chasing immortality, seeking endless life to explore the unknown, while the other, after exposing his inner ambition and desire, dared to dream of becoming a god of the shinobi world, a god that would reign forever. To Tsunade, this was a direct assault on her worldview. She couldn't help but feel both shaken and amazed. If it were before, she might have written this off as pure madness. But ever since she had secretly uncovered the hidden truths about the Senju and Uchiha clans, her understanding of the world had already been shattered. This new wave of revelation, though shocking, wasn't entirely beyond her ability to process. Madness or not, if they truly succeeded, it could indeed bring peace to the shinobi world. Her grandfather had already proven how effective power could be in maintaining order, it was just that he lacked immortality to sustain it. And the temptation to become a god of the shinobi world. Even Tsunade couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. To bring peace to the world while also becoming a god, who wouldn't be tempted by such an idea? Moreover, as the most skilled medical ninja in the shinobi world, the research into life itself was undeniably fascinating to her. Slowly, Shirou stepped out of the tent and into the moonlight. He bathed in its glow as silence enveloped the surroundings. Tilting his head back, he gazed at the full moon, and the deep, spinning Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes revealed his unwavering conviction. No one starts at the top, he said softly. Not you, not me, not even the sage of 6 paths. But this empty throne in the heavens has waited long enough. From now on, we will stand at its peak together. As Shirou basked in the moonlight, a raspy laugh came from Orochimaru, who had also stepped outside. Tsunade, watching the two of them, rolled her eyes in irritation. Despite her expression, the slight curve of her lips and the excitement in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. It seems the topic of immortality has caught your interest as well, Tsunade. Orochimaru teased bluntly. Tsunade's expression remained calm as she gave a small nod. No. I simply think that Shirou might be the windmill that pushes the shinobi world forward. My grandfather, as the first Hokage, followed a steady path that strengthened Konoha for just 1 generation. But the shinobi world still fell into the cycle of war. Perhaps this research into life itself might truly achieve the ideal of peace. At this point, Tsunade's voice paused slightly. She turned her gaze toward Shirou, who was still enjoying the moonlight, and a smile crept onto her face. Becoming a god, that's not a bad goal. After all, shouldn't the granddaughter of the god of shinobi aim for the same? Her calm statement seemed to imply that no one else in the shinobi world was more suited to pursue godhood than she was. After all, her grandfather was the one who had brought peace to an age of chaos. Under the moonlight, Tsunade folded her arms across her chest. Her noble smile exuded a confidence that came from deep within her bones. The ideas of these three lunatics might have been dismissed as nonsense by anyone else. But the truly terrifying thing about them wasn't just their madness, it was their genius and their potential to change the world. Heh, if Jiraiya knew about this, he'd probably think we've all lost our minds, Orochimaru said with a raspy laugh, though a complicated expression flickered in his eyes. There was a hint of joy that his path was no longer lonely, but also a trace of sorrow for those who could not accept it. Jiraiya, huh? Tsunade's calm expression didn't waver. Ever since they returned from the Second Great Shinobi War, she had known that they were walking down different paths. Immortality. If other shinobi, or even Jiraiya, were to hear about this, they would surely laugh at the absurdity of it, and might even respond with anger at such crazed and unrealistic ideas. It's nothing more than a group of narrow-minded fools, bound by the shackles of fate. Hearing their musings, Shirou slowly turned around to face them. His calm gaze swept over the two as he spoke with an air of detachment. Before there were shinobi, did the samurai and Onmyoji ever imagine that the emergence of chakra would spark a revolution in this world? Did they ever expect that shinobi and chakra would one day replace them? No, they didn't. It was precisely this kind of thinking, bound by rules and restrictions, that limited their potential. No matter how hard they tried, they could only shine brightly for a brief moment but could never push the world forward. Only those who dared to break free from the chains of fate and boldly step forward could truly drive the world toward progress. In the distance, hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu listened to these words and let out a raspy laugh. Heh, it seems that Lord Madara's chosen successor is already starting to walk his path. But in the next moment, White Zetsu's laughter froze, and he was unable to smile anymore. Under the moonlight, three figures suddenly appeared above him. Bursting from the soil, White Zetsu stared in shock at the three faces that had surrounded him. Shirou, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood in a triangular formation around him. Discovered, huh? White Zetsu's shock gradually turned into a smile. Even surrounded by three Kage-level shinobi, he didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness. P.S. We are cooking here. Chapter 207, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 207. Under the moonlight, three figures stood coldly, staring at a pale head emerging from the ground. Heh, so the little rat hiding in the dark has finally shown its face. With a hoarse and twisted smile, Orochimaru watched intently. Tonight, he had deliberately set up a sensory barrier to test Shirou. Unexpectedly, someone dared to walk right into it. Meanwhile, Tsunade's pupils contracted the moment she saw the creature, her heart shaking in shock. This. White Zetsu. Shirou silently gasped in surprise. White Zetsu's courage was truly astounding. It was one thing to sneak around earlier, but now, in the presence of three high-ranked shinobi whose strength was among the best in the ninja world, to act so boldly was simply unthinkable. It seems I've been discovered. White Zetsu, now exposed, tilted his head and gave a comical smile. Just as he began to sink back into the ground to escape, Tsunade's powerful fist slammed into the earth. Trying to run. Stay right where you are. With a single, devastating blow, the ground shattered, sending a massive chunk of earth containing White Zetsu flying through the air. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. At that moment, Orochimaru released dozens of serpents from his sleeve. The snakes coiled around the flying earth chunk, shattering it and completely ensnaring White Zetsu's body. In the next instant, Shirou's Crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, the three Tomo transforming into a Mangekyo Sharingan with a sharp sound. A single intense glare from his eyes caused White Zetsu's pupils to contract before his gaze turned vacant, falling into a genjutsu. What is this creature? After Orochimaru sealed the immobilized White Zetsu with another jutsu, his snake-like eyes narrowed with a mix of surprise and excitement as he examined the pale creature before him. Tsunade stood nearby, her eyes gleaming with a mix of certainty and astonishment as if she had long known of such beings. This creature contains a large amount of Mokuton cells. During the Second Great Ninja War, traces of it were found on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. After studying it, we concluded that it's likely a mutated hybrid between plants and humans. It's suspected to be the result of secret experiments involving Mokuton, which eventually led to the creation of this mutated entity. It even resembles the subject of your research. Under the astonished gazes of Orochimaru and Shirou, Tsunade casually revealed years of research as if she were reciting from memory. However, when she reached the last part, her voice paused, and a trace of silence crossed her eyes. The mutated plant cells in this creature seemed to hold the secrets to immortality and eternal youth. After all, plants can live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Shirou, your body's unique constitution and your forbidden techniques also contain traces of this special energy, though in minimal amounts for now. At that moment, Tsunade exuded an air of mystery, her extensive knowledge of the subject surprising even Orochimaru, who was momentarily left speechless. As for Shirou, he stood stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. A hybrid born from Mokutan cells and some kind of plant mutation. Instead of fear, Orochimaru's reaction to hearing about this new species was a twisted grin. Licking his lips, he murmured. Heh, fascinating, utterly fascinating. The secrets of this world are becoming more and more intriguing. Shirou extended his hand to White Zetsu's forehead, probing it briefly before frowning and shaking his head. I've absorbed cells from a similar creature before, so I also carry a small amount within me. But this one seems to be just a clone, not the original body. Furthermore, as Tsunade said, it's like a plant. It's impossible to extract any useful information from its mind. Heh, how fascinating. This world might be far more interesting than we ever imagined. Orochimaru's raspy laughter grew more excited. Just when he thought he was close to unveiling the mysteries of the world, he found even deeper enigmas waiting beneath the surface. Under the moonlight, the precious White Zetsu clone hung in the air, bound tightly by Orochimaru's snakes. This regenerative ability, it's almost identical to that of a rapidly healing plant. Orochimaru lightly ran a chakra scalpel across White Zetsu's arm, leaving a small cut. As wisps of white smoke rose and the wound healed instantly, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. I'll be taking this rare specimen for my research. Just as Orochimaru greedily prepared to claim the experimental material, a sudden slicing sound rang out. To his and Shirou's shock, Tsunade's chakra scalpel flashed, and with a clean, decisive motion, she severed both of White Zetsu's arms. Holding the dripping, white liquid-covered arms in her hands, she ignored their stunned gazes and snorted coldly. A clone, nothing more. Orochimaru let out a raspy laugh. Heh, the arms are no different. After all, it's like a plant, there are no internal organs to worry about. But the next moment, Orochimaru's smile froze as Tsunade glared at him and snorted again. Orochimaru, don't get any ideas. She casually tossed the two severed arms at him. Orochimaru, visibly annoyed, realized that Tsunade intended to keep the most valuable parts of White Zetsu for herself. These arms are your share. Tsunade, you. For the first time, Orochimaru's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. But Tsunade, as domineering as ever, declared. Orochimaru, the three of us split everything evenly. She then turned to Shirou with a raised eyebrow. Shirou, I'll hold onto your share for research. Any objections? Seeing this, Shirou quickly shook his head and shrugged. The situation became clear, 2 against 1. Orochimaru ended up with only the severed arms. Looking at the two limbs, Orochimaru remained silent. A snake slithered out of his mouth, depositing a container in which he carefully sealed the precious material. Shirou smirked and said tauntingly, I trust, Orochimaru, that after the war, you won't mind taking responsibility for the research. His tempting words seemed to imply that, after the war, the entirety of Konoha would belong to him. Such bold ambition made Tsunade's eyes soften with admiration. This is what it means to be a Uchiha. This is her man. Someone who spoils her at times but remains resolute in his own will. Responsibility for the research. Orochimaru licked his lips while flashing a twisted grin. Watching Shirou and Tsunade, he seemed to understand something deeper. Those two words, responsibility for research, essentially confirmed Shirou's ambition. I see. So, Shirou-kun, you're determined to become Hokage. I wonder what kind of shock your true strength will bring to Konoha. With great interest, Orochimaru watched as Tsunade stored the valuable White Zetsu clone. After all, Shirou-kun, you've never truly displayed your full power, whether it's your perfected sage body or your Mangekyo Sharingan. Shirou smiled faintly, his gaze shifting toward the distant enemy forces near Kikyo Mountain. Well then, I suppose this is a good opportunity to show my full strength. Orochimaru's raspy laughter echoed again. He seemed to revel in the idea of pursuing immortality while Shirou sought to dominate the ninja world. The first step was to become Hokage. To become a god, one needed power, enough power to demonstrate the potential to rival the first Hokage, the god of Shinobi. And at this young age, the potential was all that mattered. With a confident smile tinged with subtle dominance, Shirou exuded an aura that made Orochimaru chuckle darkly. Is that so? Then I shall wait and see the power that will allow Shirou-kun to stand at the pinnacle. On the side, Tsunade listened to these words and revealed a proud smile in her eyes. No one understood her chosen person better than she did, especially in a large-scale war like this, where Shirou's true strength could be fully unleashed. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the perfect sage body, mastery of the 5 elemental chakra natures, and a terrifying tailed beast-level chakra reserve. Shirou. Use your power to shock the ninja world. At this moment, beneath Tsunade's confident smile, she slowly uttered a sentence, her voice softening toward the end. This is also your first step to becoming Hokage. Shirou also displayed an ambitious smile. The Third Great Ninja War would become his stage. Amid the brutal conflict, he would show Konoha that only the strong could lead the village back to the divine pinnacle. Finally, returning to Konoha, he would usher in a new Hokage. Report. The forces of the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Sand are advancing rapidly. They're almost at the base of Kikyo Mountain. Their numbers are impossible to estimate. The combined forces of the 3 hidden villages have deployed at least 5,000 ninjas. Inside the Konoha camp on Kikyo Mountain, one ninja after another delivered their reports. Particularly among the sensory ninjas, the dense chakra signatures they detected left them drenched in cold sweat, their faces filled with panic. Although Konoha had over 6,000 ninjas stationed on Kikyo Mountain, the mountain was an entire range. At least 3,000 of Konoha's ninjas were scattered around the range, setting traps and fortifying defenses. Thus, on the front lines, Konoha could muster only about 3,000 combat-ready ninjas. Prepare for battle. Inside the Konoha camp, shouts of readiness echoed as the densely packed Konoha ninjas on the mountain exuded a heavy atmosphere. Jiraiya, still wrapped in bandages, looked solemnly at the distant, densely packed enemy forces. Chiyo from the Land of Rivers direction is commanding the sand forces to attack. Danzo has already gone to defend, but we have no choice but to face this head-on now. The 2,000 reinforcements from the village will take at least 3 more days to arrive. Jiraiya said angrily, but Tsunade, standing nearby, only let out a cold laugh upon hearing his words. Reinforcements. You mean those children who just graduated, along with the countless genin and chunin who graduated only a year or 2 ago. Konoha's forces were severely short-handed, forcing the deployment of these relatively inexperienced genin to the battlefield. However, Orochimaru let out a hoarse chuckle. But the battlefield is the best catalyst. It will accelerate the rebirth of the weak through fire. If we can produce 2,000 more combat-ready soldiers from the mountains, even if their strength is lacking, they'll be enough to buy us some time. Not to mention, war forces many to unlock their hidden potential. Orochimaru's ruthlessly cold voice echoed, his tone calm but leaving Jiraiya in silence. Though he wanted to argue, Orochimaru's words were undeniably true. Sending these genin to the battlefield was more about the village utilizing its remaining strength while they could still afford to. By pairing chunin with genin, they could quickly forge a large number of battle-hardened ninjas. This cycle would repeat in waves, burning like fuel until the 4 major villages were exhausted. Where is Uchiha Shirou? Just as preparations for the battle were underway, Jiraiya, about to bite his finger to summon Gamabunta, suddenly realized that one of their key combatants was missing. Jiraiya. Orochimaru rarely displayed a serious expression, but his golden snake-like eyes glanced at Jiraiya before looking toward the mountainside with a hoarse laugh. Perhaps today, we will witness the fearsome power of the Mangekyo that once brought terror to the ninja world. It was only then that Jiraiya noticed a lone figure standing calmly atop a massive boulder on the mountainside. Seeing this, his face twitched. Damn it. Is that brat insane? This is a war of tens of thousands, not a skirmish between squads. Though he said this, Jiraiya's eyes revealed a burning fighting spirit. After all, they were protecting their home. Sister Tsunade, let me handle the summoning. Just as the 3 Sannin were about to bite their fingers and summon their respective creatures, Kushina Uzumaki raised her hand, volunteering to perform Tsunade's summoning. Tsunade gave a grave nod. All right. Kushina, be careful out there. Summoning Jutsu. In an instant, 3 massive clouds of white smoke appeared atop Kikyo Mountain. As the smoke dispersed, 3 colossal summoned creatures were revealed. Jiraiya, last time you almost got me killed. The newly summoned Gamabunta spat out a puff of smoke, angrily complaining. Yet the toad's angry eyes quickly locked onto the enemy forces at the foot of the mountain. Orochimaru. These are all yours if you have the ability, Orochimaru interrupted Manda before it could finish speaking. Manda let out a low grunt, clearly displeased, but its snake-like eyes still glared at the dense mass of enemy ninjas in the distance. The Sannin. As the 3 massive summoned creatures, Gamabunta, Manda, and Katsuyu, appeared on Kikyo Mountain, the Konoha forces erupted in spirited cheers. Such enormous summoned beasts were war machines on the battlefield, akin to tailed beasts in their destructive power. Other ninja villages were lucky to have even 1 or 2 such beasts, yet Konoha had 3 at once. Prepare for battle. With a deep war cry, the massive Katsuyu instantly split into countless smaller slugs that were about the size of a child's arm. The slimy slugs quickly crawled onto the bodies of numerous jonin and elite chunin. With this, the Konoha ninjas' morale soared. Katsuyu's presence effectively turned Konoha into an army of thousands of field medics. This was the foundation of Konoha's endurance in prolonged battles. Tsunade could remain off the battlefield entirely, yet thanks to Katsuyu, Konoha's survival and recovery rates in any conflict far surpassed those of the other 4 great villages. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater Konoha's advantage became. On the battlefield, the combined forces of the Sand, Rock, and Cloud villages advanced in a dark, oppressive wave, destroying explosive tag traps placed along their route. Inoki, Ebizo, and the Cloud's fourth Raikage candidate, stood gravely observing the battlefield. Surrounding them were guards and sensory ninjas. Konoha's summoned beast's chakra signatures have been detected. Konoha ninja chakra formations have been established. Wait a moment. At that moment, a young sensory ninja suddenly cried out in alarm, his face pale with fear, as if sensing something utterly terrifying. His reaction drew the attention of Inoki and the others. What is it? Inoki frowned in displeasure, but the young sensory ninja's face remained filled with dread as he stammered. Chakra. A massive chakra signature has suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The next moment, the other sensory ninjas also cried out in shock. Something's wrong. We've detected an incredibly terrifying chakra signature. The chakra is still growing. Damn it. Amid the exclamations, the strongest sensory ninja among them broke out in a cold sweat, pointing toward a specific direction. Over there. Using an earth release jutsu, they all rose to higher ground, gaining a broader view. Inoki and the others frowned as they looked in the direction indicated by the sensory ninjas. A chakra source capable of shocking every sensory ninja present, even a Jinchuriki had never received such a reaction. Chapter 208, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 208. Battlefield of Kikyo Mountain. This is. When Inoki and the others saw the figure in the distance, the candidate for the fourth Raikage, immediately showed a face full of rage. Damn it. It's Uchiha Shirou. The name, Uchiha Shirou, sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Cloud ninjas in particular were burning with anger. It was this man who had severed the arm of their third Raikage with Chidori. Since then, Chidori had earned another name, Raikiri, the lightning cutter. Or to be exact, when Chidori advanced to its ultimate S-rank form, it became known as Raikiri. Raikiri, the technique that severed the lightning of the Cloud ninja, was a humiliation to them. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Compared to the younger and more furious the older Inoki and Ebizo were instead reminded of memories buried deep in the past. Especially Inoki, whose eyes revealed a hint of fear born from the traumatic shadow of a certain Mangekyo Sharingan wielder from his memories. Mangekyo Sharingan. Spacetime Ninjutsu. Inoki glared intently at the distant Konoha ninja, his eyes bloodshot. Why does Konoha keep producing such terrifying shinobi? This chakra. Countless Konoha ninjas, even those without sensory abilities, felt the terrifying chakra radiating from the distance. Is this chakra that a human can possess? In the Konoha ranks, many were stunned. A young special jonin who had just been promoted stared at the figure in the distance in disbelief. It's like a tailed beast. No, impossible. This level of chakra presence. While most of the Konoha ninja were shocked, those from the Uchiha clan, after their initial surprise, began to show expressions of fervent excitement. This is the power of the Mangekyo. This is the ultimate strength of the Uchiha. Even the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, showed expressions of astonishment in response to the overwhelming chakra radiating from afar. This chakra presence surpasses that of a Jinchuriki in the four-tailed state. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim. He had witnessed the power of a Jinchuriki with four tails unleashed before and understood the significance of such a chakra level. Even just fighting with this level of chakra would cause the earth to shake and mountains to crumble. This is the power of the sage body and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils briefly flickered with astonishment, but it was quickly replaced with boundless greed. His pursuit of immortality stemmed from the fragility of life itself. Immortality, however, was only a prerequisite for his true goal, uncovering the ultimate truths of the shinobi world. He was hiding his power all along. It seems we can't let ourselves be underestimated. Under Orochimaru's hoarse laughter, the power of the cursed seal began to spread across his pale skin. While he hadn't fully mastered the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave, he had become proficient in using the cursed seal-based version of Sage Mode. Tsunade gave a cold snort, and her skin also became covered with dark purple curse-like markings. In an instant, the auras of both Tsunade and Orochimaru surged. Only Jiraiya, wide-eyed and frustrated, stared at both of them. Again with this. You two never include me in anything. Jiraiya, what did you even learn during those 3 years in the Land of Rain? Orochimaru asked with a raspy laugh. His reasoning was simple, he hadn't had the time to fully master Sage Mode, and since the cursed seal was a shortcut, why bother taking the dangerous and slow path of Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode? Science and experimentation were his ways of taking shortcuts. Through the cursed seal Sage Mode, he believed he would one day master Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode and achieve his ultimate goal. Faced with Orochimaru's question, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, laughing dryly. Sage Mode still needs some time, it's hit or miss right now. Jiraiya was still far from mastering Sage Mode. It was fine while he was at Mount Myaboku, where there was support if something went wrong, but on a battlefield like this, one mistake could turn him into stone. Orochimaru's uninterested gaze at Jiraiya almost made him want to crawl into a hole. No way. This chakra is still growing. In his cursed seal sage mode, Orochimaru's heightened senses immediately picked up on the change. On the battlefield ahead, atop a giant protruding boulder, Uchiha Shirou stood in his white robes, his expression calm. The terrifying chakra around him stirred the air into fierce winds. Having fully integrated the sage body, there was no sign of the cursed seal's appearance on him. Even his face and pupils showed no change. This time, perhaps I can test the true limits of my power. His calm voice echoed, carrying an overwhelming aura of dominance that made the surrounding Konoha shinobi swallow nervously. This is the power of the Uchiha. In the distance, the allied shinobi forces surged like a black tide. Many of them also sensed this overwhelming chakra, but a shinobi with a mission, they roared fiercely. Charge! There are 6,000 of us. He's just one man. There's no way his chakra can kill us all. Attack! Forward! In an instant, the allied shinobi forces charged forward, shouting battle cries as they launched their assault. As the Konoha shinobi prepared to join the battle, Shirou raised his hand calmly. Have you all forgotten? The Uchiha are masters of ninjutsu. His light, almost casual words sent shockwaves through the Konoha ranks. It was only then that they remembered, the Uchiha clan was famous for their Sharingan and ninjutsu prowess, not taijutsu. At that moment, the Tomo in Shirou's Sharingan spun and merged, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, let me show you the power of the Uchiha. Facing the wave of charging ninja, Shirou's eyes burned with excitement. His blood was boiling. At this moment, he finally understood why Uchiha Madara seemed so arrogant. It wasn't just for show. It was because the thrill of an intense, all-out battle was truly exhilarating. Ninjutsu barrage. Explosive tags. In an instant, the allied shinobi forces launched a rain of kunai with explosive tags and a variety of ninjutsu attacks. Standing high above, his white robes fluttering in the fierce wind, Shirou remained calm. Everyone, don't look him in the eyes. An experienced shinobi at the forefront shouted a warning, reminding everyone how to fight against a Uchiha. But in the next moment, the sky itself seemed to change. As the Shirou stood tall, looking down at the approaching allied ninja forces, a cruel smile appeared on his face. His hands had just completed a series of hand seals, and in the next instant. Sage art, fire release, majestic flame annihilation. From Shirou's mouth erupted a terrifying fire release technique. The sheer size of its range, coupled with the devastating power it unleashed along its path. The flames poured down like a waterfall. At that moment, the battlefield was illuminated by the fiery blaze. Both allied and enemy ninjas stood in shock, gazing at the scene before them. How is this possible? This isn't a genjutsu. What level of fire release is this? The flames surged skyward, transforming into a roaring inferno akin to a catastrophic flood. The overwhelming power left all the ninjas, both friend and foe, shaken. Quick! Water release ninjas, defend! Amidst the chaos, a seasoned jonin bellowed commands. Although stunned by the apocalyptic power of the technique, instinct, and fear of death drove them to act. On the Konoha side, the faces of the ninjas were illuminated by the fiery glow. Even Jiraiya was left wide-eyed in astonishment, muttering in disbelief. The scale of this fire release surpasses even the toad oil flame bullet I use with Gamabunta. Jiraiya, don't underestimate that Uchiha. In contrast, Gamabunta, who was usually arrogant, now had a solemn expression as the firelight reflected off his eyes. In a low voice, he said, I can feel the power of sage arts. Hehe, so this is the sage art that fuses natural energy. From a distance, Orochimaru's raspy laughter filled the air, his golden snake-like eyes gleaming with greed. Though his curse-marked sage body was a crude imitation, what he saw before him was a perfect sage body, a true masterpiece. Water release, water formation wall. Water release, water formation wall. Water release, great waterfall technique. In a rush, water release ninjas from the cloud, sand, and stone villages desperately cast every water release technique they could muster. The terrifying sea of fire swept forward, consuming exploding tags, kunai, and other ninjutsu along its path. When the inferno reached the allied ninja forces, an overwhelming flood of water release techniques finally collided with it. The clash between the roaring flames and surging waves erupted into a cacophony of sharp hissing sounds. The battlefield was engulfed in searing heat, and the intense steam created screams of agony as some unfortunate ninjas were scalded alive. The battlefield was shrouded in a veil of steam. This fire release, both in scale and power, was nothing short of horrifying. With Shirou operating at full power, augmented by his monstrous chakra pool and the perfect sage body, his fire release might not match Uchiha Madara's mastery, but with the boost from sage arts, this fire release was on par with Madara's strongest techniques during his prime. Everyone, stay alert. The enemy is advancing. Amid the swirling steam, a sensory ninja suddenly sensed movement and let out a terrified shout. The thick fog obscured their vision, but they could faintly hear Konoha forces roaring like a tsunami as they surged forward. Attack! Konoha forces launched their assault, their ninjutsu tearing through the air. Meanwhile, Shirou, who had already leaped into action after unleashing his fire release, transformed into a flash of lightning and infiltrated the allied forces hidden in the steam. Be careful. Another fire release. Within the engulfing steam, some allied ninjas caught sight of faint flickers of firelight above them and cried out in alarm. But in the next moment, they were horrified to find that the firelight was far too dense, there were too many flames. Sage Art, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Countless fireballs descended from the sky. Amidst the barrage of flames, Shirou's figure moved even faster than the fire itself, appearing within the allied forces like a bolt of lightning. As he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, the fireballs crashed down one after another, each with a diameter of 3 meters. Enhanced by his monstrous chakra reserves and sage art, the normally simple C-rank Phoenix Sage Fire technique unleashed devastating power, plunging the allied forces into chaos. Wind Release Ninjas. Clear the steam. With a gust of wind, the battlefield's steam quickly dissipated, revealing a scene that left both sides in shock. The front line of the allied forces had descended into utter disorder. Shirou's overwhelming fire release had crushed their spirits, and now his position was at the very heart of the allied forces. Amid the chaos, the Konoha ninjas seized the opportunity to charge forward, and soon, the two sides clashed in fierce combat. Amid the battlefield, a distant figure, let out an enraged roar. Damn it! Uchiha Shirou has grown even stronger. Shirou's domineering presence was like a tiger among sheep. With his full power unleashed, he moved like a flickering shadow, his blade cutting through enemy ranks amidst screams of terror. No one could keep up with his speed. Utilizing lightning-fast taijutsu and the precision of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shirou could read every move his enemies made. Even when surrounded, he fought with ease, a calm smile on his lips that only deepened the allied forces' shock and fury. Meanwhile, on the slopes of Kikyo Mountain, the Konoha ninjas let out deafening roars as they fought the allied forces with wild fervor. Jiraiya and his summoned toad, Gamabunta, unleashed their terrifying toad oil flame bullet, a nightmare for the battlefield. Yet even this attack fell short in scale compared to Shirou's earlier fire release. Orochimaru's Manda rampaged wildly, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. From afar, Inoki and other leaders watched with wary and uneasy expressions. Arrogant fool. Just then, an enraged roar echoed from the distance. Amid the fearful gazes of the allied forces, the Cloud Ninjas candidate for the fourth Raikage, A, and Killer B charged forward, one on each side. Lord A is here. Cloud Ninja. However, as the two enemies approached, Shirou smirked with contempt. His mocking smile sent a chill down A and Killer B's spines. Fire Release, Hiding in Ash and Dust Technique. Suddenly, high-temperature ash and dust erupted in all directions. Caught off guard, the allied forces screamed in agony as the scorching heat overwhelmed them. A could only howl in frustration. Damn you, Uchiha Shirou. I'll break every bone in your body. On the battlefield, this was the stage for ninjas who were like walking artillery. Compared to the limited impact of a solo taijutsu charge, large-scale ninjutsu could devastate entire armies. Unless one was executing an assassination plan or leading an elite unit, nothing could match the destructive power of a single high-level ninjutsu user. Jiraiya and Gamabunta's synchronized fire release attacks made them terrifying war machines on the battlefield. Konoha has produced another Mangekyo wielder. You cannot be allowed to live. As the two sides clashed with everything they had, the battle escalated into a full-scale war. The entirety of Kikyo Mountain, stretching for miles, became a blood-soaked battlefield where ninjas from both sides fought fiercely. The Konoha ninjas unleashed unprecedented levels of determination, roaring and fighting with all their might. It wasn't just their fighting spirit at play, they were defending their home. This time, the Konoha forces carried the weight of being the last line of defense for their homeland. On the other side, Inoki, Ebizo, and A knew well that if they failed to take Kikyo Mountain in one decisive strike, they would be dragged into a prolonged war of attrition with Konoha. And that was a war they couldn't afford. More than 20 years ago, during the Great War of the Ninja World, Konoha faced off against the 4 great ninja villages, showcasing what it truly meant to be the most powerful ninja village in the world. In terms of endurance, even when the 4 great ninja villages joined forces, they couldn't outlast Konoha. This alone speaks volumes about Konoha's overwhelming strength and foundation. Moreover, the Land of Fire is the most fertile and resource-rich land in the entire ninja world. Uchiha. When Inoki's figure appeared in the sky, a glowing dust release had already formed in his palm. His eyes, filled with intense killing intent, were locked onto Shirou below. They could not afford to let such a dangerous and terrifying ninja exist any longer. However, when Shirou raised his head and saw the scene, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. His disdainful and commanding laughter echoed across the battlefield. Insignificant grains of sand, you're not even worth half of me. P.S. Shirou needs to study Madara's taunting skills. Chapter 209, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 209. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A blinding white light appeared on the battlefield, and a glowing, transparent cubic barrier directly enveloped Shirou inside. Floating in the sky, Inoki shouted coldly. I will never let Konoha produce another dangerous ninja like you again. Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan and his terrifying performance on the battlefield, the way he moved, spoke, and acted, were far too similar. Too similar to that nightmare figure who haunted Inoki's memories. You want to dance as well, Inoki? Inside the dust release barrier, Shirou raised his head, revealing a mocking smile. That tone made Inoki feel a chill run down his spine. Not good. Splurt. From the sky, a flash of lightning streaked down. Inoki stared in shock at the figure below, which had transformed into another terrified person just before the dust release's white light could obliterate them. Without even uttering a scream, the figure vanished without a trace. Inoki, be careful. This is the Mangekyo-S Dojutsu. The future fourth Raikage, shouted. The Inoki pierced through by a bolt of lightning release and the sky crumbled into dirt. It was a mud clone. Damn it. What kind of dojutsu is this? Far away, Inoki was drenched in a cold sweat, his pupils filled with dread. He had hit his opponent, so how could they suddenly transform into someone else? Spacetime ninjutsu. Or is it genjutsu? It's genjutsu, the future fourth Raikage, shouted. Under Inoki's astonished gaze, had already closed his eyes. Uchiha Shirou. It's genjutsu. As long as you make direct eye contact with the Mangekyo, you'll fall under the opponent's genjutsu. This genjutsu is terrifying. My father analyzed the battle afterward and found that, at the critical moment, even though he struck the opponent's brain, it suddenly shifted to their chest. Adding to this, prior battle intel suggests that the genjutsu doesn't just work through direct eye contact, it can also be reflected through mist and water, causing allies to harm each other. As the future fourth Raikage, shouted out Shirou's intel, Inoki suddenly understood. No wonder you, brat, chose to shut your eyes. Taijutsu practitioners trained over the years can rely on their sixth sense to fight. At this moment, Inoki finally grasped the situation and shouted. I'll cooperate with you to eliminate Konoha's Mangekyo. Seeing Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, team up with the future fourth Raikage, Shirou showed a playful smile. Well, isn't this an interesting twist? What a peculiar duo. Inoki plus fourth Raikage, a combination like this was something only Madara had experienced in the original storyline. Their combined strength was astonishingly formidable. The battlefield erupted into an intense clash, with both sides unleashing their full power. The three major ninja villages sought to break through Kikyo Mountain in one decisive strike, creating a breach, while Konoha was determined to hold its ground. As long as they withstood the first wave of attacks, the battle would turn into a war of attrition. Once it became a war of attrition, Konoha would reverse the disadvantage of fighting against the four great ninja villages. That's the Steam Ninja from IWA, also the Five Tails Jinchuriki. What a hassle. Jiraiya frowned as he fought against Iwa's silent Five Tails Jinchuriki. Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, was a towering figure clad in red armor and wearing a conical hat. He specialized in using steam to unleash immense explosive power in battle, earning the title of Steam Ninja. IWA and Kyumo even deployed their Jinchuriki. While Jiraiya struggled with his opponent, Orochimaru faced yet another Jinchuriki of IWA, Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, though at odds with Inoki in personality, was compelled to return due to the war. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, who specializes in lava release, Facing such an opponent, Orochimaru's raspy, almost sickly laugh showed no panic. His strength, bolstered by years of perfecting snake-related ninjutsu and his cursed seal sage mode, was far from ordinary. Even Rashi, clad in his tailed beast chakra cloak, found himself in a tight spot. Damn it. Konoha's Orochimaru is so troublesome. Rashi was frustrated. Orochimaru seemed unkillable, proficient in all mainstream ninjutsu, and exceptionally skilled in water release. On top of that, Orochimaru wielded a cunning array of sealing techniques, making him the bane of Jinchuriki. Hee, while I'm not particularly skilled at water release, it seems there's no shortage of water on this battlefield. Orochimaru's eerie voice echoed as he unleashed one grotesque and sinister ninjutsu after another. On a battlefield of this scale, where water was abundant, his water release was a perfect counter to Rashi's lava release. Rashi couldn't help but roar in anger. Stop underestimating me. What a joke. Rashi cursed inwardly. Orochimaru claimed not to be skilled in water release, but his techniques were seamless. However, Orochimaru wasn't lying, his water release only seemed smooth due to the abundant water on the battlefield and the enhancements of his cursed Seal Sage mode. Sage techniques amplified all aspects of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and chakra quality. Dai, Yukimo Devil. Meanwhile, the most ferocious battle was where Uzumaki Kushina fought. Fully unleashed, she entered a four-tail state, her terrifying adamantine sealing chains keeping all enemies at bay. The adamantine sealing chains were essentially a mobile barrier. During the Nine Tails incident in the original storyline, even the third Hokage, wielding the adamantine staff, couldn't break through Kushina's barrier. No. 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 I'm not a devil. Call me handsome, oh yeah. Killer Bee rapped awkwardly, donning his tailed beast chakra cloak. However, he was being suppressed by Kushina and was at an absolute disadvantage. Kushina's wind release ninjutsu could be used for both precise single-target attacks and large-scale devastation. Combined with her near-limitless chakra reserves, she was a terrifying powerhouse. This was why Jinchuriki were considered ultimate weapons, because a fully developed Jinchuriki on the battlefield was like a sentient artillery platform with Kage-level strength and extraordinary endurance. Killer Bee-sama, be careful. Damn it, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is proficient in wind release and sealing techniques. 7 or 8 Kyumo Jonin nervously supported Killer Bee, barely managing to hold their ground against Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In the chaos of battle, everyone adhered to one unspoken rule: no one allowed a Jinchuriki to go berserk. After all, if a Jinchuriki lost control, they would attack indiscriminately, friend or foe alike. Moreover, if someone launched a tailed beast bomb today, Konoha, armed with spacetime ninjutsu, could retaliate by dropping one right at their enemy's village gates. Who could withstand that? Thus, all major villages tacitly agreed to one bottom line during wars: while Jinchuriki could be used, no one would let them go on a rampage or use tailed beast bombs recklessly in large-scale battles. Otherwise, if everyone started flinging tailed beast bombs, essentially nukes, smaller nations would be the only ones to benefit. On the battlefield, the combined forces of Kyumo, Iwa, and Suna held an overwhelming numerical advantage. However, in terms of high-level combat power, the two sides were evenly matched. In the rear, Ebizo, overseeing strategy for the allied forces, looked grim. He muttered apprehensively. Konoha, this is the foundation of Konoha. In terms of Kage-level combat power, Konoha not only matched the allied forces in quantity but even surpassed them in certain areas of quality. High-level combat power referred to Jonin-level fighters. Konoha's Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans produced ninjas capable of taking on two opponents at once. Meanwhile, the Aburame, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Inazuka clans, with their unique secret techniques, often achieved results comparable to those of Kekkei users when working in tandem. In contrast to the other great ninja villages, when it comes to the number of Kekkei users, Konoha stands out. Just the Crimson Sharingan of the Uchiha clan alone sends dozens of pairs rushing onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, for those other villages, even a few Kekkei users are treated like precious treasures. This is the natural disparity that exists, and it is the foundation of Konoha's unshakable dominance as the leader of the ninja world. Earth Style, Super Lightweight Rock Jutsu. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is far from enough, Uchiha Shirou. Let me show you the power of our teamwork. With a furious roar, Inoki mounted the back of the fourth Raikage candidate, A. Under the enhancement of this broken-level jutsu, A, who previously couldn't match Shirou's speed, suddenly reached it in an instant. Now my speed surpasses yours by far. The young future fourth Raikage, A, roared with excitement. He had never felt so fast before, and he even felt that he was no less than his father. Speed. Everything you pride yourself on will crumble under these eyes. As the violent lightning chakra mode was activated, two flashes of electricity collided repeatedly on the battlefield. Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, attacking ferociously while staying alert for Inoki's sneak attacks and keeping an eye on other enemies on the battlefield. The future fourth Raikage, A, had an innate talent for lightning release taijutsu, excelling especially in speed. His potential was already evident, as seen in the original story when he fought the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The third Raikage, A's father, was not only fast but also possessed the strongest Hell Stab One-Finger Nukite. Though the future fourth Raikage, A, was not yet in his prime, under Inoki's enhancement, his speed had already surpassed his eventual peak. I will break your defense. Earth Style, Super Weighted Rock Jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Inoki enhanced A's attack with incredible power as the fourth Raikage candidate roared in fury, unleashing the strongest punch of his life. Weighted Rock, Lightning Plow Horizontal Thousand-Hand Dance. Faced with this attack, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. This strike's power was enough to make him feel threatened. Die. With a roar, the fourth Raikage candidate delivered a blow that Uchiha Madara himself would have experienced in the original story. This was the combined technique of the fourth Raikage at his prime and the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Using Inoki's super-weighted rock jutsu to enhance the Raikage's punch, followed by the lightning plow horizontal thousand-hand dance, they had once shattered Madara's Susanoo in the original story. Although it was only the skeletal form of Susanoo, it was enough to demonstrate the terrifying power of their combined attack. Shattering Madara's Susanoo with taijutsu was a feat only achieved by Tsunade, Might Guy, and the fourth Raikage combined with the third Tsuchikage. I can't dodge this. With his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning madly, Shirou's exceptional dynamic vision caused his pupils to shrink. He knew he couldn't dodge the attack. But there was no panic on his face. As the punch approached, a sly smile appeared on his lips. Swish. No. Impossible. He dodged it. Inoki was shocked to feel the punch miss, and the fourth Raikage candidate, A, was even more stunned. He avoided my fastest attack. In the next moment, Shirou appeared to the side. At that moment, the third Tsuchikage, avoiding direct eye contact with the Mangekyo Sharingan, caught sight of the flying Kusanagi sword. His pupils shrank instantly. At the junction of the blade and hilt, there was a seal. Brat, dodge quickly. It's the flying thunder god. Earth style, super lightweight rock jutsu. Inoki roared, but his hands moved swiftly. He quickly cast the technique, further increasing the future fourth Raikage's speed. At the same time, Shirou revealed a cruel smile. The Kusanagi sword was still in front of them. In that split second, though the Kusanagi sword was in his hand, it had already been marked with his personal flying thunder god seal during an earlier swing. Everything happened in an instant. Using the flying thunder god jutsu, he appeared beside the Kusanagi sword, moving only a fraction of his body. But sometimes, even a minuscule difference can save your life. He narrowly avoided the strike and then, with his fist charged, delivered a violent counterpunch. Monster strength, cherry blossom clash. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with explosive force. Thunder and lightning burst forth as the ground beneath them crumbled with a deafening roar. At the last moment, the future fourth Raikage, A, switched his punch into a knife-hand strike to redirect his attack, dispersing the power of his earlier charged blow. The ground around them cracked as the sound of impact resounded and dust filled the battlefield. The fourth Raikage candidate roared in frustration as his body was sent flying in a sorry state. Brat, your hand. Inoki stared in shock at A's fist, which was trembling violently. His hand was swollen and red, looking terrifyingly injured. Damn it. Monster strength. How does a Uchiha know the Senju clan's monster strength? I shouted in a mix of shock and frustration. Meanwhile, Shirou, who had also been sent flying from the rebound of their clash, quickly dodged the dangers of the battlefield. No wonder they call it a punch that can break Susanoo. Holding the Kusanagi sword in his left hand, Shirou's right hand was similarly red and trembling. During the earlier evasion, A's knife hand strike even managed to break through his lightning chakra mode, leaving a faint red mark on his chest. To think you broke through my lightning armor. I must admit, that was an impressive display. A hoarse laugh echoed across the battlefield. In the distance, Inoki felt his scalp tingle. The sinister smile on this young man's face was too familiar, it was identical to that person's. Shirou wiped the blood from his chest wound and licked it lightly, laughing maniacally. How exhilarating. This is what battle is all about. With the unique crazed grin of a Uchiha, the injury on his chest began to emit a faint white smoke as it slowly healed. Even his swollen fist was recovering rapidly. The power of the sage body, the cells of the first Hokage, and the Uzumaki clan's vitality, all contributed to his accelerated recovery. Although his regeneration wasn't yet on par with the first Hokage at his peak, with time and growth, he believed he would surpass it someday. Given my relationship with Tsunade, developing a monster strength taijutsu isn't too far-fetched, is it? With a crazed smile, Shirou laughed loudly. The cherry blossom impact he developed, combined with Tsunade's guidance, became a perfect taijutsu technique suited for him. As for the monster strength itself, after absorbing the cells of the first Hokage, he had inherited the Senju clan's monstrous power, though it couldn't yet rival Tsunade's. He's a complete monster. At this moment, seeing Shirou's manic laughter, Inoki's eyes filled with increasing terror. It wasn't that he feared Uchiha Shirou's current power, it wasn't enough to frighten him yet. What terrified him was Shirou's potential. He was only 19 years old. His growth potential was enormous, and in Inoki's mind, the shadow of someone he had long feared began overlapping with Uchiha Shirou's image. Too similar. He's exactly like a young version of that man. No. I absolutely cannot allow the ninja world to face him again. Fueled by overwhelming fear, Inoki unleashed a terrifying battle spirit. With a furious roar, he resolved to ensure that neither he nor Iwagakure would ever again live under the shadow of that man's terror. Even just imagining to what extent the other party might grow, the entire ninja world would live in fear. You have to understand, Konoha no longer has another Senju Hashirama to stop it. At this thought, Inoki's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but picture that commanding figure presiding over the situation on Kikyo Mountain. Senju Tsunade. Damn it. Why is this generation Senju a woman, and why does she just happen to have an unclear relationship with the Uchiha? Back in Iwagakure, he often gloated, thinking Sarutobi Hiruzen was doomed because this generation Senju was walking alongside the Uchiha. And now, the reality slapped him in the face. Are all the men in the Senju clan dead? How could they let a woman carry the burden, and she's even tangled up with this generation's Uchiha? At this moment, Inoki couldn't help but curse Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, cursing his predecessors across 3 generations. What were they thinking? How could they just sit back and watch as the Uchiha and the Senju joined forces? The relationship between a man and a woman is very different from that of 2 men or 2 women. It's just like back then with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If either of them had been a woman, they'd have fought once, and whoever lost would marry the other. The ninja world would have been done with their nonsense a long time ago. Chapter 210, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 210. Kikyo Mountain. 3 o'clock direction, relay the order for the 9th squad to provide support. The left flank, Inuzuka Ninja, retreats and holds defensive positions. At the wind pass, occupy the advantageous terrain sheltered from the wind for battle. Be cautious, Iwagakure ninjas have specialized scent tools designed to target ninja hounds. Cover Jonin Mishima's retreat for medical treatment. Push forward. Deploy 5 water release specialists. The right flank is occupied by Sunegakure's elite puppet corps. Give wind release ninjas the chance to sever the chakra strings. Send reinforcements from the Aburaim clan. At this moment, atop the mountain, Tsunade, clad in full armor and exuding an air of authority, was loudly and sternly issuing commands. The chaotic battle of tens of thousands of ninjas posed a significant challenge for the commander. It required constant adjustments and arrangements to maximize their forces' advantages while ensuring that heavily injured allies could retreat safely. This meticulous strategy aimed to minimize casualties and set the foundation for a sustained war effort. On Kikyo Mountain, countless Katsuyu slugs were providing timely treatment to severely injured ninjas. Medical nin were prioritized to treat Jonin first, followed by Chunin. The commander's responsibility was not only to complete the mission but also to ensure the preservation of their forces' combat strength as much as possible. Tsunade-sama, Jonin Yuzo's condition is stable. As reports flowed in, Tsunade calmly surveyed the battlefield. Simultaneously, her chakra was being consumed at an alarming rate through the Katsuyu slugs. However, the results were remarkable. Despite being at a numerical disadvantage, the Konoha ninjas managed to inflict fewer casualties than the combined forces of the 3 major villages. The chakra consumption is rising rapidly. While commanding the battlefield, Tsunade's tense expression gradually eased. The first wave of the enemy's offensive had finally been repelled. For ordinary ninjas, the chakra consumption might have been overwhelming, but for Tsunade, she could still endure. Ever since the fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers, her chakra reserves, already at their peak stability, had entered a period of explosive growth. Her chakra capacity had nearly doubled. Combined with the Sage Transformation Seal, the quality of her chakra had significantly improved. In terms of chakra reserves alone, only Kushina in all of Konoha could surpass her. Even Shirou trailed slightly behind her in this regard. The battlefield had devolved into a stalemate. Jonin clashed ferociously, while Chunin screamed in a mad frenzy. The titanic clashes of Kaga-level combatants roared across the area. At this moment, Shirou was locked in an intensely fierce battle against the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, and the 4th Reikage candidate, A. Damn it. He's too fast. My dust release can't catch him. Inoki's Kekiai Toda, dust release, was undeniably powerful, but its activation required a brief preparation time. Against Shirou's extreme speed, it was nearly impossible to land a hit. Hovering in midair, Inoki remained calm, constantly searching for an opening. Brat. Do you have any jutsu that can trap him? Inoki's shadow clone, perched on A's back below, shouted urgently while preparing another technique. However, A's frustration was written all over his face. We Cloud ninjas excel at speed and offense, not control. Both sides moved at such extreme speeds that, without Inoki's light and boulder jutsu greatly enhancing his agility, A would have been unable to keep up. Meanwhile, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun continuously, pushing his dynamic vision to its limits. One Inoki, and one future 4th Reikage who isn't even in his prime. Yet the 2 of them together have pushed me to this extent. Shirou was shaken when he considered the legendary strength of Uchiha Madara. Even when faced with the combined forces of the 5 Kage, Madara had toyed with them effortlessly. Of course, during that time, Madara had also awakened the Rinnegan and possessed would release, but it still highlighted the vast gap in strength between them. Now, with his Sage body activated, Shirou's skill in ninjutsu rivaled that of Jiraiya in Sage mode. With his immense chakra reserves, his endurance was even greater. In terms of taijutsu, his lightning release-based fighting style made him one of the strongest in the ninja world. Currently, only the third Raikage, an 8 gates activated Might to Wei, and the future fourth Raikage A could match him in close combat. Overall, Shirou's combat strength was approaching the ceiling of Kage-level power. If one were to classify beyond Kage level, it would include titans like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama during the Valley of the End battle, who could effortlessly control the Nine Tails. Such strength defined the Super Kage tier. Nagato, with the Rinnegan, could only qualify as a half Super Kage due to his weakened physical state and the fact that the Rinnegan wasn't originally his. Damn it. Uchiha Shirou, don't get too arrogant. The future fourth Raikage, A, was pushed to the brink of rage. With a furious roar, the lightning-released chakra around his body flared even more violently. At the same time, numerous enemy ninjas attempted sneak attacks. After all, the combined forces of the three great villages still held the advantage in sheer numbers. Annoying pests. Irritation flashed across Shirou's face as the surrounding enemy ninjas made their moves. In an instant, bolts of lightning blazed around him. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori Stream. A surge of electricity erupted from him, striking down the Iwagakure and Kimogakure ninjas who had attempted to ambush him. Damn it. This fight isn't for you. Get out of here. A roared furiously, rushing to rescue his comrades. But Shirou suddenly swung his Kusanagi blade, unleashing countless bolts of electricity. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori Senbon. The Chidori transformed into a barrage of sharp needles, piercing through numerous defensive earth walls and water barriers. The ninjas behind them screamed in agony. Lightning Release naturally countered Earth Release and was conducted through Water Release. With the addition of Sage Chakra, the amplified power of the attack rendered ordinary defenses completely useless. Uchiha Shirou let out a furious roar as he threw himself forward. His metal arm guard collided with the Kusanagi blade in a desperate attempt to overpower Shirou. However, at that moment, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly narrowed. Not good. Just as his Mangekyo detected something amiss, golden sand shot up from the ground in an instant, wrapping tightly around his legs and rapidly spreading toward his body. Gold dust. It's Raza from Sunagakure. Seeing the gold dust binding him tightly, Shirou realized that if not for the terrifying lightning release chakra surrounding him, which was constantly breaking down the sand, he would have already been completely restrained. You've fallen into our trap. Anoki and A appeared simultaneously, one in front and one behind. Earth Release, Super-weighted Boulder Jutsu. Anoki's hand touched Shirou, releasing the terrifying jutsu. Instantly, the ground beneath Shirou cracked as his body's weight dramatically increased. Not only his physical weight but even his chakra became heavier. Chakra possesses mass. When it reaches a certain density, massive amounts of chakra can generate physical weight. For instance, Naruto in his early Four Tails form found himself unbearably heavy, and Minato remarked on the oppressive weight of the Nine Tails chakra. Anoki. At the same moment, A appeared behind Shirou, locking him in a crushing bear hug. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Konoha genius. This ninja world has no place for someone like you. Above them, Anoki's true body shouted as dazzling white light formed in his palms. Below, Shirou was immobilized. His legs and lower body were bound by gold dust, A held him in a death grip, and Anoki loomed ahead. To think Raza was hiding amongst them all this time. In the face of this deadly situation, Shirou's realization dawned. The chaotic battlefield, filled with countless chakra signatures, had masked Raza's presence entirely. It appears to be a shadow clone. As the Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, Shirou, bound and seemingly facing certain doom, calmly glanced behind him. The Anoki in front of him was a shadow clone, which meant the one behind him must also be the same. Uchiha Shirou, with your strength at such a young age, letting you continue to grow would be terrifying. I have no choice but to mercilessly end you here. At that moment, the Anoki shadow clone before him shouted resolutely. If Shirou were merely a genius of the level of the legendary Sannin, he might have accepted it and even helped him gain fame. After all, it would only create chaos for Konoha. But Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan, combined with his terrifying strength, reminded Anoki of the fear that once gripped the ninja world under Uchiha Madara's dominance. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. In an instant, dazzling white light flashed across the heavens and earth. A massive, transparent, cube-shaped energy field appeared. The battlefield erupted in shock from both sides. In the original story, Anoki used this very technique to obliterate 25 wood-clone Susanoo warriors of Uchiha Madara in one attack, demonstrating its overwhelming power. The third Tsuchikage Dust Release. No. Lord Shirou is in danger. As the ninja from both sides exclaimed in alarm, Anoki, floating in the sky and preparing to release his technique, flushed red in the face, his eyes revealing a sense of relief. However, the white light abruptly and visibly vanished. At that moment, the ninja on both sides were still clueless about what had occurred. Anoki's pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. This is my ultimate dust release. While the other ninjas were confused, Anoki understood better than anyone that his technique hadn't even fully activated. Dust release, the Kekkei Tota technique, truly lives up to its reputation of surpassing Kekkei Genkai. But unfortunately, your vision extends only this far. Now, let me show the ninja world that the Mangekyo is above the Kekkei Tota. The voice was calm yet resounded clearly throughout the battlefield. Despite its tranquility, it carried an undeniable aura of dominance. On the battlefield, Shirou, who was trapped by golden sand, the future fourth Raikage, and Inoki's restraints, had his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in his right eye, with blood tears streaming down his face. You've all heard of the Uchiha clan's Eye's ability, haven't you? Suddenly, the corners of Shirou's mouth curled into a mocking smile. The Inoki shadow clone before him had its pupils shrink at the sight. In the next moment, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan emitted a sinister glow, and the dust release technique, which had been absorbed, reappeared in front of him. This eye technique, Uchiha Shirou, name it, ethereal deflection. Boom. A dazzling white light exploded in front of everyone. Anoki's terrifying dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique suddenly reappeared within their sight. No. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield was shocked beyond belief. What was happening? The third Tsuchikage's dust release was reflected. No. The dust release was absorbed first, then reflected. As the blinding white light dissipated, the battlefield revealed a massive, perfectly flat expanse of land, as if a chunk had been surgically removed. Cough, cough, that was close. Just barely escaped. In the distance, Raza, retreating frantically underground, stared in terror at the sight of a corner of his clothing disintegrated by the white light. Just a little closer, and he would have perished to the dust release technique. What a shame. The rat hiding in the sand sure runs fast. From afar, Shirou's hoarse laughter carried a sense of disdain, as if everything before him was insignificant. No. This isn't a reflection. It's a spatial eye technique. From a distance, Chiyo's brother, Ebizo, who had been silently observing the battlefield, suddenly shouted with a grim expression, as if he had uncovered something. Raza, Inoki, and that brat from the Cloud Village, be careful. Don't use large-scale energy-based ninjutsu. His right eye's ability creates a space tunnel and releases attacks from another dimensional exit. Ebizo's urgent warning relayed crucial information about Shirou's eye technique to the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Konoha's ninja felt a surge of morale and cheered. This was their Konoha powerhouse. Meanwhile, the allied shinobi forces grew increasingly disorganized. After all that planning, we finally lured this Uchiha monster to where the gold sand was buried, and now the Mangekyo turns out to be this ridiculous. Up in the sky, Inoki, unable to suppress his shock, felt his scalp tingle and blurted out his thoughts. However, upon hearing their analysis of his eye technique, Shirou instead smiled faintly. Well then, why don't you guess whether your interpretation of this technique is correct? Raza. We need to attack together while Uchiha Shirou is still restrained. I don't believe that pure physical strength can also be reflected in energy-based techniques. Inoki, being an experienced and seasoned Kage-level fighter, immediately roared as he launched another attack. Earth Release, Rock Golem Jutsu. In an instant, a massive stone giant rose from the ground, an awe-inspiring sight that left both sides of the battlefield in shock. Even Tsunade, commanding from Kikyo Mountain, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the sight of the technique. Inoki's fighting spirit has surpassed the third Hokage's. Among the third Kages, Inoki's display today far outshone the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Shirou. At this moment, the future fourth Raikage, roared as he appeared in person. Seizing the opportunity while Shirou was still restrained, he unleashed his most powerful attack. Weighted Boulder, Lightning Guillotine Horizontal Dance. Don't underestimate a sand shinobi. Raza shouted angrily. Back during the Land of Rain battle, their strength was about evenly matched, though Raza had lost due to inferior intelligence and terrain. But now, the gap between their abilities has grown significantly. Magnet Release, Gold Sand Giant. With a clap of his hands, Raza summoned the buried gold sand beneath the ground, quickly forming a giant comparable in size to the rock golem. The gold sand giant and the rock golem both raised their enormous fists, preparing to crush Shirou with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Shirou, still restrained and facing the full force attack of the future fourth Raikage, seemed to have no escape. Yet, despite the seemingly hopeless situation, the corners of Shirou's mouth curled up slightly, and a glint of unprecedented excitement appeared in his eyes. Gold sand and rock giants, huh? As his deep, excited voice echoed across the battlefield, the two giants and the future fourth Raikage's attack descended upon him. The deafening roar of impact shook the battlefield. However, the ninjas on both sides were left stunned, staring in shock at the scene before them. This is what Kage-level combat looks like. This isn't a fight we can interfere with. Amidst the thunderous noise and endless dust cloud, Raza and Inoki's faces both changed drastically. Damn it. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, a furious roar burst forth from the future fourth Raikage. A fierce gale swept through the haze, revealing the scene of the battle. A massive, crimson giant had appeared, displaying the terrifying image of 3 heads and 6 arms. 4 of its hands firmly grasped the falling golden sand and the stone giant's severed arms. Susanoo. On the battlefield, the only person who had witnessed such a terrifying giant before was Inoki. As Susanoo emerged, a single figure flashed through his mind. Incredible. Even Susanoo has been awakened. Second stage of Susanoo. Although only its upper body had materialized, its skeletal frame was already covered in chakra-infused flesh and blood. Inside the Susanoo, Shirou, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning with a swastika pattern, revealed a bloodthirsty, excited smile. Did they manage to withstand it? It seems that after infusing Susanoo with the Thunder God armor and Sage Chakra, its durability has increased significantly. Then, let's begin round 2. His domineering voice echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, Inoki, Raza, and even the future fourth Raikage, A, were all filled with shock. In the original story, Sasuke was able to enhance Susanoo by injecting Yugo's cursed seal power into it. Likewise, Shirou was able to achieve this, but with an additional upgrade, the defensive Thunder God armor. Although this increased chakra consumption significantly, the results were clear. Even Madara's Susanoo at this stage had been repeatedly shattered by the Raikage. But this time, Shirou's enhanced Susanoo held firm, proving the success of his reinforcement. Chapter 211, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 211. Susanoo. On the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain, both sides of the ninja forces stared in shock at the giant figure that appeared before them. This is no longer a battle on the same level. Ha ha ha, this is the ultimate power of the Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan. As the terrifying red giant came into view, the Uchiha ninjas on the Konoha side erupted into frenzied cheers, their eyes alight with uncontainable fanaticism. The ninja world will once again be ruled by the fear of the Mangekyo. Ever since the Mangekyo Sharingan became known, the Uchiha clan had spread tales of its legendary power far and wide. Naturally, they had a preliminary understanding of this extraordinary ability. But understanding it was one thing, witnessing it on the battlefield was something else entirely. Only then could one grasp the sheer magnitude of its power and how insignificant they were in comparison. He's even using Susanoo. On Kikyo Mountain, Tsunade, who was commanding the overall situation, couldn't help but look stunned at the scene. Although she knew Shirou was strong, she hadn't expected him to be forced into using such a technique. However, while this power can be used, it can't be overused. Otherwise, even with Shirou's current body, it will still have consequences. Compared to Tsunade's subtle frown, Orochimaru, who was keeping a close eye on the battlefield, revealed an expression of excitement and greed. So this is the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. No wonder it's a force that terrifies the ninja world. At this time, Orochimaru, who had just begun pursuing immortality, had not yet thought about obtaining a Uchiha body. What he coveted now was the secret behind this incredible power. Round 2 begins now. As Shirou activated the second stage of Susanoo and felt the immense power coursing through him, he couldn't help but shout with excitement, directing Susanoo into battle against the 3 Kage. The rock giant and the sand gold giant were mercilessly pummeled by the enormous Susanoo. Despite the furious roars of the 4th Raikage candidate, A, and the enhancement of Inoki's super heavy-weighted rock technique, their strongest attacks could only leave slight cracks on Susanoo. But those cracks were repaired almost instantly. After all, the current 4th Raikage candidate, A, was not yet at his peak. If the 3rd Raikage were present instead, with Inoki's support, it might have been possible to shatter Susanoo's bones. Lord 3rd Tsuchikage. This red giant from the Sharingan is continuously consuming chakra. From a distance, an IWA ninja sensory specialist shouted anxiously, his face pale as he reported the intelligence he had gathered. However, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Inoki stared in shock at the Susanoo before him. Uchiha Shirou has already pushed his power to such an extent. Susanoo is even enhanced with a lightning armor. Despite the combined assault of me and that brat A, we could barely make a crack. Inside Susanoo, Shirou's expression turned irritated as he overheard the distant sensory ninja exposing his chakra consumption. Annoying bugs. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori Stream. In an instant, the massive Susanoo erupted with terrifying currents of electricity, delivering devastating damage to the rock and sand gold giants. Simultaneously, this jutsu's range under Susanoo was nothing short of terrifying. Thunderbolts flashed everywhere, creating a carpet-like sweep of destruction. The sensory ninja who had just revealed Shirou's chakra situation was caught within the range of the lightning, his pupils filled with terror as the electricity consumed him. Damn it. Only my dust release can break through Susanoo's defense now. At this point in the battle, Inoki and his allies had begun to comprehend the immense power of Susanoo. However, upon hearing this, Raza's expression grew grim as he spoke in a low voice. Inoki, don't forget about his ocular powers. Faced with Raza's reminder, the third Tsuchika Inoki stared at the battlefield with a frustrated expression. On any other battlefield, or in scattered skirmishes, he wouldn't have hesitated. A ninja's path was always accompanied by sacrifice. The trio, third Tsuchika Inoki, Sand Ninja Raza, and the fourth Raikage candidate A, brought an overwhelming combination of power. Even Uchiha Shirou, wielding Susanoo, felt the immense pressure of their teamwork. Raza and A may not yet be at their peak, but under Inoki's command, they are each making full use of their strengths. Truly troublesome. Inside Susanoo, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Even though his possession of Hashirama cells meant he didn't need to worry about his ocular power, the consumption of chakra within his body still made him secretly uneasy. This pressure. The gap between myself and that old man Madara is still vast. Despite this, Shirou's lips curled into a smirk, his face brimming with an unstoppable fighting spirit. But I'm closing the distance between myself and Madara. Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and even the Rinnegan. I will achieve them all someday. The battle between tens of thousands of ninjas had drastically altered the terrain of the region. Craters formed by the fighting filled with water from water release techniques, while vast forests had been obliterated by fire, earth, and wind release techniques. Lord Elder. Uchiha Shirou still has. At this moment, Ebizo listened to the report of a sensory ninja under his command. As he looked at the battlefield, now locked in a stalemate, the casualties on their side continued to mount with time. He still has that much chakra left. Ebizo's face turned grim. From the perspective of the battlefield, their plan to overwhelm and take Kikyo Mountain in one decisive strike had already failed. However, if they could take this opportunity to eliminate this Mangekyo Sharingan user, even at the cost of significant losses, the three great ninja villages would deem it worthwhile. Yet judging by the current situation, they would likely expend all their forces before being able to exhaust Uchiha Shirou's chakra. Relay a message to Inoki. Inform him of Uchiha Shirou's chakra status. Ebizo finally spoke in a reluctant tone, his voice heavy with frustration. The surrounding sensory ninjas responded quickly with a loud yes, as they passed on the message. On this earth-shaking battlefield, enormous summoning beasts like Manda and Gamabunta had long since returned to their respective realms. After all, they weren't tailed beasts. Compared to true tailed beasts, these large summoning creatures were far inferior, in both endurance and combat strength. However, on Kikyo Mountain, the 1000 Division Katsuyu was performing marvelously. Konoha's ninjas, even those with minor injuries, recovered quickly, while those with severe injuries also received timely treatment. In contrast, the allied forces of the Cloud, Stone, and Sand villages had their medical teams. However, Konoha's medical forces, led by Tsunade, were unmatched. Tsunade alone was equivalent to thousands of medical ninjas. Under Katsuyu's division, she provided close-range treatment, a feat unmatched by the allied forces. Even after battles, Tsunade's ability to heal severely injured ninjas far exceeded their capabilities. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya laughed boisterously, his jovial demeanor contrasting sharply with the terrifying fire release techniques he unleashed. His bold laughter indeed placed considerable psychological pressure on the enemy ninjas. However, beneath his confident exterior, Jiraiya's bandaged body was already soaked in blood. Though he laughed heartily, his heart was filled with anxiety. Damn it. My chakra is running low, and my wounds are reopening. If this keeps up, I won't last much longer. Jiraiya, a powerful ninja, wasn't reckless or simple-minded. His jovial and eccentric behavior was merely a part of his personality. In combat, he was far from foolish. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Konoha's ninjas gradually began turning the tide, overcoming their initial numerical disadvantage. This was largely due to Konoha's deep reserves of strength. Most crucially, it was because of Tsunade. It's time to retreat. On the battlefield, Susanoo rampaged as Shirou single-handedly fought the third Tsuchika Inoki, the Sand Gold user Raza, and the fourth Raikage candidate A. He had already demonstrated terrifying power. Damn it. How could it end up like this? The fourth Raikage candidate, A, glared unwillingly at the massive red, flame-like giant. Despite being a ninja of the same era, he had been surpassed by such a large margin. However, after Inoki heard Ebizo's voice transmission and observed the situation on the battlefield, he knew they had already missed the best opportunity to break through Kikyo Mountain. If they had attacked with full force at the beginning, there might have been a chance. But once they were locked in a stalemate, Konoha's medical ninjas far exceeded their own in capability. For now, things were manageable, but if the stalemate continued, the casualties among the allied ninja forces would only grow. Don't get discouraged. Although he had already developed thoughts of retreat, Inoki still smirked coldly as he looked at the shadowy figure inside the massive Susanoo. To the best of my knowledge, the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities come with the risk of blindness. It's said that Uchiha Madara took his brother's eyes to regain his sight. But Uchiha Shirou doesn't have a brother, and the Uchiha clan only has one pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The war has just begun. I refuse to believe he can keep using those eyes indefinitely. After calmly analyzing the situation, Inoki exchanged glances with Raza and the fourth Raikage candidate, A. Though both were unwilling, the situation on the battlefield and their own dwindling chakra left them no choice. Retreat. This time we were unprepared, but next time will be different. With a frustrated roar, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, gave the order to retreat. Similarly, the Sand Ninja's Raza also issued a retreat order, but he took one last deep look at the overwhelming power that had forced them to retreat and said solemnly. Although we failed this time, we've gained valuable intelligence on the Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no such thing as a flawless jutsu in the ninja world. We will find its weakness. Send the retreat signal. Alternate covering fire and withdraw from combat. Don't hesitate to use explosive tags. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, truly lived up to his reputation as one of the most determined and experienced Kage. Even in retreat, he directed the battlefield with precision and calm. You think you can just leave? Seeing the allied ninja forces issue the retreat command, the figure inside the massive flaming Susanoo, Uchiha Shirou, revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Sage art, fire style, great fire annihilation. The enormous Susanoo unleashed a fireball that descended on the retreating allied ninja forces like a falling meteor. Damn it. This chakra is terrifying. Inoki roared as he quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the battlefield rumbled, and a massive earthen wall rose like a fortress. Earth style, earth flow rampart. The terrifying fire jutsu collided with the earth flow rampart, causing a fiery explosion that spread into a sea of flames. The sheer destructive force of the fire jutsu caused the massive wall to crumble continuously. This isn't good. Everyone, use water style quickly. One by one, the water style ninjas among the allied forces unleashed their jutsu, extinguishing the sea of flames that had spread beyond the crumbling wall. Retreat. Don't get drawn into the fight. Inoki roared again. Despite his anger, the old man's decisive commands and personal efforts to block Susanoo proved crucial on the battlefield. They managed to block it. Inside the Susanoo, Shirou frowned as the flames dissipated, revealing the shattered remains of the earthen wall. Taking advantage of the opportunity, a large number of allied forces had already withdrawn from the battle, retreating from both flanks. Inoki, you truly live up to your reputation as the most tenacious and experienced Tsuchikage. Inside the towering Susanoo, Shirou's chest heaved as he panted from exhaustion. Even he could feel the toll of such a high-intensity battle. On either side of him lay the shattered remains of the giant rock golem and the weathered sand gold construct. He was well aware that the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had not fully unleashed his true strength, especially his dust release, due to the threat of Shirou's ocular powers. Retreat. As the retreat signal echoed from above, the allied ninja forces alternated their defense while withdrawing. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas atop Kikyo Mountain erupted into cheers of victory. We won. Haha, we drove them back. Long live Konoha. This battle had brought enormous pressure to Konoha. Ever since the Kumogakure collapse plans, morale in Konoha had been shaky. The sudden onset of war, with the four great ninja villages joining forces and even breaching the borders, had left many Konoha ninjas feeling helpless. Some had even started to believe the illusion that Konoha wasn't as strong as it once was. How could they possibly stand against the combined might of four great nations? Kikyo Mountain was the last line of defense protecting their homeland. If the mountain fell, the flames of war would engulf the entire land of fire. Thus, this battle carried immense weight for the Konoha ninjas. Long live the Uchiha! On the battlefield, a member of the Uchiha clan shouted fanatically. Many Konoha ninjas turned to look at the slowly fading fiery giant, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. This battle had not only restored Konoha's confidence but also strengthened its spine. Especially the terrifying power of Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan. While the cloud, stone, and sand ninjas felt fear, Konoha felt exhilaration. Victory! Victory! With the success of this first battle, the triumphant cheers of Konoha ninjas echoed over Kikyo Mountain. Shirou. Kushina appeared in front of Shirou. Her pupils still bore the blood-red beast-like glow, and her expression was grave. Shirou, your chakra. Bite my arm and recover some. Kushina, sensing that Shirou's chakra had depleted to less than 20%, frowned as she noticed his heavy breathing and sweat-drenched appearance. Kushina, no need. Save it for Sister Tsunade instead. Despite his exhaustion, Shirou smiled with exhilaration from the intense battle. On the battlefield, Tsunade's chakra is more important than mine. As he spoke, Kushina noticed the blood-streaked marks on his face and frowned again. Shirou, your eyes. Shoo. Shirou gave a sly smile as Kushina helped him up. He leaned in and whispered. It's normal for the Mangekyo Sharingan to gradually consume its ocular power. While he said this, the glint in his eyes made Kushina's fox-like expression soften as she nodded. Shirou, you're sly. Shirou shrugged, indicating that the blindness risk of the Mangekyo Sharingan was common knowledge in the ninja world. He wasn't lying. As for his actual situation, he was happy to let his enemies dream about exhausting his ocular powers. But Shirou, you're so cunning. You even tricked them with the true capabilities of Kyoka Soijetsu and ethereal reflection. It was clear that Shirou's ocular powers weren't as simple as they appeared. Ninjas equals deception. Intelligence was the lifeblood of ninjas, whether gathering intel on the enemy or hiding one's secrets. Chapter 212, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 212. Kikyo Mountain. Quick. The toxin in the body of the Jonin from the original unit has already been extracted using the delicate illness extraction technique. Immediately assign a Chunin-level medical ninja to stabilize his condition. Understood. Hurry and retrieve any severed limbs. As long as it's within a certain time frame, they can still be reattached. Minor injuries and external wounds should first rely on Katsuyu's healing. For serious external injuries, Katsuyu should also be used to stabilize the condition and prevent further deterioration. Prioritize the rescue of poisoned and internally injured patients. Even after their victory, the Konoha ninjas on Kikyo Mountain didn't rest. Orochimaru organized the remaining combat-capable ninjas to maintain vigilance, while also dispatching others to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, in Konoha's main camp, amidst the constant wails of the injured, Tsunade remained calm as she issued orders. Her hands never stopped working, continuously used her medical ninjutsu to treat critically injured patients one by one. Although Konoha seemed to have suffered significant casualties in this battle, experienced ninjas could see that most of Konoha's injured had their conditions stabilized. Only a small number of ninjas hit by jutsu or poison required emergency treatment. At this moment, Tsunade, the medical saint of Konoha, the strongest in both individual and group medical ninjutsu across the ninja world, once again proved her unrivaled status. Even without setting foot on the battlefield, she could continuously heal ninjas for Konoha from the rear. In contrast, the allied forces of Cloud, Sand, and Stone, retreating to their camp in the distance, were in far worse shape. Hang in there, Saburo. Saburo. Cough. Save me, please save me. I still want to go home. I still want to see my mother. Damn it, where are the medical ninjas? Hurry up. The rear of the allied ninja forces was in utter chaos. The camp was filled with the screams of countless injured ninjas and the heart-wrenching cries of despair. Focus on stabilizing the conditions of our comrades first. For the allied forces, most injuries were temporarily stabilized by experienced ninjas performing makeshift first aid. However, there were far too few actual medical ninjas. Seeing this scene, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, couldn't help but frown deeply and sigh in frustration. Konoha may have more medical ninjas than us, but not by much. Yet Princess Tsunade alone is worth all the medical ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages combined. If Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was already unmatched in the ninja world, then when paired with her summoned creature, Katsuyu, which could perform large-scale healing, it became an overwhelming advantage. In small-scale skirmishes, Tsunade's medical abilities might not stand out as much, even if they were impressive. But in large-scale ninja wars like this, Tsunade became an irreplaceable cornerstone on the battlefield. Everyone, make way. The medical unit from Sunagakure has arrived to assist. Amidst the chaos, a group of nearly 100 medical ninjas from Sunagakure hurried into the allied camp's medical zone. Seeing this, many injured ninjas felt a glimmer of hope and couldn't help but cry out in relief. Watching this scene, the 4th Raikage candidate, A, frowned. Sunagakure's puppet masters are all skilled in poison-making techniques. Any puppet master who excels in poison-making is also an excellent medical ninja. Even those who aren't experts in poison are proficient in medical defense. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, aside from Konoha, Sunagakure had the second strongest medical system. After all, medicine and poison often went hand in hand. Next in line was Iwagakure. Looking at the young 4th Raikage candidate, A, Inoki's expression grew grave. You brat, I'll admit that there has always been deep hatred between Iwagakure and Kimogakure. But this time, you've seen Konoha's true strength, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Konoha's military might. We must work even more closely together. I don't expect our ninjas to set aside their grudges, but in this war, every decision we make will affect the future of our villages. Hearing Inoki's grim tone, A's expression also became serious. He eventually nodded. I understand, 3rd Tsuchikage. I'll keep the Cloud ninjas in line. I'll do the same with the Stone ninjas. Konoha's overwhelming strength had placed immense pressure on them. Despite their numerical advantage, the allied forces had failed to gain the upper hand in the war. Just look at the state of our injured ninjas. Anoki's face darkened as he pointed to the injured in the Allied forces camp. The cries of countless ninjas echoed through the air, with some unable to endure the pain and taking their own lives. Many ninjas, unable to receive treatment in time, saw their injuries worsen, increasing the cost of medical supplies. Some simply couldn't make it. On the other hand, thanks to Tsunade's presence, Konoha's casualty reduction after every battle is like fighting on a completely different battlefield. Anoki's heavy words echoed as Tsunagekyou's elder Chiyo approached with a similarly grave expression. During the Second Shinobi World War, we in Tsunagekyou already witnessed the terrifying prowess of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Even in battles where both sides fielded 2,000 ninjas, after several consecutive fights, Konoha could still maintain the morale and combat strength of about 1,500 ninjas. Meanwhile, due to casualties, we in Tsunagekyou were down to less than 800 combat-ready ninjas after just half a month. Chiyo sighed as she looked at Anoki and the Cloud Ninjas. This is the terror of Konoha. They have the strongest medical system in the ninja world and a ninja like Tsunade. If this drags into a prolonged war, Konoha's resilience will surpass anything we can imagine. Hearing the two elders discuss Konoha's terrifying foundation, the young candidates for the fourth Raikage, A, and Kazekage, Raza, exchanged glances, both wearing serious expressions. We understand now. The battlefield isn't just about direct combat. The medical system and logistics, all of these combined are the true battlefield. Chiyo and Anoki's serious attitudes reflected two major concerns. First, the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan on the battlefield reminded them of the fearsome Madara Uchiha, who once terrorized the ninja world. Second, Konoha's immense strength was exerting pressure on the younger generation of Jonin in other villages, suppressing the hatred and divisions among the three allied villages. This was why Chiyo had immediately sent Tsunagekyou's medical team to assist after stabilizing their injury. Konoha's strength and foundation were not something any single village could defeat alone. As night fell over Kikyo Mountain, a brief calm settled over the battlefield. Your eyes may feel uncomfortable now, but continued use will help you adapt to this new power. Inside a tent, Tsunade examined the Mangekyo Sharingan and rubbed her tired temples. She applied specially prepared eye drops to soothe the exhaustion in the Sharingan before advising. The discomfort you're feeling now is like a ninja recovering from an exhausting battle. Your Mangekyo just isn't used to such high-intensity combat yet. Hearing Tsunade's explanation, Shirou, lying on the bed, slowly deactivated his Mangekyo and nodded in understanding. I see. No wonder I didn't feel anything during the battle itself, but afterward, my eyes felt stiff and fatigued. Just as Shirou began to sit up, a red figure suddenly clung to his neck. Uzumaki Kushina's crescent-shaped eyes gleamed mischievously. Sister Tsunade, why don't you let Shirou bite me? That way, he can recover faster and get his eyes used to high-intensity combat. Seeing Kushina, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly. Bite you. Adapt to high-intensity combat. Just like how you tricked me in the first place. When she saw Tsunade glaring at her, Uzumaki Kushina immediately looked embarrassed. She naturally knew what Tsunade was referring to, and her eyes darted away. However, her personality wouldn't let her admit defeat so easily. Sister Tsunade. I didn't trick you at all. Kushina turned around and clung to Tsunade, acting spoiled. However, this time, Tsunade slapped her hand away in mild irritation. Her eyes carried a warning as she cautioned. Kushina, you absolutely must not reveal your unique constitution carelessly. This is war. The special constitution of the Uzumaki clan doesn't just consume ordinary chakra. At this point, Tsunade's expression became serious as she fixed her gaze on Kushina and said in a grave tone. Your body's ability to absorb chakra from your blood to heal injuries isn't as simple as you think. Based on my research, it's clear that every time you use this ability to heal, what's being consumed is your powerful life force. Although this life force can recover under normal circumstances as long as it isn't damaged too severely, and it won't affect your lifespan, don't forget. This is the battlefield. The Uzumaki clan's special constitution allows unique energy to be produced within their bodies, much like the special chakra generated in the brains of the Uchiha clan when using the Sharingan. If this special energy is overused, it's just like the Mangekyo Sharingan. The life force you lose cannot be recovered. If you control the consumption to a certain extent, it can regenerate. Listening to Tsunade's warning, Kushina obediently nodded. She wasn't stupid. If this ability were exposed, countless people would come after her. Kushina herself was already considered Konoha's ultimate weapon. Once people feel you didn't save their companions or family members, they'll hate you. You might argue that you only lost a little bit of your lifespan, but from their perspective, they lost loved ones, their companions. For each person, it may seem insignificant, but when accumulated, it becomes a disaster. Kushina, remember. Never underestimate the greed and malice in people's hearts. Having experienced firsthand how cruel people can be, Tsunade's stern warning made Kushina quickly nod in fear. Sister Tsunade, don't worry. I'm not stupid. Last time, during the battle on the Land of Rain battlefield, I activated this ability, but because of the barrier formed by my adamantine chains, no one noticed. The only people who know are you, Sister Tsunade, Sister Mikoto, Shirou, and a few other ninja like Lord Orochimaru. They're all trusted allies of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Seeing Kushina's understanding of the gravity of the situation, Tsunade's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. But this relaxation was due to Shirou's fingers gently massaging her temples to help her unwind. The Uchiha's upper-ranked ninja has already issued a clan-wide gag order. They won't speak of this. The Senju clan is even less of an issue. As for Orochimaru. At this point, Shirou couldn't help but smile. One could say that Orochimaru was the most trustworthy in this regard. At the same time, Shirou recalled the original story of Keirin's mother, who was drained to death while healing others. Even in a small village like Kusagakure, they must have known how precious this kind of constitution was. Under normal circumstances, it should have been cherished. But instead, she was drained to death. It was clear that it wasn't the big things that killed her, but the accumulation of small, careless acts over time, causing her life force to drain away until she ultimately died. Sister Tsunade, thank you for your hard work. As she enjoyed the rare moment of relaxation, Tsunade sighed, her eyes half closed in fatigue. Luckily, we have Kushina. With your ability to summon Katsuyu, I've been able to save a lot of chakra. The injuries in the camp are now stabilized, and reinforcements from the village will arrive in 2 days. This war has just begun. Don't get too cocky, though. The opponent you faced today, Inoki, was merely testing your strength and wary of your dojutsu. Shirou naturally understood. Inoki was one of the strongest kage among the 5 great shinobi villages. The only one who could rival him was the 3rd Raikage. Inoki's ability to fly alone gave him a significant advantage. No one could withstand his dust release head-on, but at the same time, Inoki couldn't endure the 3rd Raikage's attacks either. Dust release truly is a powerful jutsu. Even the so-called absolute defense of the Susanoo is somewhat inadequate before its power. Thinking about today's battle against dust release, Shirou couldn't help but show a serious expression. If not for Inoki's concern about the dust release potentially harming his own side's ninja, if he had fought without restraint, even Shirou would have found it troublesome. Dust release is truly inescapable. Mikoto will also be arriving soon. You're sly, though, pretending to shed bloody tears to mislead the enemy and make them think your Mangekyo Sharingan has a weakness. Tsunade couldn't help but tease him with a laugh. When Mikoto arrives, there will be a second pair of hidden Mangekyo Sharingan by your side. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes glimmered with schadenfreude. If someone were to force Mikoto to use her Mangekyo Sharingan, the ensuing chaos would be quite the spectacle. But Shirou narrowed his eyes, thinking instead about the enemies lurking in the shadows. Mangekyo Sharingan, huh? Such immense power. If you don't give these people a glimmer of hope, even fleas can become an annoyance. The bloody tears from the Mangekyo Sharingan, revealing the risk of blindness, served as a deterrent for both the allied forces of Inoki and the hidden schemers in the village. All right, take this chance to rest properly. The war has just begun. Facing the combined forces of the 4 great shinobi villages this time is going to be a real challenge. Regarding the war, Tsunade also looked solemn. The current situation was no longer one where an additional Kage-level combatant or 2 could determine the outcome. The First Shinobi World War had pushed the military capacity of all the major villages to its limits. Their homeland resources were completely saturated, and further growth required external conflict. As a result, this war would likely drag on for years. Only after all the major villages had been severely weakened, their vitality nearly extinguished, would the fighting finally cease. Once the chariot of ambition begins moving, it won't stop so easily. Tsunade's expression turned complicated as she said this, her gaze drifting toward Shirou. Sensing Tsunade's thoughts, Shirou seemed to understand her sentiment and nodded gravely. Sister Tsunade, don't worry. Ambition must be matched with strength. Until I have the power to suppress the entire shinobi world, I won't actively provoke a war. The implication was clear, if he did have the power to dominate the shinobi world, he would initiate a war of unification. In the 46th year of Konoha, the Third Shinobi World War had fully erupted. At Kikyo Mountain, the allied forces of Kimogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure launched a brutal assault on Konoha. The 4 great shinobi villages had formed an allied force to wage war against Konoha. As the war unfolded, countless smaller nations were dragged into the conflict. Only a few remote or overseas countries were fortunate enough to escape the flames of war, the rest were pulled into the great nation's struggle. Chapter 213, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 213. Konoha Year 49. Amidst the swirling and falling autumn leaves, the once bustling streets of Konoha were now filled with bleak desolation. Each day in the village, old white mourning banners were taken down, only to be replaced with new ones. Inside the Hokage's office, The war broke out in year 45 and reached a full-scale eruption by year 46. Now, it's already the autumn of the 5th year. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had once emanated an aura of authority and determination during the execution of the plan to collapse Kimogakure, had endured the most grueling 5 years of his life. His temples had turned gray, wrinkles etched deeper into his face, making the 50-something Sarutobi appear much thinner. Only his eyes, now more deeply concealed, retained their sharpness. Hiruzen, the Ninja Academy has already accelerated graduation to age 8. Although we've increased the intensity of the curriculum and even added a requirement to master a C-rank jutsu before graduation, the casualties on the front lines are simply too great. Mitokado Hamura spoke with a heavy heart. These 5 years had been the most difficult of their lives. Every morning, as soon as they opened their eyes, they were faced with the same problem, a shortage of manpower in the battles waged across the Land of Fire. Those elite clans are truly infuriating. Even now, they're still hiding their strength. Koharu Udatane couldn't hold back her frustration. If only those clans would fully commit their resources, the situation wouldn't be this dire. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly but quickly shook his head and replied. These 5 years of war haven't been easy for anyone. Even the Hyuga clan's main family members have appeared frequently on the battlefield, which is already proof enough. Hiruzen refused to touch the topic of clans withholding their strength. Others could criticize them, but as Hokage, he absolutely could not. Over the years, all the major clans had already suffered heavy losses. But expecting them to send every single ninja to the front lines was unrealistic. After all, even the Sarutobi clan couldn't do that. If they pushed the clans any further, it would only backfire on them in the end. We're struggling in Konoha, but do you think the other villages are doing any better? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a cold laugh and spread out intelligence reports on the 4 other great ninja villages. The entire ninja world is in economic decline. In Kimogakure, the internal strife has intensified. Although the Third Raikage's ruthless and decisive methods have brought stability by forcing all the rebels ninjas onto the battlefield, it has deeply alienated them. Over the past 2 years, Kimogakure has seen an increasing number of defectors. Under the guidance of Root, these defectors have now gathered in the lands of fields, frost, and waterfalls. At this point, Hiruzen couldn't help but acknowledge the abilities of Shimura Danzo and his Root organization. If there was something honorable happening, Root had no part in it. But if it involved shady or despicable activities, Root was almost certainly involved. Through manipulation and provocation, Root had caused a mass defection among Kimogakure's ninjas. Over the past 2 years, the village had become infamous, rivaling Kirigakure in the number of defectors. The Raikage is indeed cunning. Through war, he has managed to eliminate internal instability. The rebels have now been utterly marginalized. Koharu sneered coldly, deriving satisfaction from Kimogakure's internal struggles. As for Sunagakure, they've already shown signs of fatigue over these years. With their low population and weak economy, Sunagakure has consistently lagged behind. Kirigakure, on the other hand, is trapped in its terror due to the blood mist policy. The number of Kirigakure ninjas is the lowest among the great villages. Even Iwagakure, despite being the strongest now, is beginning to face economic and logistical shortages. Seeing the struggles of the other villages, Hamura and Koharu suddenly felt a sense of relief. It wasn't just Konoha that was suffering, everyone was struggling. For years, the other 3 great villages have repeatedly attacked Kikyo Mountain. Despite their strongest efforts, we've managed to hold them off. Now, it's a battle of attrition. It's a matter of seeing who collapses first. However, regarding Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan, though they've done a good job of hiding it, according to intelligence from the ANBU, his pupils are showing signs of unfocused dispersal. It's clear that his vision is starting to blur. At the mention of the Mangekyo, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office turned solemn. Hearing that Shirou's vision was failing, the 3 couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen rasped. Although they've hidden it well, over the past year, Uchiha Mikoto has consistently been by Shirou's side, acting as his eyes during battles. Moreover, the frequency of his eyes bleeding, his frequent visits to Tsunade for treatment, and the significant consumption of eye-related medical supplies all point to the same conclusion. It had to be said, ninjas excelled at intelligence gathering. They could infer details not just from visible actions but also from patterns like medical supply consumption. The use of Susanoo has decreased significantly as well. Even the cunning Inoki has noticed this issue and has started reducing his offensive pressure on the Mangekyo, clearly intending to leave this problem for us to deal with. Hiruzen's voice grew more serious as he laid out the information. His tone turned bitter when he mentioned Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage. Inoki had realized the limitations of the Mangekyo's power and had chosen to hold back, leaving Konoha with a ticking time bomb. This was an open ploy, one they couldn't avoid. A Mangekyo on the verge of blindness could easily become a source of chaos in its final moments. Hiruzen, we still can't let our guard down. Even though Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo is failing, based on his battlefield performance, his strength is on par with yours. Koharu's flattery made Hiruzen's eye twitch. He acknowledged his strength, he was more than capable of holding his own against the third Raikage. But Uchiha Shirou's feats had already spread across the ninja world. Over the years, his taijutsu had grown strong enough to rival the third Raikage, and his mastery of ninjutsu and the Mangekyo Sharingan made him an almost flawless, hexagonal Kage-tier combatant. Hiruzen, there's also the Uchiha clan. At this point, Hamura's expression turned grim as he presented a statistical report. While the Uchiha clan has suffered heavy casualties over these years, the number of awakened Sharingan users and those advancing their Sharingan has surpassed the total from the past 20 years. In war, the Uchiha clan's strength hasn't diminished much. Instead, it has produced nearly 100 new Sharingan users. The three of them looked at the report, their faces filled with unease. This was why the Uchiha clan faced envy and ostracism. The awakening of the Sharingan required not only innate talent and bloodline power but also extreme emotional stimulation. And what could evoke more extreme emotions than the battlefield? The death of loved ones and comrades, the terror and madness of facing death, these conditions were perfect for the Uchiha clan to awaken their Sharingan. A nearly blind Mangekyo, but what about Uchiha Fugaku? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic. His two old comrades immediately understood what he was getting at. Koharu smirked coldly and nodded. On the battlefield against Kirigakure, Uchiha Fugaku has performed exceptionally, even surpassing the Hyuga clan. He has earned the title of Crimson Eye and is more than capable of standing on his own. If necessary, we can elevate his reputation and use it to bolster Uchiha Fugaku's name. Indeed, Konoha's elders were adept at internal manipulation. Even amid war, they were already preparing for the political games that would follow. After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded steadily. Uchiha Fugaku, huh? Not bad. But now is not the time to stir up conflict, so the issue of Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities remains an absolute secret. Understood. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado both understood the situation clearly. Now was not the right time, but allowing Uchiha Fugaku's reputation to grow had already been tacitly agreed upon. The rest would have to wait until after the war. Minato has become increasingly proficient in space-time ninjutsu over the years. He's earned the name Yellow Flash on the battlefield, especially with his flawless execution of missions involving infiltrating enemy lines and destroying their supplies. Although war brought mostly bad news, the growth of Namikaze Minato was a silver lining for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, huh? He's a shinobi who embodies the will of fire. I believe he will achieve even greater glory. When speaking of Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi's old face rarely showed such a pleased, almost flower-like smile. After all, Minato was a ninja he had personally cultivated, and to this day, he was the one Sarutobi trusted the most. Now, the question is, who will falter first? Minato's spacetime ninjutsu was practically tailor-made for infiltrating enemy lines and executing supply destruction missions. It was also the fastest way to achieve merit. In the Kikyo mountain range, the damp, vast forest reeked of blood and slaughter. A flash of lightning illuminated the dark, humid space. A 10-year-old Samui, with her short, golden hair neatly trimmed, wielded a short blade crackling with lightning as she attacked. This technique is. Before the enemy could finish speaking, the young Kimonin's eyes glazed over, a short blade with a crimson hilt embedded in his throat. Blood sprayed out as the blade continued to emit faint traces of lightning. This technique is Lord Shirou's Chidori stream. I may not have mastered it fully yet, but it's more than enough to kill you. Samui flicked the blood off her blade and sheathed it with practiced efficiency. Despite her young age, her chest already boasted a figure far beyond her peers. Is it over? At that moment, her two teammates appeared in the trees nearby, staying vigilant. Yujito Ni, with her light brown braided hair, slowly retracted her sharp cat-like claws, which were still stained with blood. Yujito stood protectively in front of Mabui, who remained calm as she closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. Mabui's silver-white hair revealed her dark red-toned skin, which seemed to glow in the dim forest light. The battle is over. When Mabui opened her eyes and confirmed the end of the fight, Samui flicked her short golden hair and laughed loudly. Looks like Shiranui's team has wrapped things up too. The three girls, originally from Kimogakure, had matured significantly under the crucible of war. The Konoha forehead protectors they now wore symbolized their transformation into capable and loyal Konoha ninjas. Mabui let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled. The enemy infiltration squad has been completely wiped out. We can return to report now. At that moment, the forest rustled as Shiranui's team appeared before them, carrying the bodies of fallen enemies. Seriously, the three of us men can't even compare to three girls. Shiranui Ginma sighed helplessly, teasing as he spoke. Alright, let's hurry back and report. It was evident that Mabui, as the team leader, was the backbone of her squad. Though she hadn't yet unlocked spacetime ninjutsu, she was exceptionally skilled in sealing techniques and analysis. These abilities included sensory ninjutsu. Shiranui Ginma, along with Benzoku Reito and Tetsuya Iwashi, formed a separate team with Shiranui as their captain. Judging by their flak jackets, they were all already chunin. The 6 of them moved through the forest, maintaining a formation that allowed them to be battle-ready at any moment. I heard Kakashi has already been promoted to Jonin. A 12-year-old Jonin, he's probably the youngest in Konoha's or even the Shinobi World's history, right? TCH, Kakashi might be a genius, but it's all thanks to Lord Shirou's teaching. Otherwise, how could he be this strong? The prolonged war had taken a toll on the mental state of many ninjas. To boost morale, the major villages used every means at their disposal. For example, Kakashi's promotion to Jonin at just 12 years old, earning him the title of the youngest Jonin in history, was a calculated move. It served not only to inspire the Shinobi world but also to encourage the young graduates to join the battlefield in Konoha. Kakashi was being portrayed as their role model. As the group passed through the forest, the distant sound of explosions reached their ears. By now, they were so accustomed to the noise that no one even flinched. Instead, their expressions remained calm and composed. Remember to conserve your energy and stay ready for combat. Understood. Under Mabui's steady leadership, Samui and Yujito nodded solemnly. Similarly, Shiranui Ginma's team also responded with calm determination. As the forest thinned out, the battlefield at Kikyo Mountain came into view. So this is the power of the gods. From a distance, they saw the massive red figure of the Susanoo towering over the battlefield. Samui and Yujito's faces lit up with a mixture of awe and fanaticism. However, Mabui frowned deeply at the sight. The allied shinobi forces have frequently used large-scale war machines to fight against Lord Shirou in recent years. Due to the lack of intelligence, Mabui didn't fully understand the cost of wielding such power. She only knew that if the allied shinobi forces were resorting to this strategy, they must have their hidden agenda. Chapter 214, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 214, R18. Mount Kikyo, Konoha Rear Camp. Yuhi Kurinai, Shizun, the 2 of you will handle this patient together. Understood. Inside the medical camp, Yuhi Kurinai and Shizun were treating a slightly injured ninja with serious expressions on their faces. When the squads led by Mabui and Ginma Shiranui returned, they immediately headed to the rear medical camp to report. Lady Tsunade, the infiltrating enemies have all been eliminated. Lady Tsunade, the enemies at Point B have also been completely taken care of. Even as Tsunade continued her treatments, squads returning from completed missions kept coming to deliver reports. That stubborn old Inoki doesn't give up, does he? Every time there's a frontal battle, he sends small groups of ninjas to infiltrate and flank us. Although Tsunade was well aware of such tactics, she couldn't help but furrow her brows in frustration. There wasn't much they could do. This strategy was undeniably underhanded. The allied shinobi forces relied on their sheer numbers, leaving Konoha at a disadvantage. During major frontal battles, small ninja units would sneak through forests and mountains, aiming to infiltrate the rear medical camp. If successful, the damage to Konoha would be catastrophic. Even though Konoha had taken precautions, the lack of manpower meant they could only remain on the defensive. You all did well. Go get some rest and be ready for more combat at any time. Yes, ma'am. With the squads reporting back, only the smoke of battle remained on the main battlefield as both sides began to clean up. Lord Shirou. Lord Shirou. As Shirou approached, countless ninjas stood up, their expressions filled with respect. Many even showed traces of fervent admiration in their gazes. Strong individuals always attract followers. Admiration for strength is part of human nature. Over the years of war, every ninja had wished to fight under the command of someone powerful. 5 years of warfare had changed much. Familiar faces from yesterday might be gone today. Under the flames of this 5-year war, Shirou had become a legend on the battlefield, naturally inspiring many to passionately follow him. You used the Mangekyo again, didn't you? When Shirou entered the tent exhausted, Tsunade barely perceptibly furrowed her brow. It was clear she knew he had used the power of Susanoo again. Shirou gave a helpless smile. Inoki is too cunning. Even though I've grown a lot over these 5 years, the gap in experience and our numerical disadvantage remain significant. Inoki's combat experience was so formidable that even during the 5 Kage's battle with Madara, he had been praised for his strategic prowess. However, seeing Tsunade's expressionless face, Shirou couldn't help but marvel inwardly. When it comes to acting skills, women are natural. Since the eruption of the Mount Kikyo battlefield, Mikoto had been by Shirou's side, rarely straying far during battles. Kushina was also here in the rear camp. When she noticed her 2 students, Yuhi Kurinai and Shizun, had become Tsunade's apprentices, Kushina couldn't help but complain sourly. Shirou, look at my 2 disciples. They didn't learn much ninjutsu from me, but now they're both following Tsunade and have become medics. Shizune, possessing a natural talent for medical ninjutsu, was practically Tsunade's shadow now. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai, despite her aptitude for genjutsu, also showed promise in medical ninjutsu and had been learning it as part of her training. Come on, Kushina, isn't Mabui from my squad learning sealing techniques from you? Before Shirou could respond, Mikoto playfully teased her, causing Kushina to smirk with a hint of pride. Of course. Mabui has great talent. And then there's Yujito. Even though she's your student, Mikoto, I've personally trained her to be so capable. Kushina wore a proud expression. While Mabui had spatial jutsu potential, her chakra reserves were still too small, and she was learning sealing techniques as a foundation for future spacetime ninjutsu. Yujito, on the other hand, was incredibly talented despite being an artificial pseudo-jinchuriki. Even if Yujito wasn't a true jinchuriki, her potential was immense. Kushina, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was the perfect teacher for her. Lord Shirou, Lady Mikoto, this mission. Samui, the calm and composed blonde kunoichi, now respectfully reported her mission. Despite her typically cool demeanor, her eyes betrayed a deep admiration. Samui, your talent in Chidori Stream and Kenjutsu is unquestionable. Though hailed as a prodigy, Samui privately felt anxious, knowing her aptitude lay solely in lightning release and swordsmanship. Beyond that, she felt she had nothing else. She was no longer the clueless little girl she had been at 5 or 6 years old. As a ninja, she understood that without special talent or unique abilities, most would plateau at the Jonin level. Seeing the soft-hearted girl who hid her insecurities beneath a stoic exterior, Shirou smiled gently, patting her silky blonde hair as he softly encouraged her. Samui, you're the only one who's inherited my swordsmanship. Not even Kakashi or Shisui managed that. Each ninja's talents lay in different areas. In Shirou's view, a little patience and encouragement could nurture a determined and hard-working ninja. Neglecting them, on the other hand, could crush their spirit. Without strong will and belief, even the most talented individuals wouldn't go far. For Shirou, offering such small gestures of care costs nothing. Yet for someone like Samui, who idolized him, his words kindled a spark of excitement in her gaze. Lord Shirou, Samui will become the strongest wielder of the lightning blade under your guidance. Seeing her steadfast determination, Shirou chuckled and shook his head. No. You are my comrades, not tools to be used. Lord Shirou. These words warmed the hearts of Mabui, Yujito, and Samui, filling them with resolve. After a brief round of treatments, Shirou, his eyes tinged with faint bloodshot lines, returned to the tent to rest, followed closely by Mikoto, who was well practiced in caring for him. However, an unassuming Jonin from Konoha discreetly observed them, his eyes flashing with understanding as he lowered his gaze. Post-battle observation, upon entering the tent, Uchiha Mikoto sped up and lifted the flap. Uzumaki Kushina followed behind. Though Uchiha Shirou's recent combat wasn't intense, his chakra reserves remained full. Possible symptoms of severe nearsightedness or blurred vision noted. This seemingly insignificant detail was quickly compiled into a report and sent back to Root. Such reports were filed several times a month. Even the smallest observations could, when pieced together, create a highly detailed analysis. Inside the tent. Shirou. Within the sealed tent, as soon as they entered, Shirou no longer appeared fatigued. The bloodshot eyes were merely the result of stimulative medicine. Caught in a passionate kiss, Kushina threw herself at him, followed closely by Mikoto. Shirou, you're so bad. Every time your eyes are bloodshot, anyone who sees you would think you have serious vision problems. With a sly smile, Kushina teased while kicking off her ninja shoes and removing her vest. Shirou, while Sister Tsunade is busy for a while, you're ours now, Mikoto's and mine. Sister Mikoto, slow down. I've prepared clothes that Shirou likes. As the sealing scroll was opened, revealing an outfit that was both transparent and minimal in fabric, Mikoto couldn't help but blush. Though she appeared gentle and reserved, Mikoto did not refuse. Slowly, she put on the outfit that Kushina had prepared. Meanwhile, Shirou admired the two of them and couldn't help but praise them while caressing them. Kushina, you are mischievous. But your taste is, as always, impeccable. Black silk stockings and high heels. Kushina had the playful and cunning look of a little fox, while Mikoto, dressed in a white fox costume, exuded both tenderness and composure. It's not just Shirou who likes it. I love the silky feel of Mikoto's outfit too. Playful Uzumaki Kushina had no reservations about Mikoto. She was like a fox that had found an entertaining new toy. Mikoto, back when I was still in the ninja academy, you used to entice me like this when I got home. Mikoto, you're so bad. I was so young back then. Now it's my turn. Shirou's strong hands roamed over their bodies as Kushina and Mikoto pressed against him from both sides. The silk of their outfits rustled sensually as they moved together in the dim tent. You've always known exactly how to touch me, Mikoto purred as his fingers traced along her thigh, up under the hem of her white fox costume. Her breath hitched when he reached her most sensitive spot. Meanwhile, Kushina was busy unfastening his vest, peppering kisses down his neck and chest. "Don't forget about me," she teased, grinding her hips against his growing hardness. Her red hair spilled over her shoulders like liquid fire. Shirou groaned as Mikoto's delicate hand wrapped around his length, stroking him with practiced skill. "You two are going to be the death of me," he managed between heavy breaths. "That's the idea," Mikoto grinned wickedly. She pushed him onto his back and straddled his face while Kushina positioned herself between his legs. The two women exchanged heated looks as they pleasured him together. "Ah, right there." Mikoto moaned as his tongue found her sweet spot. Her thighs trembled around his head while Kushina leaned forward to capture her lips in a deep kiss. The tent filled with their combined gasps and moans as they moved as one. Hands roamed, bodies pressed together, pleasure building higher and higher. When they finally reached their peak, it was together in a tangle of limbs and cries of ecstasy. "My turn," Mikoto purred, pushing Kushina aside playfully to mount Shirou in reverse cowgirl style, her perfect ass on display as she sank onto his thick shaft with a loud moan. "Oh yes." Kushina crawled between his legs, her tongue darting out to tease his balls while Mikoto rode him vigorously. The sight of both women pleasuring him made Shirou's head spin with lust. "Ah, you feel so good inside me," Mikoto cried out, her breasts bouncing as she impaled herself on him again and again. Her hair whipped wildly with each thrust. Not to be outdone, Kushina moved to straddle Shirou's face, grinding against his eager tongue while she reached forward to squeeze and pinch Mikoto's nipples. The older sister threw her head back in ecstasy. Yes, taste me Shirou," Kushina moaned, her thighs trembling around his head as his tongue delved deep inside her dripping center. They switched positions fluidly, now Kushina was on her hands and knees as Shirou took her from behind. Harder. Yes. The wet sounds of their coupling filled the tent along with their moans. Shirou reached back to squeeze Kushina's breasts roughly. "You love this, don't you? Such a naughty fox." Yes. Yes. I'm coming." Kushina screamed, her walls clenching around him as her orgasm hit. The sensation pushed Shirou over the edge and he emptied himself deep inside her with a groan. They collapsed in a sweaty heap, bodies still tingling with aftershocks. But they weren't done yet, not by a long shot. "Ready for round 2. Kushina grinned wickedly, already reaching for his semi-hard member. Insatiable vixen, Shirou groaned as Kushina's skilled hand brought him back to full hardness while Mikoto sucked and nibbled on his neck. This time they positioned Mikoto on top, riding him cowgirl while Kushina straddled his face. The two women kissed passionately above him, their tongues dancing as they moved in sync. So deep," Mikoto moaned, her walls gripping him tight as she bounced on his shaft. Her breasts swayed hypnotically with each movement. Hours passed in a blur of pleasure as they tried every position imaginable. "Getting tired yet?" Kushina teased after their 5th round, grinding her ass against his still hard cock. The stimulants coursing through his system kept him going far beyond normal limits. "Never," he growled, flipping her onto her back and plunging inside once more. Mikoto watched with hooded eyes, lazily playing with herself as she recovered. Finally, after what felt like endless rounds of passionate lovemaking, Shirou's enhanced stamina began to fade. His final release left him completely drained, collapsing between the two satisfied women. "I think we broke him," Kushina giggled, pressing soft kisses to his sweaty chest. Mission accomplished," Mikoto agreed with a satisfied smile, snuggling closer. Outside, the war raged on, but in here, they had found their private paradise. When Uzumaki Kushina finally stepped out, her face was still flushed. But as she returned to her tent next door, she encountered 3 young women who had been waiting for Mikoto. Lady Kushina, Mabui, Yujito, and Samui all nodded respectfully. This tent belonged to both Kushina and Mikoto. However, the 3 women quickly lowered their gazes in embarrassment, because they noticed that Kushina's legs were still trembling uncontrollably. Hee hee. Shirou's libido is still strong. Yet, facing the 3 of them, Kushina showed no shame at all. Instead, she lazily collapsed onto the bed. After 5 years of change, the red flower of Uzumaki Kushina was now in full bloom, at the peak of her beauty. Kushina's frank words made the 3 women feel awkward. "You're waiting for Sister Mikoto, right? She'll need some time to rest before coming over. Lady Kushina, allow us to help relieve your fatigue." Mabui, Yujito, and Samui skillfully stepped forward, one massaging her head, while the other 2 focused on her trembling legs. Kushina closed her eyes and smiled in enjoyment. "You 3 are always too cautious. At first, you were outsiders, but now that you've joined us, we are comrades who can fully trust each other. Shirou trusts you." She then smirked mischievously, turning to Mabui. "Especially you, Mabui. I want to strip you down, your skin is such a beautiful, ripe shade." Faced with Kushina's playful teasing, Mabui, usually the calm and dignified leader of this squad, looked visibly embarrassed. But Kushina, ever the prankster, knew exactly who they were. And since she was certain that Mikoto would never let them escape her grasp, her eyes gleamed with mischief. She narrowed her eyes and spoke softly to the three women. When Shirou touches you, the way your eyes look at him, so full of trust. Shirou truly believes in you. But Sister Mikoto's concerns, you understand them, don't you? After all, your bodies hold too many secrets. With a cunning glance, she gently stretched out her fingers and pried open each of their mouths, revealing the curse marks beneath their tongues. Even though Mikoto was willing to trust them, their skills and abilities were not yet enough to guarantee the safety of their secrets. As Kushina's slender fingers played with their tongues, exposing the curse marks, the three women didn't show any disappointment. Instead, they revealed unwavering determination. Lady Kushina. Before they could finish speaking, Kushina interrupted with a playful laugh. Call me sensei. Kushina-sensei, we are shinobi. We know this isn't a game. Lord Shirou has shown us complete trust, teaching us precious jutsus. Our loyalty. Seeing Mabui, Yujito, and Samui's determined expressions, Kushina's fox-like smile deepened. And then, her next words made them all blush instantly. Oops, I forgot to wash my hands. But it's fine, these hands just finished touching Shirou. Hearing such a provocative remark, the three girls' faces turned bright red, their eyes filled with both shyness and embarrassment. They were all kunoichi. Even though they came from outside Konoha, they understood that if they had been raised in Danzo's root, they would have been trained into emotionless tools. But in the Uchiha clan, the only restriction placed upon them was a curse mark to prevent information leaks. Beyond that, their treatment was superior to most Konoha shinobi. In fact, within the Uchiha clan, everyone knew that they were Uchiha Mikoto's students, and they were respected. Lord Shirou once said that once we gain enough strength to protect ourselves, the curse mark will be removed. But this mark is a gift from him. Mabui, Yujito, and Samui spoke softly, unable to hide the admiration and devotion in their voices. Kushina. At that moment, Mikoto's voice rang out. Instantly, Mabui, Yujito, and Samui straightened up and greeted her respectfully. Lady Mikoto. Unlike Kushina's playful and uninhibited personality, Mikoto was gentle yet carried the proud aura of a Uchiha. After all, her warmth was reserved only for those she cared about. To outsiders, she was a fearsome Uchiha warrior, and even without her Mangekyo Sharingan, she was a formidable force. Kushina, still exhausted, lay motionless on the bed while Mikoto sat gracefully on the side. You did well. Over these years, you've treated us as family and comrades. We feel the same. I hope you won't disappoint Shirou's expectations. He has high hopes for you. Hearing this, Kushina smirked. She wasn't foolish, she knew exactly what Mikoto was doing. The three kunoichi, being experienced shinobi, understood that if the bond was genuine, it was no longer manipulation, it was real loyalty. Get some rest. After today's battle, we'll have some downtime. Tomorrow, I will personally train you. Yes, Lady Mikoto. Where's Shirou? Kushina finally had the chance to ask, yawning slightly. Seeing Mikoto return alone, it was obvious Shirou wasn't around. He went to see Orochimaru. At this, Kushina simply nodded without asking further. Neither of them was the type to interfere with a man's ambitions. They would simply support him from the shadows. Chapter 215, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 215. Kikyo Mountain, Konoha Command Tent. You're saying that Kakashi, Shisui, and Might Guy were temporarily reassigned to Minato Namikaze. Konan, who had returned, wore a visibly displeased expression and lowered her head, speaking hoarsely. Lord Shirou, Minato Namikaze presented an order directly from the Hokage. He has the authority to mobilize any ninja squad on the front lines to carry out this top-secret mission. Upon hearing this, Shirou's eyes narrowed slightly. Though his face wore a faint smile, a chilling glint flickered in his gaze. Hey, it seems Minato Namikaze also views me as an unstable element in the village. This is likely an opportunity to probe my intentions and gather information on me. If it were anyone else, they would probably use this chance to send Kakashi and Shisui on a dangerous mission, thereby eliminating two of his disciples. But since the person in question was Minato Namikaze, Shirou understood his character well. Minato, despite embodying the will of fire championed by the third Hokage, always had his boundaries. Using a standard Konoha squad to conduct a reconnaissance mission as a cover for executing this top-secret plan, it seems Minato Namikaze has grown into a competent leader who knows how to make sacrifices. Behind his calm smile, Shirou instantly saw through Minato's strategic intentions. On the surface, this team would appear to Iwanin as a mere reconnaissance squad from Konoha trying to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze would use this as a cover for his real plan. Lord Shirou. Konan knelt on one knee, her face full of guilt, looking as though she were pleading for forgiveness. It's my failure, Lord Shirou. I couldn't stop Kakashi and the others. Looking at Konan kneeling before him, Shirou remained calm, rhythmically tapping the table with his fingers. As other ninjas came in to deliver intel, Konan maintained her kneeling posture. Though some cast odd glances at her, it was clear to everyone that she must have failed an important task, otherwise, she wouldn't be subjected to such punishment. No one from Konoha would plead for leniency. This was war, and their hearts had long been hardened. By sunset, Konan's face had turned pale, not from physical exhaustion, but from inner turmoil and self-doubt. Then tell me, Konan, why did you refuse? When Shirou's voice broke the silence, Konan, overwhelmed with guilt, responded in a trembling voice. My life belongs to Lord Shirou. My loyalty lies with you and only you. Though she didn't say it outright, it was evident that when Minato presented the Hokage's order, Konan had chosen to refuse, while Kakashi and the others had agreed without hesitation. Shirou understood this all too well. Kakashi Hatake, Shisui Uchiha, and Might Guy were loyal Konoha ninjas. While they might harbor discontent about the village's darkness, they would never betray it. To fulfill a top-secret mission for the village was the duty of every loyal Konoha ninja. Konan, however, was different. As someone from the land of rain, her sense of belonging to Konoha was comparatively weaker. Looking at Konan's pale face, Shirou gently shook his head and spoke in a soft voice. Now do you understand why I punished you? The intelligent Konan seemed to realize something. Her face suddenly regained some color, and she looked up at Shirou with slightly moist eyes, trying to suppress her emotions. I understand now. I disobeyed the rules of Konoha by refusing to carry out the village's top-secret mission. This isn't just unacceptable for a Konoha ninja like me, it also reflects poorly on you, Lord Shirou. At that moment, Konan finally understood the reason behind today's punishment. It was all for appearances. Seeing Konan's perceptive nature, Shirou smiled in satisfaction and nodded. Good. It's enough that you understand. However, that alone isn't sufficient. I'll issue an order that you've been sent on a mission to gather crucial enemy intelligence, which explains why you had to return. Never underestimate the significance of small matters. While this might seem trivial to him, it could plant the seeds of destruction for someone like Konan. For a ninja, their strongest weapon was their will. Once their will or faith collapsed or became twisted, they were as good as finished. Organize these intel reports and distribute them accordingly. As Shirou reviewed the day's intelligence, he massaged his temples while Konan, having regained her usual composure, stepped forward to sort the documents with her typical efficiency. This kind of scene was nothing new for the Konoha ninjas stationed at Kikyo Mountain. Tsunade was often busy treating injuries in the rear medical camps. Orochimaru was as elusive as ever, and Jiraiya preferred to stay on the battlefield, constantly gathering intelligence. As a result, the entire command of the Kikyo Mountain battlefield had long been left to Shirou. This situation had persisted for so long that everyone had grown accustomed to it. Occasionally, Konan, Uchiha Mikoto, and even Tsunade herself would come to assist with organizing the work. Even Jiraiya seemed to have noticed something and deliberately avoided getting involved. After all, the war was already dire enough. If internal conflict arose within the village, how could they continue fighting? For the sake of the village, and because he disliked such situations, Jiraiya had retreated to the battlefield. As Shirou enjoyed a rare moment of peace, 5 shadow clones could be seen off to the side, diligently training their chakra nature transformations. Although he had already mastered them, further refining his control over chakra nature would enhance the power of his jutsu. A prime example was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen's fire release techniques were so advanced that they burned white-hot, with much higher temperatures than ordinary fire. Likewise, while an average ninja's earth release might create a sturdy wall of earth, Hiruzen could produce solid rock formations far more durable. Thus, even after mastering chakra nature transformations, the road to perfecting them was an endless journey of training. Shirou. A cheerful, lively voice rang out as a flash of vibrant red dashed in. The next moment, Uzumaki Kushina leaped onto Shirou, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shirou, your chakra still smells so intoxicating. I just want to devour it. Hanging onto his neck, Kushina displayed a greedy expression. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's powerful sensory abilities, she could sense the unique allure of his chakra. Perhaps it was a case of beauty lying in the eyes of the beholder, but Kushina had always been deeply infatuated with Shirou's chakra. Sometimes, even just being near it made her look utterly content. This kind of connection was a deeper, more sensitive bond than a mere embrace. Kushina, how many times have I told you? Using your sensory abilities so recklessly can easily cause trouble. Shirou sighed helplessly. Since he also possessed strong sensory abilities, he understood how it felt. In fact, during their intimate session, activating sensory abilities could lead to an even deeper level of chakra resonance, amplifying sensitivity and intensity. Shirou, let me savor your chakra scent a bit longer. Kushina grinned carefreely, ignoring the others around them. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, most Konoha ninjas avoided her anyway, so she saw no need to care about their opinions. Shirou, is there a mission this time? Joining them was Mikoto, who approached and gently massaged Shirou's temples with a warm smile. As Shirou enjoyed this rare moment of relaxation, with Conan dutifully working nearby and unfazed by the scene, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Nothing major, just a small situation. Kakashi's team has been assigned a mission. Shirou calmly explained the current situation to the two people, while understanding in his heart that this must be the arrangement of fate. Even under such circumstances, Kakashi and Obito still managed to cross paths. However, none of that was important. What mattered was that old Madara was about to kick the bucket. The mere thought of the hidden Uchiha Madara nearing his end filled Shirou with excitement. No matter what, having one less person watching from the shadows is a relief. Although it doesn't change much, it's still rather unsettling. This might be a chance to obtain more of the omnipotent power of the six paths. Shirou squinted his eyes, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. In his prime, Madara was untouchable. If one were to rank strength based on eye abilities, Uchiha Madara was at least 2 full levels above him. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Rinnegan. The power of Asura and Indra. The power of the six paths fully merged into the omnipotent force of creation. Shirou narrowed his eyes. For someone like him, slowly evolving through natural means would take far too long. Sometimes, shortcuts need to be taken. Not to mention the discovery of White Zetsu. A careful ninja with a meticulous mind and a bit of deduction should naturally notice something suspicious. Thinking of this, Shirou smiled again. As for how Uchiha Madara was hiding himself or making his arrangements, that had nothing to do with him. What? They sent Kakashi's team on such a dangerous mission. Kushina Uzumaki grumbled in discontent, though she didn't seem angry. After all, this was the fate of a ninja. There was no such thing as a mission without danger. Kushina, how's your training been going lately? Have you mastered it? Hearing Shirou's inquiry, Kushina immediately put away her playful demeanor and responded seriously. Shirou, I can now fully control the five-tail state. As for the six-tail state, I can only maintain it for about 10 minutes at most. Listening to Kushina's progress in strength, Shirou revealed an approving expression. After all, Kushina didn't tame the tailed beast's power through understanding but through sheer force. The four-tail state already rivaled some of the stronger Kage-level shinobi. The six-tail state was on par with the rampaging Deva Path pain. Of course, if I had you and Sister Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps I could extend the duration. After hearing Shirou's question about her training, Kushina immediately understood there was likely a major battle ahead. Her expression became solemn as she mentioned an alternative strategy. However, Shirou simply shook his head and laughed. That won't be necessary. 10 minutes is enough. In the six-tail state, you're essentially using tailed beast chakra transformation. If you unleash it fully, you can turn into a giant tailed beast, right? I can, but it's more of a chakra-based tailed beast form, not a complete transformation. The drawback is that it consumes chakra quickly and is vulnerable to sealing techniques. After all, this wasn't a true tailed beast transformation, but rather a form created from tailed beast chakra, making it naturally easier to counter. That's good enough. Shirou's calm voice echoed, and then he turned to Conan and said in a deep tone. Quietly gather our elite ninja. After being suppressed for so long, it's time for Konoha to vent the anger buried in its heart with a counterattack. Understood. Following Shirou's order, the ninjas stationed at Kikyo Mountain picked up on the scent of war. One by one, they prepared themselves with cold resolve. In a damp forest, a small ninja squad was leaping through the trees, moving deeper into enemy territory. Everyone, stay alert. We've already entered the heart of Iwa's territory. Don't reveal yourselves lightly. Our mission is to support Jonin Minato Namikaze in completing the village's top-secret plan. When the group stopped to rest on a thick tree trunk, Kakashi Hatake, his short silver hair shining faintly, issued orders with a serious expression, his dark eyes peering out from behind his mask. Here, and here. Based on our intel, be cautious. Our goal is to create chaos in this area to cover Minato Namikaze's mission. Once it's done, retreat immediately. No one is to fall behind. At just 12 years old, Kakashi was already mature beyond his years thanks to Shirou's teachings. Without succumbing to the grief of his father's death, Kakashi had developed unwavering resolve and conviction. What's more, Kakashi didn't waste his time or talent creating new ninjutsu. It wasn't that inventing ninjutsu was a waste, but during wartime, Kakashi's age and potential were better spent on improving his strength. There would be plenty of time to develop personal techniques after the war. Captain Kakashi, understood. Let's rest here for now. The youngest member of the team, Shisui Uchiha, nodded earnestly. He was meticulous when it came to missions. Meanwhile, Might Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, stood on guard, his expression serious as he remained aware of the dangers of being deep in enemy territory. Don't worry, Kakashi. You're the boss this time, and we'll complete the mission. That's what youth is all about. Might Guy, though solemn, still managed to flash his trademark gleaming smile, revealing his large, bright teeth. The others couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight. Even Shisui scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. TCH, what's so special about Kakashi? He just became a Jonin before us. Just wait, Obito Uchiha, will be the second Jonin of our generation. The goggled, brash Obito crossed his arms and shot Kakashi a competitive glare. However, his jealousy grew when another teammate chimed in. Kakashi, have some water. Rin Nohara, with a gentle smile, took out a water pouch from her backpack and handed it to Kakashi. Rin. That damn Kakashi. At that moment, Obito turned red with frustration, glaring at Kakashi with wide eyes. As Obito and Kakashi bickered, Rin shook her head helplessly. Obito, we're in enemy territory. Focus on the mission for the village. Although Kakashi wasn't originally part of their team due to Shirou's intervention, he, Rin, Obito, and Guy had all been classmates in the ninja academy. Kakashi, Rin, Obito, and Might Guy were closer than most. Obito's fiery spirit, that's what youth is all about. But once we're back, Might Guy, will be the first to challenge Kakashi. No matter where they were, Guy's cheerful personality managed to lighten the mood. Even in the heart of enemy territory, his antics reduced the tension, easing the sadness of the recent loss of Obito's former teammate. Obito, why don't you try beating Guy first? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito, his tone indifferent. This only angered Obito further. Damn you, Kakashi. Stop acting so smug. As the group bantered, a pale face emerged silently from the trunk of a distant tree, gazing at them with a sinister expression. He, so these are the ones Lord Madara has chosen. Compared to Uchiha Shirou, they seem rather lacking. Oh well. With a hoarse laugh, the face slowly melted back into the tree trunk. Unbeknownst to Kakashi and his team, their every move was already being watched. Chapter 216, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 216. Kikyo Mountain. The camps of the three major ninja alliances, Rock Ninja, Sand Ninja, and Cloud Ninja, were stationed in a terrain advantageous for defense, where jagged rocks intertwined. Beneath the forest of rocks lay a thick layer of desert sand, hiding countless dangers. Around the perimeter, ninjas from all three factions patrolled vigilantly in secret, leaping continuously while avoiding the traps their side had set. Under the moonlight, within the Konoha camp at Kikyo Mountain, countless black shadows flickered densely, advancing under the night like a swarm of fleas. Tsunade, this is way too risky. Right now, Kikyo Mountain is nothing but an empty shell. In the darkness, Jiraiya's face revealed his unease. To him, the plan was overly dangerous. However, Tsunade sneered coldly and replied, is there any war that doesn't involve risk? If there were a risk-free solution, would we have been fighting here for 5 years? Tsunade, I'm asking what we'll do if Kikyo Mountain's vulnerability is discovered. Jiraiya frowned as he expressed his concern. Before Tsunade could respond, Shirou, who had made this decision, turned his head and calmly addressed Jiraiya's worries. If Kikyo Mountain's emptiness is discovered and the Ninja Alliance seizes the opportunity to attack, then we can use this chance to break through their forces in one decisive strike. If their rear supply lines are cut off, it won't be us who's panicked, it'll be the three great ninja villages. Remember, we're fighting on home turf. Kikyo Mountain's traps and defenses are sufficient for us to return and reinforce. When that time comes, let's see who's surrounding whom. Shirou's calm tone revealed the madness behind his decision. Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression darkened. This is a reckless gamble. If we end up in a deadlock, the situation at Kikyo Mountain will collapse entirely. No one can predict the direction of the war then. If Kikyo Mountain truly falls, the flames of war will engulf the whole land of fire. The flames of war engulfing the land of fire. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Shirou smirked mockingly and gestured toward the ninja troops behind him. Take a good look at their faces. Compare them to 5 years ago. Haven't you noticed, Jiraiya? The flames of war have already consumed every corner of the land of fire. Young and tender faces have matured rapidly on the battlefield, becoming the branches and leaves that now support Konoha. Over the past year, haven't you noticed the increasingly younger genin being sent to the front lines? At this point, Shirou's mocking smile turned self-deprecating. Of course, coming from you, there's always some excuse. But the excuses of people like you result in sending these ever younger children to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the ones in power hide safely within the village, claiming it's all for Konoha. Since when was there a rule during wartime that Konoha's Hokage wouldn't need to step onto the battlefield? I recall that the previous Hokage fought on the front lines to protect the village, not hiding within it. Shirou's unabashed sarcasm echoed in the air. With the heightened hearing of ninjas, many nearby wore grim expressions. Had this been 5 years ago, at the start of the war, such dissatisfaction would have remained hidden in people's hearts. But as the war dragged on, not only did the ninjas, but even the ordinary villagers of Konoha began to harbor resentment. This third shinobi war had reached such a point due to the poor decisions of the Hokage's leadership. Jiraiya, perhaps you should stay behind at Kikyo Mountain. This isn't something you excel at handling. Orochimaru's raspy laughter broke the tension. While it seemed like he was trying to ease the conflict, his words also indicated that Jiraiya shouldn't involve himself in these matters. Orochimaru, you. Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru in shock, seemingly realizing something. Orochimaru merely shrugged casually and smiled greedily. What can I say? Shirou-kun offers more, and can help me fulfill my dreams. At this, Jiraiya fell silent. After a long sigh, he shook his head helplessly and said, Never mind. Let's focus on winning this battle first. Based on our reconnaissance, there are many traps near the Ninja Alliance's camp. Can we discuss the specific strategy now? Everyone had already departed from Kikyo Mountain. The arrow was knocked and couldn't be held back anymore. Many Konoha ninjas, including Jiraiya, looked puzzled. The strategic plan hadn't been revealed yet, which they understood was to maintain secrecy until the last moment. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's question, Shirou grinned widely. The strategy is simple. I, Mikoto, and Kushina will be the spearhead. As for the traps along the way, don't bother with them. Just charge straight through and crush the Ninja Alliance. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Shirou. That's the strategy. Was this a joke? But seeing Jiraiya's astonished expression, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely and said, This is for the best. With overwhelming strength, we'll pierce through the Ninja Alliance in one decisive blow. I'll lead a squad of elites to create chaos, while Jiraiya's fire-style jutsu will handle the direct assault. Orochimaru made the decision on Jiraiya's behalf, while Tsunade calmly added, Direct assault is fine. I'll handle healing with Katsuyu. Whether or not we can break the stalemate depends on tonight. This war has dragged on long enough. Inside the Ninja Alliance's camp, under the night sky, Anoki gazed at the intelligence reports from the rear with a furrowed brow, sighing heavily. The village's supplies have dwindled to this point. It's been 5 years, and we've made no breakthrough here. Konoha is also running low on resources, but fighting on their home turf, coupled with the Land of Fire's wealth. Comparing this to the reports from spies within Konoha, Anoki couldn't help but feel bitter and envious. Damn it. 4 great ninja villages united, and we've only managed to fight them to a standstill. The wealth of the Land of Fire and Konoha's deep foundation was what Anoki envied most. However, Elder Ebizo, standing nearby, shook his head and said, Anoki, don't just focus on Konoha's and our logistics. Look at the bigger picture. While we've both suffered heavy losses in this war, Konoha's economy has taken a devastating hit. Even this Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage position is becoming a hot seat. I doubt he'll hold onto it once the war ends. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's name, Anoki chuckled maliciously like an old schemer. That's why we've slowed down our plans to drain Uchiha Shirou's strength. Based on intelligence from the previous era, Uchiha Madara's eyes eventually went blind from overuse during the Warring States period. So we'll leave this ambitious and determined Uchiha Shirou, who's dissatisfied with the third Hokage's regime, alive for now. The third Tsuchikage Anoki sneered. The cost of taking down someone like Uchiha Shirou, even with the 3 great ninja villages united, would be astronomical, and success wasn't guaranteed. After all, defeating a Kage-level ninja might be feasible, but killing one required far more effort, unless they fought to the death. With this book, we've already shaken the foundation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's regime. Anoki sneered as he pulled a red book from his ninja pouch. The bold words on the cover, My Struggle, stood out clearly. Due to Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan awakening, the book's cover also bore a red flame emblem featuring a swastika-like symbol. This book. Seeing Anoki take out the book, Elder Ebizo's expression turned serious as he nodded grimly. If this book started as a passionate tale of ambition, it has, over the past 5 years, revealed its hidden ambitions. It brazenly seeks to rewrite the rules of the world. This is undoubtedly a work of unbridled ambition. While some in Konoha oppose it, the ongoing war and Uchiha Shirou's position as head of the medical division have silenced dissent for now. This also left Ebizo somewhat disappointed. They had hoped to use this opportunity to provoke conflict with Konoha. However, Anoki merely sneered coldly. Don't worry. This is a divergence. It's a declaration of change, an unavoidable clash. Just as the two of them were discussing the matter, a panicked Iwagakure ninja suddenly rushed into the tent. Something terrible has happened. Konoha is attacking. What? This left both Anoki and Ebizo utterly stunned. Where did Konoha get the nerve to do this? When the two of them hurriedly stepped out of the tent, they were greeted by the sight of countless signal flares lighting up the night sky. Enemy attack. Konoha ninjas are advancing. Prepare for battle. The sensory ninjas have detected a large number of Konoha ninjas heading this way. Quick, prepare to meet the enemy. Ebizo and Inoki quickly began commanding their ninja troops to prepare for battle. Fortunately, Konoha's ninja force had not yet launched a direct assault and had been detected early by the sensory ninjas. After all, with an ambush of such a large scale, it was impossible to avoid detection by the sensory ninjas. This chakra. In the Ninja Alliance, the sensory ninjas opened their eyes wide in terror, their faces filled with fear. It's Uchiha Shirou. The Uchiha Mangekyo. At this distance, they could already sense the terrifying chakra with which they were all too familiar. What is this? Under the night sky, the ninjas at the front of the alliance stared blankly into the distance, as if they had seen something utterly terrifying. This can't be real. No way. Even Inoki, who was floating in midair, felt a long-buried fear surface in his heart when he saw the massive figure in the distance. How is this possible? During the battle at the Valley of the End, they hadn't managed to gather much intelligence, but spies had captured fragments of the scene, which were relayed back to them. Among those fragments was this very sight. In the distance, the Konoha ninjas had begun their assault. Roar. Leading the charge, Uzumaki Kushina let out a sky-shaking roar. Terrifying Biju chakra surged forth as she directly entered her six-tails state. This time, without restraining the Biju chakra, her form had become extraordinarily massive. On the battlefield, a colossal nine-tails chakra construct emerged. Unlike Naruto's golden-tailed beast mode or the physical form of the eight-tails Jinchuriki, this was a pure chakra manifestation of the nine tails. The instant the dark red, massive nine tails appeared, its roar sent waves of fear rippling through the ranks of the enemy. Let's move. Standing atop the head of the nine tails, Shirou shouted, activating Sage Mode. At the same time, his Mangekyo Sharingan spun, unleashing an overwhelming burst of chakra. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Flaming red armor materialized and covered the nine tails. In that instant, its size grew even more immense. Within the diamond-shaped space on Susanoo's forehead, the figures of Uchiha Shirou, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uzumaki Kushina could be seen. There are countless traps ahead. At the forefront of Konoha's forces, a Hyuga branch family ninja activated his Byakugan and quickly warned of the numerous traps hidden among the rocky terrain. Destroy all the traps in one go. At Shirou's command, countless Konoha ninjas roared in unison. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku has arrived. With a puff of summoning smoke, Jiraiya appeared, laughing mischievously. However, this time, two toads were perched on his shoulders, and his appearance had drastically changed. His face, hands, and feet were covered in toad-like features, making him appear even uglier. Seeing this, both Orochimaru and Tsunade cast him strange looks, prompting Jiraiya to scratch his head awkwardly. My Sage Mode isn't quite perfected yet, but it's good enough for this battle. Tsunade and Orochimaru both took deep breaths and activated their respective Sage Modes. Sage Mode. After summoning their respective creatures, both Orochimaru and Tsunade entered their Sage Modes. Over the past 5 years, Orochimaru had developed the Dragon Cave Sage Mode using the Cursed Seal, which gave him horns protruding from his forehead, paler skin, and snake-like eye markings. Tsunade, on the other hand, activated her Cursed Seal, revealing dark purple markings that covered her entire body, with dark purple eyeshadow forming at the corners of her eyes. Let's go. Kushina and I will clear the path. The massive nine tails, clad in Susanoo, roared, rising to its feet and breaking into a sprint. Its massive hands gripped a terrifying Susanoo blade that slowly materialized. Shirou. Kushina shouted excitedly. Controlling the nine tails as it drew its sword was exhilarating. Although Shirou's Susanoo hadn't fully developed into its complete form, the second stage was more than sufficient. The colossal figure of the nine tails sprinted forward, generating a terrifying gust of wind. The traps in its path were triggered one after another. As it drew the Susanoo blade, Inoki, standing among the Ninja Alliance, suddenly realized the danger. Get out of the way. We can't block this attack. But before Inoki's terrified warning could take effect, the majestic attire Susanoo-clad nine tails roared and, gripping its massive sword with both hands, unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. The attack was like a natural disaster, obliterating everything in its path. Not only were the traps destroyed, but the sheer shockwave of the attack created a sandstorm that caused chaos among the Ninja Alliance. After the slash, the rocky terrain in front of them was flattened into a fan-shaped plain. All obstacles and traps were gone. In the distance, the Ninja Alliance stared in horror at the sight before them. Our defenses, they were. The single slash had completely leveled the three-layered earthen walls that protected the outer perimeter of their camp. Even the frontline ninjas had vanished without so much as a scream. Defend yourselves. Water release. Earth release. Combine your defenses. This was no time to freeze in fear. Inoki shouted furiously, and the Ninja Alliance scrambled to use defensive techniques. Meanwhile, the sky was lit up by a blazing firelight. Chapter 217, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 217. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Sage Art, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A massive wave of flames erupted as the colossal Susanoo-clad Nine Tails unleashed a terrifying sea of fire. This was the combined effort of Shirou and Mikoto, who had entered the Cursed Seal Sage mode, both casting the fearsome Great Fire Annihilation Fire Release. Meanwhile, Kushina roared as she summoned her immense chakra, transforming it into a powerful wind release. Haha, don't underestimate the Toad Sage from Mount Mayaboku. At that moment, a loud and peculiar laugh echoed as Jiraiya, though still unskilled in Sage mode, finished his hand seals. Together with the two toads on his shoulders, he unleashed another terrifying fire release technique. Sage Art, Gomen. This terrifying fire release, created by the combination of oil, wind, and fire, joined forces with Shirou's fire release, forming what appeared to be a catastrophic fire tsunami under the night sky as it swept forward with devastating force. Sand waterfall flow. At this moment, a colossal wave of gold-infused sand surged forth in front of the Ninja Alliance. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, roared as he attempted to block or at least mitigate the damage caused by Konoha's fire release to their forces. Dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. Floating in the sky, Inoki's expression was grim as a white light glowed in his palm. Just as he prepared to deploy his dust release to intercept Konoha's devastating fire release, a crimson light suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Something's wrong. Retreat immediately. Inoki, with his vast experience, immediately sensed the danger. He stopped his technique and retreated urgently, but the crimson light had already pierced into the ranks of the Ninja Alliance. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. This crimson glow was Orochimaru's Sage Art. In an instant, it emitted an intense burst of light and a piercing sound in front of the Ninja Alliance. In a flash, the ninja who had been defending with water and earth releases let out cries of agony. The next moment, their water releases shattered, and countless members of the Ninja Alliance could no longer maintain their defensive techniques. Raza's colossal sand wave was especially affected, losing all momentum under this technique. Though Raza himself reacted quickly and endured the excruciating pain, covering his ears as he swiftly retreated, he could not prevent the disaster. Everything happened in an instant. The roaring sea of flames descended upon them. At that moment, it was as if a natural disaster had erupted, as the terrifying inferno engulfed the front lines of the Ninja Alliance. The ferocious wind release fanned the flames, while Jiraiya's fire release, fueled by scorching oil, sparked continuous explosions and corrosion. Cries of agony echoed across the battlefield. Those who managed to escape were considered lucky, but those who stayed to defend were doomed. The water release users fared slightly better, as they were instantly consumed by the flames. However, the earth release users faced utter despair. No. I can't breathe. The ninjas trapped within their earth release defenses spoke in raspy, despairing voices. The rising temperature within their earthen walls was visible to the naked eye, their skin was steamed in an instant. The scorching air burned their lungs the moment they inhaled it. A special jonin from Iwagakure clutched his throat in despair as his lungs and windpipe were scalded by the intense heat. The defensive earthen walls turned red-hot and began to melt. The jonin, with his tenacious willpower, tried to burst out of the defense before his life ended. However, as the earth release shattered, the sea of fire consumed him directly. His flesh was vaporized, and his hardened weapons and bones melted into molten iron and ash. This combined fire release was unimaginably terrifying. Orochimaru's surprise attack with his Sage Art completely disrupted the Alliance's defensive techniques, allowing the fire release to reach its maximum destructive potential. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the Ninja Alliance reacted, the front lines had already become an ocean of fire. Damn it. Raza, one of the survivors, was furious and shocked. A fire release of this scale was so overwhelming that even he could only escape by using his sand to burrow underground. Damn it. Having escaped the attack range, Raza quickly summoned his gold-infused sand to pull out the ninjas trapped in the earth release defenses, hoping someone had survived. How is this possible? Countless members of the Ninja Alliance stared in horror. The entire area ahead had turned into a blazing inferno. The intense flames had melted the rocks into magma, and the sand beneath had crystallized into glass. Damn it. Stop being so arrogant. At that moment, a roar resounded as 3-tailed beasts, 8 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails, entered the battlefield. Their Jinchuriki had all activated their tailed beast transformations. The massive forms of the tailed beasts roared as they charged forward. Yet, what greeted them was the Susanoo-clad 9 tails, sprinting out of the sea of fire. The five tails, Kokuo, a hybrid of a dolphin and a horse, charged recklessly at the forefront. But waiting for it was the nine tails, wielding a massive ninja blade, which struck with immense force. With a thunderous impact, the five tails was sent flying, its huge body smashing into the ground far away. Following closely behind were the four tails, a red-haired gorilla, and the eight tails, the octopus-like Gyuki. "Get out of my way, beasts!" A domineering voice echoed from within Susanoo. The two-tailed beasts roared furiously as they charged. The four tails leaped into the air, while the eight tails wrapped its tentacles around the nine tails' arms and blade. However, the Susanoo-clad nine tails roared back, momentarily halted but immediately gathering strength. With a powerful stomp, it resumed its relentless charge. Damn it! That's adamantine sealing chains. Golden chains suddenly erupted from Susanoo, ensnaring the four tails and the eight tails. As the nine tails charged forward, just before it lost momentum, it grabbed the chains with both hands. With a deafening roar, the nine tails spun the chains wildly, swinging the two massive-tailed beasts like ragdolls before hurling them away. The two enormous-tailed beasts crashed into countless rocks and rolled over many ninjas, finally coming to a stop amidst the thunderous impact. Uchiha. In the sky, Inoki's face burned with rage. He finally realized Konoha's plan, to use the Susanoo-clad nine tails to break through their forces in one decisive blow. There's no way I'll let Konoha succeed. I've fought too hard to reach this point. With a determined gaze, Inoki prepared his dust release, which glowed with a searing white light. Although he knew his dust release might be countered, he had no choice at this point. Even if it was reflected back, the enemy wouldn't be able to use such taxing ocular techniques repeatedly. At the very least, they won't be able to use it again for several minutes. That will give me the chance to strike. The eight tails Killer Bee, alongside the four tails and five tails Jinchuriki, roared as they prepared to charge again and hold off the nine tails. Inoki, now's your chance. The fourth Raikage candidate, A, shouted from afar. Over the years, they had gained sufficient experience in dealing with Mangekyo Sharingan users. Casualties were inevitable in war. What is this? As the white glow in Inoki's palm prepared to fire, his pupils suddenly contracted. Realizing something terrible, his face contorted with shock and anger. Quick! Everyone, get out of the way! Under the night sky, bolts of compressed lightning illuminated half the battlefield, leaving countless ninjas stunned as they looked on in disbelief. This has to be a joke. How is this even possible? Such a large-scale lightning release ninjutsu. Both sides' ninjas were utterly shocked. Inoki quickly shouted and activated his dust release, attempting to interrupt the enemy's plan. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. However, just as the dust release's light began to shine, the lightning below was even faster. With a roar, the Susanoo-clad nine tails formed a highly compressed sphere of lightning in its right palm. At the exact moment the dust release was unleashed, the lightning flashed and disappeared in an instant. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter. This is the strongest piercing ninjutsu, Lightning Cutter. Shirou, controlling the Susanoo, shouted coldly. This particular lightning cutter consumed far more chakra than usual because it was unleashed through the Susanoo. With another roar from the Susanoo-clad nine tails, its massive figure turned into a blur, slashing through the battlefield with the enormous lightning cutter. Along the way, nothing could stand in its path. Even when the Jinchuriki of the four tails, five tails, and eight tails roared and stood together to block it, the lightning flashed past, unstoppable. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance. The speed of the Susanoo nine tails lightning cutter was unparalleled, arguably the strongest piercing attack in the ninja world to date. Damn it. Unbelievable, even the tailed beast forms. The tailed beast forms of the four tails, five tails, and eight tails were left with visible damage. Their bodies bore missing arms or horns due to that single strike. The eight tails' tentacles, in particular, had several severed cleanly by the lightning cutter. In the distance, the nine tails, which had crashed into a mountain due to the sheer speed of its charge, began to rise again with thunderous footsteps amidst the billowing smoke. I'm still not skilled enough. Kushina, you'll need to train more to fully control the nine tails in the future. The voice of Shirou echoed from within the massive Susanoo. Kushina sighed and nodded helplessly. Shirou, controlling the nine tails chakra is difficult. It's already a miracle I can manage this much. As they exchanged banter, the enormous Susanoo-clad nine tails emerged once again in the view of the allied ninja forces, striding forward with heavy steps. Countless allied ninjas stared blankly at their shattered defensive formation. All the defenses, traps, and other measures along the path had been completely obliterated. The devastating lightning cutter left a deep trench in the ground, the scorched black earth still emitting heat, a testament to the lightning's destructive power. Advance. We've broken through. Charge. There are no traps left ahead. With the Susanoo Ninetails strike breaking through the allied ninja forces' defenses, the morale of Konoha's side surged dramatically. Loud cheers erupted as they pushed forward with unstoppable momentum. Damn it, we must regain control. At that moment, the Five Tails, Kokuo, suddenly roared and charged forward, knocking the Eight Tails aside, and throwing the allied forces into further chaos. Damn it, Gyuki, what's wrong with you? Killer Bee, in his usual clumsy tone, looked on in shock as the Five Tails attacked them. Inside him, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, spoke in a deep voice. Genjutsu. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu, the Five Tails has been controlled. With the Five Tails under Genjutsu, the allied ninja forces descended further into disarray. Meanwhile, the Susanoo-clad Ninetails roared, moving at incredible speed as it rampaged through the rear lines of the allied forces. Supplies, logistics, and injured personnel were left in chaos, with screams and wails echoing everywhere. The sheer speed of its movements left Inoki no chance to activate his dust release. Fire release. A massive wave of fire release swept across the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas, having breached the allied forces, aimed not to completely defeat them but to create as much chaos and destruction as possible. Inoki, are you still thinking about strategic deployments? With all your frontline supplies destroyed, if something happens to your rear lines at this moment. A domineering voice echoed across the battlefield, causing Inoki's face to grow even darker and more unpleasant. Inoki, don't fall for their tactics. Look, the Ninetails form is shrinking. The fourth Raikage candidate, A, shouted. Indeed, everyone could see that the Ninetails form was gradually getting smaller. That's enough, Kushina. You don't need to maintain the Six-Tails state anymore. The Five-Tails state is sufficient. After breaking through the allied ninja forces, Shirou dissipated the Susanoo. As he landed, he and Mikoto unleashed terrifying fire release techniques, further creating chaos and eliminating enemies. Damn it. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki, furious, unleashed his dust release without hesitation. However, compared to the speed of elimination and the chakra consumption, he was far outmatched by Konoha's group of Kaga-level fighters. Jiraiya, Shirou, Mikoto, Kushina, they were all like ninjutsu cannons, and their taijutsu skills weren't weak either. On the battlefield, their destructive power was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Tsunade, paired with Katsuyu, continuously healed Konoha's ninjas and replenished their chakra. And finally, there was Orochimaru. Formation of 10,000 snakes. With a hoarse laugh, Orochimaru crouched down. In an instant, countless snakes erupted from his mouth, swarming forward like a tidal wave, their fangs bared. Damn it, so many snakes. Ah. Someone help me. The dense mass of snakes advanced in a fan-shaped formation, devouring everything in their path. Some even had blades in their mouths, slicing through countless ninjas along the way. Orochimaru's snake-based ninjutsu has advanced this much. From a distance, Jiraiya gasped in shock as he watched the scene. The toad-like features on his face were visibly fading. Jiraiya-chan, your sage chakra has been completely depleted. I know. Thanks, boss, and thanks, Granny. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. His sage mode could only last for about 10 minutes at this point, far from the peak he would reach later in life. In contrast, Orochimaru, who had not yet switched bodies and had long researched the curse mark and sage body, was far ahead of Jiraiya in terms of sage mode proficiency. Furthermore, since the Second Shinobi War, Orochimaru has been collaborating with Shirou on ninjutsu research. Inspired by ideas provided by Shirou, he had perfected his snake-based ninjutsu long ago and was now deploying them on the battlefield. Retreat, Inoki. In the chaotic allied ninja camp, Chiyo, controlling her puppets, spoke in a grave tone. In the distance, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, who was fighting Jiraiya, looked deeply unwilling to retreat. Konoha's actions suggest they've already targeted our supply lines. Even if we stabilize things here, with so much of our supplies destroyed, if there's even a slight issue at the rear, even a delay of 2 or 3 days. At this point, Chiyo glanced grimly at the battlefield and said hoarsely. Young man from the cloud, do you expect our ninjas to fight barehanded for the next several days? Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, even our Sand Village puppeteers rely heavily on supplies. Right now, we can fight Konoha because of our numbers, and we might even drive them back. But what about tomorrow morning, when the Konoha ninjas recover and launch another attack? Most of our supplies are already gone. Ninjas, aside from their ninjutsu, relied heavily on kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags. The latter two, especially, were consumed in vast quantities. A shortage of these essential tools would significantly weaken the combat strength of any ninja force. Retreat. Inoki raised his hand, and with one dust release technique, he obliterated 2 Konoha shinobi before being entangled by Orochimaru. Damn it. The fourth Raikage candidate, A, let out a frustrated roar as he fought fiercely. Although he impulsively wanted to fight Konoha to the death, what Ebizo said made sense. Their shinobi could still fight at full strength now, but after tomorrow, they would face a shortage of war supplies. On the other hand, the Konoha shinobi could just retreat to Kikyo Mountain and replenish their resources. Prepare to retreat. With the simultaneous signals issued by the cloud, sand, and stone ninjas, the allied shinobi forces on the battlefield began alternating their movements to cover each other as they prepared to retreat. The Konoha side, however, did not pursue too aggressively. After all, the allied shinobi forces had not been completely crushed and still retained counterattack capabilities. Chapter 218, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 218. Charge to the other side. Under the shroud of night, chaos engulfed the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain. Uchiha Shirou, wielding the power of Susanoo, roared fiercely as the three-headed, six-armed Susanoo slashed its long sword, shaking the earth with every swing. As signal flares illuminated the night sky, the first allied shinobi forces began retreating for the first time in the years-long war at Kikyo Mountain. This brought a burst of excitement among the Konoha forces, who erupted in triumphant shouts. We've crushed the allied shinobi forces. I can feel my chakra recovering, it's Lady Katsuyu. Lord Shirou is leading us to victory. Long live Lord Shirou. Long live Lady Tsunade. The Konoha shinobi, who had been exhausted moments ago, now brimmed with renewed fighting spirit as they watched the enemy retreat. At the center of it all, Senju Tsunade couldn't help but smile as she observed the scene unfold. We really could push straight through if we keep this momentum. But they'll still need me. Een Seal, release. With a powerful shout, the diamond-shaped blue-purple mark on Tsunade's forehead unleashed an overwhelming surge of chakra. Using her summoning jutsu, she called forth Katsuyu, the giant slug, and employed her large-scale healing technique, replenishing chakra and treating injuries en masse. This technique also allowed Tsunade to share vision through Katsuyu, transfer chakra, and relay intelligence, making her the ideal Kage-level force to command and coordinate a shinobi battalion. My chakra is recovering fast. Charge. Follow Lord Shirou forward. The Konoha shinobi roared with fervor. Suppressed and overwhelmed by the allied shinobi forces for so long, they finally had a chance to unleash their pent-up energy. At the forefront, Susanoo continued its devastating assault, employing large-scale attacks that seemed excessive and wasteful. But in reality, these attacks systematically destroyed every trap along the way. The Crimson Giant advanced relentlessly with thunderous steps. Meanwhile, the allied shinobi forces were retreating in frustration. Retreat. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, gave the command with a calm but grim shout. The shinobi from the three great villages, who had been so aggressive in attacking Konoha, now faltered in the face of defeat. They were bold when the battle was in their favor, but once on the losing side, each village began prioritizing its survival. Damn it. What the Konoha shinobi said earlier in tonight's counterattack. Konoha isn't just targeting our supplies at the rear. They must have plans against the other villages as well. Despite his anger, Anoki's years of experience made him realize the gravity of the situation. A chill ran down his spine. This was no time to worry about his allies, it was time to preserve the strength of his forces. Send the order. Iwagakiru's forces are to retreat with full strength. No sooner had Anoki issued his command than the Suna and Kumo forces began moving as well. Tsuchikage-sama, our Suna elders say that if Konoha pursues Iwagakiru's forces, we Suna shinobi will join forces with Kumo to cut off Konoha's retreat. When a Suna shinobi delivered this message, Anoki's face turned red with anger as he glared at the so-called allied shinobi forces. Just as he expected. They had all been allies moments ago, but now their retreat had fractured into three separate factions. Their coalition had never been built on true trust, so it was inevitable that, in retreat, each village would prioritize its path. The Kumo forces would retreat toward the land of frost. Suna would undoubtedly head for the land of rain. They wouldn't risk following any other faction for fear of losing their escape route. Without a clear retreat, they'd become cannon fodder in the next clash with Konoha. It was only natural, they didn't see shinobi from other villages as their people. Given this mentality, cooperation in retreat was impossible. Retreat at once. Compared to Suna's Ebizo, who at least made a show of diplomacy by sending a message, the Kumo faction's fourth Raikage candidate, simply shouted orders and led his forces away without hesitation. The Kumo forces will retreat through the land of frost. The Suna forces will use the land of rain. As for Iwagakiru, their retreat via Kanobi Bridge has already been intercepted by Konoha's elite squads. Now is the time for us to reclaim our land. Charge. Follow Lord Orochimaru and pursue the Kumo forces. Lord Jiraiya is leading us to pursue the Suna forces. On the chaotic battlefield, Konoha's forces erupted with unstoppable morale. With their aggressive counteroffensive and a clear strategy to cut off the enemy's retreat, the jonin of the three great villages turned pale. Panic flashed in their eyes. A single defeat at Kikyo Mountain wasn't a big deal. But if their retreat was compromised, they'd be stranded and isolated. This was the danger of overextending the front lines. Most large-scale shinobi armies were heavily reliant on supplies. Without kunai, shuriken, or explosive tags, even high-level shinobi could be rendered ineffective. For Chunin, the backbone of any force, their chakra reserves were limited, meaning they could only perform a finite number of jutsu. A disruption in logistics could spell disaster for an entire army. This was why, in the original series, the destruction of Shinobi Bridge immediately turned the tide of the war. Iwagakiru's forces collapsed, losing the will to continue fighting. A prolonged conflict without proper supplies only leads to greater losses. Kill them. Countless Konoha shinobi shouted excitedly, unleashing terrifying combat power. Signal flares continuously lit up the night sky, making the entire Kikyo mountain range boil with activity. Within the damp forest, numerous Konoha squads saw the flares and grew ecstatic. It's the counterattack signal. We've won. Ha ha ha. Quickly, everyone, head to the front lines. The enemy is retreating. Kill them. Suna scum, your lives are mine. In the dense, interwoven terrain of the Kikyo mountain range, small squads from both sides that had been infiltrating each other's lines now reacted differently upon seeing the signal flares. Not good. That's the retreat signal, the battlefield has turned against us. Retreat. That's Iwagakiru's retreat signal, fall back immediately. Forget the Konoha shinobi. Retreat now. The outcome of the main battlefield directly influenced the broader movements of the war. Thousands of shinobi had been deployed in the Kikyo mountain range. When the IWA, Kumo, and Suna squads saw the retreat signals, they wasted no time disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, Konoha's forces, seeing the counterattack signals, launched an enthusiastic pursuit. Kill them. The enormous Crimson Susanoo crossed a small river as Mikoto unleashed devastating fire release and genjutsu techniques, amplifying the destruction caused by the Susanoo. At the same time, Kushina fought with the terrifying might of the Five Tails. Her massive wind-release jutsu caused devastation on a scale that surpassed even Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Unlike Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had to conserve chakra for prolonged battles, Kushina had no such concerns. Her chakra reserves were essentially limitless. The battle continued until the rising sun of the second day. Around Kikyo Mountain, the surroundings were left in ruins after the fierce fighting. On Kikyo Mountain, once a strong fortress, the stone-built houses and lookout towers now stood desolate, with only a few injured Konoha ninjas nervously watching the surroundings. Lord Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan power last night was terrifying, especially when combined with Lady Kushina's Nine Tails. Yeah, even from Kikyo Mountain, we could see it. The Nine Tails clad in armor was a complete disaster. But thankfully, that disaster was for the enemy. Amidst their discussion, a wave of excited laughter suddenly erupted. Emergency report. Lord Shirou, leading our army of ninjas, has successfully reclaimed the border defenses. The IWA, Kumo, and Suna ninjas have all been driven out of the Land of Fire. Now, Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya are re-establishing defensive lines along the borders of the Land of Frost and the Land of Rain. At noon, with the autumn wind howling, the emergency report triggered an overwhelming cheer that erupted from Kikyo Mountain like a tidal wave. Long live Lord Shirou. Haha, we've finally driven the enemy out. Victory. Following the cheers, messenger hawks began soaring and circling over the Kikyo mountain range. Begin cleanup operations immediately. Eliminate any remaining enemies. Team Oda, head to the border for support immediately. Team Nakashima, proceed at once. One emergency order after another was issued. Despite their exhaustion, the Konoha ninjas shouted excitedly. This was because these orders signaled the advancement of the front lines, sending them to support the borders. While the Konoha ninjas launched their counteroffensive, another battle broke out near the Shinobi Bridge, which served as the IWA village's retreat route. Near the Shinobi Bridge. Obito. Kakashi Hatake shouted in fury, looking at Uchiha Obito, who was pinned under a massive boulder. Obito coughed up blood and weakly gazed at Kakashi, his hoarse voice saying. Cough, cough. Kakashi. Forget it. I'm done for. My right side is almost completely crushed. Even though I hated you, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on becoming a Jonin. Take this. In the pit, Kakashi's injured eye was bleeding profusely. As he slowly opened his eyelid, a two-tomo Sharingan replaced it. Obito. Outside the pit, Shisui roared furiously. Wielding a short sword, he decapitated an IWA ninja in one swift motion. Youth. A Konoha ninja will not betray the youth of any comrade. Might Guy shout in anger as tears streamed down his face during the fast-paced combat. Kakashi. Protect Rin for me. Amid the life and death farewell in the pit, Kakashi finally climbed out of the rubble with Rin. Behind them, the collapsing debris completely buried the pit. Captain Kakashi, IWA reinforcements are arriving. We must break through quickly. Although Uchiha Shirou was the youngest, his calm and strategic mindset in battle was no less sharp than Kakashi's, although only in combat tactics. Obito. With blood and wounds marking his face, Kakashi turned back to glance at the pit now buried under the rubble. At that moment, an unprecedented determination ignited in his eyes. Everyone, we must honor Obito's sacrifice. Remember, our mission is to draw the enemy's attention. Break through now, and hold out until Minato-sensei completes his mission. Yes. With loud shouts, the team began their breakout under the lightning of Kakashi's Chidori. The bright flashes of lightning illuminated Kakashi's eyes, one black eye, and the other a blood-red Sharingan with scars. So this is the Sharingan. I can see. Obito. I'll use your eye to continue protecting the Konoha. To protect Rin. Kakashi screamed with unwavering resolve in his heart. Empowered by the Sharingan, his Chidori became faster, pushing him to break through his limits. His vision was now clear and precise. There are too many enemies. During the battle, both Shirou and Might Guy were drenched in sweat, their exhaustion evident as they looked at the overwhelming number of IWA ninjas. Damn it. Has the mission been completed yet? We need to hold on a little longer. As the team leader, Kakashi panted heavily. In the damp forest, his vision was filled with over 50 IWA ninjas closing in on them. My chakra is almost depleted. Is this the end? Surrounded by a massive number of IWA ninjas, their grim expressions turned ferocious as they stared at the leaf ninjas who had infiltrated deep into the land of grass. These Konoha brats are too audacious. Capture them alive. As the IWA ninjas roared and charged toward the Konoha team, ready to fight to the death, a figure suddenly appeared. Impossible. In the stunned eyes of Kakashi and the others, a white-cloaked figure appeared in an instant. Lightning flickered in the next moment. The forest was filled with screams in an instant. It's the Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Shirou. Impossible. You shouldn't be here at Kikyo Mountain. How can you be here? On a massive tree trunk, Shirou landed. His Mangekyo Sharingan coldly scanned the remaining, terrified IWA ninjas. I'm here because we've already defeated your forces. Your alliance army has collapsed, and now it's your turn. Run. Spread the word. Quickly. Facing the Mangekyo, the terrified IWA ninjas screamed and scattered in all directions, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. Lord Shirou. Shirou-sensei. Kakashi and the others exclaimed in excitement at the sight of Shirou's back. But the next moment, they noticed Shirou panting heavily, and their excitement turned to concern. Shirou-sensei, are you all right? Facing their concern, Shirou responded with a weary smile. You're really lucky, you know. I just led the Konoha ninja forces to the border of the land of grass and happened to sense your position. If not for that, my squad of disciples might not have made it to tomorrow. Despite the teasing tone, Shirou's exhaustion was unmistakable. This sight left Kakashi and Shirou, both observant by nature, utterly stunned. They had never seen their Shirou-sensei in such a fatigued state. A close look revealed the sweat covering his entire body and the marks on his clothes. It was clear he had just fought a fierce battle. After all, their Shirou-sensei was renowned for his terrifying chakra reserves, often referred to as a human-tailed beast. You sensed us. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly thought of something. Shocked, he immediately turned to the specialized kunai in Shirou's hand. Shirou, looking a bit embarrassed, explained, earlier, my blade broke during the fight, so I've been using the chakra-infused kunai that sensei gave me. The trident-shaped kunai bore the Flying Thunder God mark and was crafted from chakra metal, making it incredibly rare and valuable. Flying Thunder God. Kakashi exclaimed, though it wasn't the Flying Thunder God technique itself that shocked him. What truly surprised him was what Uchiha Shirou had just said. He had sensed them. Even Shirou, at this moment, seemed to realize something and became visibly excited. Shirou-sensei, did we win? Facing the two of them, Shirou gave a tired smile. Of course. My personal Flying Thunder God mark can only be sensed within a specific range. As a frontline commander, how could I recklessly put myself in danger? We reclaimed the territories we had lost and pushed the enemy back beyond the borders. As Shirou's calm voice echoed, Kakashi, Shirou, Might Guy, and Rin Nohara all froze for a moment. Then, their faces lit up with a mix of excitement and complex emotions. They had won. But as they thought of Obito's sacrifice and everything they had endured, their expressions became slightly dazed. For a moment, they questioned the purpose of their desperate mission. Just then, a yellow figure appeared. At the same time, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and the Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning, was unsheathed in an instant. Chapter 219, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 219. Minato-sensei. In an instant, with a flash of yellow light, Kakashi Hatake, Shirou Uchiha, Might Guy, and Rin Nohara reacted, witnessing a shocking scene that made them cry out in surprise. At that moment of the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze appeared. Instinctively, the trident-shaped kunai in his hand thrust forward, stopping abruptly just before striking Shirou in the head. Under the flicker of lightning, the Kusanagi sword was already pressed against Minato's chin from behind. Had either of them failed to stop, the Kusanagi sword would have pierced Minato's head in an instant, while Minato's kunai would have. Minato, don't you know how dangerous it is to suddenly appear behind someone? Suddenly, Shirou's voice came from beside his ear. Minato's pupils contracted, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. When he looked down again, there was no sign of Shirou. This is Genjutsu. As Minato's shocked eyes darted around, the sound of Shirou sheathing his sword came from the side, finally pulling everyone out of their astonishment and making them cry out again. All of this had happened in a flash, a moment too fast. Even Kakashi, who had already become a jonin, couldn't catch the slightest trace of movement, leaving him deeply shocked. So this was the strength gap between a jonin and a true powerhouse. Shirokuin, you came. Minato sighed in relief, glancing around before putting away his kunai with a bitter smile. I gave Kakashi a kunai earlier, intending to rush over immediately after completing my mission. But it seems you were more concerned about your disciple, Shirokuin. His bitter smile suggested to Shirou that, while Minato's will of fire might differ from his own, he wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. As the two put away their weapons, Minato's gaze shifted to his team members. When he saw that only Rin Nohara remained, a trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Rin, Obito. Though he didn't want to face it, such was the life of a ninja. Rin lowered her head and hoarsely said, I'm sorry, Minato-sensei, Obito sacrificed himself to save me. Minato let out a soft sigh. Despite his grief, he quickly buried his emotions in his heart and turned to look at Shirou. Facing Minato, Shirou smiled and waved dismissively. That was just an instinctive reaction earlier. And I didn't come because I didn't trust you, I just happened to sense Kakashi and the others. Sense? At this moment, Minato's pupils contracted slightly, as if realizing something. When he saw the special kunai in Shisui Uchiha's hand, he couldn't help but exclaim. Could it be, on the battlefield? Although he didn't say it outright, Minato seemed to have understood something. Shirou, on the other hand, gave a tired smile and said. We've already reclaimed the border and pushed the Iwa-nin back into the land of grass. We've also forced the Kumonin and Sunanin to retreat to the border. When Minato heard this news, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. To the border? Seeing Minato's astonishment, Shirou chuckled and said, It seems the secret mission you're conducting, Minato, has something to do with the Shinobi Bridge, doesn't it? In this area, the only crucial mission that could warrant Minato taking such risks was the Shinobi Bridge in the land of grass. The Shinobi Bridge was a vital supply route for Iwa-nin in the land of grass. Yes. But if I had known in advance that you, Shirokuin, could push the battle to the border, perhaps this mission wouldn't have been necessary, and Obito wouldn't have. Minato sighed wistfully, but Shirou waved his hand and said. No. If the Shinobi Bridge were to fall, coupled with our previous setbacks, it would deal a massive blow to Iwa-nin's morale. Turning to Kakashi, Shirou issued an order. Kakashi, we're leaving this place now. Many Iwa-nin are retreating to defend their positions, so we must remain cautious. Understood. The group quickly moved through the forest, encountering countless panicked Iwa-nin retreating and tightening their defenses along the way. Before the Battle of Kikyo Pass, the Shinobi Bridge had been crucial to the overall conflict. But now that Konoha had pushed the battlefield from Kikyo Pass to the border, the importance of the Shinobi Bridge had diminished significantly. At most, it would disrupt the Iwa-nin's supply lines. Shirokuin, being able to sense the Flying Thunder God technique from such a distance, it seems I still can't match you when it comes to space-time ninjutsu. As the stars illuminated the night sky, the group moved through the dark forest. Minato couldn't help but sigh in admiration. However, Shirou shook his head and replied, You're being too modest, Minato. From the way you appeared earlier, your space-time ninjutsu isn't far behind. But Minato only gave a bitter smile. He alone knew that his achievements in the Flying Thunder God technique had come from devoting all his energy to it over the years. Shirou, on the other hand, excelled in Flying Thunder God, Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, and Taijutsu, a nearly all-encompassing skill set. Minato firmly believed that if Shirou focused solely on space-time ninjutsu, he would have surpassed him long ago. Shirou, however, knew his limitations. Over the years, he had focused on Taijutsu and developing his Mangekyo Sharingan. As for space-time ninjutsu, he had only made rapid progress thanks to the scrolls left by the second Hokage. His recent advancements in space-time ninjutsu were largely due to absorbing the bloodline of the Queen of Rorin, which confirmed his hypothesis, the Dragon Vein's power was tied to space-time abilities. The Queen of Rorin, who controlled the Dragon Vein, must have possessed a bloodline linked to space-time powers. Thus, his progress in the Flying Thunder God technique was largely thanks to his innate talent. The destruction of the Shinobi Bridge will undoubtedly cause turmoil among the Iwa Nin in the coming days. Even if they have other supply points in the Land of Grass, this blow to their morale is unavoidable. As they chatted, the group spotted signs of Konoha ninja at the border of the Land of Grass in the distance. Autumn, year 49 of the Konoha calendar. The 5-year stalemate at Kikyo Pass ended when Konoha launched a sudden counteroffensive, crushing the allied forces of the ninja villages. The Kumo-nin, Suna-nin, and Iwa-nin were all driven beyond the borders. Konoha reclaimed its long-lost borders, shaking the ninja world. No one had expected Konoha, after 5 years of bitter resistance against the allied forces of 4 major villages, to launch such a decisive counterattack. Konoha. Hiruzen, urgent frontline report. Our forces have retaken the lost border defenses. Notably, we've pushed the Iwa-nin to the Land of Grass. Urgent report, Hokage-sama. Frontline Commander Lord Shirou is requesting reinforcements. He needs a large number of ninja to secure the border defenses. Hokage-sama. That night, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. One by one, intelligence and ANBU operatives arrived to deliver reports from the front lines. Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, were stunned by the news. Immediately order Sarutobi Saburo to lead reinforcements to the border of the Land of Rain. Nara clan, provide support. As he read the reports, Hiruzen's face lit up with excitement. Staring at the map showing the reclaimed territories of the Land of Fire, he issued orders loudly and decisively. Hiruzen, this is incredible. The victory at Kikyo Pass isn't just about reclaiming the border, it's a huge morale boost for Konoha's ninja forces. Hamura Mitokado spoke excitedly. The 5-year-long war had not only drained resources and manpower but had also worn down the morale of Konoha's forces. Kikyo Pass was like Konoha's front door, and the enemy had been pressing hard against it for years. This decisive victory had finally lifted the heavy gloom that had hung over Konoha. This battle was enough to inspire and uplift morale, even igniting the fighting spirit of Konoha's shinobi. After 5 grueling years of the Shinobi World War, Konoha's ninjas can finally see a glimmer of hope for victory. Victory at Kikyo Mountain. But it was Uchiha Shirou leading the charge in this operation. Koharu Uchiha frowned as she reviewed the detailed report, her eyes betraying a hint of apprehension and fear. Hiruzen. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki working in tandem with the Mangekyo, it reminds me of someone from the past. Uchiha Madara. The Susanoo combined with the Nine-Tails. This kind of fighting technique had only been seen once in the past. As the terrifying memories of Konoha's intelligence reports flooded their minds, the trio's faces darkened with unease. Furthermore, Minato has completed the Shinobi Bridge mission, cutting off the Iwa ninjas' logistics. Our forces in the Land of Grass have gained the upper hand. Faced with Koharu's worry, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows deeply and took a long drag from his pipe. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he rasped, "This is wartime. Everything must be prioritized for the greater good. The situation is turning in our favor now." With Tsunade overseeing operations in the Land of Grass, she can support both the Kimogakure and Sunagakure battlefields as needed. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are stationed at Kimogakure and Sunagakure respectively. The situation is highly advantageous now, let's focus on securing victory in this war. Hiruzen spoke calmly, his gaze clouded by the smoke curling around him, but his tone revealed a deep wariness. No one feared the Mangekyo more than he did. And Minato. Koharu hesitated before speaking. However, Hiruzen replied indifferently, the victory at Kikyo Mountain is indeed significant, but Minato's execution of the Shinobi Bridge mission is no less important. Before Hiruzen could finish, an Umbu suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. Lord Third, news of the victory at Kikyo Mountain has already spread throughout Konoha. The entire village is celebrating and cheering. According to investigations, the information originated from the taverns, medical division, police force, and intelligence department. As the Umbu's voice echoed through the office, the faces of the 3 present grew increasingly grim. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand silently, signaling for the Umbu to leave. This is outrageous. Once the Umbu had left, Koharu couldn't hold back any longer. She slammed the table in anger, her face full of disbelief and fury. Hiruzen. You're the Hokage. What's going on with the police force and intelligence department? Do they even respect the Hokage anymore? Even Hamura Mitokado's face darkened as he said sternly, Hiruzen, the Uchiha Mangekyo is already a significant threat. What kind of behavior is this? What is he afraid of? This is a show of distrust towards us. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his expressionless face toward the window. Through it, he could see the village, which had been under immense strain for so long, now brightly lit and alive with the sound of joyous cheers. His face turned even grimmer. Send word to Danzo. Have Root secretly monitor Uchiha Shirou. This command from Hiruzen immediately made Koharu and Hamura breathe a sigh of relief. The Konoha elders were quick to take precautions against their people whenever the situation improved, ensuring they were prepared for any internal threats. The Kanabi Bridge is destroyed, and the IWA ninjas are on their last legs. Unless Inoki is truly willing to gamble everything, they won't recover. As for Kumogakure, the internal conflicts over the past few years have caused them the greatest losses. Only the Sunagakure remains, but they're not a threat. Seeing the favorable situation, Hiruzen radiated a commanding aura befitting a veteran shinobi leader. When the three great ninja villages were united, we had reason to be cautious. But now that the balance has been broken, everyone fears suffering the greatest losses themselves. They'll focus on their interests. What we need to do now is to decisively defeat one of the villages. Breaking the alliance among the four great ninja villages required first defeating one opponent decisively, they would then crumble one by one. Hiruzen, are you suggesting we strike first? Koharu and Hamura's expressions turned serious as they pointed to the map, directing their attention toward Kumogakure. However, Hiruzen shook his head and rejected the idea. Kumogakure has suffered significant losses, but their internal balance is intact. They're already harboring anger. If we target them now, the third Raikage might retaliate fiercely. My suggestion is Kirigakure. Hiruzen's finger slid decisively down the map, pressing heavily on the battlefield near the ruins of Uchiha. Kirigakure. Koharu and Hamura exclaimed in surprise, but Hiruzen solemnly nodded. That's right. Compared to the other villages, Kirigakure has the lowest number of shinobi, significant internal divisions, and, most importantly, no one would expect us to send Uchiha Shirou, the Nine Tails, and Minato's elite forces there. As Hiruzen spoke, his finger tapped the map firmly, and his face took on a look of resolve. The war had to end. Konoha had already expended too much over the years. I agree. Hamura was the first to voice his support, nodding gravely. Hiruzen is right. No one would expect us to concentrate our forces against Kirigakure suddenly. On the other hand, on the main battlefield, Iwa, Suna, and Kumo are too close geographically. If we target one of them, the other two will react quickly. No one wants to see one of their allies eliminated. Koharu's expression also softened as she seemed to understand. Hiruzen's plan is thorough. Iwa, Suna, and Kumo are closely linked, while Kirigakure remains isolated due to its closed border policies and poor relations with the other villages. Moreover, it's geographically distant. If we concentrate our elites, what could Kirigakure possibly do to resist? Among the five great shinobi villages, Kirigakure had the most internal strife. While Kumogakure had suffered from the internal conflicts during the war, they had ultimately resolved their internal struggles, leaving Kirigakure as the village with the most severe internal issues. Send Sarutobi Shinosuke as well. With 3 elite units in the Konoha shinobi already stationed on the front lines, we'll push Kirigakure back in one decisive strike. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokato solemnly finalized the next major strategic move for Konoha. Chapter 220, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 220. The 49th year of Konoha, the Shinobi World in turmoil. Since the 4 great ninja villages joined forces to wage war against Konoha, they had always held the upper hand. The combined forces of the 4 villages had deployed over 40,000 ninja troops, making it the largest war in the history of the Shinobi World. Konoha, the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, had a total of just over 30,000 ninjas across the entire village. Despite this unfavorable situation, Konoha managed to hold out for 5 years. And this fall, they achieved a shocking reversal. After 5 years of attritional warfare against the 4 great ninja villages, Konoha sounded the horn for a counteroffensive for the first time. Not only did they reclaim lost territory in one swift move, but Konoha ninjas also destroyed the Kanabi Bridge, crushing the morale of the Iwagakure forces and driving them deep into the heart of the Land of Grass. When Kumogakure retreated to the Land of Frost, Konoha threatened to cut off their retreat, ready to repeat the Kanabi Bridge scenario. This enraged the third Raikage, who had no choice but to reluctantly recall his troops. As for the Sunagakure forces led by Ebizo, after retreating to the border of the Land of Rain, they voluntarily merged with forces in the Land of Rivers even before Konoha could make a move. After all, the terrain of the Land of Rain put the Sand Ninjas at a great disadvantage. Land of the Moon, Kumogakure Camp. Father. Seeing his son return, the third Raikage showed a look of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. The battlefield is where men are forged. In these 5 years, you've grown a lot. This way, I can rest assured when the village is handed over to you in the future. However, facing his father, the candidate for 4th Raikage, was visibly frustrated. Father, even though Konoha has launched a counterattack, our alliance of 4 great ninja villages shouldn't fear them. Why did you order me to withdraw from the Land of Frost? Konoha's greatest disadvantage is their smaller number of ninjas compared to us. Having fought for 5 years, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, naturally felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction at being forced to retreat. The third Raikage, A, frowned at this and spoke in a heavy tone. You are not only my son. You are also the future fourth Raikage. You must understand one thing, war is never just about the battlefield. Over the years, you have led a ninja army, but you haven't been exposed much to the internal affairs of the village. You are right. Konoha's greatest disadvantage is its lack of manpower. But now, look at the state of our village. Can we still sustain fighting on 2 fronts? As he opened a confidential Kimogakure scroll, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, stepped forward to read it. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Father. How is this possible? How could Kimogakure have become so weakened? How could we have suffered such massive losses in manpower on the battlefield? The candidate for fourth Raikage, A, was in utter disbelief as he looked at his father in shock. The confidential scroll detailed Kimogakure's current reserves and resources. Line after line of red text was alarming, especially the severe depletion of their ninja forces, which left him stunned. How could this be? The third Raikage shook his head, his eyes heavy with sorrow, and said hoarsely. Why did the 4 great ninja villages declare war on Konoha? Wasn't it because of the wealth of the Land of Fire? Over the years, we've indeed worn Konoha down, but we've also been pushed to the brink ourselves. The alliance of the 4 great ninja villages and Konoha's prolonged battle of attrition had resulted in a stalemate, revealing just how deep Konoha's reserves were. You only see the ninjas fighting on the front lines, but you don't see those who are injured, forced to retire, or unable to continue as ninjas. Over the 5 years of war, our next generation of ninjas has also been heavily depleted. And that's not even mentioning the conflicts orchestrated by Konoha's route. During this war, the daimyo's court has already made its choice, and so have we. As the third Raikage's grave voice reverberated, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, who bore a small mustache, looked increasingly grim. Racial conflicts. The economy nearing collapse. Massive losses in military strength. At this moment, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, was in a daze. He could still vividly recall how powerful Kimogakure was before the war began, competing with the Wagakure for the title of the second strongest ninja village. Now, Kimogakure had fallen to such a dire state, almost at the bottom. Shimura Danzo truly is ruthless. This is an invisible war on another front. Over these years, our internal conflicts have caused countless white ninjas to defect, which has had a massive impact on our economy. Especially under the guidance of Konoha's route, these defectors have mostly settled in the lands of hot water, fields, and frost, forming numerous factions. Cultivating enemy forces was a common tactic among the great ninja villages. For example, the various ninja factions within the Land of Rain would not have survived without the secret support of the great villages. How else could Hanzo of the Salamander have failed to unify the Land of Rain for so many years? The most typical example was the Akatsuki organization, which Iwagakure had heavily funded to sow chaos in the Land of Rain. Similarly, with Kimogakure's racial conflict so apparent, there was no way Konoha's route would miss such an opportunity. I understand now, father. At this moment, the fourth Raikage candidate, A, felt the weight of leadership crushing his fighting spirit. For the first time, he experienced the immense pressure of being a Raikage. Don't worry. Even though the village has suffered heavy losses, Konoha is no better off. Seeing his son finally understand the burden of leadership, the third Raikage smiled in satisfaction. This war has also weakened Konoha. Although the Land of Fire is wealthy, Konoha's internal conflicts are no longer concealable. The Mangekyo, the Uchiha, and the various clans, all of these are inevitable points of contention. Now, we will focus our forces on the Land of Hot Water, eliminating the factions there while continuing our battle against Konoha. As he said this, the third Raikage's expression turned decisive. If they allowed Konoha to continue as they were, Kumo ninja defector factions would soon surround the Land of Lightning. He had to carve out a path for Kimogakure through this war. Land of Whirlpools. Shirou, Kushina stayed with Tsunade. As they arrived in the war-torn island nation of the Land of Whirlpools, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but comment softly. Shirou nodded lightly after hearing this. Kushina's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is well known in the ninja world. She's too conspicuous. At the same time, being with Tsunade on the battlefield in the Land of Grass allows them to support 2 other fronts. The power of Kushina as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was most effective on the front lines. Especially since the main battlefield had to face 3 great ninja villages, while the rear only had to deal with Kirigakure, which was less threatening. Shirou, this time, Minato Namikaze, and Sarutobi Shinnosuke's 2 reserve squads are also heading to the Kirigakure front. Mikoto's face was filled with a gentle smile, but her eyes held a chilling glint. Seeing this, Shirou chuckled softly, fully aware of Mikoto's discontent. Mikoto, it's all for the sake of the village. However, hearing Shirou's words, Mikoto gave a rare faint smile and mocked. For the sake of the village? Then why is the third Hokage's son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, safely stationed in the rear while we're sent to the front lines? Not only Mikoto but many ninjas in the army were also dissatisfied upon learning that while they were sent to the front lines, the Hokage's son was conveniently stationed in the back. Mikoto, sometimes we need to look forward. Perhaps there is fortune ahead, and looking back might not necessarily bring us merit. After seeing Shirou's mysterious smile, Mikoto was momentarily stunned, and then, as if realizing something, she lowered her voice and said, "Shirou. Are you saying?" Mikoto seemed to have thought of something, but Shirou just smiled and gently tapped her forehead. Think from a different angle. After 5 years of war, the pressure on Kirigakure is far greater than on other villages. After all, the various Kekkei clans in Kirigakure wield significant power. At this point, if Kirigakure wants to create a breakthrough on the battlefield, it's far too difficult. They will inevitably choose another route. What do you think they'll do? With Shirou's reminder, Mikoto seemed to suddenly realize something. Of course, the village has considered this too, which is why they stationed Sarutobi Shinosuke in the rear. But sometimes, occupying a high position still requires matching strength. Shirou smirked coldly with a mocking tone. He understood Kirigakure's actions better than anyone else. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist directly infiltrating the Land of Fire's territory. While in the later stages of the original story, their performance under Edo Tensei was somewhat underwhelming, their actual combat strength was undeniably formidable. In the original story, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist hold off an entire ninja alliance unit. This fact alone demonstrates their terrifying power. It's just that their strength wasn't showcased properly, possibly due to the limitations of Edo Tensei. In truth, individuals like Juzo Biwa, Fuguki Suikeisen, and Raiga Kurosuke, who were defeated by Might Dewey, were incredibly strong. The first two, wielding their ninja swords, were undoubtedly Kage level in strength. Raiga Kurosuke might have been slightly weaker, but he was definitely at the level of an elite jonin, or at least close to Kage level in ability. The reason for their later decline likely stems from factors such as defection, loss of conviction, injuries, and more. After all, even a demigod-level ninja's combat power can plummet when their faith collapses. During their initial clash, Shirou had already experienced Raiga Kurosuke's strength, which was far from weak. As for the other 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their strength was undoubtedly elite jonin level. After all, the competition to wield the swords in the Bloody Mist was not based on seniority. When combined with the enhancements provided by their famed swords, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were a terrifying force. Otherwise, how could Kirigakure dare to send just 7 individuals to infiltrate the Land of Fire and launch a terror attack? If they're just 7 elite jonin coming to the Land of Fire, it's nothing more than a suicide mission. Shirou shook his head silently. This was a real, tangible world with flesh and blood characters. And it's not just about this incident, there's also the matter of the 3 tails. At this moment, Shirou narrowed his eyes. While he wasn't certain if the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist incident would unfold, he was sure that the 3 tails event would. After all, that was the work of Madara, there was no way it would go wrong. This is also my opportunity. Thinking of this, a mysterious smile appeared in Shirou's eyes. At this point, Madara should be reaching his limit. Perhaps he needs me to give him a push. With this in mind, Shirou squinted his eyes and looked back in a certain direction, muttering to himself. Perhaps you don't want to fade away alone in the darkness either. When Rin was surrounded by mist ninjas and Obito rushed over so quickly, it proved Madara's hiding place was most likely in the Land of Whirlpools. After all, he had to manipulate Kirigakure from the shadows. Inside a dimly lit cave. Lord Madara, Obito's body is fusing well. Within the massive cave, Obito, with half his body pieced together, was undergoing rigorous adaptation training. With persistent effort, the other half of his body was slowly absorbing and merging with the cells of White Zetsu. Meanwhile, White Zetsu tilted his head and spoke jokingly. For him, human emotions were still hard to comprehend. However, as Uchiha Madara watched Obito's persistence, his gaze rested on Obito's neck, and he seemed to notice something. This is... Following Madara's gaze, White Zetsu also noticed something, his face showing surprise. This is a space-time ninjutsu mark. Lord Madara. Just as White Zetsu was about to call out to Obito, he was stopped by Madara, who wore a puzzled expression. It's just a space-time ninjutsu mark. Within a certain range, it can be sensed. Madara's calm voice echoed as he formed hand seals to release a barrier technique. Instantly, the cave was completely isolated, making it impossible for even the Flying Thunder God technique to sense it easily. Is this a coincidence, or has someone discovered something? Sitting regally on his stone chair, Madara's lips curved into an intrigued smile. He hadn't expected that this detestable white-haired man's space-time ninjutsu would be learned by a Uchiha. Now, he was growing even more excited for the grand events to come. He imagined the white-haired man witnessing a Uchiha embracing a Senju woman, having children with Sharingan, and then using the Flying Thunder God technique himself. The more Madara thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Heh, it seems Shirou has discovered something over the years. After all, White Zetsu, your clones have already made him aware that someone is watching them from the shadows. Madara's raspy voice echoed, while White Zetsu tilted his head in confusion and asked, Lord Madara, will this affect our plans? Plans? Hearing this, Madara revealed a bizarre smile. Our ambitions and plans have never conflicted. However, White Zetsu, you may need to take on a different identity. As he said this, Madara swept a commanding gaze at the white tubes connecting to his body, his eyes filled with disdain. My body has deteriorated to this extent. No matter. Let me, Uchiha Madara, test Uchiha Shirou's capabilities and see if he has what it takes to reach the end. The lone Sharingan in his eye socket gleamed with excitement. Even though he had a perfect resurrection plan in place, he would never willingly resign himself to dying alone in the dark. Before, no one in the ninja world had piqued his interest. But now, things were different. Uchiha Shirou had come to the battlefield near Kirigakure. Madara could take his leave in a climactic fashion at the final moment. White Zetsu, the original plan remains unchanged. But since you've been exposed, let's take this opportunity to give you a suitable identity. More importantly, his long-rusted body was itching to stretch its muscles. Lord Madara, are you suggesting? White Zetsu looked confused, but Madara, sitting regally on his stone chair, wore a smile of excitement and anticipation. P.S. The author keeps calling Madara as Joe Biden LMAO. Chapter 221, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 221. Hidden Mist Village. Lord 3rd Mizukage, this 5-year-long war has nearly drained our village dry, and we are still pinned down on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools by Konoha, unable to advance even a single step. Indeed. Our Hidden Mist Village's economy has always ranked lower among the 5 great shinobi villages. The years of heavy consumption, the countless losses of our shinobi, and yet we've gained nothing on the battlefield. The discontent in the village is growing. In the Mizukage's office, the elders' faces were grim as they discussed the current dire situation. While Konoha was struggling under the combined assault of the 4 great shinobi villages, the Hidden Mist Village was faring no better. Although Konoha was being besieged, their resources and strength were outrageously deep. On top of that, they were defending their homeland. In contrast, the Hidden Mist was in a far weaker position. That's precisely why I called you here to discuss this plan. The mysterious, long-haired 3rd Mizukage lowered his head and spoke in a raspy voice. None of the elders noticed the fleeting crimson glow in his eyes. Lord Mizukage, isn't this plan far too risky? Exactly. We're talking about using the 3 tails. Even with the distraction provided by the 7 swordsmen, this plan is still extremely dangerous. The elders' faces grew increasingly tense, but the 3rd Mizukage simply let out a cold laugh. Dangerous? The Hidden Mist Village has been waging this war for 5 years. The other shinobi villages have at least managed to push into the Land of Fire, but we have made no progress at all. If we were to negotiate with Konoha now, what would be left of the Hidden Mist's reputation after the war? How many missions do you think we'd be entrusted with? The 5 great shinobi villages rely heavily on missions to sustain themselves. If a village's reputation falls, its mission count naturally decreases, leading to economic collapse. And what danger are you talking about? The 3rd Mizukage's grin turned ferocious, a chilling killing intent radiating from him, making the elders tense up involuntarily. The 7 swordsmen will infiltrate the Land of Fire, causing chaos and drawing attention. Meanwhile, the 3 tails will appear in Konoha. By then, it will be Konoha who will have to deal with the fallout. Our Hidden Mist's 3 tails will have been stolen by Konoha. Such a thing has never happened before, one village stealing another's tailed beast. If Konoha breaks this taboo, they'll be the ones in trouble. The 3rd Mizukage's sinister smile deepened as he laid out his audacious and perilous plan. First, the 7 swordsmen would infiltrate the Land of Fire. If they were discovered, they would create as much chaos as possible to draw attention. Then, the 3 tails would be unleashed. If luck was on their side, the 3 tails would cause massive destruction within Konoha, throwing their forces into disarray. This would allow the Mist Shinobi to seize control of the Land of Whirlpools as a forward base to launch a direct attack on the Land of Fire. If the 3 tails failed to achieve significant results, the Hidden Mist would still play the victim, accusing Konoha of stealing their tailed beast. Stealing a tailed beast, this was a forbidden red line. Konoha. Lord Hokage, this is the latest intelligence from the Land of Whirlpool's battlefield against the Hidden Mist. Lord 3rd Hokage, this is the newest report from the Root Spies. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly raised his head, a faint smile of relief appearing on his face. It seems the Hidden Mist is at the end of its rope. The discontent among their clans, the shortage of supplies, and their dwindling reinforcements on the front lines, all point to their limits. As Hiruzen looked up, his gaze fell on a young man standing before him, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own. A look of pride crossed his face. Shinosuke, this is the latest intelligence from the Hidden Mist battlefield. Study it carefully. Yes, father. Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage, had inherited his father's short stature. Though he did not possess all 5 chakra natures, he was proficient in earth, fire, and wind styles and was considered an elite among jonin. However, a deep lightning-inflicted scar marred his face, a reminder of past battles. As Shinosuke frowned while studying the intelligence, he spoke confidently under his father's watchful gaze. Father, I will lead an elite force to patrol the coastal borders and ensure the Hidden Mist cannot infiltrate the Land of Fire. Hiruzen nodded in approval but added with a shake of his head. Infiltration is a shinobi's specialty. Your task is not just to patrol but to detect and eliminate the Mist Shinobi. You are Konoha's last line of defense. The Hidden Mist, using the Land of Whirlpools as a stepping stone to invade the Land of Fire, would face no natural barriers. The terrain was a vast, unbroken forest. But you must also understand your true mission. At this, Hiruzen's tone grew heavier. Shinosuke solemnly nodded, fully understanding his father's intent. Yes, father. I will assist Minato to the best of my ability. Seeing his son's maturity, Hiruzen's weathered face softened with a smile. Shinosuke, you've grown up. You can now share your father's burdens. It's not that I favor Minato over you, but while both of you have inherited the will of fire, Minato's strength has already reached a level where he can stand alone. Shinosuke nodded earnestly, fully aware of his abilities. Don't worry, father. I understand your intentions. He was tasked with assisting Namikaze Minato in earning glory and recognition. On the battlefield, the fame of the Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan had already overshadowed everything else. During this war, Uchiha Shirou had outshone even the legendary Sannin. Although Minato's Flying Thunder God technique had made waves, Shirou's mastery of the same technique, coupled with the Mangekyo, had stolen much of Minato's spotlight. After all, Minato's Flying Thunder God was impressive, but Shirou had it too, and he also wielded the Mangekyo, a power Minato did not possess. Naturally, Shirou's achievements stood out more. Umbu, the Root, and the Intelligence Division will fully support you. This is the time to crush the Hidden Mist in one decisive strike and sound the horn to end this war. Konoha can no longer afford to continue fighting. Hiruzen's heavy words echoed through the Hokage's office as the two cast their gazes out the window, looking at the desolate streets of Konoha. For over 20 years, Konoha had never been this bleak. Nearly every household was shrouded in sorrow, mourning the countless shinobi lost in the war, many of whom were mere children or teenagers. Even the Ninja Academy was affected. Once a place filled with laughter and sunlight, the classrooms now carried a stifling atmosphere. The students' faces were somber, their focus unwavering. Their arms and legs were often wrapped in bandages, evidence of the grueling training they endured. Under the shadow of war and death, even these children understood that graduation meant being sent to the battlefield. And on the battlefield, their predecessors, their older brothers, sisters, and friends, would soon have their names engraved on the memorial stone. Faced with the fear of death, no student dared to slack off. Rigorous training left no room for laziness, especially under the watchful eyes of strict parents. Though the intense training stunted their long-term growth, everyone knew one thing. If they couldn't survive the war, there would be no future to worry about. On the front lines. Captain Minato, here is your latest mission. A Konoha Chunin respectfully handed over a mission scroll. Namikaze Minato opened it, and a smile spread across his face. Gather everyone and prepare for battle. Minato's bright and sunny smile radiated warmth, filling his subordinates with a sense of camaraderie. As the Konoha shinobi laughed and began to assemble, someone asked eagerly. Minato, what's this mission about? Akimichi Choza, with his portly figure and honest demeanor, asked a question, while Narashikaku, standing nearby, seemed to have thought of something. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. As the Ino Shikacho trio served as the right-hand man of Minato Namikaze, Narashikaku's intelligence had long since discerned the intentions of their third Hokage. Third Hokage wanted to elevate someone from his own circle to power, rather than letting the Hokage title fall into the hands of an outsider. Even though it's difficult this time, the clan no longer has any choice, Narashikaku thought, frowning with frustration. There was no such thing as a neutral party. If the three clans didn't pick a side, how could they have obtained the vast resources that allowed them to develop over the years? However, Shikaku's gaze swept over Yamanaka Inoichi, who stood nearby. The internal divisions in the Yamanaka clan from years ago unexpectedly turned out to be advantageous. A branch of the Yamanaka clan had long since aligned themselves with the Senju. In just a brief moment, Narashikaku's mind rapidly processed the intelligence on all of Konoha's major clans. This also explained why, in the future, the members of Root led by Danzo included Yamanaka ninjas. Clearly, it was a form of pressure and coercion. Shikaku, could you analyze the intel for this mission? Minato Namikaze's warm, sunny smile brought Nara Shikaka back to reality. Accepting the information, Shikaka nodded solemnly. I understand. At this point, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans had long since become vassals of the third Hokage. After enjoying so many years of resources, it was natural for them to bear the mark of the third Hokage. This was the cost of doing so. Their current priority was to win the war. As for who the next Hokage would be, they would leave that to fate. Even if the Senju or Uchiha gained power, the three clans would at most be sidelined. The years of development they had enjoyed were already sufficient. No clan could remain prosperous forever. The ones truly facing suppression would be clans like the Sarutobi, while the three clans would only be lightly affected. Understanding this, Shikaka lowered his head and studied the intelligence in his hands with a serious expression. Gradually, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Root and Umbu's overlapping intelligence confirmed that this is 80% accurate. A Mist Village elite unit is preparing to launch a sneak attack from here. Even if it's false information, the battlefield is in our district, so we don't have to worry about traps. After hearing Shikaku's analysis, Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile and said, in that case, our target this time is here. When Minato pointed at the target, Shikaka froze for a moment. He then looked up at Minato's sunny smile, and for the first time, felt a sense of pressure. Minato. Are you suggesting? Shikaka swallowed nervously, but at that moment, Minato's sunny smile remained, his eyes filled with determination. Since we have obtained such valuable intelligence, it would be too wasteful to simply defend passively. After all, intelligence is the hardest thing to come by. This time, the information also indirectly reveals that this Mist Village area is poorly defended. If we take this opportunity to attack here. Minato lightly tapped a key point on the Mist Village's defensive line with his finger. Shikaka's expression grew heavier as he pondered Minato's words before responding gravely. According to your plan, Minato, the success rate is very high. However, our elite force is too small to achieve substantial results. If we bring more people, it's more likely we'll be exposed. Shikaka's tactful words essentially meant that the mission would be too difficult to yield major results. However, Minato's eyes narrowed with a smile. What if Naiko is involved? Uzumaki Naiko. That name echoed in Shikaka's mind, and he froze for a moment before realizing Minato's intentions. Seeing the determined smile on Minato's face, Shikaku understood. Minato Namikaze was also feeling competitive. Realizing this, Shikaku's expression grew more serious. If that's the case, then the success rate is very high. We might even have the chance to destroy this Mist Village base. The only question is. Though Shikaku left the sentence unfinished, Minato understood and nodded firmly. Don't worry. While Naiko isn't as strong as Kushina, she can control the Four-Tails state for 20 minutes of continuous combat, more than enough time for us to complete this mission. As Minato and Shikaka finalized their battle plan, they failed to notice a pale face hidden behind a distant tree, quietly listening. A sinister smile crept across that face. Moments later, Minato Namikaze led a 100-member elite force into the forest, disappearing from view. Inside a dimly lit cave. Lord Madara, Konoha's Minato Namikaze has already been lured away. At this distance, he can't provide timely support. The only remaining obstacle to your plan is Uchiha Shirou. Hearing White Zetsu's report, Uchiha Madara's expression remained calm. Lured away. In that case, no one will be able to interfere with this battle. His calm voice echoed. It was unclear whether Madara was referring to his design for Obito or to his final battle before his death. Lord Madara. White Zetsu tilted his head in confusion, but Madara slowly turned his gaze toward Obito, who was training diligently in the distance. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha's powers. It's almost complete. The plan remains unchanged. Begin. As for Uchiha Shirou, draw him here. I will personally teach him a lesson. Madara's hoarse, calm voice carried a hint of excitement. In Madara's heart, Uchiha Shirou was his handpicked protege, someone who had inherited his ideals. No one could understand the emotions he was feeling. To him, Uchiha Shirou was like seeing his younger self, someone who was walking the same path he had once taken. Will he live up to my expectations? Or exceed them? As Madara spoke, a smile of excitement appeared on his face. White Zetsu looked at him in astonishment. Lord Madara, if we bring Uchiha Shirou here, everything in this place will be exposed. Before White Zetsu could finish speaking, Madara cut him off with a wave of his hand. Casting a glance at the white tubes connected to him, Madara's expression momentarily showed a trace of disdain. Proceed as planned. Everything here is only what I choose to reveal. Anything I don't want revealed will remain undiscovered. Madara's commanding voice echoed as a smile of anticipation spread across his face. He was eager to see whether the successor he had personally trained could meet his expectations. Obito was nothing more than a puppet to him. Uchiha Shirou, however, was the true inheritor of his will. Chapter 222, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 222. Land of Whirlpools. Fugaku, it seems your reputation surpasses even the Hyuga clans. In front of a waterfall, Shirou spoke with a smile, while beside him, the more mature Uchiha Fugaku, with his usually stern expression, forced an awkward smile. Shirou, stop teasing me. It's not my reputation that's greater. It's just that wherever the Hyuga main family goes, they are always shielded by the branch family. No matter how impressive their battle achievements are, they will always be looked down upon. Shaking his head, Fugaku spoke with evident disdain when mentioning the Hyuga main family. His eyes revealed a clear trace of contempt. It was obvious that the pride of the Uchiha made them despise this kind of behavior, hiding behind others for protection. Over the years, on the battlefield, the Uchihas had earned respect for always being at the forefront. During times of prolonged peace, ordinary shinobi might view the Uchihas as arrogant and difficult to deal with. They might even harbor resentment toward their pride. But during prolonged periods of war, that same arrogance became a trait that all shinobi came to trust. With an arrogant Uchiha at your back, there was no need to worry. You could entrust your life to them, and they would only say something like, "Don't hold me back." In times of war, the bonds between comrades were purer than at any other time. True. Seeing the disdainful look on Fugaku's face, Shirou nodded knowingly with a smile. The system of the Hyuga main and branch families is indeed disgusting. Especially the branch family's role of protecting the main family. Shinobi are meant to protect the weak, not the other way around. And yet, the Hyuga main family is not ashamed of this. Instead, they stubbornly cling to this tradition. To them, it's normal for the weak branch family to protect the strong main family. But what they don't realize is that, in our eyes, they look like nothing but cowards. With a mocking smile, Shirou continued to expose the greatest flaw of the Hyuga main family. Under normal circumstances, this was simply their internal matter. But the third Hokage had appointed someone from the Hyuga main family as a battlefield commander. The third Hokage seemed to have forgotten that what the warriors on the battlefield needed was a leader who was strong enough to lead them to victory, battle after battle. Not someone who hid behind the branch family for protection and yet dared to think of themselves as strong. Shirou, with all you've done for the clan over the years, you might become the first Hokage in Uchiha history. Fugaku spoke with a tone of melancholy, his eyes showing rare admiration. Especially when a shimmering, blue chakra sphere appeared in his palm. Fugaku shook his head and said, "The A-rank, seal-less jutsu Raiznan. At the very least, I know I don't have the resolve or determination to do what you've done, sharing it with the clan and teaching it to every Uchiha Jonin." Before the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan were known for their Sharingan, Shuriken techniques, and fire-release jutsu. But after the war, they added another iconic jutsu to their arsenal, the Raiznan. In the Uchiha clan, any Jonin could learn this A-rank, ultimate-level technique. Unlike the Chidori, which required the Sharingan or extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes, the Raiznan had no such limitations. The Raiznan was a seal-less, non-elemental jutsu. An ordinary A-rank Raiznan, is it really that strong? Facing Fugaku's admiration, Shirou responded with a casual laugh, a faintly arrogant smile appearing on his face. This made Fugaku laugh as well. That's the Uchiha way. Perhaps it's not strong for you, Shirou, but for the Uchiha clan, it's undoubtedly an ultimate-level jutsu. On the battlefield, it saved countless Uchiha lives. The Uchiha clan never lacked powerful ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu. But they did lack an ultimate-level jutsu tailored for specific situations. Most fire-release jutsu were large-scale and area of effect. A focused, ultimate-level jutsu like the Raiznan was almost non-existent. The Raiznan had directly elevated the combat power of every Uchiha Jonin, giving each of them an ultimate trump card. Fugaku, don't look at me like that. I only did all this for my ambitions. Hearing Shirou's frank confession, Fugaku laughed heartily. Ambitionless people don't deserve the Uchiha name. So, Shirou, go ahead and pursue your goals. The Uchiha were nothing if not straightforward. If you openly declared your ambition, the only responses you would receive were either agreement or rejection, nothing else. Lately there have been some people lurking in the shadows of the village. And your eyes, are they all right? Fugaku suddenly shifted the conversation, his expression turning serious. His words hinted at something significant. The implication was clear, the village was aware of Shirou's eyes, and someone was deliberately trying to stir up trouble, perhaps even provoke internal strife within the Uchiha clan. My eyes. It seems some people understand the Mangekyo Sharingan better than we Uchihas do. With a relaxed smile, Shirou shrugged. His pupils slowly morphed into the distinctive pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If they call us the evil Uchihas, shouldn't we be allowed to deceive them a little? Shirou's playful remark made Fugaku burst into laughter. especially when he saw Shirou's clear Mangekyo Sharingan, which showed no signs of any issue whatsoever. With a casual smile, Shirou dismissed the matter. Fugaku, however, understood the true state of Shirou's eyes. After all, Shirou wasn't interested in petty power games, he aimed for the entire ninja world. They've underestimated the Uchiha. Fugaku's eyes gleamed with Uchiha pride. Trying to elevate Shirou's reputation to provoke a struggle for the clan leadership. Even if there was an issue with his Mangekyo, Shirou wouldn't take the bait. He had already set the Uchiha clan on the path they had long desired. Still, Shirou, while the Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, a shinobi should never lose their sense of caution. In the end, Fugaku couldn't help but offer a word of advice, worried that Shirou might become overconfident in his abilities. The two chatted casually, with no trace of animosity over the clan leadership. If Shirou were an overly ambitious man, he might have felt dissatisfied and sought to train harder, unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, and vie for the clan leader position. But Fugaku, despite appearing career-driven and stern, was inwardly indecisive. He hesitated, second-guessed himself, and feared making mistakes, a man ill-suited to bear the weight of leadership. For Fugaku, the burden of leading the clan had been suffocating. No matter what choice he made, he feared it would be the wrong one. When Shirou appeared, others thought Fugaku would feel threatened. But only Fugaku himself knew, he had felt relieved. Someone was there to make the hard decisions, to carry the weight of the clan. Shirou. As Fugaku thought this, a flicker of guilt appeared in his eyes. He felt ashamed for shouldering Shirou with the clan's burdens. Yet, Uchiha's pride prevented him from showing his vulnerability. Fugaku. Seeing Fugaku lost in thought, Shirou looked puzzled. Fugaku quickly laughed, waving it off to change the subject. My child was born at the beginning of the war. We were both on the front lines back then, so I only managed to tell you briefly. Now that the war is over, I'll be counting on you, the strongest Uchiha, to guide my son, Itachi. Itachi. Hearing this, Shirou froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Naturally, once the war is over and I return, I'll take Itachi as my disciple and personally guide him. Of course, I also have another suggestion. How about Itachi's companions, a girl from the Senju clan and the child of Aburame Shikuro? Senju? Shikuro's child. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, but then his face showed a look of deep emotion. He nodded gratefully and said, Shirou, thank you. He wasn't a fool and instantly understood the deeper meaning behind this. The girl from the Senju clan was a signal of a potential political marriage alliance. As for Shikuro's child, Fugaku had heard about him. Although 2 years older than Itachi, he was also a genius who had inherited the nanoscale poisonous insects. While Shirou was doing this outwardly to show his willingness to cooperate, it also made it clear that he harbored no ill intentions toward Fugaku's lineage. He was even willing to take Itachi as his disciple. But Uchiha Fugaku was still deeply moved. This was also Shirou's way of expressing trust and reassurance. Fugaku, emotions are emotions, but when emotions combine with interests, that's when they become the strongest. Shirou laughed as Fugaku nodded solemnly in agreement. This statement referred to the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans but also to the dynamic between them, combining emotions and shared interests for long-term cooperation. Meanwhile, Shirou narrowed his eyes slightly. Itachi, huh? No matter. Children need to be trained early. After all, Shisui and Kakashi are prime examples of success. By then, Itachi would become the sharpest blade of the Uchiha. Just then, a black butterfly appeared on Shirou's shoulder. His expression suddenly shifted. Fugaku, it seems I won't have time to talk with you today. When Fugaku saw the butterfly, his face also turned serious, and he nodded. Is it Mikoto's summoning beast, the Hell Butterfly? Uchiha Mikoto's summoning beast, the Hell Butterfly, glowed with a faint blue light at night. Rumor had it that the butterfly was connected to the messengers of the Shinigami. In reality, it had the ability to transmit messages. Additionally, when its wings flapped, they released a light powder that enhanced Genjutsu's power and success rate. In the forest. Mikoto. When Shirou arrived, Uchiha Mikoto looked gravely serious. Shirou, I've spotted a ninja tracking us. It's the same monster we saw in Orochimaru's lab. Naturally, Mikoto knew about White Zetsu. These matters had already been studied by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and others, so there was no need to hide them. Tracking us. When he realized Mikoto had discovered White Zetsu, Shirou frowned. Ever since capturing a clone of White Zetsu last time, he hadn't sensed any surveillance from them. Perhaps they had been monitoring from beyond his sensory range, but this time, exposing themselves so blatantly was unusual. He didn't believe it was simply an oversight. In other words, this was deliberately staged by Madara. That means the plan has begun. Shirou immediately connected the dots in his mind. First, Minato's team was sent on a mission, and now they had discovered these clues. Shirou. Mikoto's serious voice interrupted his thoughts. She pointed to her fingertip, where another black butterfly rested. The hell butterfly's powder will only last for a day. Should I investigate further? White Zetsu's identity was extraordinary and tied to would-release cells, so this wasn't something they could handle lightly. No. We'll go together. Together. Mikoto was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Shirou to take this so seriously. However, she didn't argue and instead nodded. All right. The person tracking us is heading in this direction. With the hell butterfly leading the way, the two of them moved swiftly through the forest. Meanwhile, Shirou's eyes narrowed. Interesting. If Madara was baiting him into coming here, it saved him the trouble of investigating in secret. He could already guess much of Uchiha Madara's intentions. The earlier exposure of White Zetsu had already raised their suspicions. Naturally, this elaborate plan by Madara wasn't something he wanted anyone to disrupt. So, the purpose of this operation was clear, to give White Zetsu an identity. An identity that could perfectly cover up everything from before. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the land of Whirlpool's forest, Kakashi, Rin was captured by mist ninjas during the mission. A heavily injured Konoha ninja rasped, causing Hatake Kakashi's pupils to contract. Memories of Obito's dying words surfaced in his mind. Captain Kakashi, Rin's team was ambushed. The target should be over there. Uchiha Shirou pointed solemnly in a distant direction. This was the mist battlefield, after all. Shirou, you and Guy escort the injured back. I'll pursue them. If I can't catch up, I'll retreat when appropriate. Without hesitation, Kakashi issued his orders. Missions involving infiltration and pursuit required the skill of a jonin like him. Shirou and Guy, though strong, weren't yet capable enough for such tasks. Years of battlefield experience had trained even the impulsive Guy to nod seriously. Kakashi, stay safe. Disperse. Ninjas, known for their mobility, didn't waste time on emotional goodbyes in the chaos of the battlefield. They acted swiftly and decisively. At the same time, in the mist battlefield. TCH, damn it. They assigned us such a crazy mission. But I love it. A deranged laugh echoed as the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist gathered again, standing on the surface of the sea. Enough with the nonsense. This time, our mission is to infiltrate the land of fire, then accidentally expose our identities to cover up the village's other secret plans. Courier Kushimaru spoke coldly. While some of them grumbled in dissatisfaction, none underestimated the dangers of infiltrating the land of fire. Though they were strong, some among them capable of matching Kage-level power when wielding their swords, they were up against countless Konoha ninjas. TCH, we get it. Isn't this just a decoy to make the Konoha ninjas think we're on an assassination or sabotage mission? Jinpachi Munashi's voice, filled with madness, came from behind his mask. His eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty excitement. Kihihi, this time I'll enjoy the bloodbath. Shut your mouth. Don't forget what happened last time when we didn't even make it into the land of fire. At the mention of their previous mission, the 7 ninja swordsmen's expressions darkened. Despite their combined strength, which could rival any of the 5 Kage, they had suffered a humiliating defeat during their last mission. If not for the timely intervention of the 3 major ninja villages, they might have been annihilated. Especially Juzo Biwa, Fuguki Suikeisen, and Raiga Kurosuke, those 3 looked particularly grim. In the original timeline, the 7 ninja swordsmen had been reduced to a mere shadow of their former selves, with some even defecting. Yet, to have survived battles against techniques like the 8 Gates shows their undeniable strength. Chapter 223, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 223. Inside the dimly lit cave. On a wooden bed, Uchiha Obito lay with a smile on his face, savoring the sensation of his new body. He casually moved his hands and feet, unable to suppress his grin. Finally. I've adapted. Soon, very soon, I'll see you both again. Rin, Kakashi. At that moment, a pale white figure slowly emerged from the towering earthen wall. It was White Zetsu. I just went outside. Things don't look good for that Rin and that idiot Kakashi you mentioned. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito jumped up from the bed in shock and exclaimed, what happened? They're surrounded by Mist Village ninja. The moment Uchiha Obito heard that Rin and Kakashi were in danger, he reacted instinctively. He leaped off the bed and punched the sealed wall with all his strength. However, with a dull thud, Obito let out a groan of pain as his white arm fractured from the impact. Obito, your current body isn't strong enough to break through solid rock. I have to save Rin and Kakashi. With a look of pain and determination on his face, Obito turned his gaze toward White Zetsu, who slowly unfolded his plant-like body behind him. Use my body. As White Zetsu slowly enveloped Obito, forming new arms and a stronger body, Obito's expression turned to one of surprise and excitement. This power. White Zetsu, aren't you loyal to Madara? Is this okay? You want to save Rin and Kakashi, don't you? Once White Zetsu's body completely covered him, leaving only a Sharingan with 2 tomo visible, Obito felt the immense power coursing through his body and his expression became serious. Thank you. With a powerful punch, a deafening boom echoed as the massive stone door crumbled into rubble. The part of me attached to you is my clone. We can communicate telepathically over a certain distance, and my other clones are spread underground to share information. As White Zetsu's voice echoed around him, Uchiha Obito dashed out of the cave, leaving behind the massive tree trunk with numerous White Zetsu bodies hanging from it. After Obito's figure vanished, another shadow slowly emerged from the stone chair. It was Uchiha Madara. Or rather, he had been there all along, hidden by a genjutsu that Obito had failed to notice. Lord Madara, the plan is proceeding smoothly. That little girl has already sealed the Three Tails chakra. On her way toward the Land of Fire's borders, she was discovered by Kakashi. And Namikaze Minato is already carrying out his mission. Everything is going according to plan. After hearing that everything was going smoothly, the seated Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head and let out a hoarse laugh. Hey, is it about to begin? But, Lord Madara, why did you change the plan at the last minute? Why send another squad of mist ninjas for the Three Tails? White Zetsu, unable to comprehend human emotions, asked curiously. Madara, however, simply smiled and chuckled lightly. Hey, it seems that the cowardly son of the Hokage is leading a group of Konoha ninjas in this direction. Isn't that perfect? The 7 swordsmen of the mist could use a little more firepower. Normally, Uchiha Madara would have shown no interest. After all, the ninja world had lost its appeal to him after Hashirama's death. But now things were different. With Uchiha Shirou, an exceptional prodigy he had secretly nurtured, Madara once again found amusement in the world. Naturally, he would take some extra steps to make things interesting. Is Lord Madara doing this for Uchiha Shirou? White Zetsu tilted his head in confusion as he asked. Madara simply let out a hoarse laugh. No. I just want to make the wheels of the ninja world spin a little faster. He had no interest in waiting idly. He only wanted to accelerate the process, to see Uchiha Shirou, a younger version of himself whom he had carefully cultivated, begin to turn the wheels of the ninja world. At that moment, Madara slowly stood up. The creaking of his ancient joints filled the air, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. This body has decayed to this extent, hasn't it? But it doesn't matter. The flowers that wither in winter are meant to bloom even more brilliantly in the spring to come. As Madara's voice grew louder, the long-dormant Uchiha Madara's Sharingan glinted with a long-suppressed excitement. I can't wait any longer. Moments later, Madara's excited laughter echoed through the cave. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the day he would see his younger version of himself before him, ready to engage in an exhilarating battle. Deep within a damp forest, 2 figures moved forward with solemn expressions. Shirou, this is it. The final traces of their presence lead here. Mikoto pointed to the ground with a serious expression. It was clear that their target was hiding beneath the surface. Shirou's expression turned grim as well. They're hiding here. This was near the borders of the ruins of Uchiha. It made sense. Kakashi and Rin had been pursued by Mist Ninja, so the battlefield couldn't have been far. After all, Obito had only just fused with White Zetsu's body and hadn't yet fully gained strength. According to the Mist's plan, Rin, who held the Three Tails, was heading toward Konoha. Kakashi was attempting to rescue her, which made perfect sense. The battlefield near Uchiha was close to the Land of Fire. Stay alert. This enemy is unlike any we've faced before. Shirou warned gravely. Mikoto nodded firmly, gripping her kunai tightly. The 2 of them advanced cautiously into the dark cave. Meanwhile, at the other exit of the cave, Obito had already fled. Due to the barrier separating them, neither side was aware of the other's presence. After walking for what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the deeper part of the cave. What greeted them was a massive underground palace-like chamber. Shirou, what is this? Upon entering, Mikoto looked around in shock. The chamber was filled with countless Uchiha clan markings, particularly the ninja tools and massive scrolls adorning the walls. These are markings from the Warring States era. This should have been replaced long ago. The next moment, Mikoto's eyes widened as she noticed something. She gasped in shock, Gunbai. That's the long-lost Six Paths ninja tool of our clan. Shirou. This was once used by the leaders of the Uchiha clan. It's also known as the Uchiha fan. It was clear from Mikoto's upbringing and education that she recognized these items as relics from the Warring States era. Hey, you're quite knowledgeable, young lady. It seems that Brat Setsuna taught you well. Suddenly, a voice filled with praise echoed through the cave. The pair turned toward the massive stone door ruins, where a figure sat imposingly on a giant stone chair. Clad in crimson armor, the figure exuded an aura of dominance. Despite only possessing a single Sharingan with 3 tomo, the terrifying chakra he unleashed was overwhelming. Even Shirou and Mikoto could feel the pressure emanating from his presence. "Who are you?" Mikoto shouted coldly, gripping her kunai tightly and preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Shirou furrowed his brow and stared intently at the distant figure. The Uchiha clan is a family that likes to maintain an air of superiority at all times. This scene looks exactly like the final confrontation between Itachi and Sasuke in the original story. Sitting calmly and authoritatively on the stone chair, the figure, especially with one hand supporting their forehead, slowly raised their head, revealing crimson Sharingan beneath his white hair, as if he had been waiting for their arrival all along. However, beneath that white hair, what should have been a withered and aged face appeared surprisingly youthful, though the complexion was unnaturally pale. "You are." Shirou seemed to have realized something, and a look of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. "No, this can't be. Uchiha Madara is already dead, but according to my investigation, during the second Hokage's experiments, Madara's body mysteriously disappeared. And there's also this white mutated creature. You must have been born in the second Hokage's laboratory." Shirou, with an expression of disbelief, seemed to be verifying his theory, and his words almost made Uchiha Madara cough in frustration. But in the next moment, Madara's face revealed an excited smile. Looks like my descendant has a close relationship with the Senju clan, to the point where even these kinds of secrets can be uncovered. If not for the current circumstances, Uchiha Madara would have laughed out loud. The identity of White Zetsu, and his own identity, would be nearly impossible to fully conceal, except from that annoying white-haired person. Before this, Madara had assumed the other party would discover the truth, then investigate from the descendants of Hashirama. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shirou had such a close relationship with Hashirama's descendant that even these disgraceful human experiments were known to him. Shirou could see that Tsunade must have been the one to reveal this information. The relationship between the two of them had probably far exceeded Madara's expectations. Be careful, Mikoto. The other party is likely a mutated being born of Uchiha and would release cells. At this moment, Shirou, with a determined expression, calmly observed the figure on the stone chair, and his gaze also shifted to White Zetsu standing nearby. "Then this kind of creature must be your clone, right?" Madara wasn't surprised by this misunderstanding. He thought it was perfectly reasonable. After all, there was a natural disparity in intelligence between the two sides. From White Zetsu's discovery to research, Madara wouldn't underestimate his descendant, or Hashirama's granddaughter, for that matter. He believed that in all these years, they wouldn't have failed to uncover at least this much information. Would release cells, mutated plant characteristics, and his current state all pointed to one possibility: an accident during Tobarama's human experiments. After all, the disappearance of his body at the time could perfectly explain this possibility. "You're a sharp one, young man. You've piqued my interest." Madara's raspy voice carried a hint of excitement as he looked at the distant figure. His gaze revealed a trace of appreciation. At the very least, from his appearance and the aura he exuded in confronting him, Uchiha Shirou had already exceeded Madara's initial expectations. Just then, the unexpected sound of metal wires rang out. In Madara's astonished gaze, Shirou raised his hand and suddenly threw several kunai. Their target was none other than the fan placed on one side of the wall. "Shirou, be careful." The fan, a signature symbol of the Uchiha clan's leadership, was blatantly placed on one side. Upon seeing this, Mikoto immediately called out in warning, fearing a trap. However, as the wires tightened, the Uchiha clan's fan, symbolizing the leader's authority, was pulled over. As it spun through the air, the Sharingan's clarity revealed no traps on either side of the fan. With a snap, the Uchiha fan landed in Shirou's hand. All of this happened in an instant, and Mikoto's warning cry was still echoing in the air. Holding the fan in his hand, Shirou felt its heavy weight and slowly smirked. He glanced at the figure still sitting on the stone chair in the distance, his face revealing a mocking smile. "Looks like you, this mutated creature, really have inherited some of Uchiha Madara's aura. But I wonder how much of his strength you've inherited." Holding the gunbai, Shirou exuded an aura of dominance, coldly staring at the distant figure, as if to say that fake things will always be fake, even if born from Madara himself. This act of posturing in front of the real Madara made Shirou even more excited. At the very least, he was certain of one thing: Madara wouldn't reveal his Rinnegan powers or the wood release in the state of the first Hokage just yet. Being mocked like this, Madara felt both astonished and aggrieved. But on second thought, the other party was using Madara, his real self, to mock him, so there wasn't much he could say. This is getting more and more interesting. With a raspy laugh, Madara's revealed Sharingan with 3 tomo grew even more intrigued. This excitement far surpassed anything White Zetsu could recount to him. "Oh." With a mocking smile, Shirou coldly observed Madara's amused expression. Madara, resting his head on his hand, looked at Shirou's dominant demeanor, which reminded him of his youthful arrogance, and couldn't help but smirk. "Young man, since you found this place, do you think you can still leave?" Before Madara could finish his sentence, Shirou interrupted with a cold, disdainful laugh. Have you ever seen Uchiha Madara at his peak strength? The icy voice echoed throughout the massive cavern, startling Madara. Meanwhile, Shirou smirked, his expression filled with scorn. Well, too bad for you. I've witnessed the power of our greatest ancestor through the records of Elder Setsuna. As for you. His mocking smile implied that Madara was nothing more than a counterfeit, nearly making Madara choke on his frustration. Yet, despite his frustration, Madara also felt a surge of excitement. This kid understood him. No wonder he had been grooming him as his successor in secret. From the tone alone, there wasn't even a hint of resentment toward Madara's past actions. Oh. From what you're saying, do you think the greatest Uchiha has already been surpassed by you? Seeing Shirou's mocking smile, which seemed to suggest he had already surpassed Madara, Madara couldn't help but laugh. On second thought, this made sense. After all, he hadn't revealed his Rinnegan powers in the ninja world. The clan's records likely only documented his battles before the Valley of the End. This arrogant tone, using his past self to mock him, made him both angry and exhilarated. Young man. Suddenly, a burst of firelight illuminated the cavern, and a flicker of surprise flashed through Madara's eyes. Chapter 224, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 224. Sage Art, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, the massive underground cavern was illuminated by flames. Shirou had already entered Sage mode. Forming hand seals, he launched his attack immediately. He knew better than anyone what kind of opponent he was facing. Thus, from the very beginning, he gave it his all. With the power of Sage mode enhancing his fire style, its destructive power increased exponentially. As the overwhelming wave of fire surged forward, Madara sitting on the stone chair opposite also formed hand seals and unleashed the same fire style technique. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The same fire style jutsu clashed within the enormous cavern, generating waves of intense heat. Both combatants had activated their Sharingan. The difference was that Madara's eyes bore 3 Tomo, while Shirou's had already evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Young one. Is this your second Kekkei Genkai, the innate sage body? Impressive. A Kekkei Genkai worth praising. Seeing that the opponent's sage-enhanced fire style could contend with his own without faltering, Madara suddenly burst out in loud laughter, his excitement growing. At this age, with this level of power, Uchiha Shirou was indeed worthy of being called the inheritor of Madara Uchiha's will. His covert nurturing had not been in vain. Mikoto. At that moment, as Shirou's fire style provided cover, Mikoto swiftly moved to the wall and summoned a variety of ninja tools and scrolls using her summoning beast. These were treasures Madara Uchiha had placed alongside the gunbai. Even if they couldn't compare to the fan itself, they were certainly rare artifacts of the ninja world. Realizing that the other party's objective was to seize his collection, Madara was first stunned, then left speechless. These items were originally prepared for Uchiha Shirou, and yet they were being taken in such a manner. Although Madara felt somewhat annoyed, Shirou's next words forced him to swallow his frustration. These are the treasures of the Uchiha clan. A counterfeit like you is unworthy. Good heavens. How infuriating. Shirou's angry demeanor made it seem as though he was accusing Madara of being an impostor who dared to covet the Uchiha's treasures. For a moment, Madara found himself utterly speechless. At that moment, he realized that while Uchiha Shirou was undoubtedly outstanding, he was also highly aggravating. However, Shirou's methods surpassed what Madara himself could have achieved in his younger days, largely because Shirou was willing to stoop so low. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through the air. Madara's expression turned to shock as a lightning-infused Kusanagi sword pierced through his chest from behind. Hiding behind the fire style for cover, huh? Coughing blood, Madara's face twisted into a smile of approval. Meanwhile, Shirou, gripping the Kusanagi sword with both hands, coldly twisted the blade. Such excellent eyes. Suddenly, the stone chair Madara had been sitting on vanished, only to reappear further away. Shirou. His 3 Tomo Sharingan is incredibly powerful. Mikoto's voice echoed with gravity, and the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted. Shirou's figure was still standing in the spot where he had unleashed his fire style, and Madara was still seated on the stone chair. At this moment, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun slowly in his eye sockets, his expression growing increasingly tense. He can even see through the illusions of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the genuine Madara Uchiha, not the watered-down version who held back during Sasuke's battle with Itachi by using his 3 Tomo Sharingan to break through Mangekyo illusions. Ah, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Impressive eyes indeed, enough to pique my interest. With his 3 Tomo Sharingan effortlessly seeing through the Mangekyo illusion, Madara, still seated, smirked. His expression carried the air of an elder admiring an exceptional junior, exuding a calm and overwhelming confidence. At last, he had regained the upper hand. Although his eyes were still only 3 tomo, it ultimately came down to the ninja himself. After all, even someone like Hashirama, who lacked a Sharingan, could see through Madara's illusions. As Madara slowly rose from his stone chair, a satisfied smile spread across his face, as though he had just reclaimed his dignity. Shirou. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from across the room, Mikoto shouted sharply without hesitation. She could feel the weight of the opponent's aura. In perfect sync, Shirou and Mikoto touched the seals on their wrist guards marked with the kanji 4 sword. In an instant, their fingertips produced gleaming kunai. This is the Uchiha clan's shuriken jutsu. In a flash, the cavern, its walls scorched red by the heat, was filled with a storm of kunai, raining down like a torrential downpour. Madara, intrigued, responded in kind, unleashing the same technique. The 2 volleys of kunai collided midair. Sparks flew as they clashed violently, with some kunai even breaking from the sheer force of the impacts. Not a single kunai missed its mark, as each was intercepted by another. Mikoto. Amid the intense shuriken exchange, Shirou's cold shout brought a look of excitement to Mikoto's face. It had been far too long since she had experienced such a battle. Though they had fought together during the war years, this kind of close cooperation against a powerful foe was something they hadn't experienced in ages. Most of their previous battles involved large-scale ninjutsu attacks, with little need for such intricate teamwork. After all, the battlefield and a one-on-one ninja fight were entirely different scenarios. Let's go. Shirou's body suddenly crackled with lightning as he charged toward Madara. The sounds of their clash reverberated through the cavern as Madara caught Shirou's wrists with both hands. Despite his age, Madara's physical prowess hadn't waned, his taijutsu was formidable. After all, this was the same man who had once taken on the combined attacks of the tailed beasts, sustaining only minor injuries. His raw strength was often overshadowed by his flashy mangekyo and other techniques. Sage art, fire style, dragon flame song technique. What's this? Suddenly, the cavern was lit up once more as 4 fire dragons surged toward Madara from above, below, left, and right, leaving no room to escape. The attack's range was so large that even Shirou was caught within it. Heh, I've got you now. Shirou's hand twisted as he countered Madara's grip. Facing an oncoming fire-style attack from Mikoto, Madara showed no surprise. Instead, he smirked knowingly. The lightning armor surrounding Shirou's body made Madara realize the plan. Shirou intended to rely on the armor's defense, while Madara had no such protection. Impressive teamwork. So, this girl is important to you, huh? In an instant, the 2 were engulfed by the 4 fire dragons. The terrifying explosion of the fire-style technique lit up the cavern and sent waves of heat rippling through the air. So, this is the Sage Mark mode. Suddenly, Madara's voice echoed from behind. Mikoto's pupils shrank as firelight flashed, engulfing her figure. Fire-style, dragon flame song technique. The same fire-style technique was unleashed in retaliation, as though to prove the power of the Uchiha Sharingan. When the flames dissipated, Madara, clad in red armor and sporting white hair, frowned slightly, as though he had noticed something. An illusion. This girl's 3-tomo Sharingan has such potent abilities. As the flames died down, the positions of both sides were reversed. Madara now stood near the cavern's entrance, next to the wall that had been completely looted of its treasures. Meanwhile, Shirou and Mikoto stood before the stone chair. At that moment, as their 6 eyes met, Madara's expression shifted into one of astonishment, as though he had just witnessed something particularly amusing. Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikoto's 3-tomo Sharingan had already connected into a single pattern, transforming into the shape of a Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Madara Uchiha's initial shock quickly turned into excitement. Hehehahaha. Who would have thought? Another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan exists within the Uchiha clan, and it seems this pair awakened long ago, hidden all this time. After discovering Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara only became more excited. Interesting. This was simply too interesting. This generation of Uchiha was proving far more exceptional than he had imagined, delivering him such a massive surprise. Compared to himself in the past, this younger generation had much deeper schemes. He no longer doubted their outstanding capabilities, instead, his heart filled with endless excitement. The offspring of 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users, how talented would they be? Could they rival the combination of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines? Young one, you've truly surprised me. I'm looking forward to what's next. In contrast to Madara's boisterous laughter, Mikoto showed a serious expression after activating her Mangekyo Sharingan. Shirou, be careful. The opponent is stronger than me. Although it was just a brief exchange, she had already discerned the gap in their strength. Even with her curse mark Sage mode fully activated, her fire-style techniques only barely matched his. This realization made Mikoto secretly alarmed. This man's power far exceeded hers. Perhaps only Shirou at full strength could rival him. However, Shirou was equally serious. If he knew what Mikoto was thinking, he would likely be speechless. In the future, perhaps, but now. He was purely relying on Madara's advanced age and the fact that Madara still had some cards he dared not reveal. Otherwise, Mangekyo Sharingan Plus would style versus the Rinnegan. He knew full well that there was still an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in between. Mikoto, his body has issues. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Shirou sharply noticed that despite Madara's minimal chakra consumption during their initial exchange, his breathing had become slightly heavier. Combining this with Madara's aging body, it was clear the old man couldn't hold out much longer. Seeing Shirou's decisive attack, Madara couldn't help but silently praise him. Such decisiveness. However, Shirou was thrilled. There was something utterly satisfying about fighting this legendary figure, well, ahem, punching an old man. After all, standing before him was a treasure trove of power. Over the years, Madara had fully fused the strength of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines, as well as the power of Asura and Indra, the two primordial forces. Mikoto, I'll take the lead, you provide support. Without the slightest hesitation, Shirou roared as violent lightning crackled around him. In an instant, wielding the Kusanagi sword, he closed the distance and launched his attack. Facing Madara, his greatest advantage was his youth and stamina. Seeing this, Madara was secretly alarmed. He already discovered my weakness. What sharp observation. As soon as their clash began, deafening roars echoed in the cave. Madara used his 3-tomo Sharingan to summon the skeletal frame of a blue Susanoo. This initial form of Susanoo protected its user with a skeletal structure while retaining the ability to counterattack with its arms. A 3-tomo Sharingan capable of summoning Susanoo. Shirou feigned shock, though he was well aware that this old man could even summon Susanoo in a state of blindness. The power of the Sharingan is etched into my very bloodline. Now, let me teach you what it means to wield true power. As lightning-fast strikes rained down, Madara's Susanoo began to show cracks under the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Mikoto, providing support, activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. With a swirl of her eye patterns, a purple Susanoo skeleton emerged around her. Haha, little girl, you've even mastered Susanoo. Impressive. Activating Susanoo came at the cost of speed. Yet, with Shirou and Mikoto's teamwork, they managed to exert faint pressure on Madara, even within the confines of the cave. However, not only did Madara show no anger, he became even more exhilarated. More and more interesting. Uchiha Shirou had given him far too many surprises, including hiding such a powerful pair of eyes. In the land of rain, that time, it must have been your plan, wasn't it? I must thank you. Without that, we wouldn't have discovered the effects of wood-style cells on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shirou shouted with excitement. This kind of exhilarating battle far surpassed his experiences on the battlefield. After all, Inoki liked to hide in the sky, Raza attacked from long range, and A worked with Inoki to set traps. None of them gave him a fight as satisfying as this. But Madara, summoning Susanoo and letting him go all out, was an absolute thrill. At the same time, Mikoto, having also summoned Susanoo, wore a serious expression as she coldly scoffed, I awakened these Mangekyo Sharingan during that incident in the Land of Rain. So it was back then. At this moment, Madara realized something. He recalled his arrangements in the Land of Rain. Back then, he had deliberately left a few white Zetsu cells as part of his plan, not only to reveal Konoha's darkness to Tsunade but also to let Shirou discover the role of wood-style cells in enhancing the Sharingan. After all, in his original plan, Shirou would awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan through great emotional trauma. But without siblings, the Mangekyo Sharingan would inevitably go blind. The white Zetsu cells were his backup plan to ensure his chosen successor's eyes wouldn't fail him. Yet unexpectedly, this young woman had awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan during the Land of Rain incident, hiding her power so deeply. What's more, she could even use Susanoo without shedding bloody tears, a feat that made Madara laugh uncontrollably. Haha, how amusing. Truly amusing. It seems you've already discovered the secret of the Mangekyo and wood style. Though your Mangekyo Sharingan hasn't evolved, they're already enough. Enough to stir the gears of the ninja world. 2 Mangekyo Sharingan that won't go blind. But do you have the ambition and determination to match the power you wield? Madara's boisterous laughter suddenly ceased as the ground beneath his feet shifted. A sharp flash of lightning erupted from below. In this state, the weakness of Susanoo lies at its feet. From underground, Shirou roared as he delivered a monstrous punch straight to Madara's jaw. Chapter 225, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 225. Monster Strength. With a resounding thud, Shirou unleashed a full-powered strike that landed squarely on Madara's jaw. Although Madara managed to react at the last moment and block with his hand, the sheer force behind the blow still overwhelmed him. Under the immense strength, Madara's body was sent flying out of his Susanoo. Blood spurted from his mouth as he glared with wide eyes, filled with frustration. Monstrous strength. You even mastered the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, and you've developed taijutsu techniques based on it. Madara was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected that over the years, Uchiha Shirou had gained so much mastery over the wood release cells. Sage style, fire release, majestic dragon flame jutsu. The moment Madara was knocked out of his Susanoo, Mikoto's fire release technique seamlessly followed, giving him no time to react. You may be strong, but this power belongs to the Uchiha. As Shirou coldly shouted, he seemed convinced that Madara was nothing more than a mutated product of human experimentation, not a true Uchiha. This left Madara feeling even more stifled. It seemed every excuse he had prepared was now rendered useless, as the younger generation had already voiced them. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge your strength, but now. Before he could finish his sentence, Shirou's violent thunder chakra flared once more. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly in his eye sockets, and the lightning blade in his hand pierced forward. With the cooperation of Mikoto's own Mangekyo Sharingan, the two managed to force Madara into a corner, leaving him in disarray. The cavern erupted into a chaotic, violent battle. With Susanoo in play, the destruction grew even more catastrophic. The massive underground palace began to collapse. Amid the rumbling, Madara crossed his arms in front of his chest and was sent flying once again. At this point, Madara was both furious and exhilarated. He was angry because these descendants were merciless, giving him no time to prepare. However, he was thrilled because their strength far exceeded his expectations. Mere grains of sand cannot compare to the true Uchiha. Madara's arrogant voice echoed through the dust-filled air. At the same time, a piercing sound reverberated, causing Madara's pupils to contract. This is... In Madara's astonished gaze, the dust cleared to reveal Shirou holding a massive Rasengan infused with wind chakra in his hand. Sage style, wind release, Rasen Shuriken. This is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails technique. Seeing this jutsu, Madara couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and a blue Susanoo skeleton formed in front of him to block the attack. Although his Rinnegan could absorb this level of wind release, revealing its abilities now wasn't part of his plan, he had no choice but to take it head-on. If you're aware of this jutsu, then you should also understand my connection with Kushina. With a cold shout, Shirou hurled the Rasen Shuriken toward Madara at high speed. His connection with Kushina made using her technique fair game, didn't it? After all, compared to developing an S-rank jutsu from scratch, it was much faster to just learn one. This jutsu alone isn't enough. Though infused with Sage Chakra, Madara's domineering voice still rang out amidst the terrifying explosion and whirring of the Rasen Shuriken. From within the piercing sound of the wind release explosion, a massive blue figure emerged. Susanoo, 4th stage. With a roar, Madara activated the 4th stage of Susanoo. This form was a fully armored giant, with the caster positioned in its head. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge your strength. Madara's commanding voice echoed once more. Though blood still dripped from the corner of his lips, and he appeared slightly disheveled, his composure and aura of dominance remained undiminished. If anything, he seemed excited. Despite not being able to unleash his full power yet, the fact that he had been pushed to this point far exceeded his expectations. His Susanoo was now just one step away from its perfect form. What a truly powerful jutsu. Even as he stood within Susanoo, Madara couldn't help but marvel at the Rasen Shuriken's destructive force. The explosion had left a large crack in his Susanoo. Though the Susanoo began to heal, the massive crack was undeniable proof of the jutsu's power. Suddenly, Madara coughed, lowering his head to see blood pooling in his palm. His eyes briefly flashed with a look of admiration. A Rasengan infused with wind chakra nature transformation, targeting cells with dense, concentrated attacks. It was just a bit short. Though his body had suffered some minor injuries, Madara showed no anger. Instead, he wiped the blood from his lips with excitement. As he turned around, his chest armor, damaged by the jutsu, fell apart. When Madara fully turned to face them, Mikoto gasped in shock. Shirou, watch out. That's the first Hokage's face. With the armor gone, Madara's chest was now exposed, revealing a face embedded into his body. This is the ultimate power of the Sharingan. Madara's commanding voice echoed once more. Though he had been invigorated by the battle, his body's sudden weakness annoyed him greatly. Madara frowned. Exposing his would release wasn't part of the plan, but it wouldn't change much. After all, his current identity was that of someone who had escaped the lab of that detestable white-haired man. This power, the mastery of your Mangekyo. Madara's powerful voice was about to lecture them on the true strength of the Sharingan, but before he could finish, two massive Susanoo giants appeared before him. We have it too. With their Mangekyo Sharingan spinning, Shirou and Mikoto simultaneously activated their Susanoo. Shirou's Susanoo was crimson red, immediately entering its 4th stage. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a terrifying weapon. Mikoto's Susanoo was deep purple and wielded a longbow. However, her progression into the fourth stage was noticeably slower. A long-range Susanoo specializing in attacks. Seeing the combination of these two Mangekyo users, a close-quarters Susanoo and a long-range one, Madara's gaze softened with nostalgia as if recalling a distant memory. It seemed that, long ago, his brother and he had possessed a similar synergy between their eyes. The Sharingan, also known as the Eye of the Soul, often reflected the user's heart in its Mangekyo abilities, and the same was true for Susanoo. Now, you two have earned my recognition. As he watched the two Susanoo working together, Madara pushed aside his memories and adopted a solemn expression. For the first time, he truly acknowledged Uchiha Mikoto's strength as well. You may even surpass me. I failed to protect Izuna in the past, so I hope you will safeguard this power. As Madara's gaze grew distant, looking at the two before him reminded him of his past. The thought stirred something deep within him. Mikoto. Go for it. At this moment, Shirou, who had activated the Susanoo, couldn't contain his excitement. After all, this was the legendary Madara, and this was also his best opportunity. The next chance might not come for another 10 or so years. Shirou, be careful. Mikoto, with her purple Susanoo, also gave a cold shout. Her enormous Susanoo began to retreat, while Shirou charged forward. One engaged in close combat, and the other attacked from afar. They cooperated seamlessly. Hey, although you both have mastered Susanoo, it seems that this little girl's eyes won't hold out for long. Madara, with his vast combat experience, quickly spotted the weak point and let out a hearty laugh as he controlled his own Susanoo to charge at them. From a distance, inside her purple Susanoo, Mikoto's Manjikyu Sharingan was bloodshot, and her eyes were filled with a sense of exhaustion. My power is still too weak. The energy consumption of Susanoo in this state is too great. The Senju power fused within Mikoto's body was still insufficient. Moreover, she was only in the regular Manjikyu state, not the eternal Manjikyu. When using ocular techniques, she didn't feel much strain, but once she unleashed this ultimate form of Susanoo, she immediately felt her limits. During the initial stages of Susanoo, she was fine. But jumping straight to the fourth stage, just one step away from the perfect Susanoo, consumed tremendous chakra and ocular power. Even with her current strength, she could only sustain it for about 5 minutes at most. But my power doesn't end here. Watching the two colossal Susanoo battling in the distance, Mikoto took a deep breath. Her gentle face showed an unprecedented determination as she controlled her massive Susanoo to draw a bow. My ocular powers awaken for Shirou. My strength exists to protect Shirou. As Mikoto's resolute voice echoed, the sage mode markings of the cursed seal spread across her Susanoo. Even the arrows she readied were etched with black cursed markings. My eyes were born to protect Shirou. With unwavering determination in her gaze, Mikoto's purple Susanoo arrow was released in an instant, creating a sonic boom as it shot forth. Susanoo arrow. With a sudden roar, the massive blue giant of Madara was struck in the shoulder, and Shirou seized the opportunity to charge forward and unleash a barrage of slashes. What a fast arrow. Facing two Susanoo simultaneously, Madara found it a bit difficult. Although he still had greater power at his disposal, now was not the time to reveal it. This little girl's Susanoo arrows are incredibly fast. If Shirou's Susanoo didn't have anything particularly impressive, then Mikoto's Susanoo was quite remarkable. Every arrow from her Susanoo was so fast that even Madara was astonished. Although Susanoo itself was a large target, at such speeds, ordinary ninjas wouldn't even have time to form hand seals to counterattack. It was like Sasuke's battle with Danzo, where the arrows from Susanoo were instantaneous, leaving Danzo with no time to dodge or use ninjutsu. He could only block with Mokutan from his arm. Such a powerful Susanoo. If Mikoto weren't assisting me, my current Susanoo wouldn't be able to suppress Madara at all. At this moment, Shirou was secretly alarmed. His Susanoo had almost reached its limit. After all, a perfect Susanoo was nearly equivalent in power to the Madara and Hashirama of the Valley of the End. Faced with being suppressed, Madara couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. Since I'm up against two Manjikyu Sharingan users, don't blame me for being underhanded. Suddenly, Madara formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground, shouting, Mokutan. Would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. In an instant, the ground cracked, and terrifying vines erupted, growing wildly and entangling the massive Susanoo. Even Mikoto, who was further away, was within range. Mikoto, be careful. This is the first Hokage's would release, it contains poisonous pollen. Hearing Shirou's loud warning, Mikoto, who was fortunately at the edge of the range, controlled her Susanoo to leap out of the terrifying would release's area. Within the sea of trees, restrained by countless vines, Madara regained the upper hand, and the two sides' battle continued with earth-shaking intensity. This long-awaited, passionate battle didn't involve their full strength, but for Madara, it was just right. The excited Madara laughed continuously. This level of combat was perfect, as his current body couldn't sustain prolonged fights. Not only in Susanoo control but also in wood release, there's a massive gap between us. Feeling suppressed, Shirou was filled with frustration, but his eyes remained calm as he continued analyzing the disparity between them. In terms of Susanoo, they were in the same state, and Madara was only slightly stronger. But in wood release, Shirou was merely a stronger version of Yamato, while Madara's wood release abilities were on par with the first Hokage. The battle is just beginning. Madara shouted excitedly. He had prepared so long for this fight, and no one would disturb them in this secluded battlefield. The stronger Uchiha Shirou performed, the more thrilled Madara became. For me, the battle is just beginning too. Despite being suppressed, Shirou roared as he unleashed terrifying chakra. His red Susanoo erupted with lightning. Sage Art, Thunder God's Armor. At this level, covering Susanoo with the Thunder God's armor consumed enormous chakra but significantly boosted both defense and offense. Ha ha ha, excellent. Seeing Shirou's unyielding fighting spirit, Madara laughed maniacally. This feeling reminded him of his past battles with Hashirama. Back then, he too was rebellious and never gave up. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As Madara unleashed another wood release, a massive wooden dragon appeared. From the sidelines, Mikoto grew anxious as she continuously fired Susanoo arrows, shaking the earth with their clashes. Wood release. Just as Madara was about to continue using wood release, his face suddenly turned red, and he coughed up blood inside his Susanoo. Looking down at the darkened blood, Madara's face showed a mixture of helplessness and frustration. My body can't hold on anymore. What a pity. But it's enough. In the forest, from a distance, White Zetsu watched the battle in shock. They forced Lord Madara to use wood release. Uchiha Shirou, who inherited Madara's will, has grown this powerful. And Uchiha Mikoto's strength is also. The forest surrounding Madara's battlefield had been set up with barriers, ensuring that their earth-shattering battle wouldn't attract any attention from other ninjas. However, just as Madara thought his secret battlefield was secure, a black, slimy substance slowly appeared amidst the ruins. Hehe, this generation of the Uchiha clan has produced 2 Manjikyu Sharingan users. Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu watched the scene and let out a raspy laugh. For now, he remained concealed, even Madara had no idea of his presence. Uchiha Shirou and Uchiha Mikoto's dual Mangekyo Sharingan indeed surprised him, but that was all. No matter what the ninja world turned into, it had nothing to do with him, he only wanted to save his mother. No one can stop Madara's plan. Under Black Zetsu's hoarse laughter, the inheritor cultivated by Uchiha Madara had never really caught his eye. If Uchiha Shirou's ambition succeeded, it would inevitably bring war to the ninja world, which would conveniently weaken it. If it failed, it wouldn't affect Madara's plan either. Thus, Black Zetsu did not participate in this battle. Or rather, as long as it did not interfere with Madara's plan, he would not easily involve himself. Chapter 226, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 226. Outside the vast and towering forest, the passing ninjas seemed completely unaware of anything unusual. Even the most sensitive of beasts had failed to notice anything amiss as if it were just another ordinary day. However, deep within the forest, a massive barrier enveloped the area. On the outside, nothing appeared to be happening, but within the barrier, an earth-shaking battle was raging. The Susanoo within the barrier had already dissipated after a grueling fight, leaving behind 3 figures clashing repeatedly in the forest. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. In an instant, everything within Uchiha Madara's vision was engulfed in darkness, making him even more frustrated. Are you a Uchiha or a Senju? Through their intense battle, Shirou's exceptional abilities had already exceeded Madara's expectations, thrilling him to no end, especially when he saw another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as the fight continued after Susanoo's disappearance, Madara grew increasingly irritated. Why does everything feel so familiar? Isn't this just like the Senju's old tricks against the Uchiha? Water Release, Bringer of Darkness technique. After all these years, I'm feeling the same frustration again. This Uchiha Shirou learned so many anti-Sharingan techniques from the Senju. Madara was speechless for a moment. But then, as he thought about it, he couldn't help but smirk. Back in the day, the Senju had developed methods to counter the Uchiha, and now the Uchiha themselves had mastered those same methods. The frustration in his heart was replaced by a surge of exhilaration. There was no need to explain the relationship between Hashirama's granddaughter and Uchiha Shirou. The battle was revealing far too much information. A perfect opportunity. Sage Art, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. In an instant, countless fiery blossoms attacked from all directions. Although Madara couldn't see, his hearing remained intact. While successfully evading the attack, he also forcefully broke the genjutsu. Shirou, be careful. The genjutsu has been broken. Uchiha. This is a genjutsu meant for the Sharingan. Did you think the Uchiha would have no way to counter it? As the Bringer of Darkness technique was dispelled, Madara wielded a ninja blade and stabbed it directly into Shirou's abdomen, his expression stern. There's great terror between life and death. I will make you understand that the Mangekyo is merely the beginning. Something's not right. Although the sensation felt entirely real, Madara's extensive battle experience and instincts kicked in. His expression changed drastically as he hastily sidestepped, only for a cold glint to flash by. Squelch. Blood splattered into the air, and an arm fell to the ground. Impossible. Madara frowned deeply and retreated quickly. The figure he had stabbed began to fade, replaced by Shirou standing to the side, wielding the Kusanagi sword. What a shame. Breathing heavily, Shirou shook his head with a hint of regret, though his Mangekyo Sharingan reflected pure excitement. This exhilarating battle was making his blood boil. Fighting against Madara, with his vast combat experience, had taught him so much. It's not a genjutsu. Madara, ever sharp in battle, frowned instantly as he recalled several similar situations earlier in their fight. Is this some kind of Mangekyo Sharingan ability that manipulates the five senses? At that moment, Madara seemed to have pieced it together, his expression turning grim. It was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre ocular technique. Across from him, Shirou smiled. You really can't be fooled, can you? I call this ability Kyoka Suigetsu. Anyone who looks into my eyes can't escape its effects. Madara burst into laughter at the arrogance of the statement. Ha ha ha, good. You are even more arrogant than I, Uchiha Madara. Naming your ocular technique, are you? The Mangekyo Sharingan's techniques were traditionally named after gods, but Shirou had chosen to name his own. Was he not claiming to be above even the gods? Such arrogance made Madara both furious and exhilarated. Is that so? A technique that manipulates and confuses the five senses. Then how about this girl? Squelch. Blood sprayed as the one-armed Madara suddenly appeared behind Mikoto, stabbing her through the back with a kunai. Mikoto spat out blood, her Mangekyo Sharingan contracting, while Madara skillfully avoided hitting any vital spots. You two are indeed strong, but when it comes to mastering the Sharingan, I am leagues ahead of you. Madara's raspy voice carried a condescending tone, as if he were teaching his juniors a lesson. However, in the next moment, his pupils contracted in shock. You. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori. A flash of lightning struck, and Madara's expression shifted to one of rage and disbelief. He was enraged that Shirou was willing to risk Mikoto's life, aiming to pierce both of them at once. Madara seethed with fury. A true Uchiha controls their power, they are not controlled by it. Uchiha Shirou. Mikoto. Both shouted simultaneously. As the lightning flashed before them, a massive, thick blue Susanoo emerged. Yet even this mighty defense was pierced by the ultimate S-rank lightning Chidori. Drip, drip. Blood dripped onto the ground as Madara clutched his abdomen, coughing up blood, his face full of shock. Impossible. Madara wasn't shocked by his wound but by the fact that Mikoto was completely unharmed and standing off to the side. Izanagi. And her eyes are still intact. I see now. So that's the ability of your Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, Madara finally understood. It all made sense now, why Shirou had been so bold and why Mikoto had been burning through chakra so quickly earlier. Izanagi, one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate techniques, wasn't invincible. It required activation beforehand, allowing the user to turn any unfavorable situation into an illusion for 1 minute. However, activating Izanagi required an immense amount of chakra, whether one used the 3-tomo Sharingan or the Mangekyo. An impressive ocular technique indeed. As his wounds rapidly healed, Madara couldn't help but praise them. These two descendants were becoming increasingly fascinating to him. These ocular techniques were both powerful and mysterious. Mikoto, are you all right? Shirou stood protectively in front of Mikoto, his expression serious. Mikoto, panting heavily, nodded, though her Mangekyo Sharingan was bloodshot. Shirou, I can still fight. Shirou was also breathing heavily, secretly alarmed. He now had a clearer understanding of the gap between his strength and Madara's. So the Mangekyo Izanagi won't cause blindness, but even this technique must have limitations. Squelch. Blood splattered once more as Madara, with his eyes closed, appeared behind Mikoto again, stabbing her with a kunai. At the same time, Shirou appeared behind him, slashing with the Kusanagi sword. Flying Thunder God, huh? Such a familiar and annoying technique. The three clashed once again in chaotic combat. Madara, closing his eyes, was already beginning to deduce the nature of Shirou's ocular abilities. However, he was certain that Shirou was still hiding something. At this moment, Madara was relying entirely on his instincts to battle. The five senses may deceive, but instinct never lies. At the same time, the disparity between the three combatants became apparent. Mikoto, whether in stamina or chakra reserves, was the weakest and had already become a burden. Shirou, on the other hand, relied heavily on the Flying Thunder God technique and his powerful lightning-based taijutsu to attack. Although Madara's taijutsu was slightly inferior, his immense combat experience made up for this small gap. Izanagi, to use it 3 times in a row. One of these must be sealed into the eye through transcription. The second must rely on the Mangekyo Sharingan. This technique must have a cooldown, so how long is it? As Madara's single-handed sword pierced Mikoto for the 3rd time, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes once again. She used it a 3rd time. 5 minutes. The cooldown for this ocular technique is 5 minutes. In just a fleeting moment, Madara's vast combat experience had already deduced the limits of her ocular ability. Shirou. After her Mangekyo Sharingan technique was deciphered, Uchiha Mikoto's expression turned solemn. Meanwhile, Shirou stepped in to shield her, standing protectively in front of her. Mikoto, your technique has been exposed. I'll take the lead from here. Be careful. Mikoto clutched her injured shoulder, her chest heaving as she stared at their opponent in shock. He had seen through her ocular ability. Izanagi, the ultimate ocular technique, came with a steep cost when used with a regular 3-tomo Sharingan, blindness. However, when she awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, the nurturing energy of would release over the years reduced its cooldown to 5 minutes. Similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui, with the enhancement of would release cells, she didn't have to worry about exhausting her ocular power. Kamui could be sustained for 5 minutes, while Mikoto's Mangekyo had a cooldown period of 5 minutes. What a truly enviable combination of techniques. Looking at Shirou and Mikoto, even Madara couldn't help but silently praise them. One focused on large-scale offense, while the other provided support. It reminded him of the time he and Izuna fought side by side, their Mangekyo Sharingan complementing each other perfectly. Thinking of Izuna brought another face to Madara's mind, a white-haired man he detested. A surge of anger boiled within him. Damn Tobirama Senju. Now you. A bolt of lightning flashed. As Madara saw Shirou reappear before him with a smirk, he instinctively dodged the attack. However, his pupils shrank in alarm. What is this? An all-too-familiar scene unfolded, setting off alarm bells in Madara's mind. Something's wrong. After the 3rd Izanagi, this Shirou left a Flying Thunder God mark on my shoulder. In just an instant, Madara's face turned more serious than ever. Noticing the absence of a wound on his shoulder, he immediately realized the truth. Another ultimate ocular ability. At that moment, Madara's expression grew heavier, and his chakra surged wildly as he shouted with excitement. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. But today, let me teach you that every jutsu has a weakness. There is no such thing as a perfect technique. Young ones, forbidden jutsu must not be misused. With a resounding shout, the surroundings shattered like glass. However, in reality, only a moment had passed. As the illusion broke, a bolt of lightning appeared before Madara. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Slash. Under the flash of lightning, one of his arms was severed. Yet, the opportunity to land a fatal blow on Madara was lost. As the arm fell, Madara's figure flickered to a distant location. Meanwhile, Mikoto groaned faintly in the distance, blood tears streaming from her eyes. Exhausted, she panted heavily as the curse mark on her face began to fade. Having expended a massive amount of energy and continuously using her Mangekyo's forbidden techniques, she could no longer maintain her cursed sage mode. Mikoto. Shirou teleported to Mikoto using Flying Thunder God, his expression grim as he stared at Madara in the distance. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This old man's almost on his deathbed, yet he's still so tenacious. Izanagi. Izanami. So, young lady, your Mangekyo awakened both of these forbidden techniques. Breathing heavily in the distance, the battered Madara raised his head. His one remaining Sharingan, still a 3-tomo, gazed at the two before him, filled with admiration. What a dangerous Mangekyo. If I had been even a little slower just now, your plan might have succeeded. Even Madara couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Despite having surpassed his strength during the battle at the Valley of the End after awakening the Rinnegan, the situation had nearly turned against him. If one were to categorize ocular abilities, they would rank as follows: Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan. Madara stood 2 levels above them. But for Shinobi, even the strongest can fall into a moment of carelessness. A Jonin could die to a Chunin if off guard. Shirou, he possesses the combined powers of Madara and the first Hokage. Mikoto spoke between heavy breaths, highlighting the vast difference in strength between them and their opponent. Shirou nodded solemnly, his tone serious. As he said, no jutsu is unbreakable, not even the Mangekyo. Mikoto, your Izanagi and Izanami, and my Kyoka Suigetsu. His Kyoka Suigetsu was indeed powerful, nearly invincible among those of the same level. It wasn't a mere genjutsu and was virtually impossible to dispel. However, Madara's strength was on an entirely different plane. He had utterly dismantled both Mikoto's techniques and Shirou's ocular ability. What other strategies or jutsu do you two have now? Madara's hoarse laughter echoed. Though he looked battered, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. The surprises he had encountered today were too great. So great that he was already eager to proceed with his plans, imagining their next encounter atop the mountain. He envisioned himself standing on that peak, looking down at those below, Tobirama, and even Hashirama. At that thought, even with his arms gone, Madara couldn't contain his exhilaration and burst into crazed laughter. As white Zetsu cells spread from his body, two pale white arms began to regenerate from his stumps. My chakra is still far greater than yours. In an instant, Madara formed hand seals, unleashing a terrifying fire release. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive fireball, as devastating as a falling meteor, hurtled toward them. Despite his aged body, Madara's chakra reserves far exceeded those of Shirou and Mikoto. Sage art, water release, water formation wall. Shirou quickly spun around, creating a circular barrier of water that deflected the incoming flames. Unlike other water-style users, Shirou needed only two hand seals to perform this advanced jutsu. After seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara became somewhat annoyed and shouted angrily. You Uchiha! Isn't the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu enough for you to learn? Why are you always using the Senju clan's techniques? This water-style ninjutsu was all too familiar. In the entire ninja world, only that irritating white-haired guy could use it. Back then, Izuna's fire style was completely suppressed by the white-haired guy's water style. The battle has only just begun. No. The battle should end now. As their eyes met, Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly contracted when Shirou's figure appeared abruptly beside him. Only then did he realize that there was a flying thunder god mark near the Hashirama face on his chest. Again with this annoying ninjutsu. However, as Madara roared angrily, Shirou and Mikoto, who had appeared beside him, maintained a strange posture. Especially Shirou, who curved his lips into a victorious smile. This is... White exploding tags danced in the air. At this moment, Madara's expression drastically changed, and he shouted furiously. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Although that irritating white-haired guy had never used this particular ninjutsu, Madara clearly understood the nature of this technique. This was a forbidden technique designed for mutual destruction, typically used in conjunction with Edo Tensei. Chapter 227, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 227. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. This is a jutsu invented by the second Hokage. With such concentrated and targeted explosions, the battle is over. Under Shirou's cold shout, the explosive tags continuously sticking to Uchiha Madara's body began to ignite, while the three-tomo Sharingan in his eye socket spun wildly. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, escape is impossible once the explosions are triggered. It was too fast. Everything happened in a flash. The densely packed explosive tags detonated one after another in rapid succession, engulfing all three people in a massive barrage of explosions. The moment Shirou appeared, the chain of explosions from the explosive tags had already begun. What infuriated Uchiha Madara the most was that within the range of this attack, even the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't fast enough to escape. What he valued most, his successor, was now caught in the middle of it all. He had only intended to test the young man's strength, not push him to the brink of death. The earth-shaking explosions roared on, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Hidden in the distance, even Zetsu revealed a look of shock. The sheer power and range of this. Lord Madara might be in serious trouble. The terrifying chain of explosive tag detonations lasted for a full 10 minutes, reducing the forest that had been created moments earlier with would release techniques to ashes. The ground itself had been blasted into a massive crater. What is this? From within the smoke, Uchiha Madara's weak coughing could be heard. As a gentle breeze blew the smoke away, Zetsu, observing from afar, stared at the battlefield in astonishment. What kind of jutsu is this? On the battlefield, three figures emerged. However, Madara's condition was drastically different, his voice was hoarse, and he had lost both an arm and a leg in the explosion. More strikingly, one of his Sharingan eyes had turned a pale gray, and the Susanoo that had hastily appeared before him was shattered and barely holding together. An individual explosive tag's power might not be overwhelming, but countless tags detonating in a continuous, pinpoint chain was akin to piercing through even the strongest defenses. The 10 minutes of relentless explosions had left even Madara's Susanoo in ruins. Of course, this was also because Madara had only managed to summon a basic form of Susanoo in time. As Madara stared in shock, he noticed a black barrier surrounding Uchiha Shirou and Uchiha Mikoto, shielding them from harm. The two stood completely unscathed within it. Izanagi, is it? Seeing that his attack hadn't killed the older man, Shirou revealed a regretful expression and shook his head. This only made Madara, watching below, want to explode in anger. You have the power of the Uchiha, but you're relying on that white-haired bastard technique instead. However, with this forbidden jutsu, you've lost a Sharingan and consumed a great deal of chakra. Do you think you can still stop us? Shirou's commanding voice echoed as he hovered in the air. A circular black spatial barrier surrounded him, and above, a portal to another dimension loomed in the sky. The abilities of your Mangekyo Sharingan that you've revealed to others were all fake. Seeing the black spatial barrier and the bloodshot Mangekyo Sharingan in Shirou's eyes, Madara finally pieced it together, even if he had been slow to realize it until now. This Uchiha Shirou was cunning. Any information about his Mangekyo abilities that had been revealed was deliberately deceptive. What illusions like Kyuka Suigetsu and Divine Reflection? They were just meant to mislead people. As for my right eye's ability, Divine Reflection, I never lied about that. Shirou grinned shamelessly. His Mangekyo Sharingan tore open a rift in space, opening a spatial portal. This technique had various applications. For instance, it could absorb tailed beast balls or energy-based jutsu into a portal and then release them from another spatial opening. Wouldn't that count as reflection? However, there were other uses he hadn't mentioned, like now, creating a spatial barrier by placing himself inside the portal. This offered a perfect defense. At the same time, he could also leave the battlefield at any moment by exiting from the overhead portal. He could reappear anywhere within his line of sight or at a marked location, similar to the Garganta from Bleach. So, technically speaking, he had never lied. It was just that everyone assumed they understood the full extent of his abilities. Who could they blame for that? Good. Very good. Below, Uchiha Madara, who had endured 10 minutes of continuous explosive tags, had initially been worried about them. But now, he felt as though he'd just been schooled himself. Though angry, he was also filled with admiration and satisfaction. A ninja must always remain rational, especially when it comes to their trump cards, always keep something in reserve. Just like him, who had yet to unleash his full-body Susanoo or the Rinnegan. He had initially thought that Uchiha Shirou would grow increasingly arrogant after unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan, but it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. I thought this forbidden jutsu, the mutually multiplying explosive tags, would end the battle. I hadn't expected you to survive, even though I anticipated the use of Izanagi. Shirou's voice carried a tone of gravity. Uchiha Madara was undeniably strong, so strong that, even now, his true power had not been revealed, while Shirou had nearly exhausted his trump cards. No. The battle is over. Just when it seemed the fight might continue, Uchiha Madara revealed a look of relief. His hoarse voice echoed as the Susanoo around him began to slowly dissipate. From a distance, Zetsu cried out in alarm, "This is bad. Lord Madara's body is reaching its limit." Battered and bloodied, Uchiha Madara stood tall on the ground, still exuding an air of dominance as he gazed up at Shirou. One of his Sharingan eyes, now pale and lifeless, reflected his unyielding spirit as he stared calmly at Shirou and Mikoto, two exceptional successors. Today, these two had given him far more surprises than he had anticipated. "It seems your body has reached its limit." As Shirou lowered himself from the spatial portal, he stared directly at Madara. Madara coughed up blood but broke into a relieved smile. "Heh. Good. Very good. You far exceeded my expectations. Konoha can no longer stop you from becoming Hokage, and not even the entire ninja world can stand in the way of your ambitions." Madara's hoarse laughter echoed as blood dripped steadily onto the ground. Under Mikoto's watchful gaze, trees and vines began to sprout from the earth around him. The Konoha founded by Uchiha and Senju, finally. Finally, it will be a Uchiha who becomes Hokage. The broken and intermittent words echoed like Madara's dying wish. The vines around him gradually wrapped around his body. As the vines enveloped him completely, Madara's hoarse laughter continued. The Sharingan in his remaining eye glowed faintly, transforming into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Unexpectedly, with a sickening squelch, blood splattered as Madara gouged out his eye, leaving his blinded face with a look of calm and relief. "Take this Sharingan as a gift from me, your ancestor. Perhaps you will accomplish what I once dreamed of, the dream of a Uchiha Hokage." As the vines tightened around him, a loud crack echoed. His body was crushed within the towering tree, leaving behind only a severed arm clutching the Mangekyo Sharingan that rolled onto the ground. From a distance, Zetsu widened his eyes in shock. In his heart, there was only one word to describe his Lord Madara: magnificent. At the center of the battlefield. "Is he dead?" Mikoto, stunned, stared at the massive tree that had finally stopped growing. She still found it hard to believe. Did he die because his body reached its limit and he could no longer control the wood-release cells? To this day, Mikoto had never encountered such a strong, almost absurdly strong, opponent. Yet, just like that, he was gone. She murmured to herself as if realizing something. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes as she sighed deeply. My grandfather once said that the Uchiha Madara who helped found Konoha had always dreamed of becoming Hokage. Who would have thought that in the end, he would pin his hopes on you, Shirou? As she spoke, Mikoto turned to look at her men. A proud and radiant smile spread across her face as she gazed at his silhouette. Shirou. You are a Uchiha recognized by Lord Madara himself. I believe you will become the first Hokage of the Uchiha. Hokage. It's almost the most unattainable dream for the Uchiha. However, in this sentimental atmosphere, only Shirou twitched his mouth as he looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. No wonder he was also skilled in this trick. This fake death strategy must be a family tradition of the Uchiha clan. This old man, Madara, even staged a sentimental farewell before leaving, perfectly putting a period on it. At this moment, Shirou couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If he didn't know the storyline beforehand, he wouldn't have seen through it. As expected of the mastermind of the Shinobi World, Uchiha Madara. His mastery of fake death is unparalleled. Back then, he fooled both the first and second Hokage, and now he's using the same trick again. Thinking about this, Shirou couldn't help but show a peculiar expression. Could it be that his skill in fake death is also a genetic trait passed down through the Uchiha bloodline? Madara, this trick is something I've already outgrown. Shirou couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. As his Manjikyu Sharingan slowly rotated, a black void opened in space. In the distance, hidden in the darkness, Uchiha Madara quietly watched the scene under White Zetsu's concealment. However, when he saw the young man cautiously probing to see if he was truly dead, his lips couldn't help but twitch. Though he cursed inwardly, Madara's raised lips betrayed his mood. Beside him, White Zetsu asked curiously, Lord Madara, the eye you just implanted is still bleeding. Quiet. Madara's eye socket revealed a newly implanted Sharingan. At this moment, he quietly gazed into the distance. Such caution and suspicion. If it had been him and that little girl who founded Konoha back then, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Staring at the two figures in the distance, Madara muttered to himself, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. When Konoha was founded, his younger brother didn't live to see it. The next moment, he suddenly coughed, prompting White Zetsu to warn, Lord Madara, your body may not hold out much longer. White Zetsu had never seen Madara so frail. Madara took one last deep look into the distance before disappearing into the darkness with White Zetsu. The final sigh he let out seemed to be a farewell to his former self. A complete severance from the past. Or perhaps, Uchiha Shirou was his past self, a version even stronger than he had been, walking the path he had once abandoned. Hokage. A single village in the Shinobi World. Haha, such ambition makes the Shinobi World more and more interesting. I, Uchiha Madara, will be waiting for you at the summit of the mountain. Waiting for our next reunion. I'll be sure to give you a surprise then. Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu completely vanished, as if the curtain had fallen on this perfect performance. Shirou, perhaps you inherited Lord Madara's will, but this time, he is truly dead. After confirming that Uchiha Madara had been devoured by his vines, Uchiha Mikoto wore a wistful expression and sighed. But Shirou's eye twitched. He didn't interrupt Mikoto's sentimental moment, though he knew that old Madara would cause trouble again in the future. Still, Madara is truly impressive, managing to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan at the last moment. Looking at the severed arm and the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shirou couldn't help but marvel. Over the years, the research of Tsunade and Orochimaru wasn't something that allowed someone to simply implant a Sharingan with 3 tomo and awaken it. The special energy in the brain that strengthened the eyes would simultaneously enhance the body. It wasn't something that could be awakened so easily. Shirou, Lord Madara entrusted his final Manjikyu Sharingan to you. Under Mikoto's gaze of fanatical admiration, it was clear that even the strongest shinobi in Uchiha history, Lord Madara, the Shinobi Shura, had recognized Uchiha Shirou and entrusted his unfinished will to him. It's a pity there's only one eye, Mikoto lamented, shaking her head as if imagining how great it would be to have two. Though the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan required close kin, Shirou's forbidden chimera technique specialized in devouring. Alright, Mikoto, clean up the battlefield. Don't leave any traces. Also, declare to the outside world that we encountered a powerful enemy ambush here. Shirou waved his hand with a tired smile. This time, the harvest was massive, not just this Manjikyu Sharingan but also Madara's 2 arms and 1 leg. This was enough to allow him to skyrocket in strength in a short amount of time. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Madara's body contained the power of Indra and Asura combined, the force of creation itself. Even if it wasn't much, it was comparable to the Rinnegan. Its quality was already on a higher level. It was as if his body suddenly gained a more advanced source of power, triggering a domino effect and accelerating his evolution. To erase all traces, we need to eliminate any evidence of wood release. Mikoto, her tired smile tinged with excitement, pulled out the Uchiha clan's supreme symbol, the gunbai, from her back. Shirou, this our family's six paths ninja tool is enough to silence any ninja within the clan. When Mikoto handed the fan to Shirou with a beaming smile, Shirou merely shook his head with a smile and gently tapped her forehead with affection. The gunbai is indeed a powerful six paths ninja tool, but it conflicts with my ocular powers. The gunbai's abilities are the same as my right eye's divine reflection, and what it lacks, my eyes already possess. Smiling slyly, Shirou knew he had already gained the greatest reward this time. As for the gunbai, it would be most effective in Mikoto's hands. The gunbai's ability to deflect attacks was like a nerfed version of his divine reflection and could be considered an additional skill. Mikoto's fighting style was a mix of Itachi's and Sasuke's from the original series, excelling in speed and genjutsu. Thus, the gunbai, as a divine tool, was most effective with Mikoto. Shirou. Seeing Gunbai hand her the gunbai, the symbol of authority, Mikoto smiled tenderly. I understand now. I will be your most reliable support. Mikoto nodded firmly. Power was no longer important to them, especially after witnessing Madara's strength today. Mikoto knew clearly that this was Madara with a failing body. One could only imagine his peak. However, as they cleaned up the battlefield, a shocking event was also unfolding within the Land of Fire. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had appeared in the Land of Fire. The wheel of the Shinobi World had begun to turn. Chapter 228, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 228. Rin. Under the night sky, Uchiha Obito's single eye widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene in front of him, flickering with lightning. Rin. Hatake Kakashi's pupils were filled with shock and disbelief as he realized that his Chidori had pierced through Rin Nohara's chest. Cough. Kakashi, the tailed beast inside me would bring disaster to the village. Rin Nohara, with a gentle smile, coughed up blood as she spoke. Even in her final moments, she was resolute in her desire to protect the village. As both Kakashi and Obito stood frozen in disbelief, the tomo in their Sharingan began to spin rapidly, transforming into Mangekyo Sharingan. In the distance, the elite mist shinobi, upon seeing their mission fail, revealed sinister smiles. The mission failed. How unfortunate. But this Konoha shinobi was nothing more than bait. The real Three Tails Jinchuriki should already be inside the Land of Fire. Heh, as expected of the third Mizuki's caution. A plan with both overt and covert elements nearly fooled the Konoha shinobi. The mist ninja sneered maliciously. Unlike in the original timeline, Uchiha Madara had added a safeguard to his plan to ensure the wheels of the Shinobi World turned as he intended. The chakra sealed within Rin Nohara was only a portion of the Three Tails power, the real Three Tails had already been sent with other shinobi toward Konoha. In the distance, Hatake Kakashi collapsed unconscious as his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo, while Uchiha Obito, consumed by rage, let out a frenzied roar and entered a berserk state. Hehe, Lord Madara, the plan is proceeding smoothly. From the shadows, White Zetsu chuckled hoarsely as Uchiha Madara's figure slowly emerged behind him. However, Madara appeared frail and exhausted. Yet, as he looked at the berserk Obito awakening his Mangekyo in the distance, Madara sneered disdainfully and said with contempt. Someone like Uchiha Obito is only fit to be a pawn. Screaming and roaring. White Zetsu tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend human emotions. Madara, standing behind him, glanced indifferently at Obito's newly awakened Mangekyo, showing no trace of being impressed. That Obito has such limited potential. With a single glance, Madara saw through Obito's nature. His capacity was too small. At that moment, Madara's mind drifted to 2 other pairs of Mangekyo he had encountered, and by comparison, he couldn't help but shake his head. Losing one woman and immediately hating the entire world, even abandoning the clan and village that raised him. Every shinobi in this world has lost family or comrades. Someone like him, who appears to love deeply, is the most selfish. Madara's raspy voice echoed. Having encountered countless shinobi, he could naturally see through Obito's essence. When some people lose loved ones, they grow stronger in their resolve to protect the village. Others choose revenge, while some carry on their loved ones' will and live on. But people like Obito, who hate the entire world and fall into darkness, are ultimately driven by selfishness. Lord Madara, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have successfully drawn Konoha's attention. The Three Tails is moving smoothly toward Konoha. As White Zetsu grinned mischievously, Madara's expression remained indifferent, and he slowly disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a single sentence. It seemed as if such a significant event in the shinobi world was utterly trivial to him. Bring Obito back. He will become an important pawn in the plan. With the Uchiha of Konoha, led by 2 pairs of Mangekyo, the wheels of the shinobi world have already begun to turn. In Madara's eyes, even the Three Tails rampaging in Konoha was less important than the pawn Obito. Not to mention, he was far more intrigued by the other 2 pairs of Mangekyo. On a battlefield ravaged by Susanoo. What? What kind of power is this? The aftershocks of this battle reshaped the entire forest. One by one, Konoha shinobi arrived and stared in shock at the scene before them. Many of them were elite jonin, yet the terrain itself had been completely reshaped, something even their combined efforts couldn't achieve. Lord Shirou, are you alright? Two medical nin approached Uchiha Shirou and Uchiha Makoto with serious expressions, carefully tending to their injuries while replenishing their chakra. I'm fine. The mist had a mysterious powerhouse. If not for these eyes. Exhausted, Shirou sat on a boulder, allowing the medical nin to heal him. This was the same battlefield where they had fought Madara earlier in the day. Shirou-sensei. Uchiha Shirou and Might Guy arrived on the scene, astonished by the devastation. Shirou-sensei's power is overwhelming. This is what true youth looks like. By now, the two had risen to the rank of Chunin after being tempered by the war and had naturally joined this elite reserve team. Among them were also Konan, Mabui, Yujito, Samui, and Shiranui Genma. War served as a catalyst for strength, and these young shinobi were growing and transforming rapidly amidst the flames of battle. This was why their generation would later become the backbone of their villages. However, at that moment, a blood-soaked figure stumbled into view. Shirou-sensei, something terrible has happened. Kakashi. Are you alright? Kakashi. The blood-soaked figure was none other than Hatake Kakashi, who hurriedly approached Shirou. Kakashi, what happened to you? Shirou-sensei, I received intel that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have already infiltrated the Land of Fire. But more importantly, they were merely a diversion to cover for another team. The other mist team includes the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Despite his grief, Kakashi managed to relay the crucial intelligence he had gathered. When he regained consciousness, all he saw were corpses and pools of blood. He had lost his dearest comrade. In the original timeline, both Kakashi and Obito were left utterly devastated by Rin's death. However, one chose to shoulder Rin's will and continue protecting the village, throwing himself into missions recklessly, while the other, Uchiha Obito, chose to hate the entire world. This contrast revealed Obito's true nature. What? Upon learning that the Three Tails Jinchuriki had already entered the Land of Fire, the Konoha shinobi's expressions changed drastically. Shirou was equally shocked when he heard this. That old fox Madara had played another trick. But in an instant, he understood that Madara's goal was to sow chaos in the shinobi world while weakening its collective strength. Immediately relay this information to the front lines. Inform Fugaku and the Hyuga. The mist must be vulnerable now. Launch an offensive. The rest of you, follow me to reinforce Konoha. With a commanding shout from Uchiha Shirou, countless Konoha shinobi responded with determined cries. Their village was in danger, and none of them hesitated. Without delay, Uchiha Shirou led over 100 elite shinobi, changing direction to rush back toward the Land of Fire for reinforcements. Shirou was both shocked and filled with a complex set of emotions. Without a doubt, this was a final gift from Madara. Secretly pushing the ninja world forward, trying to help him ascend to the Hokage position he had never reached before, perhaps it was just to make up for a regret buried deep in his heart. But for him, although the two had never had a proper conversation, at this moment, there was a faint sense of finding a kindred spirit. Within the Land of Fire. In the dense forest, the air was damp, and a thick mist hung over everything, echoing with sounds of misery. Damn it, this forest is too humid, and the entire place is shrouded in mist. Our wind release ninjas can't disperse it at all. Ah. Help me. Damn mist ninjas, I'll fight you to the death. If it were an ordinary hidden mist technique, there were many ways a ninja could dispel it. But under this natural, dense mist, even the strongest ninja seemed powerless before the forces of nature. At this moment, Sarutobi Shinosuke was filled with anger, but he managed to suppress it, maintaining his composure as he kept giving orders. Everyone, stay alert. Byakugan users, report their positions. Lord Shinosuke, the Hyuga Chunin has been killed. Lord Shinosuke. At that moment, a Konoha ninja with a grim expression looked at their commander. The enemies we're facing are too strong. Lord Shinosuke, please give the order to retreat. We can't retreat. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face turned ashen as he spoke grimly. We have over 50 ninjas. How could we fail to deal with just 7 enemies? Tell everyone to hold on until dawn. When the sun rises, that will be our time to counterattack. It's only half an hour until sunrise. The forest echoed with explosions and sadistic, bloodthirsty laughter. It wasn't until the sun finally rose the next day, its rays piercing through the misty forest, that a gust of wind swept through the area. Wind release, great breakthrough. As the sunlight broke through the mist, Sarutobi Shinosuke seized the opportunity and unleashed a large-scale wind release technique, blowing away the fog that covered the forest. However, as the mist cleared and the scene came into view, many Konoha ninjas revealed expressions of fear and horror. It's our people. Damn it. Amidst the horrified voices, they saw the bodies of Konoha ninjas strung up in the forest. Though they were barely clinging to life, their bodies twisted unnaturally in a grotesque way. It's the Mist Ninja's long blade, sewing needle, Kurire Kushimaru. Witnessing the cruel treatment of their comrades, Sarutobi Shinosuke roared in anger, chakra-enhanced weapons shimmering with wind release energy appearing in his hands. Flying Swallow. With the sharp precision of his wind release, Sarutobi Shinosuke severed the steel wires binding his comrades. However, just as the Konoha ninjas rushed forward to rescue their allies, one of their comrades rasped out in a weak voice. "Don't come any closer." Suddenly, the sound of explosive tags igniting echoed in the air. Sarutobi Shinosuke, realizing what was happening, shouted in anger and alarm, "Everyone, be careful. They all have explosive tags on them." But before he could finish, a series of deafening explosions ripped through the forest. Ahahaha. As the explosions subsided, the deranged laughter of Kurire Kushimaru, wielding the long blade, sewing needle, echoed through the forest. Under the brutal policies of the Bloody Mist, while the Mist Village produced many elite ninjas, it also created countless psychopaths and sadists. Kurire Kushimaru was one such individual. His psychotic, sadistic laughter filled the air, as he delighted in torturing and slaughtering his enemies. Wait. The explosive tags, there's more enemies. Suddenly realizing something was off about the explosions, Sarutobi Shinosuke shouted a warning. At that moment, a figure burst out of the forest, wielding the explosive blade, splash, slashing wildly. Each close-range clash caused the explosive blade's tags to detonate, the sound even more thunderous. It's the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Seeing the enemies in the forest, Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression turned grim. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. This was within the land of fire. Reinforcements were something Konoha never lacked, especially against mist ninjas operating deep within enemy territory. Moreover, Sarutobi Shinosuke was the son of the 3rd Hokage. To be pushed to this extent by the mist ninjas was an utter humiliation. Ha ha ha, Konoha ninjas, your reinforcements won't make it in time. As a deep, booming voice echoed, the sound of rumbling thunder reverberated through the forest. However, the moment Sarutobi Shinosuke heard it, his face changed. Furious, he shouted. It's a large-scale water release. Everyone, defend yourselves. That wasn't the sound of thunder, it was the roar of violent waves sweeping through the forest. In an instant, countless Konoha ninjas began using whatever techniques they could to defend themselves. As many Konoha ninjas jumped to higher ground in an attempt to escape, they couldn't help but show expressions of terror when they finally saw the massive water release coming toward them. This level of water release, it's reshaping the entire terrain. Haha, it's Sarutobi Shinosuke, the son of the 3rd Hokage. What a big catch, your head alone was worth 35 million before the war even began. Excited laughter erupted from Fuguki Suikezen, who wielded the great blade, Same Hata. This was a huge prize for him. Kakik, now that bounty has doubled. As one of Konoha's 4 reserve force commanders, your head is now worth 70 million. This meant that Sarutobi Shinosuke's bounty was twice that of Asuma Sarutobi in the original series. To put it in perspective, even the bounty for the Six Tails Jinchuriki Utakata was only 50 million. This showed just how high this price was. For an average jonin, such a bounty would be unheard of. But as the son of the 3rd Hokage and one of Konoha's 4 reserve force commanders, these unique factors made his bounty skyrocket. This was typical in the ninja world. Even a child with no chakra could fetch a high price if their parent was a Hokage. At the very least, their bounty would start in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. My decapitating blade has a chip in it and is starving for blood. Amidst the sadistic laughter of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, they weren't just satisfying their twisted minds, they were also employing psychological warfare. Everyone, be careful. The 7 ninja swordsmen are extremely powerful. We must work together to fight them. Although Sarutobi Shinosuke shouted commands calmly, internally, he felt a growing sense of urgency. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, facing them one at a time, they could use counter-strategies to take them down. But facing all 7 at once. Even if they devised strategies to counter their abilities, the mist swordsmen could simply swap opponents, easily nullifying their tactics. What's more, the combined strength of all 7 was something even a Kage would be wary of. Fuguki Suikezen, wielding the great blade, Same Hata, possessed a terrifyingly massive chakra reserve, rivaling that of Kage-level ninjas. The blade's ability to absorb chakra only made him more dangerous. Juzo Biwa, master of the decapitating blade, was perhaps the most skilled swordsman among the 7. In the original series, he was even capable of cleaving through a tailed beast bomb with his blade. Raiga Kurosuke, wielding the thunder swords, Kiba, was a terrifying force with his mastery of lightning release. Although his power waned in later arcs, at this moment, he was at the peak of his strength. Sarutobi Shinosuke could feel the weight of their combined power pressing down on him. The odds of survival were slim. Chapter 229, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 229. The deafening explosions of explosive tags and ninjutsu echoed through the dense forest. 3 chunins hiding behind a rock were filled with fear. How is this possible? Lord Shinosuke could not have failed. On the battlefield, Sarutobi Shinosuke had been utterly defeated. If not for the sheer number of Konoha ninjas present, they would have already been overwhelmed. For the village. We need to go and help. Sarutobi Asuma shouted, his voice full of unwillingness. Although fear and dread gripped him, the thought of his inner resolve gave him the courage to fight. Beside him, Ebisu's eyes were filled with terror, but he gritted his teeth and spoke. Asuma-sama, the opponents are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. If we join the fight, we'll only drag everyone down. We should. Shut up. Faced with his companion's cowardice, Sarutobi Asuma's expression turned furious. Since the start of the Third Ninja War, many of his classmates had either died or been gravely injured while protecting the village on the front lines. Yet he, as the son of the third Hokage, had been assigned to the rear, ostensibly because he was a target for enemy ninjas. This had always been his shame. Kakashi and even Might Guy were on the front lines, but he was placed far behind, under the pretext of being targeted by enemy ninjas. How ridiculous. Once again, he felt furious and humiliated by the shamelessness of his family. Ebisu. Our comrades are all fighting on the front lines. We weren't there for the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Shizun, everyone was there. We weren't at the Land of Whirlpool battlefield either. There, too, countless comrades our age fought with the same passion and bravery. And now that we've encountered the enemy while we're hiding in the rear, you're telling me to retreat. Asuma's voice grew resolute and his suppressed anger surged forth, finally exploding. I, Sarutobi Asuma, am a Chunin of Konoha. I take pride in being a Konoha ninja. But if we, who are already hiding at the rear, choose to flee again, I will feel nothing but shame. As he said this, Asuma raised his kunai with anger burning in his heart. He was ashamed to be the son of the third Hokage. Seeing Asuma's determination to fight, Ebisu's pupils trembled, as if he had come to understand something. A lackey. No one is born willing to grovel and serve as a sycophant. Ebisu, too, had once been a passionate ninja. But the expectations of his parents and the honor of serving the Hokage had muddled his heart, making him believe that following the Hokage's son was a privilege. Yet, over the years of fighting alongside Sarutobi Asuma, he had slowly realized the truth. Beneath the Hokage's prestigious title was an ordinary human being, no grander than anyone else. As the saying goes, proximity to virtue makes one virtuous, proximity to vice makes one corrupt. After spending so much time with Asuma, Ebisu's inner beliefs gradually shifted under Asuma's influence. This wasn't because Ebisu lacked a firm stance, it was because a hollow will of fire could never compare to Asuma's tangible and heartfelt conviction. Thus, without even realizing it, Ebisu's empty ideals had already been replaced. What remained was merely a shell of the third Hokage's will of fire, while his true heart had undergone a quiet transformation. Captain Asuma. This time, Ebisu smiled as he spoke, and Asuma was momentarily taken aback. It was no longer the title of Sama but Captain. In that case, for the sake of Konoha, let me charge ahead. As for you, Asuma. Ebisu seemed to have made up his mind. His face bore a determined smile as he raised his kunai. After all, compared to me, the bounty on you is far more valuable, Captain Asuma. Ebisu. At that moment, as their eyes met, the loneliness in Asuma's heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of camaraderie. How touching, what a poignant bond, a sinister voice suddenly interrupted. The two instinctively dodged, but warm blood still splattered onto their faces. As they moved, their pupils widened in disbelief at the sight before them. Their third companion was coughing up blood, his face frozen in shock. A long blade, the sewing needle, had pierced through both the rock and his chest. It all happened in an instant. Asuma roared in rage, while Ebisu, trembling, shouted out critical information. Damn it. Captain Asuma, be careful. The enemy is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kuriare Kushimaru. Standing atop a massive boulder, the thin and masked Kuriare Kushimaru appeared, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the 2 little mice before him. Heh heh, 2 little mice, you'll soon be squealing delightful melodies, ha ha ha. His twisted and sadistic personality brought him great excitement, he lived for the sound of agonizing screams. Daima. In the next moment, Asuma and Ebisu watched in horror as their companion, Daima, was riddled with wounds and strung up with wires. His anguished screams echoed as his flesh was pulled apart, his body twisted into a grotesque puppet-like state. Ha ha ha, your friend is waving hello to you. The gruesome sight of Daima's bloodied body being manipulated by wires tore at their hearts. Watching him scream in agony, Asuma's fury boiled over. Damn it. Meanwhile, Ebisu remained calm, quickly assessing the situation and identifying the enemy's techniques. From a nearby boulder, Kuriare Kushimaru sneered, the malicious glint in his eyes resembling a predator toying with its prey. Now, let's hear those sweet, sweet screams. Asuma's eyes burned with rage, but his thoughts were interrupted by a desperate shout. Where's our reinforcements? Where are Minato and his elite team? They're the closest to us, why aren't they here yet? Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was also struggling on his side of the battlefield, roared in anger and despair. Meanwhile, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist burst into cruel laughter. Among them, the hulking figure of Fuguki Suikezen, who resembled a massive humanoid shark, cackled maniacally. You'll never see your reinforcements. Despite Suikezen's claim, Shinosuke held firm, unwilling to believe it. Minato Namikaze, the wielder of the Flying Thunder God technique, was known for his unmatched speed and prowess in battle. Even his father, the third Hokage, had admitted that he might not be able to best Minato in combat. Minato must have been intercepted by mist ninjas. Hold the line. There's no way many of them could have infiltrated this deep into the land of fire. Wiping blood from his mouth, Shinosuke's voice boomed with determination, rallying his comrades. Unbeknownst to them, Minato was indeed on his way, but the distance was far greater than anyone had anticipated. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and his team were racing across the sea, their faces drenched in sweat as they pushed their limits. 13. Captain Minato, this is the 13th distress call from Shinosuke. Narashikaku's face was grim. Just last night, their team had been celebrating a triumphant raid on a mist outpost. Who would have thought that Shinosuke's urgent pleas for aid would follow so soon? Our forces have been stationed along the borders of the Land of Fire to mislead the enemy. To avoid leaks, Shinosuke wasn't informed of our movements. He must have thought we were still at the border. Shikaku's voice trailed off, his expression darkened by the unfortunate turn of events. This is bad. The Flying Thunder God seal is too far away, I can't sense it. Minato Namikaze, usually wearing a bright and sunny smile, now had a serious expression on his face. It was clear something major had happened. Originally, the third Hokage had been relying on Sarutobi Shinosuke, openly and secretly assigning him elite forces to assist him. Shinosuke wasn't a fool and naturally understood the third Hokage's expectations. Minato was deeply grateful to Shinosuke, his elder brother figure. But who would have thought things would turn out like this? Minato had just ventured deep into enemy territory and secured a victory, only to receive news of this disaster immediately afterward. To make matters worse, the distance was too great. Even with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't sense any of his marked locations nearby, rendering the technique useless in this situation. Urgent report, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have appeared within the borders of the Land of Fire. Lord Shinosuke is struggling to hold them off. After reading the 13th urgent report, Narashikaku couldn't help but show a frustrated expression. Even with his high intelligence, no jutsu could instantly transport him to Shinosuke's side. When Minato heard the news, his face darkened. It was clear that Shinosuke's situation was dire. Shikaku, I'm leaving the command of the team to you. I need to go ahead. Even though he had just fought a fierce battle and expended a lot of chakras, Minato couldn't ignore the debt of gratitude he owed both Shinosuke and the third Hokage. As Minato prepared to leave the team and rush to provide support, Shikaku wanted to say something but hesitated. Considering Shinosuke's importance, Shikaku nodded gravely. All right. At your speed, you should reach the destination in no more than 30 minutes. No, 10 minutes. Minato firmly corrected him, nodding with determination. I have a Flying Thunder God marker near the border. As long as I can sense it, I can teleport there instantly. Though it will consume a lot of chakra, I trust you, Shikaku. Minato, be careful. Shikaku's face grew serious as he watched Minato's figure disappear into the distance. Left alone, the rest of the team was now under his command on the vast ocean. Shikaku, do you think we truly have no other choice in this situation? With Minato gone, the usually cheerful Akimichi Chozo rarely showed such a somber expression. He lowered his voice as he asked Shikaku quietly. Narashikaku, Akimichi Chozo, and Yamanaka Inoichi, almost the next generation of the legendary Inoshikacho trio, exchanged solemn glances. Faced with Chozo's question, Shikaku sighed and shook his head. At least for our 3 clans, there's no choice. He understood perfectly well. After following the third Hokage for over 2 decades, the 3 clans of Inoshikacho enjoyed significant benefits. Naturally, many within the clans were reluctant to give that up. But what could they do? Their opponent this time had the Mangekyo Sharingan and Princess Tsunade on their side. Chozo, all we can do is focus on our tasks. Compared to the other 2, Yamanaka Inoichi was the most optimistic. Shaking his head, he looked at Chozo, who could only respond with a helpless expression. It was easy to say, but the Yamanaka clan had always been a bit of an outlier, fervently loyal to the Senju clan. Back then, many mocked the Yamanaka clan for their stance, which led to them receiving the smallest share of the benefits among the Inoshikacho trio. But now, looking back, it turns out the Yamanaka clan had been playing the long game, and the rest of them were the real fools. The Yamanaka clan had aligned with both sides. All right, our job now is to provide reinforcements to Shinosuke and bring this meaningless war to an end. Shikaku spoke in a deep voice, his eyes reflecting his calm and calculating nature. The current ninja war had dragged on for so long that all 5 great nations were already exhausted. The 5 great ninja villages had suffered losses of more than half their forces. Unless there was a major shift in the war or some significant gain to be had, the war was nearing its end. Without any benefits to pursue, both sides had inflicted heavy wounds on each other, leaving peace negotiations as the only viable option. However, we can't let our guard down. The closer we get to the end of the war, the bolder these villages become. The Mist Village's actions this time are a perfect example. Shikaku reminded himself to stay vigilant, realizing that wars often ended with desperate and reckless moves from the enemy. Just when the war seemed to be tapering off and reaching its conclusion, the Mist Village made a bold and unexpected move. Meanwhile, Minato was rushing at full speed toward his destination, silently praying in his heart. Shinosuke, you must hold on. The joy of destroying a Mist Village stronghold last night had long since faded, replaced by anxiety as Minato read report after report calling for reinforcements. If the third Hokage's son were to die, and during a mission Minato had carried out without informing him, there would be serious consequences. Inside the land of fire, in a dense forest. Asuma, is this where it ends for us? It's so frustrating. Ebisu, exhausted and hoarse, spoke with despair, unable to see any hope of survival. Across from them, the masked courier Kushimaru let out a twisted laugh. Hehe, I just love seeing that look of utter despair on your faces, hearing the agonized moans of people like you, those who come from high and mighty clans. Back in the Mist Village, it was always people like you, blessed with power and privilege. But now, it's my turn. The Hokage's son. Your screams will be the most delicious. I'll save you for last. Kushimaru's deranged voice made it clear this was nothing more than a game of cat and mouse to him. Around them, the bodies of 7 or 8 Konoha ninja lay motionless, their joints pierced and rendered useless. They could only let out weak and pained groans as their bodies were cruelly manipulated by wires like marionettes. Damn it. Is this really where it ends for me? Sarutobi Asuma had never felt so exhausted before. In this cruel game of cat and mouse, he even began to think that death might be a release. The ugly side of his clan, his father's greed and stubbornness, believing only he could lead Konoha to glory while others would bring chaos, all of it disgusted him deeply. All of this ugliness and darkness. If I die, I won't have to face it anymore. Asuma's face showed a hint of relief. He was tired, too tired of carrying the burdens of his clan, the village, and his father. Asuma, Captain. Seeing Asuma give up, Ebisu shouted in shock and anger. But far away, Kushimaru only laughed with excitement. Hehe, so the little brats finally lost the will to fight. But that's fine. Soon, I'll show you what true hell feels like. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted on the battlefield, and Kushimaru's senses screamed in alarm. He quickly dodged. Damn it. It's the Mangekyo. It's Konoha's reinforcement, Uchiha Shirou. The moment he saw the flash of lightning, Kushimaru shouted in anger and fear. The last time they had fought Uchiha Shirou, even with the combined strength of their forces, they had been completely suppressed. If not for the joint invasion of the Land of Fire by the 3 great ninja villages, they weren't sure how they would have escaped the fight alive. Chapter 230, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 230. Lord Shirou. In the instant when the lightning flashed across the battlefield, the remaining Konoha ninjas revealed expressions of hope one by one. Especially Ebisu and Sarutobi Asuma, who had already lost all hope of survival, widened their eyes in astonishment. Damn it, hurry up. Kushimaru Courier staggered backward in fear. Before the figure of the newcomer could be seen, the entire area was suddenly illuminated by a blinding lightning storm. Shuriken. Countless shurikens, crackling with arcs of electricity, poured down like a torrential rainstorm. The relentless barrage of shurikens clanged loudly as they struck, forcing Kushimaru Courier, Jinin Akabino, and Munashi Jinpachi to defend themselves in terror. Lord Shirou. In Sarutobi Asuma's eyes, the desire to live reignited. Filled with hope, he witnessed what was perhaps the most shocking scene of his life. The shuriken. Their target is to rescue us. The rainstorm of shurikens not only suppressed the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but they also precisely severed the wires entangling the Konoha ninjas, freeing them. The razor-thin wires snapped under the cutting force of the lightning-imbued shurikens. Ebisu, hurry and save them. Realizing the true intent behind the shurikens, Sarutobi Asuma urgently shouted. Ebisu, snapping back to his senses, immediately sprang into action. Though both were utterly exhausted, the will to survive spurred an unexpected surge of chakra within them. Gathering newfound strength, they rushed forward to begin the rescue mission. Damn it. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Shirou left the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist enraged and alarmed. They immediately launched an attack in his direction. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Even before Shirou's figure became fully visible, a dozen massive fire dragons roared toward him, forcing the attackers to focus on defense. Curse you! It's Uchiha Shirou. Elsewhere, Suikezen Fuguki, who had already fused with his sword Samehada, roared in anger. Enclosed in a massive water sphere, Sarutobi Shinosuke was bloodied and barely holding on. He was moments away from losing all ability to fight. A living son of a Hokage was far more valuable for extracting information than a dead one. That was why Fuguki, from the very beginning, had unleashed his full power against Sarutobi Shinosuke. Minato, blub. Trapped in the enormous water sphere, Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were lifeless. Though he wasn't fully aware of what was happening, the sudden commotion made him think of only one person, Namikaze Minato. Haha, I thought I could keep you alive, but it seems I'll have to settle for just your head. In his shark-like form, Suikezen Fuguki let out a cruel laugh. Despite his massive and bear-like frame, he was far more agile in water than on land. Is this the end for me? As the shark lunged toward him at high speed, Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes burned with anger. Namikaze Minato had abandoned him to die. To think he had rallied the entire Sarutobi clan to support Minato's rise to power, only to be left in the lurch. He even thought he understood why this betrayal had occurred. Die. But in the next instant, Namikaze Minato's yellow figure suddenly appeared before him within the water sphere. The sound of bubbles echoed as he materialized. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened in shock. Upon sensing the flying thunder god kunai in Shinosuke's ninja tool pouch, he immediately teleported to its location. But this was underwater. With a thunderous crash, the shark-like Suikezen Fuguki struck. Despite Minato's preparation, the water's resistance slowed his movements, and the shark managed to bite him savagely. Minato's face twisted in shock and anger. Not only had the shark devoured a significant portion of his chakra in the bite, but it had also left a massive wound on his torso near his kidneys. Under normal circumstances, Minato would never have been caught off guard. But this time, he had arrived at the worst possible moment, right as Fuguki was about to clamp down on Sarutobi Shinosuke. Even Minato's lightning-fast reflexes couldn't save him. Haha. It's the yellow flash. But this time, luck is on my side. Feeling the enormous chakra he had absorbed, Suikezen Fuguki laughed maniacally. This was his domain, and now his opponent was gravely injured. That bite alone had drained nearly half of Minato's chakra. This is... Though battered and preparing to counterattack again, Minato's incredible combat instincts kicked in. He retrieved a flying thunder god kunai and placed it between his palms. Flying thunder god, guiding thunder. In an instant, space distorted, and a massive suction force engulfed the water sphere. Before anyone could react, the enormous sphere of water vanished. Damn it. He broke my jutsu like that. Fuguki growled in rage. In a split second, the water sphere had been transported far away. In the distance, a gigantic torrent of water crashed into the forest, creating a massive waterfall and submerging the area in a flood. Back at the battlefield. Shinosuke, are you okay? As the water sphere disappeared, Namikaze Minato supported Sarutobi Shinosuke as they landed on a large tree. Minato, pale and clutching the wound near his waist, anxiously looked at Shinosuke. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was ashen. One arm was missing, and a deep wound from Samehada marred one of his legs. His body was covered in injuries. Minato. Upon seeing Minato, Shinosuke, though weak, was overwhelmed by anger and resentment. He had lost an arm and could no longer be a ninja. How could Minato, capable of the flying thunder god technique, have taken so long to arrive at such a close distance? Kihihi, as expected of the yellow flash. You've arrived so quickly. I presume you've already destroyed our mist ninja base. In the distance, a splash echoed as Fuguki fell from the sky into the forest. His shark-like form landed on the ground, seemingly less threatening, but his laughter was sinister. At those words, Minato's face darkened in fury. This was all a trap. From the beginning, you mist ninjas deliberately lured me away. At that moment, Minato finally realized that the information they had uncovered was part of the mist scheme, to draw him and his elite forces away. Haha. Now you've lost half your chakra, and you're injured. Let's see how long you can last. Fuguki laughed excitedly as his shark-like form began to recede. Samehada, his massive sword, once again rested in his hands. Minato's flying thunder god technique was indeed unpredictable, but this time, luck had been on Fuguki's side, allowing him to land a critical blow. Suddenly, a blinding wave of lightning appeared in the distance, engulfing everything in sight. No. Impossible. Uchiha Shirou is supposed to be deep in Uzushio's territory. How could he have arrived so quickly? When the flash of lightning appeared, Fuguki's face immediately changed drastically, filled with shock and anger. However, he didn't realize that his words had only made Sarutobi Shinosuke even angrier deep inside. Even the mist shinobi knew that Uchiha Shirou had arrived from such a long distance, yet Namikaze Minato had fallen short. Lightning release, Chidori. In the distance, under the flickering lightning, Munashi Jinpachi looked down at his abdomen in disbelief. The defense in front of him was shattered, and a hand was now piercing through his stomach. Damn it. Let's die together. Knowing there was no chance of survival, Munashi Jinpachi, the wielder of the explosive blade Shibuki, a mist shinobi with twin braids hanging from his chin, roared madly and prepared to detonate his ninja sword. The strongest self-destruction technique of the explosive blade Shibuki was to blow up its blade. Well done, Munashi Jinpachi. Seeing Munashi Jinpachi gripping Uchiha Shirou's arms tightly in a desperate attempt to perish together, the other mist shinobi were not angry but instead shouted in excitement. If you're so eager, then you can die with him. In an instant, Shirou, along with Munashi Jinpachi and the explosive Shibuki, appeared right in front of them. This caused Kushimaru and another mist shinobi's pupils to shrink. Spacetime ninjutsu. In their shock and fear, they tried to dodge. However, even though Shirou's arms were being held, he formed a one-handed seal and instantly unleashed an Earth Release Jutsu. Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Hall. In a flash, a massive Earth-style structure surrounded them. Inside, Munashi Jinpachi roared in anger, but the figure in front of him had already disappeared. The Flying Thunder God technique not only allowed him to transport others, but even if held, Shirou could still escape on his own. A terrifying explosion followed its immense power, destroying a large section of the surrounding forest. Uchiha Shirou. Amid the smoke and dust, Kushimaru screamed in pain. Even though he had used a defensive jutsu at the last moment, it was still unable to withstand the explosive blade's self-destruction. When the smoke cleared, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kushimaru, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Only two. What a pity. Well, you'll be the third. The Kusanagi sword directly severed his arm, and the long blade Nuabari fell into Shirou's hands. Severely injured, Kushimaru tried to flee in terror, but Shirou didn't give him the chance. Lightning release, Chidori stream. In an instant, countless currents paralyzed him. Before he could react, the last thing he saw was Shirou's calm expression and his headless body spraying blood. So fast. I didn't know my blood could spray this high. As he fell into darkness, the psychologically twisted Kushimaru, a product of the blood mist policies, was first shocked by Shirou's speed and then oddly fascinated by how high his blood could spray. So strong. In the distance, Sarutobi Asuma and Ebisu both stared at the scene in shock. In their eyes, such a powerful elite jonin had been killed so easily. Part of it was due to the massive gap in strength, and part was due to the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, under the stunned gazes of Sarutobi Asuma and Ebisu, the chest of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Jinin Akabino, was pierced by lightning. Lightning release, lightning cutter. That's 4. With a cold voice, Hatake Kakashi flicked his hand, still crackling with lightning, under Sarutobi Asuma's disbelieving gaze. Damn it. A sneak attack. Jinin Akabino, the wielder of the blunt blade Kabuto Wari, had bloodshot eyes but no strength left in his body. He rasped in frustration. Kakashi's eyes showed no emotion. His Chidori had transformed further, evolving from its chirping sound to silent lightning due to the shift in his mindset after Rin's death. In a single strike, Hatake Kakashi used this ultimate piercing technique to ambush and kill one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In just a short moment, only 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist remained. Lord Shirou. At that moment, a booming sound erupted in the distance, and the burst of wild chakra drew everyone's attention. This is the power of youth. Lord Shirou, hurry and aid the village. Leave this place to us. Clad in green, Might Dway roared. His face was flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. It was clear he had activated the 8 gates release formation. What kind of jutsu is this? Such violent chakra. 6th gate, gate of view, open. Having opened the 6th gate, Might Dway roared furiously. Guy. Watch closely. This is the power of youth. The power displayed when protecting what's important to the village. 7th gate, gate of wonder, open. As Might Dway shouted, blue steam surrounded his body. At this moment, the observing Konoha shinobi were all stunned. Impossible. This must be why Lord Shirou said not to underestimate the power of Might Dway's youth. Who knew Might Dway was this strong? Father. Might Guy, who had accompanied them, was shocked to see his father's fierce display. He had never imagined his father could be so powerful. Impossible. Opening the 7th gate put Might Dway's strength on par with a rampaging Kaga-level figure, especially one proficient in taijutsu. Konoha Adamantine Strength Whirlwind. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Juzo Biwa roared, lifting his executioner's blade to attack. However, against Might Dewey's full force strike with the seventh gate open, his pupils widened in shock. Then came a deafening roar as Might Dewey's powerful kick obliterated the obstacle in his path. Daytime Tiger. The sheer force of the pure taijutsu attack was directed at their largest target, Fuguki, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it. I'll take you all down with me. Fuguki roared in rage. These insane Konoha shinobi. However, just as he was about to go all out, Kurosuke Raiga suddenly shouted in alarm. Fuguki. His voice was filled with a mix of shock, fear, and rage, an overwhelming blend of emotions. At the moment when it seemed like they were fighting desperately, Fuguki turned and fled, leaving Kurosuke Raiga alone to endure the violent strike. Amid the terrifying roar, amid a devastated forest in the distance, Juzo Biwa coughed up fresh blood in front of a massive, broken tree. Trembling, he gazed at the executioner's blade, which cracked and shattered with a resounding crack, his pupils contracting sharply. Damn it. How can they be this strong? While Juzo Biwa was still overwhelmed with fear, the sight of Fuguki fleeing far away enraged him all the more. Damn it. Fat shark, shameless coward. However, among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, only 2 of them remained in an instant. As for Kurosuke Raiga, he didn't think anyone could survive such an attack. Quick, support the village. The Mist's Three Tails plan is rampaging in the village. Without any hesitation, Shirou shouted urgently at Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, Minato's face instantly changed, filled with shock and anger. P.S. Hey guys, please subscribe to our Patreon. This book has currently at least 100 advanced chapters. Chapter 231, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 231. Outside the gates of Konoha. Hey, Otano, what's going on with you? Amid the shocked gazes of the Konoha shinobi, a beast-like roar suddenly erupted from outside the gates. The Konoha ninja named Otano, his eyes completely white, had lost control of the tailed beast within him. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's office far away, was jolted in shock. This chakra, how is this possible? Peering out of the window, Hiruzen could see the direction of Konoha's gates. Tremors shook the ground, and a massive cloud of dust arose. Lord Third Hokage, bad news. The Three Tails from Kirigakure has suddenly appeared outside the village and is rampaging. An ANBU operative appeared urgently in the Hokage's office, reporting in a panicked voice. But Hiruzen's gaze, filled with disbelief, remained fixed on the destruction near the gates. As the dust cleared, the village gates had been obliterated. The massive, cement-gray shell of the Three Tails loomed, crouched at the entrance to Konoha. This is bad. This is Kirigakure's conspiracy. At this moment, even Hiruzen, who could sometimes be slow to react, understood the situation. The appearance of the Three Tails not only posed a direct threat to Konoha but also carried a deeper, politically dangerous implication. If Kirigakure spread the narrative that Konoha had stolen the Three Tails, the other villages in the ninja world would seize the opportunity to escalate the already volatile Third Great Ninja War. Declare an immediate state of emergency in Konoha. All genin and chunin are to escort the civilians to the shelters. Jonin, assemble and stop the Three Tails from entering the village. Yes, sir. Despite the chaos, Hiruzen's years of experience as Hokage allowed him to issue clear and decisive orders. Meanwhile, the entire village plunged into turmoil. Countless Konoha shinobi stared in terror toward the gates, where the enormous, fearsome turtle-tailed beast roared. Run! Everyone, get to the shelters immediately. Oshima, deploy now. Though panicked at first, Konoha's war-hardened shinobi quickly began organizing an effective response. Under the commands of the Jonin, evacuation and defensive measures were swiftly implemented. In the Hokage building, Hiruzen tore off his Hokage robes, revealing his black battle armor underneath. The Three Tails has appeared near the village, it's Kirigakure's scheme. Hiruzen, if you go now, it's too dangerous. Koharu Udatane rushed into the office just in time to see Hiruzen preparing for battle. Panic flickered across her face. If something happened to Hiruzen, the village would fall into utter chaos. After all, Hiruzen's reputation had already been shaken by a humiliating defeat in a previous battle. Facing the Three Tails now, Koharu feared a repeat of the earlier disaster, this time, in full view of the entire village. I am the third Hokage of Konoha. Even now, Hiruzen clung to the remnants of his pride as a legendary shinobi. He roared furiously at Koharu's doubts, and his old warrior spirit briefly rekindled. Fully armored, with ANBU operatives rallying around him, Hiruzen stood ready for battle. Everyone. We cannot allow the Three Tails to enter the village. Attack with everything you've got. Yes, Lord Third. Summon the sealing unit immediately. When Hiruzen arrived at the battlefield, he used his famed adamantine staff to drive the Three Tails back with a mighty blow, pushing it out of the village. For a moment, Konoha's shinobi were reinvigorated by the sight of their Hokage holding the line. Hiruzen's past defeats were partly due to unfavorable circumstances and strong opponents, but now, fueled by anger and determination, he unleashed his full power. Despite the Three Tails' overwhelming strength, it wasn't the Nine Tails. With the combined effort of Konoha's shinobi, it was temporarily suppressed. Lord Hokage, bad news. The Three Tails has a special anti-sealing mechanism. The sealing unit has failed, and we've suffered heavy casualties. Outside the village gates, thousands of Konoha shinobi continued their desperate battle against the tailed beast. However, as time passed, the true terror of a tailed beast became evident, its massive chakra reserves and stamina. With the sealing unit neutralized, the situation grew increasingly dire. Such despicable missed shinobi. Sweating profusely, Hiruzen was filled with rage. He knew Kirigakure would likely twist the situation to their advantage, painting Konoha as the aggressor. The other villages would waste no time in exploiting this. Lord Third, urgent intel. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have infiltrated our borders and destroyed our supply lines to the front lines. Shinana Suksama has already led an elite team to intercept the 7 swordsmen. Hiruzen, already strained from fighting the Three Tails, nearly spat blood upon hearing this news. Kirigakure had outmaneuvered them. Silent but deadly, their actions had left Konoha reeling. The other villages, Suna, Iwa, and Kumo, had spent 5 years loudly declaring their intentions to crush Konoha, yet achieved little. Meanwhile, Kirigakure had nearly torn Konoha apart without uttering a word. Lord Hokage, another emergency. Shinana Suksama has encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the Namikaze Minato reinforcement unit has gone missing. The situation is critical, they're requesting immediate reinforcements. Before Hiruzen could even process the first report, the next wave of bad news hit him like a hammer. His son was asking for help. Send reinforcements immediately. Just as Hiruzen began to shout orders, the Three Tails let out a deafening roar, its massive mouth now forming a terrifying chakra sphere. A black-tailed beast bomb began condensing, radiating destruction. Seeing this, Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror. No. We can't let that attack land inside the village. The destructive energy of the tailed beast bomb surged toward Konoha, and Hiruzen roared. Earth release users, deploy now. Underneath the chaos caused by the rampaging Three Tails, Uchiha Madara's machinations were also unfolding. His goal was not just to unleash the Three Tails but to plunge the entire ninja world into chaos and weaken every village. Earth release, Earth-style wall. In an instant, thick walls of earth began rising from the ground around the village gates, creating layered defenses. But against the sheer destructive power of the tailed beast bomb, they crumbled like paper. Hiruzen, seeing the earth walls fail, prepared to use his adamantine staff to intercept the bomb. But just as he stepped forward, a high-pitched hawk's cry pierced the air. From above, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the tailed beast bomb. The bomb, it stopped. The devastating attack halted mid-air, leaving the Konoha shinobi in stunned silence. The figure holding back the bomb wielded a massive fan. It's a fan user. In an instant, the bomb dissipated in a flash of light, and the mysterious figure holding the fan stood tall, facing the Three Tails. Uchiha Shirou. At this moment, countless Konoha shinobi stared in shock at this figure, but in the next instant, the figure vanished. It's the Flying Thunder God. Lord Shirou is outside the gate. Uchiha Shirou had used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear outside the village gate. It turned out that when the hawk reached the skies above Konoha, Shirou had already scattered 2 Flying Thunder God kunai. When Shirou's figure instantly appeared on the battlefield, countless Konoha shinobi were stunned. However, what shocked them even more was that Shirou had directly appeared in front of the Three Tails. Try your tailed beast bomb. With a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Shirou swung the enormous flame fan fiercely toward the Three Tails. In an instant, blinding white light flashed. The next moment. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the skies of Konoha. The terrifying shockwave swept through, destroying countless nearby buildings and trees. How is this possible? The tailed beast bomb was deflected just like that. As the explosion subsided, the Three Tails had been blasted far away, roaring in pain. The Konoha shinobi were left utterly astonished. However, as the experienced third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi witnessed this technique in the familiar enormous fan, he exclaimed in shock. The gunbai. This was the most powerful weapon of the Uchiha clan, said to be the symbol of the Uchiha clan's leaders throughout history. It had been passed down since the Warring States period and was thought to have been lost after Uchiha Madara. Yet now, this Six Paths weapon had reappeared. Shirou. But in the next moment, amidst the Three Tails' anger-filled yet weakened roars, Mikoto suddenly appeared behind the beast. As Mikoto approached, the Konoha shinobi noticed that her slender arm was holding a massive, grotesque, barbed weapon. The Great Blade Samehada not only devours chakra but also provides its user with. With the tomo in Mikoto's Sharingan spinning, the Great Blade Samehada wrapped around Shirou's arm. In just moments, it transferred an enormous amount of chakra to him, causing Shirou to smile with satisfaction. The same hada truly is a useful weapon. The blade's original owner, Fuguki Suikezen, had lost his life when he attempted to escape but encountered Mikoto. Not only did he lose his life, but his ninja blade also fell into her hands. Although same hada was a weapon, it was also a living being. And as a living being, it could be controlled, especially under the power of the Sharingan. After all, making same hada recognize a master required not only immense chakra but also time. The Three Tails is preparing to attack again. At this moment, the Konoha shinobi exclaimed in alarm. With his chakra replenished, Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan began spinning rapidly. In the next instant, the pupils of the distant Three Tails displayed the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and its raging body froze in place. It's the Sharingan. The Sharingan has controlled the tailed beast. We're saved. The Konoha shinobi shouted in shock as they watched this scene unfold. Such a powerful tailed beast, one they had been prepared to fight to the death, was subdued so effortlessly. Could it be over so easily? This is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. As countless Konoha shinobi looked on in awe, the Uchiha shinobi of the police force, after their initial shock, erupted into fervent cheers. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. The Mangekyo. Even the strongest tailed beast is no match for the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one grasp just how astonishing this spectacle was. Among all the elite jonin in the village, and even those who had seen Kaga-level combat, none had ever seen a tailed beast subdued so effortlessly. This was not just power, it was specialization, or perhaps domination. The Mangekyo Sharingan and would release held overwhelming dominance over tailed beasts. Shirou. Mikoto's concerned voice drew attention, but it also caused the distant Hiruzen Sarutobi to notice something keenly. Blood tears were flowing from Shirou's eyes. Although he quickly wiped them away, the bloodshot veins in his eyes were impossible to hide. Quick! Sealing team, prepare yourselves. At the moment of controlling the tailed beast, Shirou issued a cold command, as if he were the highest authority on the scene. The sealing team rushed to perform the sealing jutsu. This scene, along with the stunned expressions of countless Konoha shinobi, filled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with deep concern. The gunbai. Controlling a tailed beast. This stirred old, buried fears within him, memories of the men who had once brought disaster to Konoha. It was all too similar. It was far too similar to the men who had once plunged Konoha into chaos. If Konoha were to fall into the hands of such a dangerous Uchiha, it wouldn't just be a disaster for the village, it would wreak havoc across the entire shinobi world. Everyone, stay on guard. As the sealing jutsu took effect, the enormous form of the Three Tails visibly shrank, allowing many Konoha shinobi to breathe a sigh of relief. Third Hokage. When Shirou turned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression was indifferent, and there was no hint of respect in his tone. Captain Shirou, it's fortunate you arrived in time. Without your Mangekyo Sharingan to suppress the tailed beast, I can't imagine how much chaos this would have caused in the village. But weren't you stationed on the Mist Village front lines? Why did you suddenly return? Clad in armor, Hiruzen Sarutobi first expressed his gratitude, showcasing his skillful ability to pacify others. But his final question sowed seeds of doubt. You were guarding the Mist Village front lines, yet you came back. And now the Three Tails is here in Konoha. Hiruzen's words effectively undermined Shirou's great achievement of saving the village, planting suspicion in everyone's hearts. If this had been 5 years ago, Shirou would have been forced to compete with the third Hokage within the confines of the rules. But this was 5 years later. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's seemingly grateful expression, Shirou smirked and shook his head without hesitation. The Mist launched a surprise attack with a mysterious ninja unit to ambush me and Mikoto. We defeated them and learned of the Mist's plan, so we immediately rushed to the village for reinforcements. The Mist infiltrated this far into the land of fire through this area of the front lines. This was originally Minato and your son's defensive line. But Jonin Minato Namikaze was lured away. When I arrived to assist, I found your son in dire straits and swiftly rescued him before rushing back to the village. At this point, Shirou glanced back at the village, where only the gates and surrounding areas had been damaged. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I wasn't too late. The last words were spoken as Shirou stared directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression laced with mockery. I've made it clear, this defensive line belonged to Minato Namikaze and your son. But your trusted Minato Namikaze abandoned his post for glory, creating a gap in the defense. And your son is incapable, he was almost beaten to death. If it weren't for me cleaning up the mess in time, the Three Tails would have already entered the village. Shirou's straightforwardness, along with his youthful arrogance and lack of awareness to mask his genuine emotions, instantly shocked countless Konoha shinobi. No one here is a fool. Third Hokage-sama. At this moment, Namikaze Minato arrived just in time. Seeing the devastated state of the village, a look of guilt appeared on his face, and he immediately admitted his fault. I acted recklessly and fell for the Mist Village's trap. This led to the ambush of Jonin Shinonasuke by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, and even allowed the Three Tails to. Good heavens. Namikaze Minato arrived at just the right moment, so timely that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned completely ashen. And in front of so many people, no less. P.S. I added the harem list in the auxiliary chapter. Chapter 232, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 232. Konoha. How is this possible? Our Konoha is supposed to be the strongest ninja village. The villagers of Konoha, emerging from the shelters, stared blankly at the scene before them. The massive, grand gates that symbolized Konoha as the strongest ninja village were destroyed, leaving no trace of their original form. Even the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb's shockwave had stirred up an immense amount of dust, which settled over the village, making Konoha look as though it had just endured an unprecedented war. You must be joking. Our ninja, our Hokage, how could they let the enemy reach the village? Our home, will something like this happen again? From all corners of Konoha, villagers emerged from the shelters, their eyes dazed as they took in the scene before them. Under the bright sunlight, the entire village was eerily silent. Dust and debris scattered across rooftops, creating an apocalyptic scene under the morning light. The stark contrast was overwhelming. The sudden appearance of the tailed beast from the Mist Village outside Konoha's gates, followed by its rampage, had dealt a shocking blow to Konoha. For the first time, the high and mighty villagers of Konoha realized a harsh truth: their supposedly strongest ninja village might not be as invincible as they had believed. War and death had loomed so close that they had almost descended upon Konoha. What on earth is our Hokage doing? An elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, looked at her ruined village and couldn't help but cry out. My 2 sons died on the battlefield. Every time, they said it was for the village, that the war would soon be over, but year after year, the war has dragged on. Now the battle has reached our doorstep. Back when the first and second Hokage died on the front lines, they never let the flames of war reach the land of fire, let alone Konoha. But now, this has happened. One voice led to another. After years of war, the Third Shinobi World War had already inflicted tremendous damage on Konoha. More than half of its ninja had been killed or injured. This was not an exaggeration but a grim reality. This war had consumed Konoha's future potential. Countless young ninjas had died, depleting the foundation that made Konoha the strongest ninja village. Without this war, over time, Konoha would have seen the emergence of more and more chakra-wielding ninja, or even ordinary villagers who had never graduated from the ninja academy. 2 families of villagers with only faint traces of chakra could continue to produce children with chakra, 1, 2, or even 3. These children would eventually form new families, spreading and multiplying. But this war had directly consumed the foundation that the first and second Hokage had painstakingly built, leaving Konoha with only a fraction of its former strength. The Third Shinobi World War. It had drained Konoha's future potential. Hokage. Why hasn't the war ended yet? The tailed beast's sudden attack this time unleashed the pent-up resentment of countless villagers. While most of the protesters were elderly, it marked the beginning of something larger. In the history of the Naruto world, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, eventually resigned in disgrace after the Third Shinobi World War. Perhaps the seeds of that outcome were planted here. Never underestimate human nature. At the same time, never overestimate it. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the defenses of the village have been re-established. Several elite teams have been sent to investigate the outskirts of the village. Hokage-sama, the villagers are reacting strongly. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having just returned to his office, wore an expression of utter exhaustion. But as he listened to the reports from the ANBU, his face did not improve. Although the Three Tails did not cause significant casualties, the psychological impact was enormous. This incident had planted a sense of crisis in the hearts of all Konoha villagers. They realized that their third Hokage could no longer protect them. This was the selfishness of human nature. Mitokedo Hamura and Uchiha Koharu also looked extremely grim. Hiruzen, this incident has caused a massive impact, Koharu said solemnly. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone. Perhaps I've truly grown old. To think I allowed the Three Tails to appear outside Konoha's gates. After this battle, I will take responsibility and resign as the third Hokage. Konoha needs a new Hokage. Hiruzen. Sarutobi. The raspy voice of the third Hokage reverberated, causing both Mitokedo Hamura and Uchiha Koharu to pale. While the impact of this incident was indeed severe, neither of them had expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to consider stepping down. Hokage-sama. At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared with a flash, just in time to hear Hiruzen's words. His face immediately changed, though he seemed to realize something else, making his expression even darker. Seeing Minato's arrival, Hiruzen couldn't help but show a trace of relief as he said wistfully. Minato, you're finally here. But Minato Namikaze, filled with guilt, bowed his head and said hoarsely. I have failed you, Hokage-sama. I acted recklessly, and as a result, Jounin Shinosuke was gravely injured. His other arm has been amputated, and he can no longer serve as a ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank for a moment. Although he already knew that his son had been seriously injured, he had never imagined that Shinosuke would no longer be able to serve as a ninja. Losing a leg or an arm was one thing, prosthetic limbs could be installed. But to lose the ability to continue as a ninja was a devastating blow, both to Shinosuke himself and to his father. Third Hokage-sama. Minato Namikaze knelt on one knee, his blood-stained bandages still visible on his abdomen. Even Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked worriedly at their old friend, fearing the impact of the news. But no one could have expected that the 55-year-old third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would simply take a deep breath and bury his sorrow deep inside. Sarutobi Shinosuke acted recklessly, leading a small elite unit into a confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. During the skirmish, his impulsive decisions and repeated strategic errors resulted in significant casualties. Thankfully, Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shirou's teams arrived in time to prevent a catastrophe. Hiruzen's raspy voice echoed in the office, causing the other 3 to freeze in shock. Minato Namikaze looked up sharply, stunned by the words of the third Hokage. Hokage-sama. This matter is not. Minato began, but Mitokado Hamura raised a hand to stop him, sighing. Minato, don't you understand? Someone has to take responsibility for this incident. You are Hiruzen's most promising candidate to inherit the will of fire. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen must ensure the village's stability and protect its future. The one who suffers the most right now is Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his Hokage hat, his eyes filled with pain. All the blame had been placed on his son, Shinosuke. But there was no other choice. Given the current situation, someone had to bear the burden. And unfortunately, Sarutobi Shinosuke, now crippled, had the least value to the village. Minato, you don't need to feel guilty. This is Shinosuke's responsibility. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, composed his emotions, and said in a solemn tone. As the son of the Hokage, he must bear the responsibilities that come with the honor. This is what he should do. And Minato, you don't have the time to feel guilty. Your responsibilities will be even heavier. The appearance of the Three Tails in Konoha had significant consequences. Making Sarutobi Shinosuke take the blame would give Konoha a new impression. Their third Hokage was impartial and selfless. Even when it came to his son, he didn't cover anything up. More importantly, even the son of the third Hokage went to the front lines. And he ended up in such a tragic situation. This would make the villagers of Konoha feel ashamed but also foster a sense of unity. They would understand that everyone was fighting for the village. Perhaps their Hokage had made some poor decisions or wasn't as strong as others, but he still lived up to the title of Hokage. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already sent out the message that he would take full responsibility for the Third Shinobi War and promised to step down, resigning from his position as Hokage. This series of actions indeed helped calm the unrest in Konoha. One had to admit, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was a master of strategy. Hiruzen. Facing his old friends, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly waved his hand and said. Someone has to take responsibility for the war. As the third Hokage, I bear an unshirkable duty. So, there's no need to discuss this matter further. Issue the order to the Umbu immediately to make this public. We understand. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu sighed deeply and eventually nodded heavily. They understood Hiruzen's plan. After all, Hiruzen could no longer continue as Hokage, so it was better for him to take all the blame. Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi then turned his gaze to Minato Namikaze, showing a complex yet gratified expression, and sighed. It's not that I'm biased against the Uchiha clan, but the village simply cannot withstand further turmoil right now. The losses from the Shinobi World War have been too great, and the Uchiha clan as a whole is too extreme in personality and incredibly militant. Especially Uchiha Shirou. I'm sure you've read the books he's published over the past few years. They blatantly reveal his desire to instigate war. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't hold back at all, laying the facts bare with a heavy tone. If he were to take over, Konoha would be thrust into the flames of war. This would be a disaster not only for the village but for the entire Shinobi world. More importantly, the forces behind the Uchiha clan, they consist of an entire network of families. Hearing this, Uchiha Koharu nodded gravely and said in a heavy tone. Hiruzen is right. The village has just stabilized. If it were just about the Uchiha, that would be one thing. But behind them lies a network of families. For us old folks, this might not matter, but what about the other clans? This would inevitably lead to a conflict between the old and new powers. What Konoha needs now is not turmoil, but a peaceful and stable transition. That's also why Hiruzen chose you, Minato. In political struggles, there is no absolute right or wrong, only differing positions. After all, who in politics is truly clean? From their perspective, Konoha was already weakened to this extent. Another clash between new and old powers would undoubtedly cause further instability in the village. Minato Namikaze fell into silence after hearing this. He had witnessed the village's losses over the years. No one wanted to see another conflict arise. And Minato, I can gradually hand over everything to you without causing any conflict. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi brought up the matter again, essentially confirming that he had chosen Minato as the fourth Hokage. This left Minato Namikaze shocked, and he blurted out, Lord Third, what about Lady Tsunade? However, as soon as Tsunade was mentioned, all three of them looked grim, with Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turning especially dark. Minato. If it were the Tsunade of the past, I would have chosen her without hesitation. But now, look at this intel. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a grim expression, pulled out top-secret documents from the side of the desk. What greeted Minato's eyes were detailed reports indicating behavior that was too intimate between the two individuals. A man and a woman being that close. Seriously? Could that simply be a normal companionship? What was worse, Minato Namikaze's pupils shrank as he read further. The reports revealed that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had secretly started forming teams among their younger generations, even hinting at possible intermarriage. Seeing Minato's shocked expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi said gravely. Tsunade has already been influenced by the Uchiha. The biggest problem is that she has chosen the wrong men. This isn't about me looking down on women, but women are often deceived by sweet words. No matter how sharp or wise they may seem normally, they can still be misled by notions of love and romance. This is why, in major matters, men often hold power. This isn't prejudice but a fact. And besides. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew even more solemn. He slowly raised his head and stared directly at Minato Namikaze. You've seen the classified information about the Uchiha clan, Minato. You must have noticed the 6 paths ninja tools in Uchiha Shirou's possession. While these tools have been passed down through the Uchiha clan, they were lost during the founding of Konoha. The last documented owner of these tools was Uchiha Madara. According to the second Hokage's records, the tools were last seen at the Valley of the End, the battlefield where Madara fought the first Hokage. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's expression grew increasingly serious as he finally understood the gravity of the situation. How were these tools obtained? Did Uchiha Shirou inherit Madara's dangerous will? Or is the Uchiha clan hiding some grand conspiracy? Hiruzen Sarutobi's raspy voice carried a deep distrust and fear of the Uchiha clan. Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu also nodded gravely. The Uchiha are too dangerous. Especially now, with their secret intermarriages with the Senju clan. Could this also be part of a conspiracy? With the current state of the Senju clan, is the Uchiha trying to absorb the Senju? If that happens, Tsunade and the entire Senju clan might all adopt the Uchiha name. The growing threat of the Uchiha, as laid out, was terrifying. Minato Namikaze grew more serious than ever. If Konoha truly faced such a powerful Uchiha clan, what kind of impact would that have on the village? Lord Hokage, I understand. At that moment, Minato Namikaze finally grasped the weight of the burden on his shoulders, so heavy it almost suffocated him. Minato, others may see being Hokage as an honor, but only after becoming Hokage will you understand, it's a responsibility. I believe you've already felt this pressure. Your challenges will be immense. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned resolute. He would not allow Konoha to fall into disorder. He could step down, but Konoha must remain stable. A peaceful transition was the only option. Minato Namikaze could gradually take over all of Hiruzen's power. Unlike the Uchiha and Senju clans, which were tightly knit factions, Minato could take over without sparking conflict. Chapter 233, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 233. Police Force Department. Lord Shirou. Lord Shirou. Almost all of the elite Uchiha of Konoha had gathered. For the Uchiha clan, titles and positions meant little. Therefore, when facing Uchiha Shirou, not a single person is referred to him by his title of department head or captain. Instead, they called him Lord, a term of respect that etched the Uchiha clan's belief in revering the strong deep into their very bones. This is the sage's ninja tool that was lost by our Uchiha clan. Even the elderly patriarch of the Uchiha clan had arrived this time. However, his frail and jaundiced appearance made it clear that he had overdrawn his vitality in his youth, and now he was nearing the end of his life. Indeed, this is the gunbai, passed down through the generations of our Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Shirou, his expression calm and composed, placed the gunbai to the side, the Uchiha clansmen below were all visibly excited and fervent. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The Gunbai. Now, the Uchiha had everything they needed. Could this be proof that their Uchiha clan was destined for greatness? Lord Shirou, all members of the reserve unit have returned. During this operation, aside from Biwa Juzo, the 7 swordsmen of the mist have all been eliminated. The 7 swords of the hidden mist village have been entirely confiscated by us. Uchiha Shirou spoke with fervent excitement in his eyes, and the other members of the police force showed similarly exhilarated expressions upon hearing the news. The 7 swordsmen of the mist was one of the signature forces of the hidden mist village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. To almost annihilate them in one battle was akin to taking down the Mizukage of the mist village. This achievement was nothing short of monumental. This time, upon returning, nearly all members of the 2 reserve battalions, including Shirou and Minato Namikaze, had returned as well. Konoha had just endured the Three Tails incident. The return of 2 elite reserve battalions also stabilized public morale. Lord Shirou. News has just come from the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage is taking responsibility for his major strategic mistakes in the war and has decided to step down after the war to allow the selection of a new Hokage. The recent appearance of the Three Tails in Konoha was entirely caused by Sarutobi Shinosuke. Now. Upon hearing this news, Shirou couldn't help but reveal an amused smile. The old man truly wasn't to be underestimated. Even at this point, his methods were still impressive. At this moment, sacrificing his arm to save the body was indeed an effective way to stabilize the unsettled hearts of the people. After all, this was also a way of indirectly telling everyone, even the Hokage's son had gone to the battlefield, and now he was left with a fate worse than death. Everyone else who had lost family members in the war could relate. After the war, preparations will be made to select a new Hokage. However, at this moment, the Uchiha clan was not thinking about Sarutobi Shinosuke taking the blame. They were all focused on one word, Hokage. Countless elite Uchiha shinobi, as if by unspoken agreement, turned their gazes toward Uchiha Shirou, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and held the gunbai in his hands. One pair of crimson eyes after another burned with passion. Never before had the Uchiha clan been this close to the position of Hokage. Seeing the thoughts of the crowd, how could Shirou not understand? He let out a cold snort and said indifferently. Yashiro, the other members of the police force and the reserve unit are also our comrades. I don't want police force meetings to exclude our comrades. Shirou's words sounded like a criticism but were a reminder. Although the Uchiha were combative and proud by nature, they weren't fools. They immediately understood the underlying meaning of his words. Uchiha Yashiro quickly stood up and said in a serious tone. Lord Shirou, all the jonin from the reserve unit are outside. I'll gather them immediately. With Shirou's tacit approval, the police headquarters, essentially a private building of the Uchiha clan, saw an unprecedented number of other ninjas entering. Especially in the meeting room adorned with Uchiha clan emblems, the arrival of one jonin after another left these non-Uchiha feeling rather out of place. What the heck? There were way too many Uchiha jonin here. Even stranger, the typically cold and aloof Uchiha were behaving oddly today. Many of them wore stiff, awkward smiles on their faces. Alright, since everyone is here, there are some matters that need to be arranged. The village was attacked by the Three Tails. Although it didn't cause significant damage, we cannot afford to let our guard down. In the meeting room, Uchiha Shirou, with a solemn expression, began assigning tasks for the police force's operations within the village. Among the jonin present, some were previously recruited by the police force from within the village, while others were members of the reserve unit. Although Shirou didn't say much, his actions were enough to send a signal to the Uchiha clan. They were preparing to vie for the position of Hokage. And the Uchiha clan was not foolish. While they were strong, becoming Hokage wasn't something they could achieve solely on their own. As a result, the usually arrogant Uchiha was smiling at the other jonin today. If the Uchiha clan produced a Hokage, what was the police force compared to that? Of course, everyone would participate. They might even let others take over. Power? What power? Konoha belonged to everyone. From now on, increase the patrol range and frequency of police force members on the outskirts. Within the village, remain vigilant. The police force should also publicize the situation on the front lines more often. In the coming days, the village will be unstable. Jonin should appear more frequently in public areas to provide the villagers with a sense of security. Especially Kakashi Hatake, make sure to visit the Ninja Academy more often over the next few days. Shirou calmly issued instructions, clearly understanding that what the villagers needed most during wartime wasn't improved living conditions but a sense of safety. Among those attending the meeting, some were astonished, some were delighted, and others were utterly stunned. No one here was a fool. Their presence at this meeting marked them as part of Shirou's inner circle. If it were just the Uchiha clan, many of them might have shown resistance. But over the years, the Senju and Uchiha clans had grown close, even pulling in other families. Privately exchanging glances, many could only sigh. At this point, they had effectively been labeled. Unless they immediately ran to the third Hokage to act as spies, there was no turning back. But spies were never trusted anywhere, and the third Hokage's influence was waning. Many didn't want to get involved in such matters, but they had no choice. They could only console themselves, at least they had the Senju and Uchiha clans standing on the front lines for them. The Uchiha police force's bold actions, combined with Shirou's lack of concealment, made it clear, the Uchiha clan no longer hid their ambition for the Hokage position. Regarding the police force's arrangements, Patriarch, do you have any thoughts? When Shirou finished speaking, he still gave the aging Patriarch some respect. However, the old man's eyes had been fixed on the gunbai the entire time, filled with excitement and complex emotions. Now you're asking me for my opinion. The Uchiha now had the strength to compete for the position of Hokage. How could he possibly have objections? My health is failing. From now on, decisions regarding the police force and clan affairs will be entrusted entirely to Uchiha Shirou. When it came to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan had no hesitation from top to bottom. Becoming Hokage had already become an obsession for the Uchiha. Seeing the Patriarch so decisively relinquish power, many non-Uchiha Jonin were stunned. What? A family's vast authority, handed over with just a single sentence. Looking at the Patriarch's flushed face, it wasn't from anger. Instead, his eyes burned with passion. The Uchiha mindset was truly unique. This was the only thought in the minds of the other ninja present. In any other clan, there would have been power struggles. But in the Uchiha clan, a Mangekyo Sharingan, the gunbai, and the goal to become Hokage were all it took. The buff is maxed out. Shirou also had a broad smile on his face. When it came to this matter, the Uchiha clan was the most trustworthy and easy to handle. Just show your strength and add the title of Hokage to it. The entire clan would cheer wildly. Next, regarding some meritorious ninjas, I propose Might Dway, who has shown exceptional strength. The rank of Chunin is no longer sufficient for him, as well as these ninjas. The 6 individuals listed above already possessed Jonin-level capabilities. I agree. Agreed. During wartime, Shirou, as a commander, was qualified to nominate Jonin candidates. Once proposed, if 2 other Jonin agreed and signed off, it would be handed over to the Hokage for final approval. At the same time, regarding Kakashi Hatake, who risked his life to acquire critical intelligence that allowed us to respond in time, I'd like to bring up the issue of his Sharingan, which has been mentioned several times before. The matter of Kakashi Hatake's Sharingan hadn't been addressed during the war, but everyone knew it was a Kekkei Genkai ability of the Uchiha clan. Now, bringing it up in this meeting, Shirou was using this opportunity to demonstrate the Uchiha clan's magnanimity to everyone. Kakashi saved my life, and this Sharingan was a gift from Uchiha Obito, not something he stole. When the Sharingan issue was raised, the other ninjas turned their gazes toward the Uchiha clan members. One of the Uchiha Jonin shook his head and immediately raised his hand in agreement. I also recognize Kakashi Hatake. As long as he doesn't tarnish the name of the Uchiha Sharingan, it's fine. Once the Uchiha clan gives something away, we don't take it back. The idea of Kekkei Genkai leakage is ridiculous. Do you think Kakashi Hatake is going to have a child with a Sharingan with some random woman? This was wartime camaraderie, and with Shirou stepping forward, the Uchiha clan almost unanimously dropped the idea of reclaiming the Sharingan. After all, a 3-tomo Sharingan wasn't a big deal. What mattered more to the Uchiha clan at this moment was nothing compared to the Hokage nomination. Using a single Sharingan to show the world the Uchiha clan's generosity. Worth it. When Kakashi Hatake walked out of the police department, his eyes were filled with a dazed look. Obito and Rin had been his classmates. Although they had graduated years ago, their deaths were related to him, which was a heavy blow to him. Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Shirou, who had been waiting outside, stepped forward to comfort him. However, Kakashi's hoarse voice, full of self-reproach, said, Shirou, everyone calls me a genius, but I can't even protect my comrades. What kind of genius am I? I'm just a failure. Looking at the despondent Kakashi, Uchiha Shirou opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he simply sighed and said, Kakashi-senpai, it's not just you. Who among us can truly protect all of our comrades? That's why we continue to train hard, so tragedies don't repeat themselves. Because Kakashi, Rin, and Obito hadn't formed a regular team in this timeline, it was only a temporary mission, he hadn't fallen into darkness. Of course, another major reason was that White Fang's death this time was framed as a hero's sacrifice. Oh, by the way, Kakashi-senpai, this is something Shiro-sensei asked me to deliver to you. Uchiha Shirou, his face full of envy, took out a sharp, needle-shaped weapon. The long sword, Nuabari. When Kakashi saw this rare weapon, a flicker of light appeared in his dim eyes, and he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this one of the Mist Village's 7 swords? Shiro-sensei. Uchiha Shirou shook his head, cutting off Kakashi's concerns. Kakashi, Shiro-sensei said that during wartime, relations between the Mist Village and the Konoha have already deteriorated to this extent. With so many enemies facing the Konoha, we naturally need to strengthen ourselves. Moreover, with the merits you've earned this time, no one will oppose this. Not only are you receiving this sword, but the other 6 blades have also been distributed. Although Kakashi already had a family heirloom short sword, a rare weapon like this was undoubtedly a life-saving tool for any ninja. Especially with Kakashi's current combat style. His specialty was the Chidori thrust, and this needle-shaped weapon was also piercing-oriented, making it a perfect fit. Meanwhile, inside the police department, Shiro smiled as he distributed the 7 swords. Shiro, you're generous, giving away such valuable weapons to your subordinates all at once, Mikoto couldn't help but sigh. After all, the 7 swords of the Mist Village were incredibly rare, renowned throughout the ninja world as unique treasures. Hearing Mikoto's comment, Shiro merely chuckled lightly. Mikoto, you're mistaken. Using these weapons to win people over is just a side benefit. The real target is our dear third Hokage. As he said this, Shiro's gaze drifted toward the Hokage building in the night sky outside the window, his eyes glinting with a meaningful expression. The third Hokage. Under Mikoto's puzzled gaze, she found herself unable to fully grasp Shiro's intentions this time. However, Shiro simply smiled and shook his head. Mikoto, just make sure the news about the 7 mist swords being granted as rewards spread. Otherwise, the effect won't be as significant. Shiro's sly smile, he was confident that the third Hokage was too desperate to end the war and would resort to various means. After all, in the original story, the once-renowned ninja hero had changed in his later years. He prioritized ending the war, even at the expense of the village's interests. Or rather, the interests of the major clans within the village. He even used outsiders to pressure the Hyuga clan. But in any case, these were internal matters. Using outsiders to deal with your people was despicable. Lord Shiro, the Umbu has sent a message asking you to come to the Hokage office. At that moment, a Uchiha police respectfully entered to report. In the Konoha, the Umbu might be able to appear anywhere at will, but not in the Uchiha clan's territory. At least, the Uchiha clan would never allow the Umbu to roam freely in their police department or clan grounds. The Hokage is summoning Shiro. Hearing this, Mikoto frowned slightly. She was worried that the Hokage might assign another dangerous mission, especially since their team had just returned from an exhausting long-distance raid. Mikoto, as I said, you'll soon understand. At this moment, Shiro's calm confidence suggested that he had already anticipated the Hokage's next move. Chapter 234, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 234. Konoha. Under the nighttime curtain, the Hokage's office building remained brightly lit. Inside the meeting room, the clan leaders of all major families were gathered. Along with over a dozen key jonin from the village. During times of war, this meeting alone revealed just how diminished even the mighty Konoha's internal forces had become. Everyone, the war has been raging for over 5 years, and soon we will enter the 6th year. Both Konoha and the entire Shinobi world have suffered greatly because of this. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, surveyed the room with authority as he spoke about the current dire situation. Especially after he publicly declared that he would take full responsibility for the Third Shinobi War, his reputation recovered significantly. After all, a village leader didn't necessarily need to be the strongest, but they absolutely could not be seen as irresponsible. What's more, the third Hokage's son had gone to the battlefield and met a tragic end. While there was still resentment among the villagers, much of it had dissipated. After all, everyone had lost family members. Even the Hokage had sent his son into the dangers of war. With these actions, coupled with the introduction of a young and powerful potential future Hokage, Konoha was given a new sense of direction. It had to be said, the third Hokage and his advisors had survived through the first Shinobi War up until this point with skillful maneuvering. Everyone, things have been tough for Konoha, but the same can be said for the other 4 major villages. Especially Kirigakuru's schemes, though exceedingly sinister, they have also been successfully thwarted by our shinobi. In the meeting room, the third Hokage first expressed his anger over Kirigakuru's conspiracies, only to turn around and praise the shinobi who had perfectly disrupted their plans. Many eyes turned toward Uchiha Shirou. However, in the meeting, under the gaze of the crowd, especially with the third Hokage and the 2 elder advisors preparing to speak, Shirou sneered internally. Did they think they could silence him in front of so many people and then take the credit for themselves? Dream on. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a trace of hesitation and Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu were about to speak, Shirou interrupted. Third Hokage. Everyone. As Shirou's voice echoed, all eyes turned toward him. Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu, who had just been about to speak, were visibly irritated at being cut off. But Shirou's current status was anything but ordinary. A mere pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to command respect, let alone his roles as head of the police force, representative of the Uchiha clan, and leader of the reserve forces. Standing slowly, Shirou's expression was solemn as he addressed the crowd in a deep, steady voice. Everyone, I won't waste time discussing the village's current state, no one understands it better than we do. Kirigakuru's plot nearly caused an irreparable disaster, but it has also allowed us to end this war. As his resolute voice reverberated through the room, the clan leaders and the dozen or so key jonin showed expressions of both confusion and seriousness. An opportunity to end the war. Had anyone else said this, it would have been dismissed. The flames of war engulfing the shinobi world could hardly be extinguished by one person's words. But coming from Shirou, it carried weight. With his current status and strength, he wouldn't speak lightly, this must be a genuine opportunity. Yet, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Shirou glanced at the three elders seated above him, smirking inwardly before slamming the table and continuing in a firm voice. During this operation, Kirigakure lost their most elite force on the front lines, the 7 ninja swordsmen. 6 of their bodies are now in the custody of the police force for intelligence gathering. As for the one who escaped, Biwa Juzu, our reliable intel suggests that he has defected, either out of fear of punishment or for other reasons. Shirou scanned the room, calmly delivering this crucial information, further proving his capabilities. However, this revelation left Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu furious. Their eyes burned with displeasure and anger as they glared at Shirou. Defeating and killing the 7 ninja swordsmen was the duty of a shinobi. But leaving their corpses in the hands of the police force for investigation. That was practically creating a miniature Hokage-level institution. Uchiha Shirou. This is critical information, why are we only hearing about it now? Uchiha Koharu couldn't contain her anger, slamming the table as she loudly questioned him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately darkened. He knew this was bad. Sure enough. Tell you. Why? Shirou sneered openly, showing no mercy as he retorted sharply. Since when does the police force report to a Hokage advisor? His words landed like a thunderclap, shocking everyone in the room. Shirou's gaze swept across the 2 advisors, who were now pale with anger, and then shifted indifferently to the 3rd Hokage. 3rd Hokage, the police force was established during the 2nd Hokage's era, tasked with maintaining law and order, patrolling, gathering intelligence, interrogating, and overseeing security. Now, during wartime, I serve as the reserve force's captain, deputy head of the police force, and head of the medical unit. And you, a mere Hokage advisor, what exactly should I report to you? His cold and cutting words left no room for doubt as he completely disregarded the elder advisor's authority. Outrageous. Both Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu were livid. Shirou was far too brazen. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen barked sharply, clearly addressing his 2 old friends. Shirou, however, merely smirked disdainfully. When the 3rd Hokage took office, it was during a time of war and turmoil within the village. That's why the position of Hokage advisor was created in the first place. His voice dripped with mockery as he continued. I recall that the purpose of the Hokage advisor was to assist the Hokage in managing the village's affairs, to make the Hokage's job easier. When did it become a position above the jonin? With that, Shirou tore away the facade that had protected the Hokage advisors. The Hokage advisor role was purely symbolic, holding no real power. Over time, however, their elevated status had led some to believe they were second only to the Hokage. That illusion had persisted for years, until today when Shirou shattered it in front of everyone. The 2 advisors, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, were livid with shame and anger. It had been years since anyone had dared challenge them so openly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, clearly understood this. That was why he had stopped his old friends from speaking. The authority of the Hokage advisors came entirely from the Hokage. The stronger the Hokage, the more influence the advisors wielded. But the 3rd Hokage's reputation was no longer what it once was. If this were Danzo, as the head of Root, he would at least have the qualifications to speak. But you 2 Hokage advisors. If you're feeling old, the front lines are always in need of manpower. At this rate, we're even sending children to the battlefield. Shirou's merciless words echoed through the room, leaving the clan leaders in awe. His message was clear, the Hokage advisors were nothing but dead weight. Sure, the Hokage bore responsibility for the war. But what, then, was the purpose of the Hokage advisors? You. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked utterly humiliated. Their title of Hokage advisor now seemed laughable to everyone in the room. Indeed, they were all jonin. The only difference was that these 2 carried the empty title of Hokage advisor. During wartime, it's normal for both Hamura and Koharu to feel a bit emotional. Facing the aggressive Shirou, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealed a trace of apprehension in his eyes. Deep in his heart, he became even more resolute that under no circumstances could the Uchiha or the Senju clans become Hokage. Otherwise, with such strong assertiveness today, future conflicts between new and old forces might even trigger a civil war. Seeing that the third Hokage had stepped forward, Shirou nodded indifferently. These two old bastards were usually the most disgusting. Although Danzo never did anything decent, at least his actions were out in the open. Based on the intelligence extracted from the minds of 7 Miss Swordsmen, there are currently significant internal divisions within Kirigakure. Especially with the losses they've suffered over the past few years. Kirigakure has not found an external breakthrough yet, so the internal dissent is bound to escalate. As I mentioned before, the best opportunity to end this war lies with Kirigakure. At this moment, with no sign of Minato Namikaze in the conference room, Shirou confirmed the schemes of these old folks. You could look down on them, but you must never underestimate their methods. Now is the best opportunity to negotiate peace with Kirigakure, and to deal with the Three Tails. As Shirou spoke, he turned to look at everyone in the room, his expression growing more animated as he waved his arms. Kirigakure can't hold on any longer. The Three Tails is like a hot potato. If it falls into Konoha's hands, it will only escalate the Third Shinobi War further. Not only will it fail to strengthen us, but it will also draw more suspicion from the other villages. However, if we negotiate with Kirigakure now and use the Three Tails as leverage, expressing willingness to return it, will Kirigakure still fight? Shirou's voice echoed through the conference room, making the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, look at him with a grim expression. He had guessed Hiruzen's strategy. Lord Shirou, it's not that we're unwilling, but should we just return the Three Tails to Kirigakure so easily? What if Kirigakure turns against us and attacks again? One of the Konoha jonins expressed obvious reluctance. The Three Tails had been captured with great difficulty, and now they were just supposed to give it back in the name of peace. What had all their sacrifices been for? Shirou had naturally prepared for this. He responded with a mocking smile. I never said we should simply return the Three Tails. At this point, Shirou turned his head to look directly at the third Hokage. Calmly, he outlined his proposal, showing the Konoha shinobi a glimmer of hope for ending the war. Negotiating peace with Kirigakure is up to the Hokage's advisors. As for returning the Three Tails, such a powerful weapon must be handled with the utmost caution when choosing the time and place. But if, by some chance, this intelligence were to accidentally leak to Kimogakure or Sunagakure, would that have anything to do with us? With a meaningful look in his eyes, Shirou revealed his true intentions. Use the tailed beast to stir up internal conflicts among other villages. Kimogakure and Sunagakure. Behind him, Mikoto's face lit up with realization upon hearing this. Then, with a slight frown, her gentle voice echoed in everyone's ears. The alliance among the 4 great shinobi villages is driven purely by mutual interests. Without any greater benefits, this alliance is fragile. But with the temptation of the Three Tails, Kimogakure, having suffered heavy losses in recent years and already possessing 2-tailed beasts, might not take the bait. Sunagakure, however, is different. They suffered the greatest losses during the war and only have the weakest tailed beast, the One Tail. If they were offered the chance to claim the Three Tails, who could refuse? It must be said, that if even Mikoto could see through this situation, then the other shinobi couldn't possibly miss it. Many of them frowned and began contemplating this proposal. The temptation of a tailed beast was enormous. If the Three Tails were seized by Sunagakure, would Kirigakure let it slide? At that point, it wouldn't be Konoha negotiating peace with Kirigakure, it would be Kirigakure negotiating peace with them. If Kirigakure and Sunagakure came into conflict, how could they continue the war? The 4 great shinobi villages uniting against Konoha would turn into 2 of them fighting among themselves, leaving Konoha with only 2 enemies. And if Kimogakure got involved as well, the course of the war. At this thought, many in the conference room began to waver. No one wanted to keep fighting this war any longer. This proposal is excellent. I agree. Lord Third Hokage, it's true that keeping the Three Tails in Konoha would only escalate the war. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted, and the momentum turned in favor of Shirou's plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hearing this proposal, felt a mix of excitement and unease. He was excited because this plan could indeed break Konoha out of its predicament and could serve as a genuine opportunity to end the war. But he was uneasy because Shirou's mind was so devious. All they had considered previously was using the Three Tails and the 7 ninja swordsmen to negotiate peace with Kirigakure. They hadn't thought this far ahead. Hiruzen. Mitokato Hamura and Udatane Koharu both looked alarmed, lowering their voices as they glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with apprehension in their eyes. Shirou's mind was too sinister. Someone like him would only bring disaster to Konoha. However, many of the other jonins in the room secretly marveled at Uchiha Shirou. The Hyuga, Nara, and Akimichi clans all breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Shirou's ability to see this far ahead at least proved one thing: he wasn't the arrogant and reckless Uchiha they had feared after he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This level-headed and strategic Uchiha would not act recklessly, even if he rose to power. For them, this was a relief. Meanwhile, the Jonin who came from an ordinary backgrounds looked at Uchiha Shirou with all sorts of complicated emotions. If Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan had previously been a symbol of raw power, today he has shown the qualities of a leader. A strong, far-sighted individual who sought to end the war was someone truly worthy of respect. Seeing the subtle yet apprehensive glances from Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two elders, Uchiha Shirou began to reflect. Perhaps he had overestimated them. In this world of extraordinary power, such schemes fell far short. While this world was rife with underhanded schemes, sometimes the simplest ideas were overlooked. Before breaking through this thin layer of illusion, no one had thought to exploit the situation to this extent. This was the wisdom of those who came before. What truly alarmed the third Hokage and his advisors was that their initial plan had been to have Minato Namikaze release the Three Tails into Kirigakuru's battlefield. What Three Tails are being captured by Konoha? They would deny it. If the Three Tails rampaged into Kirigakuru's territory, would Kirigakuru let it go? The sheer power of a tailed beast's rampage would be impossible to conceal, forcing Kirigakuru to deal with the crisis. They planned to retaliate and then propose peace negotiations. But while they had only focused on Kirigakuru and a counterattack, Shirou had looked at the entire Shinobi world, offering a comprehensive plan to end the war entirely. Chapter 235, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 235. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage office meeting room, after Uchiha Shirou proposed the opportunity to end the war, the clan leaders and head Jonin present all displayed solemn expressions. Even the hawkish faction, who were typically aggressive, recognized the scars left by war. It was time for the village to recover and rebuild. If we can draw the Sand and Cloud villages into this, it would indeed be a rare opportunity to end the war. In the end, countless Konoha ninjas silently nodded their heads. Even those aligned with the third Hokage showed expressions of longing. Negotiating peace with the Mist Village cannot be delayed. However, in this negotiation, the Mist Village's 7 ninja swords can be a bargaining chip. They might even ignite hatred among the Cloud, Sand, and Mist Villages if we use the swords and the tailed beast strategically. As the discussion about ending the war began, a civilian Jonin from Konoha furrowed his brow and voiced this opinion. Seeing this, Shirou sneered inwardly. As expected, this old group's schemes were just as he had anticipated. However, he had already seized the upper hand. It was clear this Jonin aligned with the third Hokage's faction. At this moment, Uchiha Shirou frowned slightly, then spoke in a deep voice. All the spoils of war obtained during the conflict have already been generously rewarded to our ninja. After all, this was the fastest way to increase combat strength. But for the sake of the village's peace. Third Hokage. As the deputy head of the police force and the head of the medical division, I, Uchiha Shirou, am willing to personally persuade this ninja. For the village, I believe no one would greedily cling to these ninja swords. What a move. Shirou's words directly caused the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to flush with embarrassment. Looking at Uchiha Shirou before him, Hiruzen could only laugh in anger. Well done. Well done indeed. Having lived most of his life, he had never been cornered like this before. After Shirou's statement, the Konoha ninja who had received the Mist Village's ninja swords were initially delighted. But now they realized they were going to lose them. Although it was for the village's peace, the emotional gap was undeniable, and any dissatisfaction was bound to be directed at the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Shirou played the role of the good guy, repeatedly aligning himself with the Hokage's intentions. He even appeared apologetic, as though sacrificing for peace, which only enhanced his reputation. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly raised his head, his expression somber. He nodded before speaking in a deep voice. The Mist Village's ninja swords are indeed a great asset to our ninjas' combat strength. Even if the Mist and Sand villages withdraw from the conflict, we still face the Stone and Cloud villages as enemies. Negotiations with the Mist Village cannot be delayed. The ninja swords can serve as a bargaining chip, but the timing of their return will be decided by us in Konoha. When the war is truly over, we can discuss it then. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced deeply at Uchiha Shirou before continuing in a calm tone. When that time comes, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble Captain Uchiha Shirou to handle the matter personally. The two of them had already begun a subtle confrontation. The third Hokage's stance was clear, the ninja swords could be kept for now, but what would happen after the war ended would depend on Uchiha Shirou. Naturally. For Konoha. Uchiha Shirou replied firmly without hesitation. Who could predict what would happen in the future? At the same time, the others in the meeting room weren't fools. They could sense the underlying tension. Shortly after the third Hokage announced the end of the war, rumors spread that he would retire and allow a new Hokage to take his place. Shirou's sharpness during this meeting was unmistakable, clearly signaling his ambition to everyone. The meeting eventually shifted to discussions about stabilizing the village and addressing issues related to the reserve forces. After all, among the 4 major reserve units, Sarutobi Shinosuke's unit had suffered over 50% losses, and even Shinosuke himself had been left disabled. The meeting finally adjourned. Hokage's office. Hiruzen, Uchiha's ambition is no longer hidden. In the Hokage's office, Konoha Yutane's face was pale with anger as she spoke about today's Jonin meeting. Since becoming an advisor to the Hokage, she had never been humiliated like this in decades. Today was nothing short of a public slap in the face. By her side, Hamura Mitokado was calmer. At this moment, he frowned as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and spoke in a deep voice. Hiruzen, setting aside the Uchiha name, if this man truly rises to power, the influence of the clans behind him will undoubtedly grow stronger. The village, which has been stable for decades, will see clans like the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka all face challenges. This will undoubtedly bring turmoil to the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a deep breath of smoke before replying hoarsely. I understand all this, the clash between the old and new powers. But that's not what worries me the most. What worries me is the gunbai. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head and looked at the two of them, his voice heavy. Summon Danzo back. The village cannot be without the root at this time. If Uchiha Shirou truly inherits the will of that man, then even if the war ends, the village will face a disaster. The gunbai, could it signify that Uchiha Shirou had inherited the will of that man? Was that why he had gained such momentum? Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain that cannot be moved, no matter how hard one tries. No matter how much effort the Uchiha clan made, what others first saw and thought of wasn't their efforts but the negative associations tied to them. Danzo. At the mention of Danzo, even Hamura Mitokado and Konoha Yutane nodded gravely. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself couldn't help but feel a pang of sentiment. Without Danzo by his side, without the omnipresent root, they truly felt powerless. After all, sometimes the knife needed to be wielded by the root. Hokage Monument. Under the night sky of Konoha, the eastern horizon was already tinged with a faint red glow. Standing atop the Hokage Monument, Shirou wore an expression of contentment, as though he already held Konoha in his grasp. I thought you'd already left. I didn't expect you to still be waiting for me here. Shirou spoke lightly. Beside him, a figure with blonde hair smiled. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, who had not attended the Jonin meeting. I had already left, but I couldn't help feeling uneasy. So, I left a shadow clone here through the Flying Thunder God technique to wait for you. Minato also smiled as he gazed at the sunrise over Konoha, his eyes filled with a sense of happiness. This was the home where he was born and raised. What do you feel now? The two stood side by side atop the Hokage Monument, looking down at the entire village of Konoha as if the village was already in their grasp. Shirou's expression was calm, as though he were discussing something trivial. Minato's smile gradually faded. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and spoke deeply. Heavy. Now, I can feel how heavy the responsibility for Konoha truly is. For the first time, Minato's expression revealed an unprecedented sense of gravity. He truly felt the weight of the Hokage's responsibility. What you consider heavy is probably more about guilt and not wanting to let certain people down. The two of them continued to overlook the whole of Konoha. Shirou spoke indifferently. The third Hokage taught you, and even in this incident, he was willing to sacrifice his son, who had already lost his qualification as a ninja, all for your sake. So, the burden you carry in your heart is the third Hokage's expectations. You can't face the sacrifices he made for you, which is why you feel so heavy. Facing Shirou's words, Minato Namikaze remained silent for a moment, nodding lightly before shaking his head and responding. You are correct, but only partially. I admit that the third Hokage's perspective had flaws and was unfair, but the idea of stability for Konoha is not wrong. At this moment, whether it's you, Shirou, or Lady Tsunade who becomes Hokage, what will happen to the many clans behind you? They will demand greater benefits. At this point, Minato turned his head, looking directly at Shirou with a serious expression, and said, have you considered the conflict between the old and the new forces? The current Shinobi world is in turmoil. If Konoha plunges into chaos immediately after the war ends, all the advantages we once held will vanish. Haven't you worried about this? In response to Minato's concerns for the future, Shirou shook his head resolutely. No. I do not carry the same weight for Konoha as you do. What I feel is only excitement because this is Konoha's blessing. They will no longer have to endure the cyclical peace of a mere dozen years, only to then plunge into war again. This repetitive cycle, where each generation relives the same fate, will end with me. I will be the one to lead them into a new era. At this moment, Shirou's eyes glimmered with confidence and pride, a sight that instilled unprecedented fear in Minato. The third Hokage wasn't wrong when he said you are terrifying. I admit your dream is grand. Not only do you want to bring change to Konoha, but you aim to transform the entire Shinobi world. But Konoha is no longer enough to satisfy your ambition and dreams. Ambition must match one's strength. Have you considered the possibility of failure? Minato, overwhelmed by the potential disaster of Shirou's ambition, spoke passionately. What if you fail? Failure. Hearing this, Shirou slowly turned his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan emerging, his gaze exuding unwavering confidence. I will not fail. And even if I do, could it possibly be worse than the current situation? As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared on Shirou's face, and he pointed toward the desolate Konoha Academy. Look at those children over there. If this war doesn't end, they will graduate only to be sent straight to the battlefield. This is Konoha now. The Konoha that Uchiha and Senju built together, with the other clans, was meant to prevent children from going to war. Regardless of how the first or second Hokage acted, they at least accomplished one thing. And that was standing at the forefront, protecting the children and the homeland behind them. This is what makes them worthy of the title of Hokage. This is the true meaning of the will of fire. At this point, Shirou's finger slowly shifted, pointing toward the Hokage's office building and the territories of the Senju and Uchiha clans. His tone was full of disdain as he continued. And what about our Hokage now? During the second and third Great Ninja Wars, he didn't even step onto the battlefield. The reason was supposedly valid, to oversee Konoha. While you may understand this, what was the original intention behind founding Konoha? If the Hokage's role from the beginning was like this, do you think the Uchiha and Senju would have ever joined forces? Shirou's tone grew firmer as if recounting an undeniable truth. What Konoha needs is not a Hokage who sits within the safety of the village but one who charges to the front lines. Perhaps such a Hokage would be less responsible or less composed. But the very foundation of Konoha was built on this principle. This is a world where the strong can change and suppress everything. That's why we need such a Hokage. If we are to claim the title of the strongest shinobi village, then we must be worthy of that honor. This was not a debate of right or wrong, but a clash of perspectives. Or rather, in politics, there is never a clear distinction between right and wrong, good and evil. Faced with Shirou's conviction, Minato took a deep breath, his gaze equally resolute. I agree with your perspective, but I align more with the third Hokage's view. What Konoha needs now is stability. If you can promise that there will be no turmoil in the village. Promise what? Shirou interrupted Minato with a mocking smile. How naive, how foolishly simple. Promise not to bring chaos to Konoha. After I become Hokage, everything will remain the same. That the Aburame or Hitaki clans who support me will remain as they are, unchanged. And I should continue to rely on the third Hokage's inner circle to give Konoha stability. Minato, you are ridiculously naive. Looking at Minato, Shirou shook his head and glanced toward the Senju and Uchiha territories, speaking calmly. The Senju have declined. Many in the village believe the Senju shouldn't monopolize so many resources for Konoha's sake, but no one asks why the Senju have declined. And those who follow me, while some may seek personal gain, can you deny that they also have dreams of their own? Based on your reasoning, does it mean that if the Sarutobi or Namikaze clans encounter misfortune in the future, your clansmen and descendants, who no longer hold as much value, should also be pushed to the village outskirts? The mocking tone was lost on Minato, who still didn't fully grasp Shirou's point. Meanwhile, Shirou sneered internally, knowing Minato's heart was blinded by the hollow will of fire of the current Konoha. Everything was done under the pretense of for Konoha, but in reality, it was merely a mask for selfishness. When you, Minato Namikaze, die, your son Naruto will have his surname changed to Uzumaki, and neither of your estates will be inherited. This is what it means to be for Konoha. In the end, Naruto will even be expected to be grateful. Only someone like the protagonist Naruto, who defies all logic, could accept this. A normal person would never understand how you could think this way. 30 years ago, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Yamanaka, Nara, all these clans were here. Standing on the Hokage rock, Shirou pointed toward Konoha's outskirts before turning his finger toward the center of the village. The heart of Konoha was the Senju and Uchiha clans, followed closely by the Hyuga. But when the third Hokage came to power, he expanded his influence under the guise of for Konoha. These clans have enjoyed preferential treatment for over 30 years. Now that it's time for a new Hokage, they suddenly wave the banner of righteousness and claim it's for Konoha. At this, Shirou found it laughable. He turned to Minato, his expression dripping with ridicule. If the third Hokage could do this when he rose to power, why can't a new Hokage do the same? Why can't they use the excuse of for Konoha to strengthen their faction? No. There's a better way. Minato's firm gaze met Shirou's. While he didn't deny the third Hokage's mistakes, he had his perspective. After becoming Hokage, you can proceed step by step. There's no need for such drastic measures. That will only bring chaos to the village. If Konoha falls into turmoil, stagnates in development, and falls behind other villages, what happens if war comes again? Minato left the rest unsaid, but his meaning was clear. However, upon seeing Minato's resolute expression, Shirou shook his head in disappointment. How utterly foolish and naive. He had lost all interest in continuing the conversation. Minato's ideology had proven to be the same as before. Minato planned to maintain Konoha's status quo, slowly and steadily inheriting the past Hokage's legacy to prevent any turmoil in the village. But this also meant no substantial changes for Konoha, reflecting the mindset of the conservative faction. From their perspective, whether for personal gain or otherwise, it was indeed the safest approach. After all, their vision was limited to what they knew. They had never experienced significant reform and failed to understand that only change could drive progress. Perhaps change would bring hardship, but stagnation meant standing still forever. Right now, it's not just us. Other villages in the Shinobi world are watching Konoha. Any signs of weakness could sow the seeds of chaos. Faced with Minato's naive beliefs, Shirou shook his head and waved his hand, losing all interest in the discussion. Our fundamental differences remain irreconcilable. I respect and understand your perspective, but please don't imitate Jiraiya by forcing your ideology onto others. Shirou's calm yet mocking remark left Minato speechless and filled with helplessness. Everything Minato had said was an attempt to unite their efforts to prevent turmoil in the village. Unfortunately, Minato's vision only allowed for Konoha's repetitive cycles of stagnation. Shirou sought to bring about a revolution for Konoha, and even for the entire ninja world. For years, his ideals had reached countless people, and now, those who followed him were individuals firmly committed to this belief. And now, you're telling them that all of this is for the sake of the village's stability, only for everything to remain the same. Why would they support you then? Just to continue standing idly on the outskirts of the village? The fundamental difference between us lies here, the position of Hokage. The third Hokage claimed it rightfully and directly. You, Namikaze Minato, were led to this position by the third Hokage, carrying the banner of, for Konoha. But me. Uchiha. I walked in step by step, covered in blood, carrying the ideals of change for everyone. His resolute voice echoed across the Hokage rock. At that moment, the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, illuminating Uchiha Shirou's figure, and making him shine brilliantly. Right now, it's not that I chose to become Hokage, it's that these ninjas of Konoha have chosen me. What you call failure and chaos, let me tell you this now. If I fall, I'll rise again. But I won't fall, because with these eyes and with Tsunade, we are destined to reach the peak. At this moment, Shirou's face was full of determination, his confident expression glowing under the sunlight. However, to Namikaze Minato, all this only served to show Uchiha Shirou's unshakable resolve. Minato nodded in equal determination. I understand. We are indeed fundamentally different. But we both strive for a better future for Konoha. I won't give up either. With that, Namikaze Minato's shadow clone disappeared with a soft poof. Shirou narrowed his eyes as he watched. Namikaze Minato's life had been like a script, born a commoner, only to finally be recognized through great effort. He became Jiraiya's student, though Jiraiya was often away. In truth, it was the third Hokage who had personally guided Minato's growth. Naturally, growing up under his influence, Minato had inherited the third Hokage's will. Come out. You've been watching for long enough. At this moment, Shirou glanced behind him, his gaze calm and indifferent as he spoke. P.S. Minato was like our politician today. No effort for changes, just following the same old rules. Chapter 236, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 236. The first rays of dawn illuminated the Hokage rock, casting a glowing light on Shirou's silhouette, making him seem almost godlike. Come out. A faint voice echoed as rustling sounds emerged from the forest behind him. Slowly, a figure with bandaged arms stepped forward. Lord Shirou. The figure emerging from the bushes was Sarutobi Asuma. At this moment, he stepped forward, gazing at the figure bathed in golden sunlight, as though witnessing a guiding beacon in his life. After stepping out, Sarutobi Asuma stood silently, staring at the desolate village of Konoha. The streets were lifeless as students trudged towards the ninja academy without a single laugh in the air. Recalling the joyous laughter during his academy days and the once vibrant Konoha, the stark contrast was starkly evident. I heard everything just now. Sarutobi Asuma hesitated to speak, but Shirou, seeing this, calmly glanced at the village before sighing. It's just a conflict between old and new powers, but our third Hokage seems to have forgotten something. Konoha became the strongest ninja village because the great clans fought for it. Civilian ninjas are the backbone, but clan ninjas are its roots. The Senju were already crippled by the first great ninja war. Thanks to our third Hokage, the great clans have been significantly weakened since then, leading to the struggles of the Third War. But for the sake of the village's stability, a laughable excuse. Shiro's mocking smile left Sarutobi Asuma wanting to retort, but he couldn't find the words. There are some realities we must accept. 80% of Konoha's Jonin strength comes from the great clans. After this war, if they continue to undermine the clans with such shallow vision, Konoha's military strength will be surpassed by other villages within a few years. Faced with Shiro's words, Sarutobi Asuma fell silent. After a long pause, he rasped. I've looked through all the records since Konoha's founding. During wars, the casualty rate for civilian ninjas is the highest. Clan ninjas fight just as valiantly on the battlefield, but with centuries of accumulated strength. As Sarutobi Asuma pointed out, centuries of accumulated strength aren't easily surpassed. Chunin from clan backgrounds possess richer experience, superior ninja tools, advanced jutsu, and long-term nutritional advantages. In terms of both immediate and long-term potential, they far surpass civilian ninjas. After surviving a year or two on the battlefield, clan ninjas grow significantly stronger. Civilians improve too, but the foundation and potential between the two are worlds apart. Only a handful of geniuses can keep up with clan ninjas. After becoming strong jonin, marrying, and having children, civilian ninjas will create new ninja families. At this point, Sarutobi Asuma's expression grew more complicated. White Fang gave up a mission to save his comrades, only to be scorned as a failure. Yet during the First Great Ninja War, a group of Hokage guardians forgot their duty. This so-called Will of Fire, what truly represents it? Is it the first and second Hokage charging into the front lines to protect the village? Or is it this cowardly version that sacrifices children under 10 for the village's so-called stability while its leaders hide safely in the village? Sarutobi Asuma vented his anger, his voice filled with fury. He had seen how the Ninja Academy no longer contained children over 10 years old. He had seen how his elder brother was blamed for something that wasn't his fault, carrying the burden of everything. He had seen how the Will of Fire embodied by the first and second Hokage was now a hollow shell. They betrayed the true Will of Fire. His resolute voice echoed as Shiro looked at him in surprise. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect you to already possess the mindset of a Hokage at your age. Your vision and ambition have surpassed the limits of the Sarutobi clan and extended to the entire Konoha. But Shiro's compliment caused Sarutobi Asuma's pupils to tremble. He felt a profound sense of transformation within his soul as if his entire being was undergoing a metamorphosis. Shiro's words of recognition were like a guiding light in the darkness of his life. However, these aren't matters you should be concerned with yet. What you should focus on now is growing stronger and surviving the war. His voice echoed over the Hokage rock as Shiro's figure turned and headed toward his clan. Sarutobi Asuma, left alone on the Hokage rock, stood frozen. He had expected Shiro to try to recruit him or something else, but not this. He hadn't anticipated Shiro's parting words would simply be to survive the war. In contrast, all Sarutobi Asuma had received from his family, especially his father, was harsh criticism, urging him to emulate his elder brother. For the first time, someone told him that at his current age, his priority should simply be survival. Father. You wanted me to be like my elder brother, but you abandoned him, pushing him into the abyss. Meanwhile, the Uchiha, whom you believe will bring disaster to Konoha, told your son to survive. This newfound recognition seemed to solidify something in Sarutobi Asuma's heart. Gazing at the distant shadow, he murmured. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternal. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. But the flames consuming the leaves now. Standing atop the Hokage rock, Sarutobi Asuma looked toward the Ninja Academy. He saw the silent, youthful faces heading to school. Then, shifting his gaze to the Hokage office building, he recalled his father's graying hair as he worked tirelessly. At this moment, a mocking smile emerged on Sarutobi Asuma's face. Father, so this is the burning firelight, illuminating nothing but your ugly, aging faces. The twisted will of fire must change. Children became ninjas to fight wars while aging rulers enjoyed power under the guise of doing it for the village's good. Recalling the exaggerated praise for the third Hokage during his academy days, Sarutobi Asuma now found it laughable and shameful. Having read the historical records of the ninja world, he clearly understood the achievements of the first and second Hokage. The only noteworthy thing about his father's leadership was likely its longevity. In contrast, most of his academy peers knew little of the first and second Hokage's accomplishments. Sarutobi Asuma felt as though an unseen hand was manipulating everything, filling him with a suffocating fear. For the village. For the true will of fire. He had to do something. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma's conviction became unshakable. The twisted will of fire, the decaying Konoha. A revolution is needed to make Konoha reborn from the ashes. Spring, year 50 of Konoha. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist infiltrated the land of fire to execute a terror plan but were discovered by Konoha ninjas. In the end, 6 of the famed swordsmen were killed, and 1 escaped, a survivor named Juzo Biwa, who ultimately defected. Meanwhile, the Three Tails appeared outside Konoha and was sealed. Konoha is now arranging for emissaries to negotiate a ceasefire with Kirigakure. The ninja world was in an uproar. Iwagakure frontlines. Third Tsuchikage, sir, this is the latest intel. Reading the report in his hands, the third Tsuchikage Inoki's eyes widened in anger. Slamming the table, he cursed. Incompetent fools. Kirigakure is full of useless idiots. The Three Tails made it to Konoha's gates and only managed to destroy a single gate. To make matters worse, Konoha has already moved the Three Tails to the front lines. Damn it. What could have been leverage was now neutralized by Konoha's swift actions. If Kirigakure truly ceases hostilities, the 4-against-1 advantage would instantly lose one ally. And that's not all, Tsuchikage-sama. According to our spies, it seems Konoha deliberately leaked the location of the Three Tails trading site to Suna and Kyumo. Damn it. Hearing this, Inoki's eyes widened as he slammed the table again. Damn Konoha. So cunning. Such a devious plan could only come from that sinister Danzo Shimura, hidden in the shadows of Root. Inoki isn't stupid, it was obvious he had realized the temptation of the Three Tails. If this had been at the start of the war, when everyone was united to fight Konoha, perhaps they wouldn't have fallen for this temptation. But now, no one wants to continue fighting. After fighting for so long, no one has gained anything. And now, the Three Tails is right in front of them, how could anyone not be tempted? Inoki huffed and puffed with rage, and finally slammed the table with a fierce shout. Find out. Find out where the Three Tails is located. If our Iwagakure gets the Three Tails, even if we can't keep it, we can still make a deal with Kirigakure. The Iwa Nin below him stared at their Tsuchikage in astonishment. What? Weren't you just furious a moment ago? But seeing the stunned looks on his subordinates, Inoki grew even more irritated, glaring at them impatiently. What are you standing around for? Get moving. Yes. As his subordinates left, Inoki frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the strategic map of the ninja world on the table. Watching as Konoha's encirclement was broken, he eventually slammed the map with frustration and unwillingness. Why do they have so many talented young ninjas? Iwagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages too. Inoki's eyes turned red as he reviewed the intelligence reports of Konoha's capable ninja, many of whom were already capable of standing alone and even had the potential to become Hokage. Suna, Land of Rain War Zone. Sister, the location of Konoha's deal with Kirigakure for the Three Tails has been confirmed. It's in the Land of Bears. Should we take action? In the dimly lit tent, the elder of Sunagakure, Ebizo, wore a grave expression. Meanwhile, Elder Chiyo sighed helplessly. This war has reached a point where victory is no longer possible. The only reason we're still holding on is to secure some resources. After all, Konoha doesn't want to keep fighting either. We know the Three Tails is a trap, but can we just turn a blind eye to it? At this point, Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a helpless look, their faces filled with resignation. Sunagakure was far too poor, with only one tailed beast. And now, the Three Tails was right there in front of them. If we manage to capture the Three Tails, why should we hand it over to Kirigakure? Elder Chiyo's expression turned ruthless as she said coldly. Even if our relationship with Kirigakure deteriorates, so what? If we gain another tailed beast, Sunagakure's prestige in the ninja world would skyrocket. Even if we can't keep it in the end, we can trade it with Kirigakure for a large amount of resources. Faced with the temptation of the Three Tails, Sunagakure didn't care about straining relations with Kirigakure. After all, the 2 villages were far apart, one in the desert, the other on the ocean. They knew this was Konoha's trap, but Konoha offered them no benefits, and the Three Tails was like a delicious treat just waiting to be taken. Send orders to Pakura and Raza, do whatever it takes to bring back the Three Tails. Elder Chiyo issued the command with a calm tone, and beside her, Ebizo solemnly nodded. Sister, if we're going to sour relations with Kirigakure, we need to prepare in advance. Even though they're far away, once things go south, Kirigakure might retaliate against us during missions. Start preparing. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Frowning, Elder Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but consider another possibility. What if this was intentional on Konoha's part? What if Konoha was deliberately allowing other villages to capture the Three Tails? By the time the weakened Kirigakure had to fight to reclaim it, they'd have no energy left to deal with Konoha. It was clear that the village that captured the Three Tails would also end up being tied down. This must be one of Shimura Danzo's schemes. A single Three Tails could reduce Konoha's enemies by 2, Chiyo muttered. Sharing a look, Chiyo and Ebizo both wore solemn expressions. They were almost certain this was Shimura Danzo's plot. Kumogakure War Zone. Father, this news about the Three Tails must have been deliberately leaked by Danzo. He wants us to fight over it. Otherwise, why would the location of the deal be in the Land of Bears? Inside the tent, the future 4th Raikage, angrily pointed at the Land of Bears on the map laid out before them. The distance from Kimogakure was simply too far. The third Raikage, A, with his rugged face and single arm, remained calm and said in a deep voice. That's indeed the best choice. If Konoha were to keep the Three Tails, it would only escalate the war. By letting us fight over it, they not only provoke internal conflict among us but also create opportunities for Konoha. So, father, should we take action? The temptation of the Three Tails was immense, but the third Raikage eventually sighed and waved his hand. Our internal forces just went through a purge, and our military strength is already at its lowest. We already have two-tailed beasts. If we try to capture another one, we'll only draw more unwanted attention. Besides, the land of bears is too far away. Konoha must have considered this when choosing the location, placing it squarely within Tsunagekire's sphere of influence. Hearing his father's decision, the future fourth Raikage looked visibly frustrated. If it were just a little closer, even if we didn't keep it, we could at least trade it with Kirigakure for resources. We won't go after the Three Tails, but the war isn't over yet. At this point, the third Raikage's face broke into a cold smile as he pointed at the map. When everyone thinks the war is about to end, that's when the best opportunity arises. If we seize it, we can demand even more concessions from Konoha during negotiations. Seeing where his father was pointing, the future fourth Raikage's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Chapter 237, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 237. Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Truly worthy of being the strongest clan leader in Uchiha history. These ninjutsu scrolls have all been improved. Not only do they save a significant amount of chakra, but their power has also increased substantially. Especially the modifications to the hand seals. And these few techniques are the clan's lost ninjutsu. Though they've been mostly abandoned due to their high chakra consumption, few within the clan have practiced them. Inside the room, Mikoto couldn't help but praise as she analyzed the information inscribed on the ninjutsu scrolls. These were treasures taken from the cave, essentially, the culmination of Uchiha Madara's lifetime of ninjutsu. Beside her, Shirou nodded in agreement, marveling, as expected of Uchiha Madara. The improvements to these fire-style ninjutsu are almost on par with the water-style improvements made by the second Hokage. And these ninja tools, each one is a legendary weapon of its time. While Mikoto held the scrolls, Shirou was carefully polishing the various ninja tools they had retrieved from the cave. Swords, scythes, giant shuriken, kunai, these weren't ordinary chakra weapons but exquisite, high-quality tools of legend. Naturally, anything collected by Uchiha Madara wouldn't be ordinary. For example, even the lesser-known great sword of the first Hokage was powerful enough to clash evenly with Madara's famed fan. This alone demonstrated the extraordinary quality of these tools. These scrolls don't just contain our Uchiha clan's fire-style techniques, they also include water-style, lightning-style, earth-style, and wind-style techniques. As she examined the scrolls more closely, Mikoto couldn't help but feel shocked. It wasn't the mere presence of five-element techniques that stunned her. What amazed her was that all the techniques recorded on the scrolls were high-level ninjutsu. Many of these are advanced techniques safeguarded by the five great nations, heavily protected by the major villages. After this discovery, Mikoto's initial shock turned into delight. With these ninjutsu scrolls, Shirou could nurture and recruit a considerable number of skilled ninjas in the future. While the sealing scrolls in the Hokage's office held significant value, they mostly contained forbidden techniques that were difficult for even elite jonin to master. However, the advanced ninjutsu scrolls in her hands were different, they held far greater value for chunin and jonin. The two of them poured themselves tirelessly into studying the ninjutsu scrolls, voraciously absorbing knowledge like sponges. Mikoto, secure these scrolls and distribute them within the clan and the police force as rewards according to merit. At the same time, there's no need to hide this from the outside world. Shirou's calm demeanor concealed the deliberate message he intended to send. This would showcase the profound strength and heritage of the Uchiha clan to the wider world. However, Uchiha's ninjutsu wasn't something that could be taken lightly. Once someone took it, they would essentially be branded with the Uchiha name. Especially now, as the third Hokage had announced his plans to step down and select a new Hokage after the war ended. Anyone with sharp eyes could see what was happening, and no one would be foolish enough to ignore it. Claiming Uchiha's ninjutsu meant choosing a side. Yet, refusing it would mean foregoing a high-level technique that could decide the outcome of a battle, and survival. This was a blatant strategy, much like the situation with Might Dewey, who was currently lying in the hospital. In the hospital room. Father, why didn't you take the Mist's ninja swords? Might Guy asked in confusion. The last time his father opened the seventh gate, it had shocked countless Konoha ninjas. Although the promotion to Jonin hadn't yet been finalized, everyone knew that Might Dewey, a powerful taijutsu user of Konoha, far surpassed the average Jonin in strength. Lying in the hospital bed, his muscles sore all over, Might Dewey shook his head and replied. Guy, it's because the ninja swords don't align with our path. We father and son are not geniuses like Kakashi. That's why we must focus solely on taijutsu. Though the twin swords, Hiramakari, were my spoils of war, I exchanged them with Lord Shirou for resources, for your sake. Father. Hearing this, Might Guy's eyes welled up with tears, a deep sense of pride gleaming in his gaze. His father was a hero. Looking at his innocent son, Might Dway shook his head slightly. Though he had been an ordinary chunin for years and lacked broader experience, there was one thing he understood clearly. Back when no one valued him, it was Uchiha Shirou who stood firm against opposition and brought him into the police force, giving him a stable income. At that time, Might Guy was at a crucial stage of growth, yet they couldn't find any teammates for missions, forcing him to take on exhausting and poorly paid C-rank missions. From the police force to the reserve unit, his entire journey had been under Uchiha Shirou's guidance. Although others mocked him for being foolish, he believed in one thing: Uchiha Shirou wanted to become Hokage. At this thought, Dewey's expression became resolute. Turning to his son, he said firmly, "Guy, Captain Shirou has been kind to us. Even setting that aside, I don't think anyone else is more deserving. When it comes to the next Hokage, I will steadfastly stand behind Captain Shirou. Repay kindness with loyalty, repay support with sacrifice." Might Dway didn't fully understand these words, but he did know one thing: never forget kindness. Might Guy nodded resolutely and replied, "Father, don't worry. Lord Shirou has always been my teacher." To outsiders, the Might father and son were already considered staunch supporters of Uchiha Shirou. Meanwhile, news of Might Dewey's ability to open the seventh gate had caused a stir in the Hokage's office. A chunin with the ability to open the seventh gate. On the battlefield, he nearly overwhelmed Jinin Akabino, the wielder of the mist swords. Reading through the report, the phrase, police force member, reserve unit member, and his son a subordinate of Uchiha Shirou in Kakashi's squad, stood out prominently, causing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to frown deeply. To think someone could elevate taijutsu to such a level. The 8 gates had existed since the Warring States period, but the technique was incredibly demanding, requiring immense perseverance and dedication. Until now, no one in Konoha had ever opened more than the 5th gate. Now, unexpectedly, someone had appeared who could open the 7th gate, potentially even the 8th. Uchiha Shirou, along with over a dozen jonin, has co-signed the recommendation. Looking at the list of names, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned even more. A nearby ANBU member respectfully reported. "Third Hokage, when we, as representatives of your office, approached Might Dway, he kept talking about youth." The ANBU were at a loss. The Might father and son were famous for their eccentricity in Konoha, often seen as comical. When they tried to recruit him, Dway avoided the topic entirely, making it difficult to proceed. "Jonin, then." Finally, Hiruzen took a deep breath and stamped the Hokage seal, officially promoting Might Dway to Jonin. What has Uchiha Shirou been doing recently? After signing several documents, Hiruzen took a drag of his pipe, crossing his arms on the desk. His raspy voice echoed through the empty Hokage office. "Lord Hokage." A masked figure appeared suddenly. Unlike the previous ANBU, this individual spoke without emotion, clearly a member of the root. Uchiha Shirou has claimed to be training since returning to his clan. However, according to our observations, a portion of rare medical supplies from the hospital has gone missing. The root agent presented a report that caused Hiruzen's tightly furrowed brows to ease slightly. As expected, the Mangekyo Sharingan is having issues. He's already resorting to heavy medication. Since the start of the Third Shinobi World War, a piece of good news had finally arrived, giving Hiruzen Sarutobi a sense of relief, as though a cloud had lifted. With the Mangekyo Sharingan facing issues, the threat posed by Uchiha Shirou had significantly diminished, allowing Hiruzen's cautious heart to relax somewhat. Minato should be nearing the land of bears by now. Thinking of Namikaze Minato, a faint smile finally appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. A Mangekyo Sharingan close to blindness was no longer much of a threat. In his mind, the greatest concern was Tsunade. Tsunade. Recalling the drastic changes Tsunade had gone through over the years, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows furrowed slightly. His first thought was that Tsunade had fallen under the influence of the Uchiha, which explained her transformation over the years. Fortunately, Jiraiya should be able to stabilize her for now. Hiruzen silently pondered his plans for a smooth transfer of power. It would be a long process, but for the sake of the village, he believed Tsunade would ultimately remain silent. If necessary, he could offer her some benefits. Stabilizing the village took precedence. Still, the Mangekyo Sharingan is technically still active, so it's best to have the reserve units rest briefly and then head to the front lines as soon as possible. Hiruzen Sarutobi's careful planning left nothing to chance. However, due to the uneven flow of intelligence, his understanding of the situation remained incomplete. The land of bears. Before the Konoha shinobi could arrive, the Sand shinobi had already reached their destination. "Pakura, this time, for the sake of Sunagakure, we must work together." In the forest, Raza spoke calmly, facing a tall kunoichi with a barebacked outfit. Both were accompanied by sand shinobi, though clear divisions were evident among their followers. "Tch, Raza, you underestimate me. Do you think I, Bakura, am so petty? If you want cooperation, you'd better first control your subordinates." Bakura sneered as she spoke, casting a mocking glance at the supporters behind Raza. It was apparent that there were divisions within Sunagakure. From their attire and choice of ninja tools, it was clear that half of Raza's followers were puppet users. Let's wait for now. According to intel, the Konoha shinobi won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Under the moonlight, the sand shinobi hidden in the forest maintained a defensive stance, though their internal discord was evident. What's so special about the so-called Kekkei Genkai users? Do they think they're such big names in the shinobi world? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Our Kekkei Genkai users in the sand village may be few, but each one is incredibly powerful, especially Lady Bakura. Don't worry. Sunagakure isn't Kirigakure, nor is it Konoha. We don't have nearly as many Kekkei Genkai users as they do. Sunagakure was a unique shinobi village, lacking large clans. However, jealousy and hostility within the village had created a clear divide between the Kekkei Genkai users and the ordinary shinobi. Sitting on a tree branch, Bakura frowned as she observed these jealous divisions. She ultimately sighed in frustration. In the end, we who joined later as Kekkei Genkai or secret technique clans are always seen as outsiders. I hope this mission succeeds. If I become Kazekage, maybe these grudges will finally disappear. Bakura shook her head and slowly took out a red book from her ninja pouch. My struggle. Her gaze softened as she looked at the book, her expression growing contemplative. As a Kekkei Genkai user, the book's ideas deeply resonated with her. Bakura, the ideas in that book are far too idealistic and extremely dangerous. At that moment, Raza's figure materialized from the golden sand. Bakura frowned as her reading was interrupted, unhappily placing the book back into her pouch. Dangerous? And what about you, colluding with an elder to seal a tailed beast into your newly pregnant wife's body? Isn't that dangerous too? Bakura's mocking words didn't faze Raza. Instead, he smirked coldly and replied. Being able to seal a tailed beast is a 1 in a million chance. If my unborn child has this talent, then it's their responsibility. During the Third Shinobi World War, the disappearance of the third Kazekage left the position of fourth Kazekage highly coveted. Currently, only Bakura and Raza, both heroes of Sunagakure, were qualified to compete for the title. However, Raza had more supporters. Bakura, whose ancestors had joined Sunagakure later, had always faced rejection. Still, her terrifyingly powerful Scorch release and her popularity were equal to Raza's. The two were evenly matched, yet Raza had a stroke of luck. His wife, recently discovered to be pregnant, was found to possess a constitution suitable for hosting a tailed beast. Bakura, Sunagakure is not Konoha. Kekkei Genkai users are scarce here. If you lot would quietly act like proper shinobi, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But instead, you're all dreaming of reviving your clans. Raza retorted coldly. The real issue lay in the ambition of these Kekkei Genkai users to revive their clans. The elders of Sunagakure had no intention of allowing large, influential clans to emerge within the village. It was one thing if such clans had existed from the start, but for newcomers to try to establish themselves. Who else would they ostracize if not them? Bakura frowned slightly at his words, fully aware that the elders were determined to prevent the rise of any powerful clans. Everyone has their ambitions. The position of fourth Kazekage is still undecided. Don't think you've already won. Focus on capturing the three tails instead. Bakura sneered, her gaze filled with disdain toward Raza. To her, a man willing to sacrifice everything, even his own family, for his ambitions was despicable. Ambition was one thing, but to harm one's wife and unborn child for it. Such a person was capable of anything. P.S. New waifu detected. Chapter 238, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 238, R18. On the battlefield of Konoha, in the rear medical area. Who would have thought this book was written by Lord Shirou? Isn't that surprising? I started reading it back when I was in the Ninja Academy. Inside the large tent for injured ninjas, two Konoha ninjas wrapped in bandages finally found a moment to relax, teasing each other with smiles. One of them was holding a red book, his face full of emotion. When I read this book in the Ninja Academy, I thought it was too real, as if I were looking at another version of myself. Later, the passionate journey of becoming a chunin and then a jonin inspired me at the time. But now, here I am, still a chunin. This book has truly accompanied me through my youth. As the story progressed, I realized it contained the kind of wisdom only a mature ninja could understand. He held up the book with a solemn expression and said, "This book taught me the meaning of life. I just hope I can see how it ends before I die in battle. Otherwise, it would be such a pity." His companion laughed and retorted, "Get out of here. You're only 18, and Lord Shirou is just 23. Once the war is over, you'll finish it. Despite the humor, a glint of hope and determination shone in their eyes. Everyone wanted to survive, but the cruel nature of war was beyond their control. Elsewhere in the massive tent, countless injured ninjas exchanged conversations. Many had the same book by their bedside. Medical ninja, do you have any more copies of Lord Shirou's book? A middle-aged Konoha ninja, blind in one eye, smiled ingratiatingly at a passing medical ninja. She shook her head helplessly but smiled as she replied. There aren't many copies during wartime, but you can borrow from each other. The medical divisions have some, but those are signed personally by Lord Shirou. Even Uchiha Shirou himself hadn't anticipated this. His book had become popular not only among the medical divisions but also among the police force. Whether out of admiration or curiosity, almost every ninja owned a copy. During the war, the book had been brought to the rear medical camps, spreading once again. In the oppressive atmosphere of war, the passionate and inspirational mid-story of my struggle provided much-needed relief. The realistic portrayal of ninja life in the early and middle sections, combined with the relentless drive to overcome challenges, resonated deeply with younger ninjas. More experienced and mature ninjas, however, appreciated the philosophical reflections in the later parts of the book. It was a story encompassing raw truth, youthful passion, and profound insights into the ninja world and life itself. Special Jonin Taijima, fine. Since you're recovering, I'll lend you my treasured copy. But don't damage it. The middle-aged female medical ninja reluctantly handed over her well-preserved book from her ninja tool pouch. The one-eyed Special Jonin Taijima grinned and nodded enthusiastically. Don't worry, I'll treat it like my own life. Flipping through the book to pass the time, Taijima's sharp ninja instincts quickly noticed that certain parts of the book had been read countless times. Although it was clean, the subtleware gave it away. Who knew Big Sister Sakurako likes to skip around when reading? Taijima teased with a chuckle. The middle-aged female medical ninja, Sakurako, laughed and nodded. Maybe I've been through too much. While I love the earlier parts, the later sections resonate differently each time I read them, especially the parts filled with life's philosophies. Sakurako finished her examination of his bandaged eye and reminded him again. Your new eye is adjusting well. You'll be discharged in 2 days. Remember to return the book beforehand. Taijima waved dismissively and joked. Fine, fine, Big Sister Sakurako. If there's even a wrinkle on it, I'll let you crush me. Get lost. My kids are older than you, Sakurako retorted with a laugh and moved on to check other patients. Taijima lay back on his bed, holding the book, savoring the rare moment of peace. Sunlight streamed through the tent, and as Taijima read, he unknowingly became engrossed in the book. Even when Sakurako passed by his bed on her way out, he didn't notice her. She glanced at him, shook her head with a smile, and left quietly. In the adjacent tent, where more heavily guarded patients were treated, the atmosphere was far more somber. The stench of disinfectant was overwhelming. The patient has severe kidney damage. If we don't perform a transplant soon. 13-year-old Shizun was in the operating room, calmly assisting and taking notes. Search the prisoner camp for a compatible earth-natured organ. Nearby, in caves converted into prison cells, enemy ninja captives were held. Wow, you've got the guts to write this book, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Shirou with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Shirou, who had just returned from the front lines, shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say, Sister Tsunade? I'm just writing the truth. Tsunade smirked and mockingly scolded. It's a good thing we're in wartime, and the village still needs you. Otherwise, once this gets published, it'd be banned instantly. My struggle wasn't just a novel, it was a bold expression of Uchiha Shirou's political ideals. It had its detractors and admirers. Those who admired it were often powerful ninjas, while its critics were mostly civilians. After all, it exposed truths many were unwilling to face. At that moment, a middle-aged jonin, wearing a flak jacket and supporting his bandaged waist, approached with a grateful expression. Thank you, Lady Tsunade and Lord Shirou. Without your help, I don't know how I would have managed. Tsunade nodded calmly, and Shirou smiled knowingly. We're all here for Konoha. You're heroes who've bled for the village, and we're just doing our part. The jonin straightened up and responded firmly. For Konoha. A medical ninja approached, handing the men a vial of medicine and explaining. Sir, this is your medication. Take it as instructed. In the early stages, you'll need checkups every 2 weeks for rejection, then once every 3 months. Meanwhile, Shirou and Tsunade walked side by side, discussing the situation. A ninja's physique is different from an ordinary person's. Organ transplants require chakra compatibility, which is why we need these enemy captives. Shirou glanced at the rows of dark figures in the prison cells and frowned. I thought we had quite a few prisoners. Why are they all from the land of lightning? Tsunade smiled mischievously and replied. Who else? It's all thanks to Danzo. He had the root division spread rumors that organs from the land of lightning are more durable and have lower rejection rates. After hearing these words, Shirou's eye twitched slightly. Truly, this was Danzo's style, seizing every opportunity to ruthlessly suppress the hidden cloud village. Konoha is widely recognized as having the highest medical standards in the Shinobi world. If Konoha is operating like this, would other villages still take detours when pursuing similar advancements? It's foreseeable that the ninjas from the land of lightning will become even more sought after in the Shinobi world. No wonder that before the war started, the military strength of the Hidden Cloud Village could still compete for second place alongside the Hidden Stone Village. Yet with internal division and such tactics at play, their strength was reduced to being on par with the Hidden Mist Village. This, however, isn't about abusing power for personal gain. In the life and death battles of shinobi, injuries and disabilities, like losing an arm or a leg, are common, and there are still no good solutions for those. But when it comes to eyes, replacing them is relatively easy. Even on the battlefield, where Rin Nohara, a mere chunin with medical expertise, could perform eye transplants under pressure, it's clear how normalized such procedures have become in this warped shinobi world. At the same time, it's also the most effective way to save countless allied shinobi. As the two entered the tent, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and calmly looked at Shirou. I heard you caused quite a stir in the village this time. You even brought out the lost Uchiha Gunbai. Facing Tsunade, Shirou smiled and nodded. As I mentioned before, the Gunbai is more suited for Mikoto than for me. After all, it conflicts somewhat with my dojutsu. Seeing how Shirou casually handed over the Gunbai to Mikoto, Tsunade chuckled, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Yet inwardly, she was filled with admiration. Only someone with such a broad-minded outlook would be fit to become Hokage. But those old geezers are truly despicable. They even started saying, what Konoha needs is a young and powerful Hokage. What's that supposed to mean? Are they insinuating that I'm not young anymore? Tsunade slapped the table in frustration, clearly annoyed by the underhanded tactics of these elders. That's not all, Shirou said, shaking his head as he observed Tsunade's exasperation. Before I came here, there were already rumors circulating in the village about wood-release experiments. Pulling this stunt now is aimed at dragging you into the mud. At this point, Shirou gave Tsunade a meaningful look, and she naturally understood, letting out a disdainful snort. Using public opinion as a weapon again. The third Hokage was preparing to step down, but not without trying to drag Tsunade along with him. By leaking information about wood-release experiments, it would appear to the public as though Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, was conducting unethical research on her grandfather's cells. At the same time, it would spread another message: the seeds of the Third Great Ninja War were sown when Tsunade began her wood-release research, with the third Hokage's approval, of course. But since the third Hokage was prepared to resign in disgrace, what about Tsunade? In short, it was all about tarnishing her reputation. What a familiar and utterly disgusting tactic. I wouldn't be surprised if, after this, rumors start spreading that I sold the Senju clan to the Uchiha, Tsunade said with a cold, mocking laugh. This particular rumor had been whispered about for years, even within her own Senju clan. After all, how could the younger members of the Senju clan have teamed up with the Uchiha without her approval? Still, I have to admit, Sister Tsunade, I didn't expect you to be so bold, Shirou remarked. Even he had been surprised by her decision. While interclan marriages were common, the level of interaction between the younger generations seemed unusually high. Tsunade, however, narrowed her eyes and remained silent. She had discovered some secrets but had yet to reveal them. It wasn't the right time. The Hidden Mist shot themselves in the foot this time. Because of the Three Tails incident in the Land of Bears, they've fallen out with the Sand Village. Otherwise, the front lines wouldn't have been this manageable. I suspect the war will end soon, Tsunade said with a sigh. After so many years of fighting, even she was feeling mentally exhausted. Konoha had been fighting against 4 major villages, each seeing the chance for a piece of the pie. But now, with the Sand and Mist villages potentially withdrawing, a 1-against-2 scenario. There's no point in dragging this out. Let the Land of Bears continue to be chaotic, it'll give us a chance to catch our breath. Inside Tsunade's private tent, her fatigue was evident. Shirou was momentarily speechless as he noticed her bare, pale feet peeking out from under her ninja shoes. Tsunade leaned back languidly, her eyes half closed in exhaustion as she said softly, Shirou, once the war is over, no one in the village will be able to stop us. But your ambitions will still need careful preparation. After all, there's nothing more impactful than ending a war and defeating enemy nations. Tsunade's half-lidded gaze carried an unusual hint of allure, which left Shirou momentarily stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he asked, Sister Tsunade, do you have intel? I've already started preparing. But gathering this intel wasn't cheap. With a seductive smile, Tsunade's bare foot lightly hooked onto his clothing, revealing his muscular physique. Shirou smirked, playfully retorting, Sister Tsunade, are you making me pay with my body? As their clothes were gradually cast aside, both of them smiled knowingly. The prolonged stress of the war weighed heavily, even on strong individuals like them. Especially for Tsunade, who not only had to command on the front lines but also oversee Konoha's medical and intelligence operations. The strain was undeniable. Tsunade's skilled fingers traced up Shirou's thigh as she pushed him back against the desk, her honey brown eyes glinting with mischief. Sister Tsunade, Shizun, and Kurenai both have calm and meticulous personalities. If you train them well, they could take over some of your responsibilities in the future. Shirou couldn't help but lament the distorted ideals of the Shinobi world. The Hokage, despite being the village leader, was expected to handle even the most trivial matters. Aside from a few department heads, most others in administrative roles were merely executors, not decision-makers. This meant that everything, big or small, ended up on the desks of the top leaders, who were reluctant to delegate authority. Shirou, you're surprisingly willing to delegate authority. But when you say, in the future, what exactly do you mean? Those two girls are already blossoming into beautiful young women, she purred, slowly unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his chiseled chest. Shirou's eye twitched at her teasing, leaving him speechless. Sister Tsunade, they're still so young. How could I possibly? And how old were Mikoto and Kushina back then? She leaned in close, her massive breasts pressing against him as she dragged her tongue along his neck. You taste delicious, she breathed, nipping at his sensitive skin. Her hands roamed his body, appreciating every hard muscle. Shirou groaned as she ground against his growing bulge, his hands coming up to squeeze her plump ass. So soft, he growled, spinning them around to pin her against the desk. He captured her lips in a deep, passionate kiss while his fingers worked to untie her top. Her enormous breasts spilled free, nipples already hard and begging for attention. Shirou took one peek into his mouth, sucking and flicking it with his tongue while his hand kneaded the other soft mound. Ah. Yes, just like that. Tsunade moaned, arching into his touch. His free hand slid down her toned stomach to slip beneath her skirt, finding her already soaking through her panties. He rubbed slow circles over her clothed clit as he continued lavishing attention on her sensitive breasts. Please. I need more, she whimpered, spreading her legs wider. Shirou smirked and dropped to his knees, pushing her skirt up around her waist. He dragged her soaked panties down her legs with his teeth. So wet already, he murmured, breathing hot air over her dripping pussy. His tongue darted out to taste her, making her cry out and grab his hair. Tsunade writhed as he devoured her, his skilled tongue alternating between fucking into her entrance and flicking her swollen clit. Two thick fingers joined his tongue, curling to hit that perfect spot inside her. Oh God, right there. Don't stop. Her thighs trembled around his head as she got close. Just before she could come, Shirou pulled back with a wicked grin. Tsunade whined at the loss, but he silenced her with a deep kiss, letting her taste herself on his tongue. My turn, she purred, pushing him back to kneel before him. Her nimble fingers freed his throbbing cock, her eyes widening at his impressive size. She wrapped her huge breasts around his shaft, making him groan. Fuck, your tits feel amazing, Shirou gasped as she began moving them up and down his length. Her tongue darted out to lick his sensitive tip each time it appeared between her soft mounds. Precum leaked from his cock as she worked him with her breasts, occasionally taking him deep into her hot mouth. Just as his breathing grew ragged, she pulled back with a sultry smile. Please. I need you inside me now, Tsunade begged, spreading herself open for him on the desk. Shirou gripped Tsunade's hips and slammed into her waiting pussy, making her cry out in ecstasy. Fuck. So big, she moaned as he stretched her walls. Her massive breasts bounced with each powerful thrust as he pounded her against the desk. You're so fucking tight, he growled, leaning down to suck and bite at her sensitive nipples. His cock hit deeper at this angle, making her scream in pleasure. Papers scattered everywhere as the desk creaked beneath them. Harder. Wreck my pussy. Tsunade begged shamelessly, wrapping her legs around his waist to pull him deeper. Her nails raked down his back as he fucked her raw. After bringing her to a screaming orgasm, Tsunade pushed him onto his back. My turn to ride that cock, she purred, straddling his hips. She sank down on his shaft with a loud moan, taking him to the base. Her huge tits bounced hypnotically as she rode him hard and fast. Shirou gripped her plump ass, helping lift her up and down his length. That's it, take my cock deep inside the tight pussy. Yes. Fill me up, she cried, grinding down on him. Her walls clenched around him as another orgasm approached. Finally, he flipped her onto her back, hooking her legs over his shoulders. This position let him hit even deeper as he pounded her mercilessly. Gonna come inside you, he growled. Please. Fill my pussy with your hot cum. Tsunade screamed as her walls spasmed around him. With a final deep thrust, Shirou buried himself to the hilt and flooded her eager pussy with thick ropes of cum. They collapsed together in sweaty satisfaction, sharing lazy kisses as their mixed fluids leaked from her well-fucked hole. Chapter 239, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 239. Inside the tent. According to intelligence from the land of bears, the Sand Ninja and Mist Ninja have thoroughly fallen out with each other. The situation has escalated to the point where both sides are deliberately sabotaging each other's missions. Sabotaging missions on purpose is a particularly vile act. It means that for any mission carried out by ninjas from the Sand or Mist villages, the other side intentionally disrupts it out of malice. For example, sending a few Chunin to disrupt a simple C-rank mission, escalating it to a B-rank, or even an A-rank mission. The goal isn't necessarily to kill but to sabotage and create chaos. For A-rank missions, they aim to disrupt or harass as much as possible. This widespread, malicious behavior directly affects the missions of both major ninja villages. This even creates headaches for countless merchants and clients who issue missions, as no one knows what kind of disruptions might occur. Originally, your mission might involve facing one enemy, but who knows how many more might suddenly appear. Currently, the border war zone between the Sand Ninja and Mist Ninja has calmed down. Peace envoys have already been dispatched. The strongest opposition to peace comes from within the Mist village, but the negotiations are likely to yield positive results. Lazily lounging on the sofa, Tsunade casually relayed the intelligence from the front lines. This was one of the rare moments when she could relax a bit. At this moment, Tsunade's body showed signs of exhaustion, but her gaze carried a rare sense of satisfaction. This war, which has lasted for 6 years, should finally come to an end. Shirou was holding Tsunade's slender, fair fingers, gently applying red nail polish. Just as he was about to get up, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Don't forget this spot. Her long, shapely leg stretched out directly, the delicate tip of her foot playfully tracing circles on his chest. Just as Shirou was about to speak, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and teased. I've got some important intel here. 6 years ago, Tsunade had already become the head of Konoha's intelligence division. Over the years, she had developed her intelligence network. Sister Tsunade, are you testing me with this? Shirou rolled his eyes and began to toy with her delicate foot in his hand. Despite her strong, mature demeanor, Tsunade's feet were exquisitely delicate, like a work of art. However, in the next moment, Tsunade gasped sharply as Shirou's strong hands worked their magic on her sensitive feet, her proud composure crumbling with each expert touch. MMMNNH, what are you, ah? Her toes curled involuntarily as his thumbs pressed into her arches with perfect pressure. Tsunade's body trembled slightly. Her face revealed a mixture of defiance and determination. After regaining her composure, she glared at him and retaliated fiercely, locking her legs tightly around his waist. Still daring to act up. Watch out, or I'll disarm you. With her golden hair flowing and her face full of defiant charm, she hooked one arm around his neck. At this moment, she was completely unaware of how alluring her stubborn princess demeanor was, utterly captivating. Still trying to challenge me when you can barely move? Shirou teased, pinning Tsunade's trembling thighs wider. Her pussy was still dripping with their mixed fluids from earlier, sensitive and swollen from their rough fucking. I can take anything you dish out, she gasped defiantly, but her body betrayed her as she shuddered when his thick cock pressed against her entrance again. Her golden hair was splayed across the desk, face flushed with renewed arousal despite her exhaustion. Let's test that claim, he growled, slamming deep inside her oversensitive pussy. Tsunade threw her head back with a hoarse cry, her massive breasts bouncing as he set a merciless pace. Her legs tightened around his waist even as they quivered with fatigue. Fuck. Too much, she moaned helplessly, but her hips still rose to meet each brutal thrust. Shirou leaned down to capture a hardened nipple in his mouth, making her arch off the desk with a strangled scream. Your body says otherwise, he smirked, reaching down to rub her swollen clit. Look how eagerly you're taking my cock, even after I've already filled you up twice. Tsunade could only whimper in response as pleasure overwhelmed her tired body. Her walls clenched desperately around him as another orgasm approached. Please. I can't. Yes you can, Shirou growled, fucking her even harder. Come for me again, Princess Tsunade. His thumb pressed firmly on her clit as he hit that perfect spot deep inside. With a broken cry, Tsunade's back arched as she came hard around his throbbing shaft. Her pussy spasmed wildly, milking him until he buried himself to the hilt with a groan and flooded her with another hot load. She lay boneless beneath him, chest heaving as aftershocks of pleasure coursed through her thoroughly ravished body. Still want to tempt me? Shirou teased, making her moan weakly as he slowly pulled out. Their combined fluids leaked from her well-fucked hole as she struggled to catch her breath. She slid down his body with a sultry smile, taking his softening cock into her hot mouth. She moaned around him, eagerly licking their combined juices from his shaft. Her skilled tongue swirled around his sensitive tip as she cleaned every inch of him, making him groan and thread his fingers through her hair. When she finally pulled back, she licked her lips with a satisfied smile. Shirou, with the Mist and Sand Ninjas now fighting among themselves, the village plans to take advantage of this opportunity to end the war. If we can defeat just one side, the war will come to an end. After Minato Namikaze left the land of bears, he didn't return to Konoha. Based on my analysis, he's likely headed to the Sand Village. This time, Tsunade lay in Shiro's broad embrace like a baby, too exhausted to even lift a finger. As she analyzed the situation, Shiro seemed to think of something, letting out a scornful laugh. They're going all out to build up Minato Namikaze's reputation, but I guess it's all for the sake of ending the war. At this point, Tsunade's face suddenly turned red. Shiro was toying with her bountiful breast. The pride of the Uchiha was to act from a position of strength. They would never bow to weakness. Even if they had to rely on others, they would do so with dignity. That was the Uchiha way. I have an intelligence line in the land of lightning. It's a bit risky, though. Tsunade, her eyes half closed in enjoyment, spoke softly about the intelligence agents she had developed over the years. Thanks to the internal divisions in the Hidden Cloud Village, the number of rogue ninjas in the land of lightning had surged in recent years, even surpassing the rogue ninjas of the Hidden Mist. In addition to the racial division, there was another group caught in the middle, children of mixed heritage. Those with exceptional genetics were fine. But those who inherited traits from both sides often stood out, making them easy targets for discrimination. As Tsunade spoke, Shiro couldn't help but show a look of amazement. Danzo is a genius. He managed to turn the land of lightning into this mess using root. But Tsunade rolled her eyes and said with a smile. You've guessed wrong. This isn't Danzo or Root's doing. Ever since the racial division, the land of lightning has been fiercely targeting spies from both Root and the Umbu. Just when it seemed impossible to infiltrate, a movement emerged within the land of lightning, claiming that the dark-skinned people were the true noble bloodline. Although this was meant to unify the country, they forgot about the mixed-blood descendants. At this point, even Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Even the land of lightning itself initially thought this was Danzo's doing. They conducted several internal investigations to root out spies. Although they didn't find any evidence, the land of lightning and other villages almost unanimously concluded that it must have been Danzo's work. Hearing this, Yushiro couldn't help but widen his eyes. But upon closer thought, even Shiro had initially suspected Danzo. No wonder everyone else did as well. This lead comes from a mixed-blood, dark-skinned ninja from the Hidden Cloud village who's been ostracized. His request is simple: help him leave the Hidden Cloud and give him a clean identity. As Tsunade explained, Shiro couldn't hide his surprise and eventually sighed. The third Raikage truly has boldness and vision. To come up with such a plan to break out of this situation at a time like this. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the third Raikage is undoubtedly the most decisive and courageous. Upon learning of the third Raikage schemes, Shiro couldn't help but sigh, while Tsunade, standing beside him, also rarely expressed her admiration. Not bad. Unfortunately, the hero of the enemy is a villain to us. This time, I'll cooperate with you to end this war once and for all. With the momentum of a decisive victory, we'll secure my position as the 4th Hokage in one fell swoop. Tsunade's plan was simple. Since the third Raikage dared to take risks, they couldn't let the opportunity slip by. They would severely cripple the Cloud Ninja and then turn their focus to attack the Stone Ninja. From then on, the fires of war along Konoha's borders would be completely extinguished. The remaining Sand Ninja and Mist Ninja would continue their infighting, and the war would finally come to an end. Sister Tsunade, your idea is great, but unfortunately, some people already see the village as their possession. Before I came here, I heard that someone had already contacted Jiraiya. Hearing this, Tsunade's face broke into a cold smile, and her knuckles cracked audibly. Not only that, Danzo has also been in touch with Orochimaru. At this point, Tsunade turned her head, her amber eyes revealing a look of deep meaning. Orochimaru has accepted quite a bit of support from Danzo and hasn't disclosed much. Aren't you worried? Hearing Tsunade's warning about Orochimaru, Shiro was momentarily stunned. However, after seeing her gaze, he chuckled and waved casually. Orochimaru is the last person I'd worry about. Why? Because our value is higher, that's just who Orochimaru is. At this moment, Shiro's expression was filled with absolute confidence. Orochimaru was the kind of person who wouldn't even glance at those without value. But as long as someone had value, no matter how weak they were, Orochimaru would greet them with a polite smile. In the original story, even when Sasuke acted arrogantly and ungratefully, Orochimaru never truly got angry. In this regard, he had remarkable patience. The value that Shiro and Tsunade brought far exceeded anything Danzo could offer. As for Orochimaru's silence, it doesn't matter. After all, we've never been in a subordinate relationship. If Orochimaru chooses to secretly collaborate with Danzo, that's his freedom. With Shiro's confident smile, Tsunade also began to relax. The worry she had been harboring finally dissipated. To think that, after all these years of life and death camaraderie with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, I only now see him. Yet you seem to understand him better than we do. From a conventional perspective, Orochimaru's behavior might seem opportunistic. But those who truly understood his character would recognize the logic behind his actions. Though unconventional and eccentric, Orochimaru saw value as paramount. If Danzo provided him with resources for research, he could benefit from free funding and rare experimental materials. Why wouldn't he take advantage? As for his collaboration with Tsunade and Shirou, did he ever betray them? No. From beginning to end, Orochimaru believed that Tsunade and Shirou held greater value. Thus, while it was fine to cooperate with Danzo when it came to a critical moment, would Orochimaru turn against them? Sorry, your value just isn't enough. This is what made Orochimaru the most pragmatic and genuine of individuals. If the Third Raikage plans to join forces with Inoki for another sneak attack like the one at Kikyo Mountain, then we'll put an end to this overzealous player. Shirou slowly stood up, draped his cloak over his shoulders, and smiled confidently. Opportunities must be seized. Tsunade was right, returning to the village with the momentum of victory and ascending to power with no opposition was the best path forward. Otherwise, relying purely on brute force to impose his will would only cause unrest. Would other ninja villages miss such an opportunity? What Shirou wanted was an undivided Konoha, not a fractured one. After all, he wasn't yet the sage of six paths. He didn't have the power to steamroll the entire ninja world. He could force the third Hokage to abdicate, but he couldn't afford to stage a reckless rebellion. Otherwise, other Konoha clans, including the Senju and even parts of the Uchiha clan, would voice their opposition. The unity he had painstakingly built would crumble. Don't worry. Seeing Shirou's confident demeanor, Tsunade chuckled lightly and squinted toward the direction of the Land of Fire. She still had a trump card up her sleeve. Konoha. A ripple swirled gently, and within the memorial circle of the cenotaph, a figure cloaked in darkness emerged. He stared intently at the gravestone before him, which bore the words, Nohara Rin. Obito, based on our findings, the Three Tails was first seized by the Sand Ninja, then recaptured by the Mist Ninja. As of now, the Mist and Sand villages have completely fallen out with each other. Your teacher, Namikaze Minato, is now celebrated as a hero of Konoha. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura has returned to the village and has begun plotting against the Uchiha. Black and white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, their hoarse laughter chilling. The two beings fused into one, presenting an eerie, unsettling figure. Uchiha Obito, wearing a tiger-striped mask with a single Sharingan visible, lifted his head. His lone eye radiated an icy malevolence. Zetsu. I've already told you, I am Uchiha Madara now. Black Zetsu let out a raspy laugh, nodding. Understood, Lord Madara. Obito's cold gaze swept the area before resting on the distant Hokage building. A sneer twisted his lips. My teacher is truly relentless. Despite being hailed as the Yellow Flash, he always arrives too late. And now he dreams of becoming Hokage. I won't let him have his way. Oh, by the way, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu continued, we've discovered that Namikaze Minato's wife, the other Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naiko, hasn't appeared since the last incident. She's in the village now, and she's pregnant. Hearing that his former teacher's wife was expecting a child, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, his eyes radiating searing hatred. Curse him. Every time, it's all for his Hokage ambitions. He stood by while we fought and died, and he couldn't even protect Rin. If you destroyed my world, I'll destroy all of yours. Obito's Sharingan rotated, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. His heart, twisted by hatred and resentment, burned with dark resolve. Meanwhile, the malice and manipulation in Black Zetsu's eyes deepened, hiding a sinister amusement at the easily exploited emotions of men. P.S. Meanwhile, Shirou with 3 women still childless. LMAO. Chapter 240, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 240. Konoha. On the Hokage's desk, a large crystal ball displayed a vivid scene. Inside a room, there was a woman with ordinary features and long red hair, tenderly caressing her abdomen with a loving expression. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, 4 aged faces stared intently at the scene through the observation jutsu projected by the crystal ball. Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being pregnant at this time is not a good thing. Shimura Danzo, wrapped in bandages, showed clear dissatisfaction upon seeing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's pregnancy. During wartime, this means we've effectively lost a powerful combatant. Moreover, the Uchiha are watching us like hawks. Hiruzen, this is an incredibly foolish decision on your part. Faced with Danzo's complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated calmly at his desk, exhaled a puff of smoke. For once, a faint smile graced his face. No. I believe this is a good thing. Hearing this, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu exchanged puzzled glances, while Danzo frowned deeply. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, glanced at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the crystal ball, who radiated a gentle, affectionate aura. With a tone full of emotion, he said. A nine-tails Jinchuriki with a husband and child demonstrates that she has truly taken root in Konoha. Now that the war is turning in our favor, and negotiations with Kirigakura are progressing smoothly, we've reached a pivotal moment. Kirigakura has even sent an emissary. The war is about to end. Our focus is no longer on the battlefield but on Konoha's future development. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Danzo and the others. With a heavy tone, he continued. A woman with a husband and child, don't you think she'd want her husband to advance further? To lay a solid foundation for their child's future? For example, making the father of her child the Hokage. This statement immediately infuriated Shimura Danzo. He glared at Hiruzen with displeasure. He had fought so hard during the Third Shinobi World War for what? To finally grasp the chance to become Hokage. Yet now, Hiruzen was essentially telling him that he was paving the way for some yellow-haired brat. Danzo, Hiruzen has a point. Right now, we're facing an unprecedentedly strong Uchiha. Backed by the Aburame, Kurama, Ataki clans, and even Senju Tsunade. When Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned Senju Tsunade, Danzo's expression turned livid. Despite all he'd sacrificed for Konoha, no clan ninja wanted to associate with him. Damn it. Mito Hamura let out a long sigh, his expression heavy as he gravely addressed Danzo. This time, the Uchiha pose a greater threat than ever before. Even if we manage to suppress them, what if Senju Tsunade ascends to power? At this, even Danzo's face showed a trace of apprehension. The mere mention of Senju Tsunade weighed heavily on him like a boulder. If Tsunade becomes Hokage, how would that be any different from the Uchiha taking over? Uchiha Koharu slammed the table in anger, her face filled with wrath. Tsunade has already been tainted by the Uchiha's corrupt influence. As the granddaughter of the second Hokage, she dares to fraternize with the Uchiha and has even stood against the village. Enough. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand down on the desk, silencing the room. His sharp gaze swept over the three of them as he said firmly. This is the time for us to unite, just as we did when we first took over Konoha. The war is about to end. Minato is already heading to the land of rivers. With Jiraiya assisting him, Minato will establish his reputation. What we need to do now is to build momentum around selecting a new Hokage. Koharu, you will head to the Land of Fire's daimyo's residence and explain that the village requires stability, not chaos. Listening to Hiruzen's instructions, Danzo's anger gradually subsided, and he began to understand. Initially furious at the notion of not being considered for the fourth Hokage position, he soon saw the bigger picture. Release rumors about the fourth Hokage candidates. Danzo ensures that Root operates discreetly. Spread information about the human experiments involving Wood release. Hearing this, Danzo smirked coldly and replied hoarsely. Understood. Root will leak this information through Iwa's spies. After all, the other four great nations wouldn't want a Senju to become Hokage again. This plan was designed to tarnish Tsunade's reputation. Accusing her of conducting human experiments based on the first Hokage's DNA might not be enough to destroy her completely, but it would be sufficient to discredit her nomination at the daimyo's court. Hiruzen, this is a brilliant plan. After all, there are still many Senju clansmen in the daimyo's residence. Uchiha Koharu smiled. The Senju clan had split into different factions long ago, and those in the daimyo's residence might not necessarily support Tsunade, especially after the scandal spread. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This is not enough. We must use this opportunity to emphasize that Konoha needs a young and powerful Hokage. In other words, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya would all be eliminated from contention right from the start. That leaves only two candidates among the younger generation. If it's the Uchiha, they'd be far easier to handle than the Senju. Hearing Hiruzen's clever strategy, Mito Hamura and Uchiha Koharu exchanged glances, their expressions revealing newfound admiration. Hiruzen, this is why you're our leader. Meanwhile, Danzo felt utterly defeated. He had never imagined that the Hokage selection process could be manipulated in such a way. First, put forth several candidates. Then, let public opinion eliminate the more troublesome ones, leaving only Uchiha Shirou and a civilian-born candidate like Namikaze Minato. Although the Uchiha had improved their reputation in recent years, it would take much longer for them to shed their dark history. With equal support from the backers of both sides, Minato's popularity among the civilian populace would give him the upper hand. Hiruzen, if this plan fails, the village may face unrest. If the Uchiha and Senju join forces, their influence could be overwhelming. Danzo frowned, worried that things might spiral out of control if the two clans invoked their shared history of founding Konoha and tore apart the village's fragile balance. But Hiruzen had already prepared for this. Lowering his Hokage hat slightly, he said calmly. The initial fourth Hokage nominees will include Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uchiha Shirou, and Namikaze Minato. Once public opinion has taken shape, I will personally step in as the third Hokage to finalize the process. In the end, I will declare Uchiha Shirou and Namikaze Minato as the most suitable candidates. However, I will emphasize that the Hokage selection process requires a long period of observation and training. The village will still need us to maintain stability during this time. What a masterstroke! Hearing this, all three advisors' eyes lit up. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, in particular, looked at Hiruzen with newfound respect. A delaying tactic. Not only would this avoid direct conflict, but it would also ensure that they retained power while observing and training the Hokage candidates. So, you're saying that Minato, with our backing, wouldn't lose to the Uchiha in terms of influence? Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked at Hiruzen with admiration. Even if Senju's glory was a thing of the past, Hiruzen's 30 years of leadership had left a lasting legacy. His decision to step down voluntarily to take responsibility for the war's mistakes would greatly diminish public dissatisfaction. Nature was predictable. When people resent those in power, a sincere apology followed by stepping down could erase much of that resentment. Moreover, people would inevitably remember the good times under Hiruzen's leadership, the 20-plus years of Konoha's prosperity under his guidance. Not only that, but Minato's greatest advantage is something none of us have. Hiruzen scanned the room, his expression confident. He comes from a civilian background. With just a little effort, we can promote this narrative to Konoha's thousands of civilian ninjas. They will wholeheartedly support someone who shares their humble origins. The first civilian-born Hokage in Konoha's history. How does that sound as a headline? After hearing Hiruzen's plan, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu exchanged a glance before bursting into admiration. Hiruzen, you're truly exceptional. Inside the Hokage's office, as the Konoha elders continued their internal strategy discussions, completely inept when it came to external matters, Uchiha Obito had already arrived outside the village. Obito, Konoha's barrier, and the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are both heavily guarded by the ANBU. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice echoed, causing Uchiha Obito, wearing a tiger-striped mask, to reveal an angry expression. In a raspy tone, he said, "I hope this will be the last time." Facing Obito's warning, Black Zetsu, with his black and white dual-tone figure and a sinister smile, nodded and replied, "Understood, Lord Madara." The drawn-out syllable made Obito snort coldly. At this moment, he was acting as the embodiment of Uchiha Madara in the Shinobi World. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is protected by the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and is within Konoha. To ensure success, the best opportunity is during the Jinchuriki's childbirth. That's when it will be easiest to strike. Obito spoke in a solemn tone. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not weak, and releasing the Nine-Tails was no simple task. During childbirth, the Jinchuriki's powers are focused on suppressing the tailed beast, leaving them highly vulnerable. Furthermore, the seal becomes significantly weaker at this time. This was precisely why he had chosen Minato Namikaze's wife, rather than Uzumaki Kushina. Keep a close eye on her. This will be my first grand gift to the Shinobi World. Uchiha Obito, consumed by darkness and twisted in nature, carried a chilling gaze devoid of any emotion, even toward his former mentor's wife, who had once treated him with great kindness. Oh, by the way, we've uncovered some interesting news. Since Danzo Shimura's return, the Root has started making moves against the Uchiha clan, particularly targeting the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. White Zetsu's playful tone echoed. Hearing this, Obito's expression turned icy, and he sneered coldly. Danzo. A rat hiding in the shadows. But don't bother with him. Our most important target right now is Nagato with the Rinnegan. Yahiko is already dead, and the Akatsuki has fallen into Nagato's hands. When Obito mentioned Nagato with the Rinnegan, a deep wariness flickered in his eyes. Danzo is utterly useless. Last time, he had such a golden opportunity and yet failed to harm Nagato. Because of Shirou's intervention, Nagato with the Rinnegan had developed his ambitions and was northwest longer as close to Yahiko. This meant Obito had no way to manipulate Nagato easily. A fully functioning Nagato was far stronger, which was why Obito was so cautious around him. In the original timeline, Nagato's physical weakness and injured legs could have been treated or alleviated by White Zetsu over the years. And yet, it wasn't done. The only explanation was that they feared the overwhelming power of the Rinnegan. After the Third Shinobi World War, Obito took charge of everything. More precisely, it was Obito who feared the immense power of the Rinnegan. In the depths of Black Zetsu's eyes, a trace of disdain flashed. Uchiha Madara had chosen a very poor successor. Even so, Black Zetsu feigned a sinister smile and rasped. Lord Madara, isn't it better for Nagato to grow stronger? After all, in the past, you seemed quite satisfied with him. A Nagato who wields the Rinnegan appears to agree with the idea of using great power to rule over the Shinobi world. Black Zetsu's raspy voice carried an undertone of excitement rather than fear regarding Nagato's development, especially from Uchiha Madara's perspective. Shirou sought to control Konoha, using it as a springboard to bring peace to the Shinobi world. Nagato, on the other hand, had a similar ideal but believed in bringing peace through the overwhelming power of the tailed beasts. Both paths relied on power, but their means differed, one focused on domination, the other on deterrence. Ultimately, their goals aligned. It was merely the process and methods that diverged. Be careful that Nagato doesn't become so powerful that Madara's resurrection plan fails in the end. Obito snorted coldly before activating his Sharingan. Space ripples appeared around him, and he disappeared. As Obito left, Black Zetsu's raspy laughter echoed in the air. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was nothing but disdain. No wonder Madara disdained Obito, he was truly a failure. He could never compare to Uchiha Shirou. It was no surprise that Madara admired Uchiha Shirou so much, even viewing him as a younger version of himself. Obito was merely a pawn, while Uchiha Shirou was the true inheritor of Madara's will. Under Shirou's influence, Nagato's evolution had brought even Madara to lament. If not for Nagato's plans clashing with his own, Nagato could have been an exceptionally useful tool. What a pity. From beginning to end, Uchiha Madara never truly saw Obito as worthy. A true Uchiha faces their opponents with the confidence to surpass them, not by hiding in the shadows and playing petty tricks. In the 50th year of Konoha, the course of the Shinobi World's wars underwent significant changes. First, Kirigakure launched a surprise attack on Konoha. Then, the Three Tails appeared in the Land of Bears, sparking a conflict between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. The two sides eventually tore apart their alliance completely. The Four Great Shinobi Village alliance became nothing more than a scrap of paper. Sunagakure's Bakura had just seized the Three Tails and was on her way out of the Land of Bears when Kirigakure intercepted her at sea, reclaiming the beast. The ensuing bloody battle left both sides devastated. Despite being separated by the Land of Fire, Sunagakure and Kirigakure became bitter enemies. Their ninjas launched frenzied retaliatory strikes against each other across the Shinobi world. This gave Konoha a temporary reprieve from their war with Kirigakure. Shortly after, Kirigakure sent emissaries to Konoha to negotiate a ceasefire agreement. Thus, the four great shinobi villages' war against Konoha crumbled. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze appeared behind enemy lines in the Land of Rivers, destroying numerous supply lines. He also teamed up with Jiraiya on the battlefield to deliver several crushing defeats to Sunagakure. It was clear that Sunagakure was already contemplating retreat. As for Kumogakure and Iwagakure, their leaders were furious. However, Konoha's large-scale troop movements made it evident to all that the end of the war was in sight. P.S. The daimyo of the Land of Fire are just a group of normal people, but somehow they rule the Land of Fire. JP culture always follow bloodline hierarchy, unlike in CN, only stronger people on the top of the food chain. Chapter 241, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 241. Year 51 of Konoha. The situation on Konoha's battlefield was greatly improving. With Kirigakure continually retreating, Konoha was able to allocate more forces to support other battlefronts. Kikyo Mountain. Once a main battlefield, Kikyo Mountain had now become a logistical support point for Konoha against the three major ninja villages, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. Lord Shirou and Lady Tsunade are nominated for the position of 4th Hokage. As the clouds of war were about to dissipate, countless Konoha ninjas stationed at the Kikyo Mountain outpost began showing long-lost smiles on their faces. Samui, do you need to be this excited? Mabui, grinning widely, teased Samui, who was already showing signs of maturity. However, Mabui herself couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Samui smiled as she raised her chin and said, Mabui, maybe you should take a look at yourself first. Look at your smile before teasing me. With a smile on her face, Samui drew the short blade from her waist. The bright blade reflected Mabui's smiling face. Mabui waved her hand in amusement. Normally calm and composed, it was rare for her to feel this happy. Only when a voice came from within the tent did the two stop their exchange and walk inside. Inside the tent, Yujito Ni, who was lying on the bed, blushed as she saw the two enter. Her appearance at the moment was less than dignified. Lord Shirou. Mabui and Samui respectfully bowed to Shirou upon entering, their eyes deeply filled with admiration. Take it easy. The seal has been reinforced again. The previous fluctuation of chakra in your body was likely caused by the power of the curse mark, which drew out some of the tailed beast's chakra. Shirou, smiling, slowly lifted his hand from Yujito's abdomen, where the seal had been reinforced once more. Yujito, lying on the bed, had her pale, delicate skin flushed red. Her usually aloof eyes were now misty. Thank you, Lord Shirou. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Yujito felt her whole body burning up. Her rolled-up shirt revealed her pale abdomen, where the intricate ceiling patterns glowed faintly. This sight brought smiles to the faces of Mabui and Samui, who had just entered the tent. You two, come here. I will apply the curse marks on you again. Inside the tent, Mabui and Samui's faces also flushed red as they felt the warmth on their necks. Although there was a slight sting, the strange sensation in their hearts made their faces even redder. They finally understood what Yujito had experienced earlier. After Yujito lowered her shirt and got down from the bed, she looked at her two companions with a slightly regretful expression. She couldn't help but touch the black, 3-tomo curse mark on her neck. Although the process of adapting to the curse mark had been painful for her body, in her heart, she thoroughly enjoyed the sensation. You've now mastered the first state of the curse mark's power. As for the second state, you're still lacking. Don't be too hasty. Shirou solemnly reminded the three of them. The power of the curse mark, with the aid of Tsunade's precious medicinal formulas, had become a symbol of his direct subordinates. Not only these three, but even Kakashi Hatake, Shisui Uchiha, Might Guy, and some elites from the Uchiha clan had received the curse mark. As Shirou was giving his instructions, Mabui, the leader among the three, reached out with her trembling hand and gently massaged Shirou's shoulder. Her face was flushed, and the other two, upon seeing this, turned even redder. Witnessing this, Shirou froze briefly before shaking his head with a smile. He gently reassured them. Let me guess, this was Mikoto's idea, wasn't it? Although the curse mark and the medicinal formula were sufficient, Mikoto insisted that the three women personally come to Yura each time for the application of the curse marks. He wasn't a fool, Mikoto's intentions were clear. She wanted to bind the hearts and bodies of these three women completely to him. Lord Shirou, it was Lady Mikoto who suggested it, but we are also willing. Normally composed, Mabui's voice quivered slightly despite her efforts to remain calm. Shirou glanced at the three women, then smiled, stepping forward to gently pat each of their heads. With a doting laugh, he said, let's wait a bit longer. If you still feel this way in the future, I will invite you to my room. A moment later, the three women, their faces burning, left the tent. Normally lively, the three now exchanged awkward glances, their eyes betraying their embarrassment. They hurried back to their tent. Mabui-ne, tell us, what was it like massaging Lord Shirou's shoulders? Are they really strong? Back in their tent, Samui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite the shyness in her gaze, her bold personality left the other two speechless. If you're so bold, why didn't you do it earlier? I wanted to, but I was afraid Lord Shirou would be angry. Yujito, you spent so much time alone with Lord Shirou. The three teased and joked with each other, their laughter filling the tent. Finally, Mabui lay down on her bed, wiping the sweat from her forehead, her gaze distant. Although this was Lady Mikoto's arrangement and our destiny, I have no regrets. Hearing these heartfelt words, the usually quiet Yujito also nodded firmly, her expression resolute. I still remember how we were bullied in Kimobukure. Those memories are vivid. But now, we've met Lord Shirou. Samui looked at the other two and shook her head with a teasing smile. Lord Shirou's ambitions go far beyond this. We still need to work hard on our training. While the three women were conversing in their tent, back in Shirou's tent. Mikoto, they're still so young. Young. They're much older than we were back then, aren't they? They're not too young. Faced with Shirou's exasperation, Mikoto smiled gently. Her soft voice, however, left him speechless. They're not too young, and the Uchiha clan has raised them, giving them so many resources. If they were ordinary jonin, it might be different. But Mabui's spacetime ninjutsu talent and Yujito's tailed beast chakra. Mikoto's calm voice revealed an undeniable truth. From the beginning, her purpose in nurturing them had been clear. She never hid it from them. They were her gift to Shirou, her way of building his power. And when it came to women, Mikoto was well aware, winning their hearts alone wasn't enough. They're still young. But Konan isn't, right? Mikoto's gentle smile left Shirou feeling a mix of emotions. Truly, the wisdom of the older sisters never failed. Marry a virtuous wife, and take concubines for beauty. At that moment, Shirou deeply understood the wisdom in those words. Mikoto, Tsunade, and Kushina were shining examples of virtue and support. This time, Tsunade and Kushina are already at the border waiting. Let's prepare to set out as well. Shirou shook his head with a smile, feeling a deep gratitude toward Mikoto. Perhaps only with her could he truly share everything. Yes, the ninjas have been summoned under the guise of reinforcements. Even they are unaware of the true nature of this mission, so there's no risk of any leaks. Mikoto, ever the capable partner, carefully explained the preparations for this operation. Her trust in Yura was matched only by her gratitude. In the twisted worldview of the ninja world, women are seen merely as appendages. Once married, no matter how strong a woman is, she is expected to stay home, supporting her husband and raising children. However, Shirou is a different kind of person. He delegates authority to the extreme. The power of the Uchiha clan, the police force, the medical unit, and even the intelligence division, he rarely meddles in any of it. He even leaves the training of direct successors in the hands of others. Shirou deeply understands one crucial principle: professional matters should be handled by professionals. In a world where power can destroy the heavens and the earth, his focus is solely on continuous training to master the strongest of powers. With that, his authority remains unshaken. Bothering with all these other things. No matter how well they're done, in the face of absolute strength, they are nothing more than paper tigers. Alright, in that case, prepare to act. Let's end this war as quickly as possible. Under the cover of night, a group of over 500 ninjas moved swiftly through the forest near Kikyo Mountain, their figures flickering in the darkness as they left the area. Under the faint moonlight that filtered through the forest, the Konoha ninjas looked at the sheer number of people in astonishment. Shizuka. Why are you here? Nobita, you too. I received a last-minute order. Same here. As the Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, surprise was evident on their faces. At the same time, with their keen observational skills, this group of ninjas realized something shocking: all the ninjas participating in this mission were elites. Leading them was none other than Uchiha Shirou, along with the most elite 100-man reserve unit. With their combined strength, even a fool could tell that something big was about to happen. No one is allowed to use summoning beasts or leave any traces. Obey the highest confidentiality protocol. As the group moved swiftly, members of the reserve unit kept a close watch on them, monitoring each other as well. Orders were given to ensure mutual supervision. This level of preparation was enough to make everyone realize that this was an operation of the highest secrecy. Over 500 Konoha ninjas moved in complete silence, their shadows flickering rapidly. Even the animals of the forest barely noticed their presence before the figures vanished into the darkness. By the next day, the group had reached the border. There's someone ahead. Stay alert. Those are our people. Upon reaching their destination, the Konoha ninjas were stunned to see the dense gathering of allied ninjas hidden within the forest, over 1,000 of them. Similarly, the other group of ninjas was equally shocked by the arrival of so many reinforcements. This mission was a major one. Shirou. After confirming each other's identities, both sides finally lowered their guard. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a flash of red darted out excitedly. In an instant, Kushina Uzumaki leaped from a tree and hung onto Shirou's neck, chattering excitedly with a bright smile. Shirou, you've been gone for so long. Finally, you're here. And Sister Mikoto too. On another tree, Mikoto, accustomed to Kushina's lively behavior, simply smiled and nodded. How many ninja units have assembled? To avoid detection by spies, Lady Tsunade managed to gather about 900 ninjas. Combined with our forces, we now have 1,500 in total. That should be enough. As Shirou, Kushina, and Mikoto spoke, the Konoha ninjas gathered in the forest suppressed their curiosity and calmly prepared for battle. It wasn't until Shirou's temporary role as commander was revealed and his 100-man reserve unit nodded solemnly that orders began to be issued. All units, rest for 30 minutes. Replenish chakra and hydrate. Sensory ninjas will rotate on 24-hour guard duty. This isn't just to detect the enemy, no one in our group is allowed to leave, not even a single insect. Even now, the ninjas didn't know what their mission was. Under the towering trees, the ninja figures looked like tiny insects. Standing on a wide tree trunk, Shirou unfolded a map and summoned the jonin from the group to assign their missions. This operation is top secret. We have reliable intel that the Hidden Cloud Village is preparing to team up with the Hidden Stone Village for another surprise attack. The plan is as follows. As Shirou's voice echoed, the jonin couldn't help but feel a chill, followed by a surge of anger. Especially Might Due, who had recently been promoted to jonin. Dressed in his signature green jumpsuit, he was brimming with fury. The war is almost over, yet the Cloud and Stone ninjas don't want peace for Konoha. For this operation, we'll set an ambush here. Tsunade's main force will also be involved. As Shirou solemnly outlined the battle plan, the jonin nodded in agreement. Once the plan was finalized, the jonin dispersed to relay the orders. Shirou, here's what you asked me to make. After the serious discussion ended, Kushina's playful personality immediately resurfaced. She excitedly pulled out a rare chakra sealing tag from her ninja pouch. The tag was inscribed with mysterious sealing symbols. Seeing the tag, Shirou was momentarily stunned. Kushina, didn't you give this to Kakashi already? Kushina pouted and replied with a hint of arrogance, he's your student, not mine. Shirou couldn't help but smile indulgently at her response, glancing affectionately at both Kushina and Mikoto. Kakashi, because your Sharingan can't be deactivated, it's causing excessive chakra consumption. Given your current age and chakra reserves, this sealing tag will help. With a smile, Shirou handed the sealing tag to Kakashi. This tag functioned similarly to the one used by Ao of the Hidden Mist to seal his Byakugan. By sealing the Sharingan when not in use, it would prevent unnecessary chakra depletion. Thank you, Shirou-sensei. Kakashi, no fool, fully understood the value of such a sealing tag. The materials alone were 100 times more expensive than regular chakra paper, not to mention the rare sealing techniques embedded within. This was meticulously crafted by Kushina. Shirou made sure to emphasize Kushina's contribution, prompting her to immediately puff up with pride. She glared at Kakashi and said, "Little Kakashi, this was a special request from Shirou. It cost me a ton of rare materials. Don't forget, your sensei will pay for it." Mikoto, standing nearby, smiled gently, her eyes curving in amusement. Kushina had grown increasingly clever. Shirou immediately saw through her intentions. Kushina was subtly using this gesture to enhance his image as a leader, just as Mikoto and Tsunade had done before. They were all gradually pushing Shirou to the forefront while quietly stepping back themselves. "Thank you, Lady Kushina. Thank you, Lady Mikoto. P.S. Kakashi here, Sensei no Okuzan, used term for sensei's wives to Mikoto and Kushina." Despite being only 14 years old, Kakashi, who had avoided falling into darkness thanks to Shirou's guidance, had already developed a sharp mind and keen observational skills. Sure enough, Kushina and Mikoto, both from prestigious backgrounds and never lacking in resources, were visibly pleased by Kakashi's respectful words. Seeing this, Shirou couldn't help but feel speechless. Since when had Kakashi become so smooth-tongued? Kushina let out a thunderous snort, but it was obvious she didn't reject it. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile that could not be suppressed no matter how hard she tried. Meanwhile, Mikoto smiled warmly, fully accepting the title. Kakashi, sensing the mood, tactfully leaped to a distant tree branch. "Kakashi, just now, you called Lady Kushina and Lady Mikoto. Aren't you afraid of making them angry?" As soon as he returned, Shisui Uchiha gave Kakashi a look of concern, as though worried for him, while Might Guy nodded nervously in agreement. "Yeah, Kakashi, isn't that risky?" Seeing the anxious and concerned expressions of both Shisui and Might Guy, Kakashi was left speechless. He hadn't noticed how foolish these two companions of his were until now. Today, he finally realized. The difference between people sometimes really is enormous. Idiots. For once, Kakashi uttered the word bluntly, dragging Shisui into it as well. The two of them widened their eyes as if silently asking, "Kakashi, what do you mean by that?" However, Kakashi remained unmoved. He simply lowered his head, placing a sealing tag on the back of his forehead protector before pulling it down to cover his Sharingan. With a quick hand sign, the Sharingan was sealed, and the constant chakra drain finally ceased. Kakashi let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Shisui, Guy, remember this, in private, it's perfectly fine to call them master wives. You can even call Lady Tsunade that if you want." Kakashi fixed them with his signature deadfish eye, rolling it at the two of them. However, Might Guy's reaction was to widen his eyes and shake his head frantically in refusal. "Kakashi, I don't want to get beaten to death by Lady Tsunade." Shisui, on the other hand, froze for a moment before a look of realization dawned on his face. His expression immediately turned to one of shock. Seeing Kakashi's calm nod only made him more astonished, he was completely floored. At the same time, Shisui and Kakashi exchanged a glance, then both of them silently turned their heads to look at their sensei off in the distance, who was chatting with his two wives. Their eyes couldn't help but show admiration. The only one still clueless was Might Guy, who thought Kakashi was just teasing him. He had no idea that Kakashi was trying to guide him along the path of understanding. Some things can't be taught with mere words. Chapter 242, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 242. At the border of the Land of Fire. Did you hear? Before the war started, Konoha was conducting human experiments to study the first Hokages would release abilities, and it's true. No way. How could it be fake? This information was leaked by the spies we captured. I even heard that Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru were the ones leading the experiments. Inside a Konoha outpost defending against the Sand Village's forces, the Konoha shinobi were in shock as they talked about the spies they had caught a few days ago. These spies, who had infiltrated Konoha village, had managed to discover classified information and were attempting to escape. However, they were captured at the border, and the secrets they carried were exposed. The news quickly spread among Konoha's shinobi, sparking heated discussions. I heard this is what made the other major villages wary of us, and it became the trigger for the Third Great Ninja War. To treat the first Hokage like this. Even if it's Lady Tsunade, this is unforgivable. Damn it. Didn't they just propose candidates for the fourth Hokage? Inside the command tent, Jiraiya, listening to the rumors spreading outside, sighed in frustration and helplessness. Jiraiya-sensei, there's something strange about this whole situation, Minato Namikaze said, frowning as if he had guessed something. He glanced at his teacher, seemingly trying to confirm his suspicions. But this time, Jiraiya chose silence. In the end, he sighed deeply. Minato, the old man, and the others might be past their prime, but they're not wrong about one thing, Konoha cannot withstand more upheaval. Jiraiya, who had spent his life searching for the child of prophecy, was, in truth, someone who preferred stability and was hesitant to embrace change. Like the third Hokage, he believed that Konoha was fine the way it was and that drastic changes would only lead to chaos. Especially if Tsunade or someone from the Uchiha clan rose to power, either would cause conflict between the old and new factions. The safest course, Jiraiya believed, was for a new Hokage to take over gradually, inheriting everything from the older generation. This would ensure stability. From Jiraiya's perspective, this was indeed the safest path with minimal upheaval. But it also meant that nothing in Konoha would truly change. It would merely enter another cycle of stagnation. Jiraiya-sensei. Seeing his teacher like this, Minato, unwilling to accept the situation, raised his head to speak. However, Jiraiya shook his head and said, Minato, this is all for Konoha. You're classmates with Uchiha Shirou, and you're the best candidate to stabilize the situation. Here, take this intelligence report from within the village and see for yourself. As Jiraiya handed over the report, Minato opened it and his expression immediately changed. Jiraiya-sensei, this isn't fair. It turned out that after the spies escaped from the village, much of the wood release project had been exposed, especially details about the researchers involved. Rumors had been swirling within Konoha ever since. The third Hokage, furious about the situation, had ordered a strict investigation and capture of those involved. At the same time, he announced plans to send an envoy to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although the details weren't stated explicitly, based on available information and speculation, it seemed likely that the three Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would be excluded from consideration for the fourth Hokage position. While Jiraiya appeared to be implicated in the scandal, he was the most ashamed of all. Minato, as long as the village remains stable, fairness doesn't matter. Besides, I'm not suited to be Hokage. Looking at Minato, who was even more exceptional than himself, Jiraiya smiled with pride. Orochimaru's personality isn't suitable either. As for Tsunade. At the mention of Tsunade, Jiraiya's expression turned complicated. In the end, he shook his head and said, If it weren't for you, Minato, Tsunade would be the most suitable candidate. But the old men and the others are right, someone like you, who comes from a civilian background, is the best choice. Your foundation lies with the common people. Although the major clans serve as vital support, your real strength will always come from the civilians. So, Minato, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. You are the most suitable person for this role, even more so than the old men or anyone else. Jiraiya spoke with a hint of melancholy. From their perspective, he wasn't wrong. However, their views were based on the premise that Konoha shouldn't change. They wanted to maintain the status quo, believing that the current Konoha was already the best it could be. However, people like Shirou and Tsunade had a different vision. They wanted to change Konoha and bring about reform. While Konoha was strong, it was trapped in a cycle of recovery followed by war. They wanted to break that cycle. From the perspective of Konoha's major clans, the families aligned with the third Hokage had enjoyed decades of resources and privileges. Now, it was time for others to take their turn. Meanwhile, the families aligned with the third Hokage, seeing a chance to maintain their influence, were unwilling to give it up. This was human nature. And it was also desire. But none of that matters now. The Sand Village doesn't want to fight anymore, and the borders with the Stone and Cloud villages are stabilizing. The ongoing skirmishes are just their unwillingness to completely accept defeat. Seeing the impending peace, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. He teased Minato. Minato, I heard your child is about to be born. The old man even gave you a mission. Once you complete it, you can return with good news to greet your child's birth. With a mischievous grin, Jiraiya handed over a top-secret scroll. Minato opened it and was surprised. Protect Elder Koharu while she travels to the daimyo's palace in the Land of Fire. Minato wasn't naive. Sending Koharu as an envoy to the daimyo meant discussions about the fourth Hokage were on the agenda. Assigning Minato to protect her was a strategic move to give him more exposure and political capital. After all, Tsunade and Orochimaru's involvement in the human experiments had become something of a scandal. If it had only been Orochimaru conducting the experiments, it would have been labeled as inhumane, especially since Konoha's children were used as test subjects. This could have made him a rogue ninja outright. But with Tsunade involved, and some Konoha shinobi volunteering for the experiments, it was merely a stain on their reputation. Jiraiya-sensei, should I leave at a time like this? Minato was tempted by the opportunity to become Hokage, but he hesitated. Jiraiya, however, laughed and said, Thanks to your efforts on the battlefield, we disrupted the Sand Village's supply lines. Now, with the Sand Village entangled with the Mist Village, they're ready to send an envoy to negotiate peace with us. Rumor has it that their envoy is none other than the newly chosen fourth Kazekage. Ending the war will be his first major achievement. The Sand Village had fought for 6 years without a Kazekage. Now, they were ready to appoint a fourth Kazekage and use the peace talks to solidify his reputation. The fourth Kazekage is coming for peace talks. Minato was startled, then smiled in relief. peace is finally within reach. If that's the case, Jiraiya-sensei, I can leave for the daimyo's palace with peace of mind. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. Minato, I believe you'll win the daimyo's support and trust. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato expressed his gratitude, knowing his teacher was firmly backing him for the Hokage position. This was all part of building his political foundation. While the third Hokage and his allies were carefully executing their plans, storm clouds were gathering on the borders stabilized by the stone and cloud villages. Under the pouring rain, within the dense forest, countless shadowy figures moved swiftly. After seeing the raging storm, the advancing group of ninjas showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, they revealed expressions of excitement. This is truly the blessing of the Sage of Six Paths. Such a massive storm will help conceal our rapid march and, even if combat breaks out, our lightning release techniques can perform even better. As for Konoha's fire release, Third Raikage-sama, all of our reinforcements have already regrouped. Do not hesitate for a single moment. Advance at full speed and launch an immediate attack. Shaking off the rainwater from his head, the third Raikage wore a determined expression as he continuously commanded the ninja troops behind him to move forward. In the forest behind them, a dense mass of Kimogakure ninjas gathered, over 3,000 in number. The third Raikage clenched his fists, filled with anticipation. Losing his arm 6 years ago was a minor matter compared to the S-rank wind release, Rasen Shuriken that struck him. Its destructive power was unmatched. It had taken him over 2 years to recover from the injuries. The widespread death of his cells and the overexertion from battle had taken a heavy toll on his body. Although he appeared to have regained his peak form over the past few years, he knew his body better than anyone. The large-scale death of cells accelerated the division of new ones. However, the number of times cells can divide is limited. To put it simply, he had burned through his lifespan. Though he seemed to be in his prime, internally, his body had aged nearly 10 years. He could feel that his physical condition was on the verge of decline. This was why he was so eager to lead Kimogakure's forces to achieve another moment of glory. Father. The fourth Raikage candidate, A, looked at his father with a grave expression. The third Raikage, A, however, spoke in a deep voice. A. The village has suffered too great a loss. While the war must come to an end, we need to secure more bargaining chips before that happens. Only then can we compensate for the village's losses. These over 3,000 Kimogakure ninjas had crossed the sea from the border between the Land of Fields and the Land of Frost without taking any significant breaks along the way. Father, I'm worried about whether old Mononoke will launch the attack as promised. The fourth Raikage candidate, A, frowned with concern. However, his father, the third Raikage, shook his head and replied in a deep voice. A, remember this, between villages, there is no trust, only interests. Another ambush at Kikyo Mountain is merely a means to negotiate better terms with Konoha. So, the success or failure of this operation doesn't matter. What's important is to show Konoha our stance. The things on the negotiating table must be earned through war. We're about to enter Konoha's sensory range. Everyone, prepare to launch a surprise attack and engage in full-force combat immediately. Yes. The over 3,000 Kimogakure ninja behind him responded fiercely, their eyes filled with predatory wildness. One by one, they nodded bloodthirstily. Kimogakure ninjas were the best at raiding in the Shinobi World. Leave them to build and develop at home, and they'd be lazy. But send them out to raid, and they'd feel utterly fulfilled. No. Something's wrong. Just as the 3,000 Kimogakure ninjas advanced rapidly, a sensory ninja at the front suddenly sensed something and, with a look of horror, exclaimed. There's an enormous amount of chakra ahead. As the sensory ninja sounded the alarm, the 3,000 Kimogakure ninja, still stunned, hadn't even had time to react. The third Raikage suddenly realized something and roared in fury. Defend. Everyone, defend. However, before his voice could fade, a deafening series of explosions resounded through the forest, even drowning out the heavy rain. The sound of the rain had masked the movement of the Kimogakure forces, but it had also concealed the countless kunai, equipped with explosive tags, falling from the sky. By the time they noticed, the kunai with explosive tags were already above their heads. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in the fiery explosions of the tags. On a distant high ground, countless Konoha ninjas had already taken battle positions. Among them, massive war machines continuously launched volleys of kunai in a roaring onslaught. At the forefront stood Senju Tsunade, her arms crossed haughtily. Seeing the widespread explosions in the forest ahead, she showed no mercy. Instead, she coldly waved her hand and shouted. Keep firing. Don't hold back on the explosive tags. Carpet bomb the Kimogakure forces. Fire the signal flares. Have the ninja on the left and right wings prepared to intercept the Kimogakure forces. Hundreds of thousands of explosive tags rained down relentlessly, their detonations echoing even louder than the sound of the storm. Amidst the chaos, a furious roar erupted from the forest. The next moment, the enormous form of Gyuki, the Eight Tails, appeared. With an enraged howl, it swept away countless kunai falling from the sky. Damn it! In a flash of lightning, the third Raikage charged forward furiously and shouted. Retreat! All Kumogakure ninja, retreat! Though the third Raikage appeared to be a berserker, his mind was as sharp as ever. It was clear that Konoha had been well prepared for their arrival. It was obvious that their plans had been leaked. To continue fighting recklessly wasn't bravery, it was suicide. He refused to charge headfirst into a trap set by Konoha. Hurry up and retreat. From a distance, Tsunade saw the retreating Kumogakure forces. Standing in the rain, she smirked coldly, tossed her golden hair, and waved her hand. Teams 1, 3, 5, 6, and 8, follow me in pursuit. The rest of the Konoha ninja, fall back and defend. Yes. Though the pursuit seemed imposing, Tsunade only had 2,000 Konoha ninjas with her. Despite Konoha's strength, they had to defend against too many enemies. Most importantly, they still had to contend with an impending Iwagakure assault. Unbeknownst to the Kumogakure forces, the third Raikage, in his rage, believed Konoha had at least 5,000 ninjas lying in ambush. Thus, he decisively ordered a retreat. Even if the third Raikage was rash, Tsunade could use the favorable terrain and pre-laid traps to delay them. After all, the success of their plan hinged on Uchiha Shirou's elite unit, which was the real key to the war's outcome. Chapter 243, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 243. Power Stone goal this week. Reach 1000, I will give you 3 extra chapters. I know you can do it, guys. What? You're saying that Konoha has set up an ambush and the retreat path for the Cloud Village has already been cut off. At the border of the Land of Fire, while the hidden Iwagakure forces were advancing swiftly, a piece of urgent intelligence suddenly arrived, causing Inoki's expression to change drastically in shock. Lord Third Tsuchikage, this information was sent by one of our deep cover spies in Konoha at the cost of their life. Konoha has already laid an inescapable trap along the border. Hearing this report, Inoki's face turned extremely grim, and he quickly ordered the Iwagakure forces to halt their battle plans. Lord Third Tsuchikage, the Cloud Shinobi have likely already fallen into Konoha's trap. Before the words could be finished, Inoki gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Retreat. At the same time, send a message to the Cloud Shinobi, telling them that the information has been leaked. Konoha has set up an ambush, and we IWA Shinobi have suffered heavy casualties. Inoki's cunning and craftiness shone through once again. As thousands of elite IWA Shinobi retreated, far away at the Konoha border, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister and cold smile. Orochimaru-sama, traces of numerous shinobi were found in the distance, but they've disappeared again. Hearing this, Orochimaru let out his distinct raspy laugh. Hee, Inoki is indeed as cautious as ever. While caution does reduce the likelihood of mistakes, it also causes one to miss many opportunities. Amid Orochimaru's raspy laughter, the Konoha outpost behind him was surrounded by numerous ambushes, with only about 2,000 Konoha shinobi stationed there. If Inoki had pressed forward with his elite forces at this time, there would still have been a chance for a decisive battle. However, Inoki was too cautious. As soon as he realized Konoha was aware of their plans, he refused to press on. The operation had been a gamble, assuming Konoha was unprepared. Once Konoha was on guard, the element of surprise was lost. As for the situation with the Cloud Shinobi, what did that have to do with Inoki? As long as it wasn't his IWA Shinobi dying, it didn't concern him in the slightest. However, the direction in which the IWA forces retreated seemed a little off, causing unease among the retreating shinobi. Lord Third Tsuchikage, our retreat path has deviated. Deviated from what? Inoki's sharp voice cut through as he turned to glare at the shinobi behind him, his expression dark and foreboding. This war has reached the point where there's no longer any need to continue. All the major villages have suffered heavy losses, but Konoha's foundation will allow it to recover faster than anyone else. No matter how hard we try, Iwagakure can never catch up to Konoha. Right now, however, there is an opportunity. Inoki's eyes revealed a chilling determination. The lands of waterfall and frost. His gaze burned with resolve. Hearing this, Inoki's trusted IWA shinobi couldn't help but gasp in shock, blurting out. Lord Third Tsuchikage, the lands of waterfall and frost have always been under the influence of the land of lightning. We're allies with them. The shocked shinobi's voice grew weaker as he spoke, while the other IWA shinobi behind him showed flickers of understanding in their eyes. Inoki scoffed disdainfully, allies. The alliance among the 4 great shinobi villages was already shattered thanks to those fools in Kirigakure and Sunagakure. Since the alliance is broken, are we just going to sit back after the war and watch Konoha rise again? This is our chance to secure enough resources for Iwagakure. With a wave of his hand, Inoki led his elite forces decisively toward the lands of waterfall and frost. These two small countries had long been influenced by the land of lightning, and even the land of earth had some hidden ties to the land of waterfall. But in the chaos of war, if they couldn't seize resources from Konoha, they would have to turn their sights on these small nations. Everyone, disguise yourselves as cloud shinobi. Paint your skin black. Inoki was the first to take the lead, painting his skin. His exposed eyes showed no trace of shame. This was the way of the ninja. The cloud already had a bad reputation, so what did it matter if it got worse? Although this move was rather underhanded, the Iwa shinobi, thinking of the resources they would seize to restore their village, silently accepted the plan. Soon after crossing the forest, the entire unit was disguised as cloud shinobi, wearing cloud headbands and sporting dark skin. After all, it wasn't their fault, it was the cloud's doing. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the cloud shinobi were retreating in disarray. Father, the Iwa shinobi have sent word. They were ambushed by Konoha during their assault. The information was leaked, and they warn us to be cautious. After hearing his son's hurried report, the third Raikage was initially startled, but then sneered in frustration. You believe that? According to the plan, they're much closer to Konoha than we are. By all rights, the Iwa shinobi should have attacked first. Yet here we are retreating, and only now they send a warning. Can't you see through this? Scolded by his father, the future fourth Raikage, realized his oversight. Thinking it through, his expression quickly turned to one of anger and frustration. He wasn't an idiot. The timing was clear, they had launched their attack first. Damn Inoki. At this moment, the fragility of their alliance was laid bare. When mutual interests are aligned, past animosities could be set aside for cooperation. But as soon as there were no shared benefits, the alliance proved meaningless. Lord Raikage, bad news. Our retreat path has been blocked, it's Konoha's Mangekyo Uchiha Shirou and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Cloud Shinobi, already retreating in disarray, were thrown into panic upon hearing that enemies were ahead. Lord Raikage, we'll cover your escape. Damn it. Everyone, fight your way out. Silence. The third Raikage's voice boomed as he realized that Konoha had laid a perfect trap. Escaping wouldn't be easy. From this moment forward, you are the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village. His declaration shocked the surrounding Cloud Shinobi. To name a fourth Raikage at this moment was to signal the third Raikage's intention to make the ultimate sacrifice. Father. All Cloud Shinobi, listen up. You are the elite of the Cloud Village. Protect the fourth Raikage and break through. I will cover your retreat personally. In the distance, Konoha forces were closing in. Lord Shirou, I sense the third Raikage chakra ahead. He's charging straight toward us. Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan glinted as he gazed at the raging chakra in the distance, smiling faintly. The Cloud Shinobi are desperate. All Konoha forces, focus on stalling them. Yes, sir. The Third Shinobi War, though nearing its end, continued to evolve dramatically. What should have concluded long ago had dragged on to this point. Faced with certain defeat, the Third Raikage fulfilled his duty as a Kage, knowing his age and potential had reached their limits. He chose to sacrifice himself to give his village's elite a chance to escape. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, reports from the front lines were already arriving. Konoha, Hokage Office Building. Hokage-sama, we've discovered the battle plans of the Cloud and Stone Shinobi on the front lines. Because of the urgency of the situation, Lady Tsunade and Lord Shirou have joined forces. The front lines were already engaged in battle, and only now had the information been relayed back. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wasn't naive. Judging by the arrangements, this intelligence must have been discovered at least a week ago, or even earlier. Hiruzen. This is outrageous. Such critical intelligence and it's only being reported now. Exactly. What is Tsunade thinking? Does she not trust us? Or what? How can this information be considered urgent if there's been enough time to mobilize so many shinobi from Kikyo Mountain? Was this intelligence only discovered 3 days ago? Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu were immediately enraged. They had just been preparing to select the fourth Hokage, only for the front lines to completely disregard their authority like this. If Tsunade or Shirou were truly to ascend to power, would there still be a place for them? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression also darkened. Tsunade's actions were not just a matter of distrust, they were intended to credit Uchiha Shirou with the success. Tsunade, is this because of the rumors spreading in the village recently? Hiruzen muttered to himself, still thinking that Tsunade was angry about the rumors regarding human experimentation, which had led to the 3 legendary Sannin being disqualified from the Hokage candidacy. Hiruzen, we've already finalized the peace talks with the Hidden Mist, and the Hidden Sand Village has also sent an envoy. Right now, peace is more important than anything else. Indeed. If this move provokes the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud, the village will remain mired in the quagmire of war, while the hidden sand and hidden mist recover. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu analyzed the current situation with heavy hearts. Peace was so close to being achieved, yet Tsunade seemed focused on her satisfaction rather than the broader picture. From their perspective, perhaps they weren't entirely wrong. After all, they were getting old, and their priorities had shifted from advancing Konoha to ensuring stability above all else. With peace established, Konoha's deep foundation would allow it to develop just as it did after the first Great Ninja War. In less than 20 years, Konoha could once again become the strongest village in the ninja world. Wouldn't that be better? As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, sinking into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally set down his pipe, lightly tapped the table, and said in a low voice. Send a message to the front lines. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade are to cease targeted warfare. Jiraiya will negotiate a ceasefire with the hidden sand, while Orochimaru and Tsunade will separately handle the hidden stone and hidden cloud. At this point, there's no intention to continue fighting. Tell Tsunade to avoid escalating the war unnecessarily. The village can no longer bear such a burden. Understood. As Hiruzen's orders were issued, an ANBU operative responded sharply and disappeared from the office. However, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu frowned and said, Hiruzen, Minato is already preparing to head to the Land of Fire, and we too are also making plans to travel. But now, with Tsunade's growing influence. What made them most uneasy at the moment was Tsunade. As for Uchiha Shirou, despite his Mangekyo Sharingan and considerable strength, the Uchiha clan carried inherent disadvantages. I will personally take responsibility for the human experimentation scandal and, at the same time, officially cancel the Sanin's eligibility for the Hokage candidacy. This will serve as an explanation to everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head and looked calmly at his two old friends, his expression filled with quiet resolve. But the two were still worried. After all, Tsunade's reputation was undeniable. Hiruzen, however, immediately saw through their concern. He lightly tapped the table with his pipe, speaking with a meaningful tone. How many shinobi are on the front lines? When the war on the front lines was at its most brutal and dangerous, we deliberately concealed much of the truth to stabilize morale in the village. Now that this great battle has cost countless shinobi their lives, we will release the news from the front lines to calm the villagers' hearts. As Hiruzen's words sank in, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu suddenly understood. Indeed, how many shinobi were truly on the front lines? In Konoha's rear, it was they who held authority. Additionally, they weren't taking credit for the achievements themselves. If Tsunade and her forces won, they would naturally spread the news of victory, but it would be they who controlled the narrative. They would emphasize the sacrifices of Konoha's heroes while downplaying the contributions of Tsunade and Shirou. But that won't be enough. As if struck by another thought, Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. To ensure things went smoothly, he placed his lit pipe back in his mouth, took a deep drag, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and said softly. Minato Namike's contributions in the Land of Bears can be highlighted as the turning point that laid the foundation for peace. This led to the Hidden Mist peace talks and the Hidden Sand's wavering stance. After that, Jiraiya decisively joined forces with Minato to strike, and the Hidden Sand's willingness to negotiate with the village should be widely publicized. And as for Tsunade and Orochimaru? At this moment, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu nodded in satisfaction, smiling. They were experts in this kind of maneuvering. Tsunade's contributions might be the greatest, but they could attribute them to the collective efforts of the three Sanins, sharing the glory among them. They would also highlight the sacrifices of Konoha's fallen heroes. By focusing on these heroes, they would naturally overshadow Tsunade and Shirou's achievements. After all, who would compete with fallen heroes for glory? Through this strategy, the narrative would shift. The victory was the result of countless sacrifices by Konoha's heroes and the teamwork of the three Sanins. As for Minato Namike's contributions, they would neither exaggerate nor understate them. They would simply amplify their publicity efforts while subtly downplaying Uchiha Shirou's involvement. The Sanin's reputation could be elevated, it didn't matter, as their Hokage candidacy had already been revoked. Hiruzen himself, as their teacher, would take responsibility for the human experimentation incident and cancel their eligibility, presenting himself as a selfless and noble leader. Thus, even if the Sanin's reputation grew, it wouldn't pose a threat. Hamura, Koharu, you two head to the Land of Fire immediately and emphasize the importance of Tsunade being influenced by the Uchiha. As for Minato, I am confident he will gain the trust of the daimyo's court. When Hiruzen mentioned Minato Namikaze, a confident smile appeared on his face. This apprentice, who surpassed even a disciple, was the ninja he was most proud of. Not only had Minato inherited his will of fire, but his status as a commoner would also make him the perfect candidate to connect with the daimyo's court. Currently, there were two candidates for the fourth Hokage, a commoner and a Uchiha. Would the daimyo's court, which included a branch of the Senju clan, ever choose a Uchiha? Impossible. Especially after learning that Tsunade had been influenced by the Uchiha, and considering how the Senju clan in the village was almost becoming a part of the Uchiha clan, how would the Senju clan in the daimyo's court react? It would likely even strain Tsunade's relationship with her clan. Therefore, the trip to the daimyo's court was Hiruzen's trump card. From the beginning, their goal had been to eliminate Tsunade from the race. Such was the natural disadvantage faced by the Uchiha. Thinking of this, Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps Uchiha Shirou's prestige surpassed Minato's, but as far as the daimyo's court was concerned, he stood no chance. Chapter 244, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 244. Konoha. Don't even think about getting through here. Amidst the raging storm and the fury of thunder, an enraged roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. In the distance, a group of bedraggled cloud ninjas broke through the encirclement, their faces filled with fury. At the forefront, the fourth Raikage, had rain and tears mixing on his cheeks as he suppressed his anger and shouted. Don't betray the expectations of the third Raikage. Everyone, break through and return to the land of lightning at full speed. The cloud ninjas had paid a heavy price, with the third Raikage personally staying behind to cover their retreat. Only then did they manage to find time to break through. In the distance, the canyon was illuminated by flashes of lightning. The third Raikage, now in a berserk state, let out a crazed roar. If you want to pass through here, you'll have to step over my dead body. The Konoha ninjas were equally enraged, but facing a Raikage who no longer cared for his life and had entered a berserk state, his power rivaled that of a tailed beast's rampage. All Chunin, retreat from the battlefield. Jonin, maintain a safe distance. This is not a fight you can participate in. Splurt. Before the stunned eyes of the Konoha ninjas, blood splattered everywhere as the third Raikage shockingly and crazily gouged out his own eyes. Haha, Uchiha Shirou. I know your Mangekyo Sharingan has hidden abilities, but now that I've gouged out my own eyes, your Mangekyo is useless against me. At this moment, surrounded by flickering lightning, Shirou faced the berserk third Raikage and felt an overwhelming pressure, causing him to frown deeply. The third Raikage, now completely berserk, was wildly using his lightning release mode. His skin had turned red, and blood beads seeped continuously from his pores, only to be instantly evaporated by the raging lightning chakra. Third Raikage, do you care so little about your life? Shirou, wielding the Kusanagi sword, clashed wildly with the third Raikage, the two of them turning into streaks of lightning as they collided fiercely. Around them, the remaining cloud ninjas who had stayed behind to cover the retreat were inspired by their Raikage's desperate fight and let out resolute, furious roars. Kill them. Fueled by this reckless fighting spirit, their combat strength surged dramatically. For a moment, the elite Konoha forces found themselves being held back in the canyon by the cloud ninjas. Haha, Uchiha Shirou. When I stayed behind to cover the retreat, I already knew you wouldn't let me leave. In that case, I might as well fight to hold you here. The third Raikage laughed maniacally, without a trace of regret. The Kumogakure was currently too weak. If this elite squad were to be wiped out, even if he returned, it would take 20 years for the village to recover its strength. At his age, his combat power would decline rapidly in 3 to 5 years. So, sacrificing an aging and less useful Raikage in exchange for the future of the Cloud Village was a deal well worth it. Shirou. Kushina Uzumaki shouted in anger. After finally seizing an opportunity, the elite forces of the Cloud Village managed to escape. Missing this chance would be a great loss. Don't act rashly, Kushina. Now that the Cloud Ninjas have broken through, we've lost the chance to take down all of them. Ninja warfare wasn't as simple as small squad skirmishes. While Kage-level fighters were powerful, they still couldn't single-handedly defeat an entire army. Mikoto assessed the battlefield situation and immediately took over command from Shirou. Everyone, focus on delaying them. Since the Cloud Ninjas want to hold us back, we must ensure that their third Raikage doesn't leave here alive. In the distance, Tsunade's support team was on its way. Tsunade-sama, the latest intel from the village has arrived. Amidst the pouring rain, countless Konoha ninjas swiftly advanced through the forest. Along the way, the retreating Cloud Ninjas had laid numerous traps, which slowed them down considerably. Those old fools. When Tsunade saw the intelligence from the village, she frowned and then revealed a look of disdain. A group of corrupt old fossils. Before the war had even ended, they couldn't wait to start internal strife. Their decisions and strategies during external wars are nothing but foolish, yet when it comes to infighting, their schemes are unparalleled. Tsunade crushed the scroll in her hand into pieces, her expression cold and mocking. She didn't bother hiding this from anyone, causing many Konoha jonin to twitch their lips uncomfortably. However, among the entire village, only Tsunade had the guts to openly mock the higher-ups in front of everyone. The rumors that had recently circulated, combined with the current situation, made it clear to the jonin that few of them were naive. Tsunade-sama, isn't this not very appropriate? At this moment, a timid voice came from nearby. Tsunade turned to see Shizune, the black-haired young girl following behind her with her head lowered. Despite being only 14, Shizun was already a talented chunin. Normally quiet and meek, it was surprising that she spoke up at a time like this. Not very appropriate. Tsunade's response wasn't anger, but a dismissive smirk as she looked at Shizun's worried expression. Those old fossils don't even have the guts to come to the front lines. What do they know? The battles here on the front lines are won with the blood and lives of countless Konoha ninjas, not through the petty schemes of those bureaucrats in the rear. Shizun became even more embarrassed, while the other Konoha jonin silently glanced at her. They could see Tsunade's attitude toward Shizun, and many of them showed envious expressions. Tsunade-sama, Lord Shirou is leading the elite forces to intercept the Cloud Ninjas. The third Reikage himself is leading 300 elite Cloud Ninjas to cover the retreat, while the rest have already broken through. A Konoha ninja hurriedly reported the situation as Tsunade's group emerged from the dense forest. The rustling of leaves gave way to countless Konoha ninjas flickering out of the forest, only to see the distant canyon erupting with thunder and lightning. What kind of power is this? It's summoning the natural lightning of the heavens. Even from this great distance, the overwhelming chakra pressure radiating from the scene left the Konoha ninjas in shock. Lightning release, Kirin. Above the canyon, a massive thunder beast roared as the lightning illuminated the heavens and earth. Its deafening roar blinded and deafened countless ninjas. Moments later, the explosion of lightning and the resulting shock waves reverberated throughout the canyon. As the lightning dissipated, the Konoha ninjas stared in awe at the display of natural power. Many Konoha ninjas swallowed nervously, overwhelmed by what they had just witnessed. Is this a power that a ninja can wield? That level of power must have already surpassed the Kage level. The third Reikage, known as the strongest Kage among the 5 great shinobi villages, had fought his final battle today. Ha ha ha, so it's lightning release. From the massive crater, the crazed laughter of the third Reikage echoed, shocking countless Konoha ninjas. He was still alive. Inside the crater, the third Reikage was covered in blood. After enduring the devastating lightning release attack, he was already on the verge of death. At this moment, as he stood high above, towering over the valley, Shirou displayed a solemn expression. With an air of dominance, he coldly shouted. Still alive, third Reikage. Your strength. I, Uchiha Shirou, acknowledge it. Among all the shinobi I've faced, none surpass you in the art of lightning style. Uchiha Shirou, breathing heavily, stood ready to face the desperate last stand of the third Reikage, who was also giving it his all. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Shirou. In the name of the third Reikage, I shall call you the strongest lightning-style shinobi. Likewise, standing firmly in the pit below, the third Reikage grinned widely. In the next moment, he unleashed the last of his chakra. But I, the third Reikage, have not lost yet. For the Cloud Village. For the land of lightning. With a furious roar, the third Reikage's body crackled wildly with lightning. Despite his body being severely overdrawn, with blood seeping from his pores and chunks of his internal organs spilling from his mouth, none of it stopped him. Hell stab one finger Nukite. Sage art, lightning style, Chidori. Lightning illuminated the night sky. Countless Konoha shinobi and newly arrived reinforcements witnessed the ultimate clash of lightning style techniques. One finger Nukite versus Chidori. Uchiha Shirou. The third Reikage's furious roar echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by the flashing of lightning in the sky, as if reflecting the tragic fall of this Reikage. The lightning illuminated the heavens and earth, allowing countless Konoha shinobi to witness this decisive moment with their very eyes. Splat. Blood splattered everywhere as Chidori once again severed the thunderous attack of the land of lightning. In the pouring rain, one figure fell to the ground with a heavy thud, while another stood tall before the fallen. The victor had been decided. Cloud Village. I leave it to you. Lying on the cold earth, his body charred from the devastating lightning-style Kirin earlier, the third Reikage muttered hoarsely. The chakra representing the flame of his life had already been extinguished. What remained was sheer willpower. Uchiha Shirou, breathing heavily, looked down at his now lifeless opponent and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A truly worthy opponent. The rain falling on his body evaporated instantly, a testament to the intensity of the battle moments ago. Even in death, the third Reikage's body radiated residual heat. We won. The Konoha shinobi in the distance were stunned by what they saw. After all, this was the third Reikage, the men who had brought Konoha its greatest humiliation. He had once defeated their third Hokage in battle, shaking the shinobi world and starting the third great ninja war. And yet, the very war he initiated had now ended with his death on the battlefield, slain by a Konoha shinobi. It felt as though fate itself had decreed this outcome. We won. The third Reikage, who defeated the third Hokage, has been killed. Countless Konoha shinobi stared in shock. Even as they looked at the third Reikage's corpse, a sense of disbelief filled their hearts. The third Reikage's reputation in the shinobi world was simply too great. His fame had been built upon the humiliation of Konoha. He had brought down the third Hokage in a single battle, dragging Konoha off its pedestal as the strongest village. And now, he lay dead on the battlefield, killed by Uchiha Shirou's hand. As the lightning-style Kirin dissipated, the storm clouds above the valley began to fade, revealing the golden rays of sunrise. The light shone down on the valley, enveloping Uchiha Shirou in its glow. Basking in the sunlight, Shirou's figure seemed to radiate with a golden aura. Slowly, he raised his head, his Manjikyu Sharingan, etched with intricate patterns of the will of fire, gazing at the gathered Konoha shinobi. Then, taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shirou lifted his arm and shouted with all his might. Victory! The next moment, the valley erupted with cheers. Having defeated the Cloud Shinobi and brought down the strongest thunder, countless Konoha shinobi shouted in excitement. Victory! We've won. The war is over. Mist and Sand have already agreed to peace talks. What can the Cloud Village possibly use to fight us now? Haha, we can finally go home. The cheers of the Konoha shinobi echoed across the valley. They had waited far too long for this moment. The third great ninja war had left behind too much anger and frustration. But now, the strongest Konoha shinobi had finally reclaimed their honor. The sacrifices of the third Raikage and 300 elite Cloud shinobi had bought the fourth Raikage and thousands of comrades the time needed to retreat. By the time the battle ended, the fourth Raikage had already led the Cloud forces out of pursuit range and returned to the land of lightning via the sea. In Konoha, Sarutobi, Uchiha Shirou are too dangerous. The third Raikage was killed. This is the report from the front lines. Shimura Danzo barged into the Hokage's office with a grim expression, slamming the report onto the desk. The Root Division already knew the news, so how could the third Hokage not? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up with a heavy expression and handed Danzo a detailed battle report. Danzo, this is the full account of the battle. It was a direct confrontation. Uchiha Shirou killed the third Raikage head-on. The third Hokage's information was far more detailed than Danzo's. But the more detailed it was, the darker Danzo's expression became. Hiruzen, Uchiha Shirou's current strength far exceeds our expectations. We absolutely cannot allow him to develop further. While the report mentions that his Manjikyu Sharingan is nearing blindness, even without it, this man is the equivalent of a third Raikage. Danzo's tone was grave. Both he and the third Hokage had personally experienced the power of the third Raikage. Hiruzen took a deep drag on his pipe, exhaling a puff of smoke before replying hoarsely. The death of the Cloud's third Raikage. Danzo, spread the word that this is the glorious result of countless Konoha shinobi sacrifices. The war is nearing its end. I've already arranged for emissaries to negotiate peace with the Cloud and Stone. As Sarutobi's dark hand, Danzo instantly understood the subtext. The sacrifices of Konoha's shinobi heroes would be magnified, while Uchiha Shirou's achievements would be downplayed. I understand. But we cannot ignore the Uchiha. Danzo's gaze turned icy as he said, Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan leader's health has been deteriorating. He may not last much longer. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku is en route to Kikyo Mountain to provide reinforcements. If something were to happen to him at this time. The cold glint in Danzo's eyes made Hiruzen frown, a trace of worry crossing his face. Hiruzen, this is no time for hesitation. Eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. We don't need to pin it on Uchiha Shirou, just make it look like the work of the Cloud Shinobi. After all, didn't Uchiha Shirou just kill the third Raikage? A Cloud retaliation would seem perfectly natural. Danzo sneered coldly. No one understood the Uchiha clan's temperament better than him. At that time, the entire Uchiha clan would be enraged and want to seek revenge. But now that the war has finally shown signs of coming to an end, is your Uchiha clan going to stir up trouble? At that point, the Uchiha clan would stand in opposition to Konoha, and even against the entire shinobi world. Eliminate and suppress, there's no denying the ruthlessness of Danzo Shimura's methods. Danzo, the Uchiha are also our comrades in Konoha. In the end, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lowered his voice and slammed the table heavily. However, Danzo Shimura only responded with a smile. He had already understood. P.S. Hey guys, please subscribe to our Patreon. This book has currently at least 105 advanced chapters. Chapter 245, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 245. Year 51 of the Konoha. The news of the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud falling in battle spread like wildfire, shaking the entire ninja world. Countless people were stunned by the power of Uchiha Shirou, who had managed to slay such a powerful figure on the battlefield. Before this, the third Raikage, A, had been hailed as the strongest of the 5 Kage by the ninja world. It's no wonder that his death in battle sent shockwaves across the land. At the same time, Hidden Cloud Village was thrown into chaos following the death of their leader. The Cloud forces on the front lines began retreating, and envoys were dispatched to the Hidden Leaf Village to initiate peace talks. Similarly, envoys from Hidden Sand Village came with the same purpose. Not long ago, the ninja world was engulfed in flames of war, but now, peace seemed to dawn almost instantaneously across the land. However, before this happened, Anoki of the Hidden Stone Village had already sent envoys to Hidden Cloud, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Mist to initiate discussions. It was clear that the four major ninja villages, despite posing as participants in peace talks, were secretly preparing to form alliances. They aimed to negotiate from a position of strength rather than as defeated nations. At the front lines. Jiraiya, it looks like you've learned how to be shameless, just like those old geezers. The flames of war on the front lines had been extinguished in an instant. While the atmosphere outside should have been one of celebration, the tent was instead filled with Tsunade's biting sarcasm and cold laughter. The legendary Sannin had reunited once again. However, due to the war, the bond between these longtime companions had grown strained. Deep cracks were now visible in their friendship. Jiraiya looked awkwardly at the cup in his hand, unsure of what to say. Orochimaru, sitting nearby, remained calm and focused on the intelligence report in his hand, as if he was indifferent to the tension in the room. Tsunade, however, wore a mocking smile on her face. Sannin, huh? What a legendary title. The more Tsunade spoke of the title Sannin, the more embarrassed Jiraiya became. His face grew red with shame. After all, the title of Sannin was something they had gained during the Second Ninja War, but it was largely due to fortunate circumstances and some opportunistic moves. Jiraiya had benefited greatly from it, and even now, during the Third Ninja War, the village elders were using the Sannin's reputation to overshadow more deserving individuals, Tsunade included. Even though Jiraiya was now strong in his own right, he knew he had once again gained undeserved recognition, riding on Tsunade's coattails. Even Orochimaru was benefiting from this. Ah. Tsunade, I didn't know it would turn out like this, Jiraiya said awkwardly, scratching his head. Tsunade, however, sneered, her smile not reaching her eyes. Of course, you didn't know. While people outside are mourning the sacrifices of true heroes, all you care about is that tired old mantra of maintaining stability for the village. And, of course, pushing your disciple as the best candidate for Hokage. Her words were sharp and unyielding, directly calling out Jiraiya. She was referring to Jiraiya's student, Namikaze Minato, who had already returned to the Land of Fire. Jiraiya's face darkened at her words. Tsunade, that's classified information. I, Senju Tsunade, am the head of Konoha's intelligence division. Tsunade barked coldly, cutting him off and asserting her authority without giving him a chance to respond. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his unique laugh filling the tent. He shook his head as he looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, the ideals you cling to are nothing more than another cycle of repetition. His voice grew philosophical as he continued. The 5 great nations exhaust themselves in war, then retreat to recover. The world enters another brief era of peace. But once the villages regain their strength and ambition, the cycle of desire for power, revenge, and resources leads to more war. Orochimaru's gaze turned distant as he concluded with a mocking tone, life is so fragile and fleeting. Jiraiya frowned at Orochimaru's words, his expression troubled. With a sigh, he turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, the elders have agreed to give the Uchiha clan a fair opportunity. Now that the war has ended and the village is recovering, the 4th Hokage will be selected from 2 candidates. The elders are fully committed to nurturing both of them. The Hokage must be someone who can take responsibility for the entire village. Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with realization. So, this was the elders' plan, they were unwilling to relinquish their power. The so-called 4th Hokage selection process was merely a long, drawn-out charade. Both Uchiha Shirou and Namikaze Minato had been named as candidates, but the extended training period would ensure that the elders retained control over the village's power during this time. Understanding this, Tsunade laughed in anger at their shamelessness. She now fully grasped the depths of their cunning. What a stable plan, she said mockingly. The power remains firmly in the hands of those old geezers, while they use the excuse of grooming a new Hokage to buy themselves time to search for more opportunities. Truly, I'm impressed by their lack of shame. As she spoke, Tsunade looked deeply at Jiraiya. The sense of camaraderie they once shared was beginning to dissipate. Their differences in ideology were simply too great. Tsunade, this is all for the sake of the village. Jiraiya said, his expression serious. He was still trying to convince her of what he believed to be the most stable solution. The village has just come out of a war and needs stability. Trust me, 3 years, at most 5 years. By then, if Uchiha Shirou proves himself to be a better leader than Minato, I will personally. Enough, Jiraiya, Tsunade interrupted calmly, raising her hand. Her serene demeanor unsettled Jiraiya more than anger would have. If Tsunade were still angry, it would mean there was room for discussion. But her current calmness sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. Tsunade. Jiraiya murmured, his voice filled with regret. Tsunade looked at him, her expression neutral. Jiraiya, you speak of stability, but let me remind you of something. When Konoha was first founded, the Senju and Uchiha clans took a great risk. They suppressed their hatred for one another and boldly innovated to create this village. Later, the second Hokage was equally bold, establishing the Ninja Academy. He ensured that ninjas would no longer be exclusive to the great clans, which led to the current ninja world as we know it. Her lips curved into a faint smile, one that carried a hint of irony. Yet now, in just 30 short years, boldness is considered a threat to stability. If that's the case, shouldn't the second Hokage have ensured stability by returning from the land of lightning and solidifying the Senju clan's dominance? Shouldn't the third Hokage have passed his position to someone from the Senju clan for the sake of stability? Her words were calm, but they dripped with biting sarcasm. Jiraiya was left speechless, unable to refute her. He could only lower his head in silence. The strongest ninjas often had the firmest convictions, as their chakra and mental strength were deeply intertwined. Tsunade's resolve was unshakable. Tsunade. Jiraiya tried to speak again, but his voice faltered. He scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a laugh to lighten the mood. Well, you know, the past is the past. Konoha belongs to everyone now. Isn't that the will of the first Hokage? We're all Konoha's ninjas, after all. Jiraiya's usual goofy laugh, which would typically lighten the mood, failed this time. The rift between the Sannin had already formed. The atmosphere grew heavy. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling increasingly uneasy. When had things between the three of them become so strained? Tsunade gently set down her teacup, raising her gaze to look at Jiraiya. Her voice was calm, but her words sent a chill down his spine. Jiraiya, if I ever find out that you or anyone else dares to betray the ninjas of our village, then don't blame me for invoking the name of the Senju clan. She didn't finish her sentence, but the cold glint in her amber eyes was enough to make Jiraiya's hair stand on end. A bead of cold sweat slid down his temple. Tsunade is serious. At the same time, it was also a warning: if there were any more underhanded tactics like the White Fang incident or even worse measures, then don't blame her for using the name of the Senju clan to take over Konoha by force. Hearing these words, Jiraiya quickly made a solemn vow. Tsunade, rest assured. I, Jiraiya, promise. At that moment, Jiraiya understood the gravity of the situation. If things escalated to that point, it wouldn't just be a minor internal conflict anymore, it would turn into a bloody internal purge. TCH, you, Jiraiya, go tell those old fools. Remember to say that these are the words of me, Senju Tsunade. Tsunade snorted disdainfully, clearly treating Jiraiya's promise as worthless. When it came to ninja strength, Jiraiya was indeed a Kage-level powerhouse and an invaluable asset to any village. But when it came to the village's interests, he was merely part of the equation, subject to the larger calculation. Just like how Orochimaru's case in the original story could have been handled as a minor or major issue, yet in the end, he was let go. Shizune, Kurenai. At Tsunade's cold command, Shizune and Kurenai, who had been waiting outside, hurried in with firm responses. Both carried travel packs on their backs. Go notify Shirou. We're heading to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire together. Yes. Seeing Tsunade throw on her cloak with a grand gesture and the two followers ready to move, Jiraiya was stunned and blurted out. Tsunade, we're about to negotiate peace with the Cloud and Stone ninjas, and you're doing this. But Tsunade snorted disdainfully and sneered. You arranged for people to go to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire, didn't you? Don't think I didn't know. Flicking her golden twin ponytails, Tsunade waved her hand and strode off with her two subordinates. Tsunade, if you leave, what about the peace talks? Save it. Leave the peace talks to you and Orochimaru. At that moment, Jiraiya gazed at the figures disappearing into the autumn sunset, his expression turning melancholic and dim. Beside him, Orochimaru's untimely hoarse laughter rang out. Heh, it seems there will be a good show to watch. As Orochimaru's raspy laugh echoed, and Tsunade's figure disappeared into the distance, Jiraiya's playful grin slowly faded, replaced by a look of loss. Tsunade. Is this for him? Although there had been many rumors before, and he had almost confirmed them, actually witnessing this moment still left Jiraiya feeling heartbroken. Tsunade was standing up for Uchiha Shirou. And judging by the situation, this was far from an ordinary relationship. Orochimaru, did you know about this all along? As Tsunade left, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Alone with Orochimaru now, the bond between them seemed to resurface. Idiot. It seemed like the two of them had some sort of fated dynamic. Normally polite, Orochimaru would always spew insults when dealing with Jiraiya. But hearing the familiar idiot again, Jiraiya immediately glared and bristled. Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Orochimaru merely rolled his eyes and shattered Jiraiya's final mental defense. It was true, Tsunade and Shirou were really together. At that moment, Jiraiya was utterly heartbroken. After all these years of being comrades through life and death, Tsunade had been taken away, and by a Uchiha no less. Orochimaru, let's go. Let's get a drink. Annoying. Hey, Orochimaru, we're comrades, after all, both working for Konoha. Let's grab a drink and then figure out a way to persuade Tsunade not to fall out too badly with the old men. Under the falling autumn leaves, a tragedy struck the Uchiha compound in Konoha. Several black crows flew out in all directions. The major clans of Konoha turned their eyes toward the Uchiha compound. The head of the Uchiha clan had passed away. Those black crows were summoning Uchiha ninjas, delivering the grim news. In the dark underground base of Root, Danzo Shimura let out a cold smile in the dim secret room. Heh, the old fool is dead. That means Uchiha Fugaku will have to return. This is an excellent opportunity. In the shadowy room, Danzo gave his orders in a chilling tone to the kneeling Root ninja outside the door. Send 2 Root squads. Remember. Leave no survivors. Bring the Sharingan back to me and make it look like the work of the Cloud Ninjas. Yes, came the emotionless reply from outside the door. However, just as Root issued its orders, an Umbu ninja reported word for word to the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage's office. Root, as Konoha's dark underbelly, handled all of Konoha's unspeakable deeds. If the Hokage couldn't control it, the title of Hokage would have long since belonged to Danzo. There's no need to investigate this matter. After hearing the report, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, maintained a calm expression as if none of this had happened, as though he knew nothing. Since Root was Konoha's darkness, the light must remain untainted by any shadow. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion in Konoha, a lone figure stood coldly at the memorial stone, watching over the village. Lord Madara, Root has moved. Their targets are Uchiha Fugaku's group and the Sharingan. Standing before the stone, wearing a tiger-striped mask, Obito listened to Zetsu's report and let out a hoarse laugh. The Uchiha clan. They're nothing more than a rotten family. Obito's single eye burned with madness. After Rin's death, nothing in the ninja world mattered to him anymore. And the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naiko, when and where will she give birth? After some investigation, Uzumaki Naiko's expected delivery is next month, around mid-October. However, the 3rd Hokage has been cautious and prepared 5 locations. Which one will be used remains unknown. Watching the autumn leaves fall, Obito stared at the memorial stone, a manic glint flashing in his eye. Heh, Rin, are you seeing this? A world without you doesn't deserve to exist. Soon. The deranged laughter echoed, but Zetsu, already accustomed to Obito's madness, remained unfazed. Among the Uchihas, those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan were rarely ever normal. Lord Madara, the other Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, has followed Tsunade to the Land of Fire's daimyo residence. At the mention of the other Jinchuriki, Obito's expression darkened. Damn Konoha. They had split the Nine Tails into 2 halves, creating 2 Jinchuriki. Leave her for now. That Jinchuriki is guarded by Tsunade of the Sannin and another Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not the right time yet. As for Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we must come up with a plan. We absolutely can't wait until all 3 of the Sannins are back. Obito's hoarse voice carried a hint of caution. Though he was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. If the 3 Sannin and Uchiha Shirou returned, even unleashing 2 Nine Tails would hardly cause significant damage to Konoha. He had to act while Konoha's main Kage-level forces were still out negotiating peace. Only then would he have a chance to stir up chaos. I understand. Hearing Obito's instructions, Black Zetsu let out a raspy laugh, clearly already planning to force the Nine Tails Jinchuriki into premature labor. Chapter 246, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 246. Land of Fire. Shadows darted through the forest. Damn it. Sister Tsunade, they're so shameless. They went to the daimyo's mansion half a month early. Uzumaki Kushina pouted unhappily. Shirou couldn't help but smile as he watched Kushina stand up for him. Kushina, enough. Shirou ruffled her red hair. Kushina, still harboring a grudge, muttered under her breath. Shirou, this isn't just for you, it's for me too. Only if you become the Hokage can I stay by your side. At this moment, Kushina was even more determined. Only if Shirou became Hokage could she become the Hokage's wife. If she became the Hokage's wife, who would dare call her Konoha's ultimate weapon anymore? Who would dare confine her to the village, forbidding her from leaving at will? Faced with Kushina's little schemes, Tsunade and Shirou exchanged glances and both smiled. Only Mikoto stepped forward with a smile to comfort Kushina, giving Tsunade and Shirou some space. Shirou, what are your plans this time? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked the question in her heart. Shirou's previously relaxed smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. Sister Tsunade, based on the information Orochimaru revealed, it seems Root is researching things they shouldn't be. I've already secretly ordered Hisashi to investigate. Hearing Shirou's reply, Tsunade frowned and then showed a look of annoyance, snapping. That damn old man. But I heard that before Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Utatane came this time, they secretly visited the Hyuga clan. At this, Tsunade gave Shirou a meaningful glance. Shirou, of course, understood her implication. He smiled faintly and glanced at Kushina in the distance. Sister Tsunade, did they visit the Hyuga branch family? Tsunade was stunned for a moment and then seemed to realize something. She blurted out in surprise, Kushina succeeded. Over the years, Kushina had been delving into sealing techniques, particularly researching the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal in secret, something Tsunade was aware of. Shirou's words indicated that she had succeeded. Shirou's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. What can I say? Kushina is incredibly talented, but others only see the nine tails. Tsunade finally understood and glared fiercely at Kushina in the distance, annoyed that she hadn't been informed. Now that the war is over, we should try to avoid causing unrest, regardless of the circumstances. After all, it's still Konoha's strength. Reaching this point, Tsunade had already discerned her teacher's tactics, deliberate stalling. The so-called resignation to take responsibility was merely a way to retreat behind the scenes. This realization left Tsunade both disappointed and resolute. She had long supported Shirou, but she had also hoped to avoid bloodshed and pursue a peaceful transition. However, it was clear that her wait-and-see approach had been interpreted as weakness and submissiveness, leaving her thoroughly disillusioned. When she decided to fight for the Hokage seat, she knew there was no turning back. Tsunade understood this better than anyone. Sister Tsunade, at this point, either you become a puppet, or as long as these high-ranking elders are alive, they'll continue holding on to power under the guise of Konoha's stability. Faced with Shirou's teasing, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Don't think I don't know about the preparations you've been having Mikoto handle in secret. I wasn't hiding it from you in the first place. Shirou was speechless. All his secret arrangements had been laid out in the open for her to see. There was no attempt to conceal them. Speaking of which, I only know a little about the daimyo's mansion, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. When the daimyo's mansion was mentioned, Shirou's eyes gleamed with a meaningful look. Perhaps the daimyo's mansion could be considered a second iteration of the Senju clan. Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent for a moment before shaking her head and slowly recounting the past of the Senju clan, a memory she had always avoided. Back then, when the Senju clan planned to integrate its peripheral members into Konoha, there was significant internal opposition. The one leading the opposition was our second grandfather. Although the plan was eventually implemented, the second grandfather split the Senju clan into two. Listening to Tsunade's words, Shirou couldn't help but feel shocked. Truly, Tobirama Senju was a force to be reckoned with. He had gradually taken control of the daimyo's powers through marriage alliances. Or rather, when Konoha was established and the legitimacy of the Land of Fire's daimyo was confirmed, the second Hokage had already begun implementing this plan. Now, the daimyo's lineage and the Senju clan were so intertwined that they were practically indistinguishable, a case of the cuckoo taking over the sparrow's nest in the Shinobi World. While everyone else's attention was on the Shinobi villages, Tobirama had set his sights on the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire also possesses significant military strength. Samurai and monks trained at the Fire Temple have long been loyal to the daimyo. At this point, Tsunade sighed helplessly. Your Uchiha clan knows how to split into two factions. Naturally, the Senju clan had its internal differences too, especially back when the third Hokage came to power. At that time, Granny Mito decided to abide by the second grandfather's dying wishes, while the daimyo's faction wanted someone from the family to inherit the position. So, well, it seemed every family had its troubles. Even within the Senju clan, there were internal divisions. After years of separation, one branch remained in Konoha while the other stayed in the daimyo's mansion, leading to differing opinions. Coupled with the Senju clan's decline in Konoha over the years, it all began to make sense. Shirou suddenly recalled something. No wonder, in the original story, when Konoha's elders discussed the fourth Hokage with the daimyo, the latter seemed displeased when Danzo was mentioned. The third Hokage and his group were playing a good cop/bad cop routine. Plus, the 12 guardian ninjas of the daimyo's mansion turning on each other and the Fire Temple's apparent closeness with the third Hokage. At this thought, Shirou shook his head. Indeed, where there were people, there were always conflicts. But none of this matters. After explaining the internal conflicts of the Senju clan, Tsunade's expression became indifferent, and she conveyed one key point to Shirou. Sister Tsunade, it seems the daimyo's mansion also has its share of internal strife. That said, our third Hokage is certainly skilled at making empty promises. They've been here for so long. Shirou joked with a smile, while Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. She was well aware of the endless schemes behind the scenes. Alright, coming to the daimyo's mansion is just for show. I'll handle things here. You focus on escorting those two old geezers back. After all, they're still Konoha's Hokage advisors. When she said the last words, Tsunade's tone carried a mocking sneer. Are you going alone? Shirou was taken aback. Looking at Tsunade's confident expression, he knew she had her trump cards. However, getting the daimyo Senju faction to support a Uchiha seemed like a tall order. Tsunade, however, chuckled confidently, her smile turning mysterious. Don't worry, there's a surprise waiting for you. You'll find out later. For now, focus on Namikaze Minato's situation. Faced with Tsunade's cryptic demeanor, Shirou chuckled helplessly. His mind flashed to Nawaki, the wood-style user Yamato, or perhaps even Tsunade's awkward attempts at wood-style. Thinking of this, Shirou smiled and nodded. I'll handle Namikaze Minato. So confident. Of course. Looking at Shirou's confident demeanor, Tsunade couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Alright, it seemed her men had been keeping secrets from her. The two exchanged a glance before both broke into smiles. The daimyo's residents of the Land of Fire. As the flames of war in the ninja world subsided and while the ceasefire agreements between the major ninja villages were still under negotiation, the prosperity of the daimyo's residents seemed unaffected by the war. On the luxurious palace rooftops, a golden figure darted about as if in pursuit of something. Eventually, two figures stopped in a small grove in the distance. Nawaki. How can it possibly be you? Namikaze Minato looked in shock at the face that had turned toward him. He couldn't believe it, the person who had secretly lured him out here was none other than Nawaki, someone long believed dead. Minato, it's been a while. The once youthful face now matured, overlapped with his memories as Nawaki smiled at his old friend. This can't be. Back then, and the traces of wood release I saw earlier. Minato stared in disbelief at the scene before him. If Nawaki wasn't dead, then the traces of wood release he had secretly discovered before must have been part of the method used to lure him out. Minato, are you talking about the wood release? The now 23-year-old Nawaki, with a mature smile, slowly raised his hand. Under Minato's astonished gaze, it seemed as though Nawaki was about to unexpectedly perform a wood release. But instead, Nawaki scratched the back of his head and laughed loudly. Haha, of course, it's not me. Good grief. This hot-blooded, goofy personality immediately left Minato speechless. It was just like Nawaki's old self. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was me. As the mask was slowly removed, it revealed a plain, expressionless face. Nawaki burst into laughter and said, "This is Yamato, my dear friend. You too. What is this?" At this moment, Minato truly felt like his brain was failing to keep up. However, Nawaki simply smiled brightly and placed a hand on his shoulder. The wood release is Yamato's jutsu. Naturally, it was used to lure you out. The young man, Yamato, about the same age as Kakashi, nodded. Forming hand seals, he immediately caused wood release to sprout from the ground, making Minato's pupils contract sharply. It was wood release. The young Yamato stood calmly, vigilantly watching the surroundings, while Nawaki and Minato stood together, seemingly deep in conversation. Minato's expression shifted from shock to extreme discomfort, finally settling into one of disbelief. Nawaki, you're saying that back then, you... Well, Nawaki chuckled, I'm not entirely sure myself. But anyway, there wasn't any evidence to prove it. If it weren't for my sister receiving certain information. Nawaki's smile remained as carefree as ever, but his gaze now carried a maturity and steadiness it lacked before. It was precisely this kind of indifferent smile that caused Minato's expression to stiffen. It directly challenged his understanding of the world. There was no concrete evidence, yet everything pointed toward the involvement of Konoha's higher-ups at the time. By the stream, Minato's face grew more and more solemn. So, Nawaki, you've revealed your identity now because... This was the only conclusion Minato could think of. However, Nawaki simply waved his hand with a smile and said, "You're overthinking it. My sister sent word that I no longer needed to hide." No longer needed to hide. This simple statement carried an overwhelming sense of confidence, making Minato's pupils contract. The implications behind those words were clear. This was absolute determination. Lady Tsunade had truly thrown her full support behind Uchiha Shirou. By the stream, Nawaki calmly recounted the hidden life he had led all these years, leaving Minato lost in thought. The grandson of the first Hokage, forced to fake his death to grow up, what did that say about Konoha? Minato, don't overthink it. Someone wants to meet you, and I'm just here to bring you to them. As Nawaki shrugged, Uchiha Shirou's figure slowly appeared on the opposite riverbank, gazing at the two of them calmly. It was this morning that my sister and Shirou arrived. When Nawaki saw Shirou, he couldn't help but look embarrassed, lowering his head as if trying to avoid eye contact. Uchiha Shirou, his former rival in school, and now his sister's lover. What kind of situation was this? Minato, seeing Nawaki here, you should understand what this represents, right? At this moment, Shirou calmly walked across the water toward them. However, his words left Minato's expression complicated. Do we have to go this far? Minato had inherited the will of the third Hokage. For him, Konoha's stability was paramount above all else. But the events unfolding before him were shaking him to his core. Nawaki's reappearance in Konoha would cause enormous upheaval. The mere fact that the first Hokage's direct descendant had to fake his death to grow up was already Konoha's greatest scandal. Minato, I think you've misunderstood. At this moment, Shirou looked at Minato and said in a deep voice, I'm inviting you to help uproot the rotten, parasitic roots of Konoha that greedily drain the life from its new branches. The will of fire that Konoha once upheld has already been twisted. Did you not witness the Third Ninja War? Children under 10 years old were sent to the battlefield one after another, while a group of old geezers stayed safe within the village, enjoying the fruits of other sacrifices, all under the pretext of doing it for Konoha. Shirou's furious voice echoed, and Nawaki, standing nearby, also showed a sullen expression. Back then, when he had to fake his death and leave, how could he not feel anger? And regarding the events of that time, though there was no solid evidence, all signs pointed toward those higher-ups. Shirou, Nawaki. Do you have any idea what kind of impact this will have? At this moment, Minato felt his scalp tingling. This wasn't about a normal Hokage succession anymore, it was about overthrowing the entire leadership of the third Hokage's administration. Shirou had never intended to take the position of Hokage only to play politics and compromise with the old factions. He had prepared for this moment for a long time. Even Minato, Shirou was fully confident he could bring him into his camp. The more the third Hokage trusted Minato now, the more devastating the eventual betrayal would be. Impossible. What if it's true? By the stream, Minato's face turned red as he struggled to believe what he was hearing. But Shirou remained firm, his calm gaze locked on Minato. During the Second Ninja War, traces were already found in the Land of Rain. On the battlefield of the Land of Whirlpool, I fought against. At this point, Shirou's face was full of anger as he shouted. Would release. Sharingan. The Uchiha and Senju clans, who founded Konoha, have long become research material for corrupted and dark experiments. And yet, you still cling to the idea of stability for Konoha. Faced with Shirou's accusations, Minato's face turned pale. If it had been earlier, his determination and trust in the third Hokage would have made him dismiss such claims outright. But now, with the first Hokage's direct descendant, Nawaki, having been forced to live in hiding for years, Minato's faith was beginning to waver. The current Konoha is no longer simply decaying, it has fallen into darkness. You can explain the wood release cells as something the Senju once agreed to, but what about the Sharingan? Our Uchiha clan has never compromised. Shirou's cold voice echoed, causing Namikaze Minato's face to turn pale. In the end, his expression became dazed, and he rasped, if it's false. What if it's true? Namikaze Minato, are you willing to overthrow the current corrupt and dark leadership? From a distance, Yamato, who was on guard, watched the intense argument with a puzzled expression. Although he didn't know what was being said, it was undoubtedly something significant. Chapter 247, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 247. The Land of Fire Daimyo's Mansion. Minato, are you alright? Minato's expression was somewhat dazed, and even Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, the two elder advisors, could see it. Faced with their concern, the usually humble Namikaze Minato forced a strained smile. No worries, elders. But are we heading back to the village now? Since yesterday, after his encounter by the stream with Nawaki and Shirou, Minato had found himself looking at these two kindly elders, who had devoted their lives to Konoha, with an inexplicable sense of dread, a chill running down his spine. Unaware of Minato's inner turmoil, Koharu displayed a look of discontent and snorted coldly. I dare not trouble the Uchiha clan for protection. She held no gratitude for Tsunade's arrangement, where Shirou and Minato were tasked with escorting her back to the village. On the other hand, Hamura smiled and waved at Minato, saying, Minato, let's head back to the village. It was evident that their visit to the daimyo's mansion had yielded results. As Minato and the others left the city gates, Konan, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, frowned and showed an uncharacteristic look of dissatisfaction. Lord Shirou, that so-called advisory elder is going too far. Beside her, Mikoto remained silent, her face calm, though a fleeting glint of killing intent in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Only Shirou smiled as he glanced at the two women and said softly. For those obsessed with power, the cruelest punishment isn't death, it's falling into disgrace while still alive. As he watched the distant figures, Shirou's smile carried nothing but contempt. Let's go. We should prepare as well. The daimyo's mansion. Inside a grand palace, the walls and screens were adorned with the Senju clan's emblem. Tsunade, you were chosen as the successor by Lady Mito, and you are the head of the Senju clan. How can you associate with the Uchiha clan? Exactly. What's so special about the Uchiha clan? We are the Senju clan. The middle-aged shinobi gathered in the hall, each wearing the Senju clan's emblem, were filled with anger. Nawaki, you are someone we've nurtured, the next head of the clan. This particular branch of the Senju clan, regardless of their status or other factors, showed no respect for Tsunade. After all, Tsunade may be the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, but Nawaki, whom they supported, was also the first Hokage's grandson. In terms of lineage, they were evenly matched. Nawaki was their choice for the next leader of the Senju clan, while Tsunade was just a transitional figure. Pushed to the forefront, Nawaki could only manage a helpless expression. He fully understood the frustration of this branch of the clan. Once a mighty clan, the Senju had splintered into two factions. The direct branch in Konoha had withered away, and while this branch still existed, they were far from the glorious Senju of the past. Now, the Uchiha clan stands as the most powerful in the ninja world. Have you all said enough? As the arguments and disputes among the clan members continued, Tsunade, seated at the head of the room, slowly opened her eyes, her expression indifferent. Clan leader, we are the Senju clan. If the Uchiha clan were to marry into our family, that would be one thing. Exactly. A Mangekyo Sharingan, our Senju have faced them before. The 50 or so Senju clan members present all wore expressions of defiance. Learning of Tsunade's connection to the Uchiha clan, and especially knowing that Hamura and Koharu's visit was meant to stir trouble, only fueled their grievances. Their biggest fear was that Tsunade might abandon the Senju name entirely. Would the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the pride of the Senju, really change her surname to Uchiha? Unthinkable. It was utterly outrageous. The thought of Tsunade possibly having children bearing the Uchiha name was enough to make even the oldest members of the clan see red. Seeing this, Nawaki sighed helplessly and looked up at Tsunade seated above. Sister, while I won't stop you from associating with Shirou, asking the Senju clan to support them is a bit too much. Even Nawaki felt wronged. After hiding away for years, he returned only to find his sister had been wooed by a classmate. How was this fair? And yet, Tsunade simply watched the clamoring clansmen with an amused expression, not stopping them. She even seemed to enjoy their outbursts. This left Nawaki speechless. He leaned in and whispered, Sister, you're still the head of the Senju clan. You can't be this reckless. Reckless? Tsunade smirked and stretched lazily. Looking down at the flushed and angry clan members, she teased. It seems those two troublemakers from Konoha didn't come here for nothing. At least they managed to spark your anger. But in the end, isn't all this about the Uchiha name? Her tone suddenly turned playful as she shrugged and said. Then how about having the Uchiha change their surname to Senju? Would that solve everything? The bombshell Tsunade dropped left the room in stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. One middle-aged Senju shinobi blurted out in disbelief, the Mangekyo Sharingan, changing his surname to Senju. Was she serious? Realizing what she meant, the clan member's expression turned awkward. Seeing Tsunade's amused smirk, he gave a dry laugh. Well, as long as the children you have in the future bear the Senju name, it's not entirely unacceptable. Having the Uchiha change their surname to Senju was impossible. Neither the Uchiha nor the Senju were foolish enough to think that could happen. If the Uchiha were to agree, a clan war would erupt the next day. When the first Hokage passed away, the Uchiha were partly to blame. As the room erupted in arguments again, Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out, silencing everyone. Having the Uchiha take the Senju name isn't impossible. The entire room froze as every eye turned to Tsunade. Even the most vocal Senju members were left speechless. Are you serious? The Uchiha would never agree to that. Clan leader, you can't just say things like this. If the Uchiha agreed, I'd change my surname to Uchiha myself. The eldest elder among them shook his head and sighed, saying. Clan leader, Uchiha's second generation once studied the Sharingan. The higher the level of the Sharingan, the greater the mental stimulus it endures. We cannot entrust Konoha to a mentally obsessive Uchiha. The Uchiha's obsession will lead Konoha to destruction. Once this reasoning was put forward, countless members of the Senju clan displayed grave expressions. After all, their clan had been dealing with the Uchiha for over 1,000 years. Sharingan. Mental instability. Looking at the gathered clansmen, Tsunade revealed a meaningful smile. She slowly pulled a scroll from her ninja pouch and tossed it directly to the group. Our Senju clan's obsession isn't any less extreme than the Uchiha's. Back then, my grandfather was so stubborn that he insisted on sealing the tailed beasts. As Tsunade spoke to herself, the scroll was opened below. When the Senju clansmen saw the information in the scroll, they exploded into chaos, each with wide, disbelieving eyes. Impossible. How could the Senju and Uchiha be from the same family? Tsunade. You've gone too far. How dare you? Silence. As things were about to spiral out of control, Tsunade slammed the table hard, her temper flaring, and coldly shouted. This is research data. The 1,000-year grudge between the Senju and Uchiha, what is it? The clan records only date back a few hundred years and don't even clarify the cause. Yet the real data shows that the Senju and Uchiha share the same ancestry and lineage. It wasn't just the others, even Nawaki's eyes widened. If the data in this scroll were true, then what did the 1,000-year feud between the Senju and Uchiha even mean? There's a legend that the Senju and Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Senju inherited the sage's body, while Uchiha inherited the sage's eyes. As Tsunade's calm voice echoed, Nawaki took a deep breath and said solemnly, Sister, this isn't enough to make everyone believe. The firm tone of his questioning suddenly faltered, as if stuck, and everyone present from the Senju clan stared in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even Nawaki seemed to witness something that shattered his worldview. His voice stuttered as he began to speak. How is this possible? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tsunade slowly raised her head. In her light brown pupils, a crimson hue emerged, and 3 black tomo appeared, spinning continuously. We Senju have studied the Sharingan before. You should know these eyes are not transplanted. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes held a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. The Senju and Uchiha share the same ancestry and lineage. That concludes my statement. Who agrees? Who opposes? Her voice, full of authority, echoed without room for doubt. No one responded. It was as if the space had frozen. After a long silence, the Senju meeting room erupted into chaos. Each of the stubborn elders stared with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging in disbelief. What the hell? The Senju had awakened a Sharingan. And it came from none other than the granddaughter of their former clan leader. This. How is this possible? A Sharingan. This isn't Jinjutsu. After the initial shock and heated arguments, the meeting room fell silent once more. Yet the bloodshot, disbelieving eyes of the Senju clansmen seemed to scream about the earth-shattering revelation they had just experienced. Sitting at the head of the table, Tsunade watched this group of usually stubborn old men with an amused expression. The data report I wrote is very clear. Over the course of 1,000 years, our 2 clans have developed in different directions. Our bloodline genetics. So, as long as we fill in the missing parts of the genes, the Senju can possess the Sharingan, and the Uchiha can possess the Senju's body constitution. As Tsunade used professional terminology to explain, none of the people below were in the right frame of mind to listen. The revelation had completely shattered their worldview. One by one, they sat there, staring blankly, as if they'd just undergone some kind of existential crisis. Even Nawaki was stunned, his mind completely blank. What was this? The Senju and Uchiha share the same ancestry and lineage. What does that even mean? Nawaki was completely numb. Today, his sister had truly taught him a lesson. The cursed seal gene reagent I distributed earlier can fill in the missing sage of the 6 paths I genes in our bodies. I've already awakened would release, and naturally, Uchiha members like Shirou, with their Mangekyo Sharingan, can also awaken would release. When Tsunade calmly knocked on the table and dropped this statement, those Senju members who still wanted to deny the truth were instantly wide-eyed. What the hell? Sharingan plus would release. The Senju can do it. The Uchiha can do it too. Their last line of defense had been destroyed. The temptation of the cursed seal sage mode was already too great to refuse. Almost everyone had tried it, meaning that theoretically, they all had the potential to awaken the Sharingan. As Tsunade watched the crowd's expressions of despair, disbelief, and various other emotions, she felt deeply satisfied. She had felt the same way when she first discovered the truth. Today, she finally felt vindicated. In terms of stubbornness, our Senju clan has always been no different. For example, my grandfather was also incredibly fixated on his ideals. To establish the village, everyone thought it was impossible. But what happened in the end? The Warring States era transitioned into the era of ninja villages. Even when dividing the tailed beasts, everyone opposed it. But what happened in the end? Tsunade sighed deeply as if to say, the Senju and Uchiha are, in fact, the same. Even my second grandfather was stubborn. No matter what my grandfather said, he insisted on guarding against the Uchiha. Wouldn't you say that's also an example of being extreme? Tsunade's playful tone echoed in the air. The Senju clansmen, their pupils dilated in shock, were completely stunned. Their minds had gone blank. Rebuttal. What was there to rebut now? One of these days, one of them might awaken the Sharingan too. The once fiery meeting room had fallen into complete silence. After a long pause, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly just beginning to process the magnitude of the revelation. Meanwhile, Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk. The 3 tomo in her eyes spun slightly as she teased. These eyes are said to represent the evil of the Uchiha. In that case, for us Senju. Before she could finish, the previously staunchest opponent, a middle-aged Senju clansman, had already given up. At this point, what was left to oppose? He raised his hand and said, "I agree." Seconded. Seconded. The Uchiha were our companions who helped us establish Konoha in the first place. Seconded. I believe the first Hokage and Uchiha must have already known the truth back then. It was just that our hatred blinded us to it. I agree. Senju and Uchiha, we're all one family. Whoever dares to say in the future that the Uchiha are extreme and evil is going to be against us. One by one, the Senju clan members slammed their hands on the table in anger, their sudden change in attitude leaving Nawaki utterly dumbfounded. Did they change their tune this quickly? Only Tsunade curled her lips into a satisfied smile as she watched the scene unfold. She had long known the stubborn nature of this group of old fogies. Back when Konoha was first established, the hatred between the Uchiha and Senju had already faded into the dust of history. Perhaps there was still some lingering resentment at that time, but it had long since dissipated with the passing of the older generation. What remained now was more a sense of inherited dissatisfaction. But when everyone learned that, after all this time, they were family, they were initially dumbstruck. And after that brief confusion, realization dawned on them. Senju plus Uchiha, who in the ninja world could compete with such a powerhouse? Who else in Konoha could even contend to become Hokage? Especially with the union of Tsunade and Uchiha Shirou, it stirred up all sorts of wild thoughts in people's minds. Could this mean that the fusion of the Senju and Uchiha would make them even stronger? Could this herald the revival of the Senju? Or perhaps, could Senju plus Uchiha give birth to the undisputed strongest clan in the entire ninja world? Ambition. It has never been in short supply. Chapter 248, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 248. Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. Ever since his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, became a cripple, Hiruzen Sarutobi's focus had shifted entirely to his second son. However, Sarutobi Asuma's recent behavior had increasingly unsettled Hiruzen, filling him with unease. Taking this rare opportunity in the office, he decided to confront him. Yet, what was supposed to be a conversation between father and son quickly escalated into a heated conflict. Father. What exactly are you trying to do? You've been sitting in the Hokage's seat for 30 years already. You're 57 now. At your age, you still refuse to let go of power. Are you planning to die in that chair? Sarutobi Asuma slammed the desk in anger, glaring at his father with eyes filled with disappointment. Faced with his son's questioning, Hiruzen was both furious and deeply pained. When had it happened that even his son no longer understood him? Asuma. You've let me down. I've dedicated my entire life to the village, and now even my son dares to question me. Hiruzen's angry explanation only provoked mocking laughter from Asuma. For the sake of Konoha. But, father, do you even realize? I can't even face my old classmates anymore. Out of the hundreds of us who graduated together, how many are still alive? Every time I attend a reunion, even if I hide in the most inconspicuous corner, I still feel restless and uneasy. Everyone else is on the front lines, while I'm hiding in the rear. Tears of pain welled up in Asuma's eyes. Once hailed as a prodigy, he now felt like nothing more than a cruel joke. Father, it's not just me. Even the Sarutobi clan, all because of your decision to preserve strength and counterbalance the Uchiha. But what I see is that 80% of the Uchiha's elites have been sent to the battlefield. Enough. Asuma, you don't understand. Look at what's happened to Shinosuke for the sake of the village, and yet you still speak like this. Hiruzen's heart grew colder as he stared at his son, who dared to challenge him. For a long time, Hiruzen had been preoccupied with the affairs of the village, his attention focused solely on his eldest son, Shinosuke. Only recently, when he turned his gaze to his once silent second son, did he realize a serious problem. Asuma, his son, was questioning his dedication to Konoha. Father, you were once a great ninja. A hero of Konoha. Asuma, who had been silently harboring his resentment, finally exploded. He glared furiously at his father. Our clan holds a high position, and every so-called Konoha high-ranking official uses their power for their own clan's interests. Maybe I could accept that. But during wartime, to seek profit. The village's food supply, soldier pills, and ninja tools are all overpriced. So many ninja families have suffered losses, and yet the compensation for their sacrifices and injuries. Asuma's words hit like a hammer, making Hiruzen's face darken in shock and anger. You've been investigating. Seeing his father's reaction, Asuma felt even more aggrieved. If his father had at least pretended to be unaware, he might have been able to accept it. But the truth was, his father knew everything. Father, our Sarutobi clan, along with the Mito Kado, Udatain, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and others, did you know about all of this? Why didn't you stop it? Hiruzen's face grew increasingly grim as he listened to his son's accusations. He hadn't expected Asuma to rebel so thoroughly. From the information he had gathered, it was clear Asuma's investigation had been ongoing for some time. Faced with his son's interrogation, Hiruzen's aged eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. Nothing was more painful than being misunderstood by one's child. But as he thought about his convictions, Hiruzen took a deep breath. His gaze hardened as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Asuma, I don't know who's been influencing you, but based on your behavior today, it's clear, you're just a ninja. You've disappointed me greatly. Asuma froze at his father's words. He hadn't expected him to say something like that. However, Hiruzen ignored his reaction. He silently lit his pipe, using a spark of fire chakra, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. After a moment, he spoke in a low, steady voice. Asuma, what you see is only the surface. You view things from an individual's perspective, but I am the Hokage of Konoha. I see the entire village. You talk about the arrogance of the Senju, but do you know how one clan dares to question Konoha's decisions? You see the Uchiha elites being sent to the front lines, but do you see how many Uchiha have awakened the Sharingan? You see the Mitokado, Udatane, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and even our Sarutobi clan benefiting, but do you see the sacrifices these clans have made on the battlefield? Hiruzen's voice grew heavier with each word. Finally, he raised his head and stared intently at his unfamiliar son. After this war, Konoha and its great clans have suffered heavy losses. Yet the Uchiha clan's strength has not diminished, it has grown. Without these sacrifices, how would we counterbalance the Uchiha? Asuma listened to his father's explanation and felt a deep unfamiliarity with the men in front of him. His mind replayed the shocking information he had uncovered. Balance. So this is what you mean by sacrifice, isn't it? Asuma sneered, unable to believe how self-righteous his father sounded. You say I don't understand, but I do. It's all about balance and sacrifice, isn't it? But 30 years ago, when Konoha was under the second Hokage, why wasn't it like this? Just then, a heavy slap landed on Asuma's face. He froze, staring at his father, who was glaring at him in fury. You insolent child. Hiruzen's anger boiled over. Of all the things his son could have said, comparing him to the previous Hokage stung the most. Konoha had flourished under his leadership. Before the Third Shinobi War, he had basked in glory, believing his achievements surpassed those of the first and second Hokage. But the Third Shinobi War shattered that illusion, exposing the truth he had tried to ignore. The reality was this: the first and second Hokage, through their individual strength, had been able to control the great clans effortlessly, regardless of the Uchiha or anyone else. In contrast, his fears had led him to rely on the great clans to maintain balance against the Uchiha and Senju. In the ninja world, strength was everything. Yet how many could even approach the level of the first or second Hokage? Without overwhelming personal power, the situation Hiruzen faced was inevitable. This was a problem all the major ninja villages had faced at one time or another. Kumogakure had dealt with the Gold and Silver Brothers. Kirigakure had been plagued by its Kekkei Genkai clans. When a Kage's power was insufficient to suppress these forces, they had to rely on external support. This was why Konoha's great Kekkei Genkai clans, like the Senju, had faded into obscurity, the Uchiha had been wiped out, and the Hyuga clan had been suppressed. All of this doesn't matter, Asuma. I must tell you, sacrifices are necessary for great achievements. What you see is temporary. As long as Konoha is stable, the village will eventually return to its former glory. Hiruzen stared firmly at his son with unwavering determination and said in a low voice. All of this is for the village. I cannot leave a chaotic and unstable Konoha to the next generation. He was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the legendary professor of the ninja world. He was determined to leave behind a legacy as the third Hokage, one who had led Konoha through its greatest crises. He wanted Konoha's future generations to remember him as the Hokage who rose to power during the First Shinobi War, bringing Konoha to its peak, and who, even after the devastation of the Third Shinobi War, nurtured a new generation of leaders to rebuild the village. As Hiruzen was about to finish speaking, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, interrupting the tense exchange between father and son. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He cast one last, disappointed look at Asuma before addressing the Umbu. What is it? The Umbu lowered his head and reported in a solemn voice. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naiko-sama is experiencing severe abdominal pain. According to the diagnosis, she is about to give birth. In an instant, Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. He barked a sharp order. Proceed with the original plan. Deploy the Umbu to provide covert protection. Station forces at the 5 secret bases. Yes. As the Umbu left after receiving orders, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the defiant face of Asuma. Eventually, with a hoarse voice, he said. Asuma, I hope you will one day understand my intentions. Your intentions? They're nothing more than excuses for the weak. If the Hokage were a Senju or Uchiha now, would they have any reason to fear our clans? Underneath Sarutobi Asuma's rebellious demeanor was a long-held frustration, and he directly retorted, almost causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to lose his temper. Stand down. Father. You're too extreme. You've already displaced your desires onto the village. If the village falls into turmoil, it will be too late for regret. Asuma. I am the Hokage. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. With a loud bang, the office door slammed shut. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after his outburst of anger, stood there staring blankly at Asuma's furious departure. At that moment, he felt the sting of betrayal and misunderstanding from his own family. As the twilight descended, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the murky sunset outside the window, muttering hoarsely to himself, the Uchiha clan is too dangerous. Under the setting sun, in a secret cave in Konoha, Umbu surrounded the area on high alert. Inside the barrier, agonizing screams echoed. Minato. Minato, where are you? Naiko, stay calm. Minato will be back soon. What you need to do now is relax. Sealing team, hurry. On the bed, Uzumaki Naiko screamed in agony, not just from the pain of childbirth but also from the immense suffering caused by the loosening of the Nine-Tails seal. As Sarutobi Biwako anxiously helped deliver the baby, she noticed the seal's patterns on Naiko's abdomen beginning to shift. Her expression changed, and she urgently ordered the sealing team to act. When a Jinchuriki gives birth, it is the moment when the seal is at its weakest. The leakage of the tailed beast's chakra, in severe cases, can even lead to the tailed beast escaping entirely. Meanwhile, at the root base in Konoha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is giving birth. When Shimura Danzo received the news, the Jinchuriki had already been moved to another location, which clearly showed that Root was constantly under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. After hearing the report from an Umbu messenger, Danzo frowned. He looked around at the dark Root base, tapping his wooden cane heavily on the ground. This is a critical moment. No mistakes are allowed. Root, keep a close eye on the Uchiha. Yes. Shadows of Root operatives flickered in the darkness. After receiving the order, they immediately vanished. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, deep down, they always viewed the Uchiha as a threat to the village. That's why they remained vigilant against them constantly. During the Nine-Tails rampage, the first order from Root was to forbid the Uchiha from mobilizing. This alone shows the extent of their distrust. As night gradually fell, beneath the bright full moon, a cracking sound of breaking bones echoed by a rugged mountain stream in Konoha. On the water's surface, a masked Konoha Umbu's pupils dilated as their neck was snapped by a single hand. Their eyes, still filled with disbelief, stared blankly. Such caution. This third Hokage chose a random safe house at the last moment. In a raspy voice, Uchiha Obito, wearing a tiger-striped single-eye mask, slowly stood up. He glanced indifferently at the 7 or 8 Umbu corpses lying on the water's surface. Toward his former village comrades, there was no hesitation, no remorse, only cold indifference, as if he were crushing an ant on the roadside. Heh. Lord Madara, I can already sense the leaking chakra of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It seems the childbirth has reached its critical point. Zetsu's figure slowly emerged from the ground. With a hoarse laugh, Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with a mocking playfulness, as if toying with the world. Behind his mask, Obito frowned slightly, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. Every time Black Zetsu called him Madara, it would drag out the name as if reminding him it wasn't real. This time, let me witness the power of the strongest tailed beast. With a cold gaze, Obito's body slowly phased through the barrier, heading inside. With the front lines at a standstill and the major nations signing peace treaties, Konoha, shrouded in the night, was gradually coming back to life. Asuma, you can't keep drinking. Ebisu said with concern, but Sarutobi Asuma, looking utterly despondent, shook his head and bitterly smiled. When the second Hokage handed the title to the third Hokage, wasn't there turmoil? Did the Senju clan and other clans just accept it? And now they bring up turmoil over and over as an excuse. The more he thought about it, the more Asuma felt it was nothing but a grand farce, just an excuse to justify their actions. Ebisu, you don't understand. They're already living in a dream of their own making, so obsessed that they won't tolerate even a shred of dissent. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt an inexplicable sense of disgust welling up within him. Asuma. Ebisu was about to persuade him further when suddenly, his ninja instinct seemed to pick up on something. His reflexes kicked in, and he turned sharply toward the direction of the village gates. Under the cover of darkness, Konoha seemed to sense something ominous. Birds and beasts inside the village began to scatter in panic, filling the air with unease. Chapter 249, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 249. Under the serene moonlight, Konoha lay quiet and harmonious. Suddenly, birds screeched in alarm, and beasts grew restless. Kakashi, something feels wrong. Might Guy, who had just returned from the front lines a few days ago, gazed solemnly into the distance. By now, Kakashi Hatake was slowly lifting his headband, revealing his Sharingan as he tensely scanned the air filled with unease. Guy, be careful. Something's off tonight. In a secret valley outside Konoha, the Ninetales chakra began to rage uncontrollably. Even though barriers surrounded the area and the distance was considerable, the violent chakra still caused an ominous sensation that reached Konoha. On a rock in the stream, Uchiha Obito, wearing a tiger-patterned mask, revealed a cold expression. His single visible Sharingan spun rapidly. Come forth, Ninetales. With a loud command, the sealed chakra inside Uzumaki Neko's abdomen began to manifest as a tangible, red energy. Moments later, it materialized into the form of the Ninetales in the air. Roar! With a furious howl that echoed through the valley, the Ninetales broke free. Though a strand of red chakra still tethered the beast to its Jinchuriki, the Ninetales had been completely unleashed. Excellent. Seeing the Ninetales emerge, Obito's face twisted into a crazed expression of revenge, his eyes glinting with madness. Go straight to Konoha. Behind him, a faint, weak voice came from a rock, surprising Obito. The Uzumaki clan, truly remarkable. Even after the tailed beast has been extracted, you're still alive. Uzumaki Neko, lying weakly on the rock, stared intently toward the cave where she had just given birth. The faint cries of a baby could still be heard echoing from within. Minato, where are you? 100 miles from Konoha. 100 miles away, Namikaze Minato was protecting two elders in a small town. Under the moonlight, several ninja silhouettes suddenly appeared on a rooftop. That's the direction of Konoha. Even from 100 miles away, the sight of countless birds fleeing into the night sky was visible. Within the town, livestock became restless. Shirou. Mikoto gazed solemnly into the distance, an ominous feeling settling over her from the sudden chaos. Hold on. Shirou frowned, forming hand seals to activate a sensory technique. Could something have changed? But wasn't Naiko's due date later? It's only September. This is bad. It's the Ninetales chakra. Shirou's eyes shot open as he shouted coldly. On the rooftop, Namikaze Minato's expression immediately shifted upon hearing the words. Shirou, are you saying you've sensed the Ninetales chakra coming from Konoha? Minato's face turned pale. In Konoha, there were only two people with the Ninetales chakra, Uzumaki Kushina and his wife, Naiko. And his wife was currently in the village. This chakra is so strong that we can sense it even from 100 miles away. This is no minor leak. Something's happened to the village. Everyone, return to Konoha immediately. Without hesitation, Shirou shouted an order and dashed toward Konoha, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Naiko. Minato was stunned for a moment before immediately rushing toward the village. He didn't forget his current responsibility, though. Ryota, stay here and protect the elders. The village is under attack, I must return immediately. Minato's voice still echoed on the rooftop as his figure disappeared. Minato. Ryota reached out as if to stop him, but it was too late. Meanwhile, the windows opened, revealing the grim faces of the two elders, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu. Ryota. Notify the Umbu immediately to escort us back to the village. Minato is too immature. He panicked the moment Uchiha Shirou said something, what nonsense. Ryota, warn Minato to be cautious of the Uchiha. This could be a trap. The two elders were both furious and alarmed. Furious that Minato had abandoned them so abruptly, and alarmed by the possibility that this situation could be a setup. How reckless and impulsive, this is unacceptable. Koharu slammed her hand on the window frame, her anger boiling over. The younger generation no longer respected their authority, and she resolved to have Hiruzen Sarutobi discipline Minato properly upon their return. The next moment, however, flocks of startled birds filled the skies over the town, leaving countless people wide-eyed in shock. Impossible. Naiko's seal is incredibly strong. It couldn't have loosened. Rushing toward Konoha, Minato's sense of foreboding grew stronger with every step. He looked toward Shirou. This time, Shirou had revealed his sensory abilities. But Shirou didn't hide anything. With his powerful sensory capabilities, his expression grew even more serious. Minato. Remember our earlier wager, I told you some people had been secretly researching the Sharingan and would release techniques. Now it seems they're even crazier than I imagined. Shirou's mind raced as he muttered to himself. Could this be Obito again? Though he didn't know the full details, he had a pretty good idea. Still, that didn't stop him from planting seeds of doubt in Minato's mind. Their wager had been simple. If Shirou's claims about Konoha's upper echelons secretly researching the Sharingan and would release were true, Minato would have to purge the corruption from the village. If the information was false, Shirou promised not to use force and to compete fairly. No. That's impossible. Minato's face turned pale. He still couldn't believe that the third Hokage, whom he trusted completely, could be involved in such schemes. Shirou sneered. I only know that Hisashi's Byakugan doesn't lie. While I don't know the exact plans of the corrupt leaders, I do know that desperate people will do anything. Now that I think about it, getting you out of Konoha and luring me to the daimyo's palace. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to target the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki while neither of us is in the village? Shirou's mocking tone only deepened Minato's despair. Leaking the Nine-Tails chakra to spread fear in the village, and then pinning the blame on the Uchiha using the Sharingan, wasn't this exactly the kind of scheme that could destroy them? It seemed impossible, but the events in the daimyo's palace, they had already seen the remnants of the first Hokage's bloodline reduced to living as exiles. All of this made Minato Namikaze's face turn pale. His previous confidence now seemed so powerless. This speed is too slow. Mikoto, hold onto me tightly. We must return to the village at the fastest speed. At this distance, I can't sense the flying thunder god Kunai at all. Lightning erupted around Shirou's body. Holding Mikoto, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and headed straight towards Konoha. Minato Namikaze watched the lightning vanish into the distance, his face filled with unwillingness. Damn it. Naiko, you must hold on. He couldn't help but doubt. The sudden appearance of Nawaki had shaken him to the core. The hypocritical will of fire. Retreating while controlling everything from behind the scenes. Minato broke out in a cold sweat. As he pieced together all the information in his mind, his thoughts became chaotic. If all of this was true, then everything the third Hokage had done to pave the way for him was just a means for him to control everything from the shadows. Training two Hokage candidates, wasn't that just a way to render him powerless? The more Minato thought about it, the more panicked he became. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Staring in the direction of Konoha, his pupils contracted. At this distance, he could sense the oppressive chakra of the Nine Tails. Naiko. At that moment, Minato's thoughts were consumed by his pregnant wife. If anything happened to her and the blame was pinned on the Uchiha. He didn't need to think further, he would harbor prejudice against the Uchiha in his heart. Damn it. Naiko, nothing will happen to you. Minato's heart burned with anxiety. If the situation was true, the village itself might not suffer much damage, but he was far more worried about his wife. Konoha. With the sudden appearance of a massive puff of white smoke from a summoning, the terrifying roar of the Nine Tails swept through the entire village like a shockwave. This is bad. It's the Nine Tails. A monster. Run for your lives. The sudden appearance of the Nine Tails plunged Konoha into fear. Especially with northwest barriers in place, the ominous and terrifying chakra emanating from the Nine Tails spread like a natural disaster, as the beast appeared directly in the village. Quickly, get to the shelters. Ninjas, move out. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared in shock at the Nine Tails' sudden appearance in the village. His expression turned to anger as he shouted. Quick! The Nine Tails has broken free of its seal. Maximum alert. All Jonin, prepare to intercept and seal the Nine Tails. Chunin and Genin, protect the villagers and guide them to the shelters. Understood. Hokage-sama, this is bad. The Nine Tails has already. The entire village descended into chaos. The ninjas of the major clans were also filled with shock and anger as they witnessed the situation. At the police force headquarters. All Uchiha ninjas, get ready to protect the village and fight. Just as the Uchiha ninjas prepared to move out in anger, root ninjas suddenly appeared at the police force headquarters and the Uchiha clan compound. The Uchiha are not allowed to approach the Nine Tails. Root, as one of Konoha's strongest forces, chose to monitor and warn the Uchiha against approaching the Nine Tails immediately after its rampage began. The Uchiha clan, whose elder patriarch had recently died and whose new leader had yet to be chosen, found themselves blocked at their doorstep by Root. Danzo-sama, the Nine Tails' eyes show signs of the Sharingan's power. Hearing the report from his returning subordinates, Shimura Danzo stared at the rampaging Nine Tails destroying Konoha, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Sharingan was controlling the Nine Tails. After tonight, the Uchiha would lose all their chances entirely. Even the Senju would be implicated. During Hiruzen Sarutobi's tenure, chaos like this kept erupting everywhere. And now, who else could step up? Wasn't it only him? As for Minato Namikaze, Danzo didn't even consider him. With the Jinchuriki being his wife and the rampage causing such massive damage to the village, it would be enough if Minato could even protect his wife. This time, even if the Sage of Six Paths himself descended, he couldn't stop me from becoming Hokage. Danzo's eyes gleamed with insane ambition. As Konoha faced a life-and-death crisis, he boldly issued orders. Send out the directive. Root will monitor the Uchiha clan. No disturbances in the village will be tolerated. Ko, immediately inform the third Hokage that the Sharingan's chakra has been detected in the Nine Tails. Root is already keeping a close watch on the Uchiha. Though Danzo's method seemed absurd, they conveniently preserved his forces. In the original story, Root did not appear during the Ninetales rampage. It was likely because they used the excuse of monitoring the Uchiha to conserve their strength, hoping to exhaust the fourth Hokage's resources. After the Ninetales rampage, even if the fourth Hokage survived, he wouldn't be able to retain his position. However, Danzo miscalculated one thing: the fourth Hokage died, and Hiruzen Sarutobi returned as an interim Hokage, leaving Danzo empty-handed. The entire village was plunged into chaos. The Ninetales appeared too suddenly. Fortunately, due to the prior incident with the Three Tails, Konoha's villagers were somewhat prepared and quickly fled to the shelters. Everyone, stop the Ninetales. We absolutely cannot let it advance another step. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must stop the Ninetales here. The sounds of ninjutsu clashing, explosive tags detonating, and the continuous roar of chaos echoed across Konoha. Fear gripped everyone. Roar. The Ninetales let out a furious roar, its blood-red eyes devoid of reason, clearly under someone's control. So this is the power of the Ninetales. On the Hokage monument, Uchiha Obito, wearing a tiger-striped mask, stared in shock at the power of the Ninetales. And this was only half of its power. If it weren't for the fact that tailed beasts were restrained by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito wouldn't have the confidence to face the Ninetales head-on right now. After all, in the original story, the Six Tails rampage was already terrifying enough to overpower even Pain's Deva path. The Ninetales' power was on another level entirely. Ninetales. On the battlefield, a furious shout echoed. A Konoha ninja sacrificed his life, yet failed to inflict any damage. Instead, countless Konoha ninjas charged like ants, further enraging the Ninetales, which roared furiously. Its nine tails swung wildly, destroying the surrounding buildings with ease. Each roar, like a sonic attack, obliterated nearby structures, leaving devastation in its wake. Roar. Suddenly, the Ninetales began gathering a terrifying amount of chakra in its mouth. A Konoha Jonin, who had experienced a tailed beast rampage before, exclaimed in horror. Not good. That's a tailed beast bomb. Ninetales. Just as the Ninetales was gathering chakra in its mouth, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan compound. It was none other than Uchiha Shirou, who had sensed the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in Konoha in an instant. Standing on the rooftop, Shirou immediately saw the terrifying chakra gathering in the distance from the Ninetales. He let out an enraged roar, and lightning erupted all around him. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, shooting from the center of Konoha and crashing heavily into the Ninetales. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter. Under the terrifying power of the strongest lightning, the bolt struck the Ninetales' chest with overwhelming force. Amid the Ninetales' pained and furious roar, and under the stunned gazes of countless Konoha shinobi, the massive Ninetales was directly pushed out of the village by this terrifying lightning strike. The ground was plowed into a chaotic trench, and Konoha's sturdy walls were smashed open, leaving a giant gap. It's Lord Shirou. Lord Shirou has returned. Lord Shirou has arrived. The lightning was so fast that everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the countless Konoha shinobi finally reacted, they all showed expressions of ecstatic relief, as though they had survived a catastrophe. Uchiha Shirou. His name carried weight like a tree casting a long shadow. He was the legendary shinobi who had once defeated the strongest Raikage in the ninja world. Chapter 250, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 250. Third Hokage-sama. The Ninetales has appeared in the village. Inside the Hokage's office, an Umbu member hastily reported, while the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, donned his armor with a face full of fury. The Ninetales is mine to handle. You all protect the non-combatants. Follow me. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the skies above the hidden Leaf Village. Before the astonished eyes of countless Leaf shinobi, the lightning struck the massive Ninetales head-on, unexpectedly hurling it outside the village. How is this possible? The sudden scene left Hiruzen Sarutobi stunned. How could Uchiha Shirou arrive so quickly? And with such power? At the same time, as the lightning split the night sky over the Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo, observing from the rear, could not help but show an expression of anger. Uchiha Shirou. However, the appearance of this lightning instantly caused a frenzy among the Uchiha clan and the members of the police force. Lord Shirou is back. We need to help Lord Shirou drive back the Ninetales. Attack. Previously, Root had used the name of the Hokage to suppress the Uchiha clan and the police force. But with Uchiha Shirou appearing, the entire clan erupted. The respect for the Mangekyo Sharingan among the Uchiha clan surpassed everything. All Uchiha shinobi with awakened Sharingan at the Jonin level, prepare for battle. Lower-rank shinobi, protect the non-combatants and assist in the evacuation. Unlike the impulsive reactions of some Uchiha Yashiro, witnessing the scene, remained calm yet visibly excited. Members of the police force immediately protect the non-combatants and guide them to the shelters. This was a perfect opportunity for the police force to prove itself. During the third Hokage's tenure, with the Nine Tails appearing for the second time in the Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan had a chance to save the day. What achievement could be greater than this? With this thought, Uchiha Shirou roared. What are you all standing around for? Police force, execute the orders. Yes, sir. Stop this. The Uchiha clan cannot act on its own. A root member monitoring the area coldly tried to stop them. However, in response, he found himself being stared down by countless pairs of Sharingan, their gaze filled with killing intent. The next moment, the root operatives showed signs of unease. Uchiha Shirou then bellowed. Root is nothing more than a subordinate of the Umbu. We Uchiha are an equivalent department to the Umbu. Lord Shirou has returned, and now, everyone, execute the orders. With a flurry of movement, members of the police force rushed out. The root operatives tried to intercept them, but the overwhelming hatred and murderous intent radiating from the Sharingan froze them in place. The Uchiha clan would no longer tolerate being suppressed. Outside the hidden Leaf Village. Roar. With a deafening roar, the Nine Tails opened its mouth, gathering chakra into a massive, black-tailed beast bomb. The terrifying aura of destruction sent chills down the spines of countless Leaf Shinobi. Everyone, stop the Nine Tails together. We can't let the tailed beast bomb hit the village. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb was launched. As countless Leaf Shinobi shouted in anger and despair, a lone figure suddenly appeared in front of the attack. Lady Mikoto. The figure turned out to be Uchiha Mikoto, slender and delicate. At that moment, her Sharingan spun with 3 tomo before transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. She held the Uchiha clan's signature fan, the Gunbai, in front of her. As the terrifying tailed beast bomb approached, the fan absorbed it in an instant. Uchiha reflection. Mikoto's calm voice echoed in the ears of countless Leaf Shinobi. The next moment, the devastating tailed beast bomb exploded in the opposite direction. The blast illuminated the night like daytime, and countless Leaf Shinobi stared in awe at the scene before them. This kind of power. If it had hit the village. The Mangekyo. Uchiha Mikoto has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amid the shocked exclamations, Uchiha Mikoto, holding the Uchiha fan, landed lightly on a tree. She shouted. Shirou. Leave the Nine Tails chakra attacks to me. As the Nine Tails roared in anger, another surge of lightning struck it hard. Covered in the lightning armor, Shirou's body crackled with violent lightning. Facing the mountainous Nine Tails, his Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. In an instant, a massive, crimson Susanoo materialized around him. It's the Mangekyo Susanoo. The gigantic Susanoo, even taller than the Nine Tails, appeared and, under Shirou's control, grabbed all 9 of the beast's tails with overwhelming force. With a furious roar, the colossal figure swung the Nine Tails around, shaking the surrounding ground and forests. The Leaf Shinobi watching the scene were left speechless. Even the Jonin present could only feel a sense of helplessness. This was no longer a battle they could intervene in. The Nine Tails is being subdued. All Leaf Shinobi, stay vigilant. The Nine Tails were hurled into the distance, crashing heavily into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and the Leaf Shinobi erupted in cheers. The farther the Nine Tails were from the village, the less damage the battle's aftermath would cause to the village. From within the village, the distant sight of the towering Nine Tails clashing with the Crimson Susanoo resembled a battle between gods and demons, shaking the earth and sky. Within the hidden Leaf Village. The village was filled with chaotic noise. On the Hokage Rock, Uchiha Obito watched the figure battling the Nine Tails in the distance, his expression filled with dread. I didn't expect Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan to develop to this extent. Beside him, Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground and rasped, Lord Madara, Uchiha Shirou was the most valued successor of yours in life. You believed he could bring about change to the Shinobi world. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. He would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. Just then, a figure appeared, causing Obito's pupils to contract sharply, his eyes filling with bloodthirsty rage. Minato Namikaze. The yellow flash of Minato Namikaze appeared on a distant rooftop. His face was filled with shock as he surveyed the chaos in the hidden leaf. How is this possible? Why is the Nine Tails rampaging? Naiko, she was supposed to be. Minato's eyes filled with panic. Naiko was under the protection of the Leaf's Umbu. In his mind, the sinister image of the third Hokage flashed. It seemed as though a conspiracy was unfolding, orchestrated by someone who wished to retain power, none other than the third Hokage. Naiko. As Minato prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. When the hidden hand behind the scenes prepared to strike at him, Minato Namikaze reacted quickly. With a swift turn, the trident-shaped kunai in his hand slashed directly toward his opponent's head. However, to his shock, his kunai passed right through the opponent's body, as though the person was merely a phantom. At that moment, Uchiha Obito appeared, his Mangekyo Sharingan reflecting a mocking expression as he taunted. Yellow Flash, it seems you're a step too late, again. Though renowned as the fastest with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze always seemed to be one step behind when it truly mattered. As Obito mocked him, his heart burned with boundless fury. He had no complaints when Minato failed to save him during the battle with the IWA Nin. But Rin. That was something he could never forgive. Spacetime Ninjutsu. Minato, shocked, looked at the mysterious men. As the two clashed, outside the village, the battle between the Ninetales and Susanoo shook the earth. Everyone set up a defensive line. Don't let the Ninetales take a single step into the village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had finally arrived, roared with anger. Wielding his staff, he fought valiantly. However, compared to the overwhelming power of Susanoo, which was suppressing the Ninetales, his presence paled in comparison. The third Hokage, once dubbed the strongest, had long since lost his mythical status. The village had been dragged into the quagmire of war during the Third Shinobi World War, and the appearance of the Three Tails followed by the Ninetales only worsened the situation. The battlefield was chaotic. Amid the earth-shattering battle between the Ninetales and the giant Susanoo, even the typically powerful Jonin appeared insignificant. As Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived to provide support, his anger was accompanied by a trace of fear in his eyes. Mangekyo. The Uchiha clan has another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Amid the chaos, Mikoto, wielding a flame-patterned fan, stood boldly at the forefront, her Mangekyo Sharingan glowing intensely. While Hiruzen Sarutobi viewed the Mangekyo with dread, the Uchiha clan members who had arrived to assist her were filled with fervor. Lady Mikoto. The Uchiha clan, now holding another Mangekyo Sharingan, believed that fate was on their side. They saw this as a gift from the Sage of Six Paths himself. The Uchiha shall rise again. Meanwhile, Shirou, commanding Susanoo in the battle against the Ninetales, noticed more Uchiha members arriving. He shouted. Mikoto. Gather the Uchiha elites and prepare a barrier. We must trap the Ninetales within it, under no circumstances can it destroy the village again. Understood. Hearing the command, Mikoto shouted back, and the Uchiha clan members roared in unison. Faced with the orders of a legendary Mangekyo wielder, the Uchiha clan did not hesitate for a moment. As the echoes of their voices faded, Shirou turned his gaze toward the third Hokage and the ANBU, commanding without hesitation. Third Hokage. Order the sealing squad to prepare the Ninetales seal immediately. All Konoha ninjas ranked below Jonin must withdraw from the battle, Jonin will assist in the fight. Unlike the Uchiha, who obeyed orders decisively, the Konoha ninja were momentarily confused. Some instinctively followed the command, while others hesitated, glancing toward the third Hokage for guidance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes burned with anger when he saw Shirou issuing orders in his place. But as he noticed the disarray among the Konoha ninja, his fury was overshadowed by fear. Has Uchiha Shirou's influence already reached this extent? What are you all standing around for? ANBU, assist the sealing squad in preparing the seal. We cannot allow the village to suffer further damage. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared angrily, issuing commands to restore order amid the chaos. However, his authority as Hokage had already been shaken. During his tenure, the village had been repeatedly threatened by tailed beasts. Each time, it was Uchiha Shirou who emerged to save the day. This time, the impact was even greater. Everyone, attack. Stop the Ninetales. The typically powerful Jonin shouted as they launched their combined jutsu. Under normal circumstances, such a display would be awe-inspiring. But against the Ninetales, their power seemed minuscule. Only a Kage-level ninja like Hiruzen Sarutobi could create a significant impact with his jutsu. However, even his presence paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of Susanoo, which was clashing directly with the Ninetales. Meanwhile, the Uchiha elites roared as they took their positions. From all directions, Uchiha members with their Sharingan activated prepared for action. Mikoto flashed to a crucial position and, alongside the Uchiha elites, formed hand seals. Slamming her hands to the ground, she unleashed a powerful jutsu. Uchiha Fire Formation. In an instant, an enormous fire-based barrier erupted into a hellish inferno that reduced anything within it to ashes. Its power surpassed even that of the Four Violet Flames formation. In the original story, Uchiha Obito had once used this barrier to protect the Geto statue, showcasing its incredible strength. Upon seeing the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically. He shouted urgently to the ANBU. To seal the Ninetales, we need a host. Investigate what happened to Uzumaki Naiko immediately. Also, notify Danzo and have him bring the spare host. The sealing of a tailed beast always required a backup host. The 5 great shinobi nations were well prepared for such contingencies, knowing that tailed beasts could lose control at any time. Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious and anxious. He could not allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to fall into Uchiha's hands. The Uchiha clan already had control over half of the Nine-Tails' power. If they gained control of the full Jinchuriki, it would be the end. Notify Minato immediately. His Flying Thunder God technique is the fastest, he must seal the Nine-Tails before. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his voice as he gave the command, his expression grim. The ANBU responded with shouts, rushing off to carry out his orders. The situation had escalated too suddenly. Despite all their preparations, no one had anticipated the Nine-Tails losing control in this manner. If not for a sensory ninja detecting Minato's chakra earlier, Hiruzen might not have given such urgent orders. Minato. What on earth are you doing? The Nine-Tails is rampaging, and you're nowhere to be seen. Are you just going to let the Uchiha steal the spotlight again? Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious. If Minato didn't appear to stop the Nine-Tails, the fourth Hokage position would be impossible to decide. Meanwhile, in the remote forest of death, flashes of light and the sound of explosions erupted. These are specially made explosive tags. As the explosions subsided, Uchiha Obito, panting heavily, leaped onto a shattered rock. One of his arms, like melting wax, dripped fluid, and part of it was severed. Minato Namikaze, master of the Flying Thunder God, you're still too late. Severely injured, Obito spoke reluctantly. Across from him, as the smoke cleared, Minato Namikaze stood, also panting, his eyes filled with disbelief. A Sharingan, controlling the Nine-Tails, and would release. As the pieces fell into place, Minato's scalp went numb. In his mind, he once again envisioned the scheming, sinister face of the third Hokage. Especially when he saw the strange, grotesque form of the mysterious man's arm, Minato suppressed his agitation and shouted angrily. Who are you? Heh. Minato Namikaze, you're too late. You can't save anyone, not your wife, not even your unborn child. At the mention of his wife and child, Minato's killing intent erupted. I won't let you live. Determined, Minato resolved to eliminate this dangerous foe who threatened his village, his wife, and his child. Both were injured. Without the Raiznan, Minato had to rely on specially made explosive tags, which injured Obito but also left Minato's arm burned. At that moment, Obito's brow furrowed. Minato's next attack once again passed through his body. Obito rasped. Is the ANBU here already? It seems I miscalculated this time. But next time, I will reclaim the Nine-Tails.